Chapter 1. The Visitors from Parallel Timelines. Two fists, one white and one silver, collided, and in an instant, the universe faced annihilation. Two figures were propelled backward simultaneously, traversing countless starry rivers. One exuded a vast and divine aura, while the other radiated a savage and frenzied energy. The clash of these two formidable warriors stemmed from a martial arts tournament held in the past. 3 days after the conclusion of the power tournament in the Dragon Ball Super universe, Gogeta, having traversed from another realm, found himself reclining on an expansive lawn, idly gazing at the starry sky. As he immersed himself in his own thoughts, he suddenly detected a peculiar inertia fluctuation in the fabric of time and space. This aura bore no resemblance to the future Trunks. 1, 2, 3. Under his perceptive senses, he counted at least a dozen individuals approaching. Yet, these newcomers were not particularly formidable. Rather, their sheer number was astonishing. As Gogeta lifted his gaze to the cosmos, an elliptical spacecraft emerged from the chaotic currents of time and space. Upon the vessel, several beings, no taller than 1.5 meters, donned green attire, their heads resembling those of avian creatures. Maneuvering a time travel device they had developed, they arrived in universe number 666666. A subordinate, a bird-like being, stood behind a middle-aged avian figure, reporting in hushed tones. Detection complete. The target individuals have all been located on Blue Star. The leading figure fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the subordinate's revelation, murmuring to himself, "Another Blue Star. This is not the first time." The detection instruments of the time travel device whirred into action, scanning the region of Blue Star. "Commander, there's also a temple present here, likely identical to the one we encountered not long ago, resonating with the energy of Namekians." After a moment of contemplation, the leader made a decisive call. "Prepare the space shuttle. Let us bring the Namekian along with us to Blue Star." A shuttle, measuring several dozen meters, detached from the time travel device and swiftly approached Blue Star. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, engaged in their training, sensed the approaching presence and exchanged glances, unleashing their energies and soaring towards the temple in the sky. Gogeta, unwilling to be outdone, placed his fingers on his forehead and, guided by Piccolo's aura, executed an instant transmission to the temple. "Hey, Piccolo!" Piccolo responded in kind. "You sense him too, huh?" Piccolo was not surprised by Gogeta's arrival. Apart from the initial shock of their acquaintance years ago, he had gradually come to accept his existence. Even now, Piccolo remained puzzled as to how Gogeta had manifested, given that both Goku and Vegeta were still alive. Goku and Vegeta soon arrived, greeting the two with familiarity. "Hey, Piccolo, Gogeta, are you both intrigued by the outsiders?" Vegeta scoffed, maintaining his usual prideful demeanor. "I don't sense much hostility from them. Rather, I'm more concerned about when you and I will spar again, Gogeta." Gogeta chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, responding ambiguously, "When I have time, I promise to accompany you." In certain respects, Gogeta found himself in awe of Vegeta. His tenacity was remarkable. Fully aware that he was not Gogeta's equal, he still insisted on competing, relishing the challenge. For Vegeta, testing himself against a stronger opponent was a source of joy and fulfillment. However, Gogeta felt differently. Battling Vegeta posed no real challenge for him. In his previous life as a Dragon Ball enthusiast, an unforeseen incident had led him to transform into the fused warrior Gogeta, a combination of Goku and Vegeta from the Super timeline. Having resided in Universe 7 for several years, he had formed bonds with Goku and the others through a series of fortuitous encounters. He had actively participated in the unfolding narratives involving Black Goku, Hit, and the Power Tournament, and had pushed his own strength to its current limits. For years, he had awaited an opportunity, one that would allow him to witness Super Saiyan 4, or even 5. He sought to explore the seemingly normal yet peculiar world of GT, aiming to investigate a lingering question that had troubled him for some time. Unfortunately, in the Dragon Ball Super universe, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. These sudden extraterrestrial visitors might just provide him with the surprises he sought. Boo and Tien also emerged, with the pitch-black Boo expressing confusion at the spacecraft's arrival. Why is this ship not being repelled? What's going on? Based on Boo's understanding of the temple, any being that had not received the deity's approval would be repelled by the temple itself. While it was possible to force entry through overwhelming power, there would still be some degree of resistance. Yet, this spacecraft had entered with ease. Tien was equally perplexed. Have they gained acceptance? He himself found it hard to believe. It seemed ludicrous. After Uncle Piccolo merged with the deity, he had become the new guardian, yet he had no knowledge of the newcomer's origins. As the spacecraft descended, chaotic winds whipped around Piccolo's white robe. No, there's another possibility. If they are also Namekians, they could be autonomously accepted by the temple. Be cautious, this vessel does not appear to be of Namekian design. Due to the previous deity's influence, the temple held a certain bias in favor of Namekians. Under the cautious gazes of the group, the spacecraft's hatch opened, revealing 2 Namekians and 2 avian beings. The Namekians greeted them with amiable smiles, indicating that they bore no ill intent. We are Namekians from another universe, and our ability to traverse here was made possible by the temporal technologies of Veruga. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, then turned to Gogeta, all equally bewildered by the implications. The avian figure stepped forward, introducing himself and elucidating the theory of parallel timelines. Through his explanation, they began to grasp the concept of parallel universes, distinct from the future timeline of Trunks. The universe does not follow a singular, predetermined path. Numerous narratives may emerge from identical beginnings, diverging due to unexpected events, leading to entirely different outcomes. This phenomenon could create countless divergent branches. For instance, while Goku and his allies protect Blue Star, in another universe, it might be under the dominion of different beings. To illustrate, many universes contain Verugans, yet only one has a Varigan who researched and invented a time travel device. Due to the potential disruption of historical events caused by time travel, such actions are deemed unforgivable transgressions. The Verugan's time travel device is prohibited by the Kais and is generally not allowed for use. This specific instance was granted permission for exceptional reasons, a principle Gogeta had come to understand. For example, in a certain universe, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan might have, due to unforeseen circumstances, ultimately lost a cell, resulting in the absence of Vegeta and his companions in that reality, as Cell would have annihilated them all. Am I right? Chapter 2. The Martial Arts Tournament. Goku couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Is that really possible? Surely such a scenario would not occur. Gogeta's lips curled into a subtle smile. Who knows? Perhaps. At that moment, having just celebrated victory in the power tournament and indulging in a feast, the ever-gleeful Beerus, having narrowly escaped disaster, sensed something amiss. Accompanied by Whis, he swiftly approached the Verugans, raising his hand to summon destructive energy without hesitation. You've traveled through time, haven't you? That is a grave offense, Parish. Yet, the leading Varigan remained unfazed, calmly elucidating. Lord Beerus, I am Vaga. We have received consent from our universe's Kaioshin regarding this time travel. We did not act on our own accord. Beerus was unyielding, his voice cold and devoid of empathy. Oh, what does that have to do with me? A mere Kaioshin from another universe holds no authority over me. Spare me your trivial claims. Vaga maintained his composure, stepping closer to Beerus, the two engaging in a quiet exchange. Beerus' complexion shifted from purple to black, then to a pale hue, as if he had consumed something foul. Is what you say true? Vaga nodded affirmatively. Beerus beckoned to Whis, and the two departed, returning to the ground to continue their meal. Do as you wish, I shall not interfere. But if trouble arises, do not seek me out. Before departing, Whis exchanged a knowing smile with Gogeta. Gogeta rubbed his nose, contemplating Beerus' demeanor, and with subtle warning the situation might be quite troublesome. It was unexpected that Vaga could persuade Beerus to leave. Vaga then revealed their intentions. We are preparing to host a grand martial arts tournament, inviting all beings from various parallel universes to participate. The reward will be the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls of Namek for a wish, along with a chance to meet a mysterious entity. Goku scratched the back of his head, feeling a surge of excitement. A martial arts tournament for the entire universe? How intriguing. I can hardly wait to spar with masters from other universes. Vegeta's lip curled in disdain, shattering Goku's expectations. Kakarot, you don't truly believe you could defeat me, do you? With my presence, victory is beyond your reach. Vegeta, I refuse to accept defeat. In this martial arts tournament, he aimed to teach Kakarot a lesson, making him aware that he, Vegeta, was the true champion of the universe. Gogeta could only smile helplessly as the two of them began their usual banter, neither willing to concede, ready to face anyone as long as they did not lose to each other. The Namekian extended his right hand to shake hands with Gogeta. Powerful warriors are always in search of battles that ignite their passion and truth. The rewards are of little consequence. To facilitate your combat experience, we have prepared the Dragon Balls in advance, allowing you to unleash your full potential without restrictions. Those who may tragically fall in battle will be revived post-fight by the Dragon Balls. In other words, this is a contest devoid of peril. I wonder if you all would like to participate. As a fervent fighter, Goku was more than eager to join, and Vegeta would not allow him to bask in glory alone. At Piccolo's telepathic suggestion, soon Gohan, Krillin, and Android 18 arrived. Even Yamcha showed up, some wished to compete, while others merely sought to witness the event. The tournament area was already equipped with spectator seating, so it was perfectly acceptable for family members to watch, and Vagaru readily agreed. Goten and Trunks, the two mischievous youngsters, were also eager to participate and curiously inquired, "May we participate together as a duo?" Vagaru shook his head, firmly rejecting the youngsters' proposal. "No, the competition is strictly onion-owned, no external assistance is allowed. You may use weapons, but if you cannot rise within 10 seconds or remain inactive for 30 seconds, you will be deemed the loser." The two little mischief makers whispered to each other and then smiled brightly as they replied, "One of us, named Trunks, is currently absent, but he will appear during the match. We would like to spectate first. Would that be acceptable?" Vagaru gladly consented. "That's perfectly fine as long as he can appear in the arena when the time comes. We welcome friends from all universes to observe." In fact, one individual from another universe has even registered on behalf of her unborn child. Goku remained silent. Vegeta, however, shot a glare at Trunks. Gogeta was equally exasperated by the antics of these two whimsical little rascals. The two fathers were capable of fighting solo, and under normal circumstances, would rather die than team up. Yet these two could fuse together to battle, but would rather not engage in an onion-owned fight. Once the number of participants was confirmed, Vagaru also informed them of their registration number. "You are the 18th participating team. This is your cosmic registration number. Please board the spaceship." Gogeta and the others boarded the spacecraft in succession, and even Videl decided to accompany them. Gogeta looked around, observing the various devices within the time-space travel apparatus, intrigued by it. Traveling through time and space is not a difficult feat. Many deities can accomplish it. However, aside from the time rings, ordinary individuals breaking through the barriers of time and space often remain unaware of which timeline lies beyond. Without precise control over their landing points, they cannot reach the desired universe. The time-space travel device adeptly resolved this issue. After all, if the developmental trajectories of universes were identical, they would encounter indistinguishable warriors, rendering the experience rather meaningless. Goku was more concerned with another matter. "Excuse me, will this journey through space take a considerable amount of time?" Vagaru waved his hand dismissively, responding with confidence. "Not at all. We will utilize spatial distortion techniques, allowing us to arrive in a very short time. By the way, the universe of the martial arts tournament is devoid of life, so there is no need to worry about collateral damage." In less than 3 minutes, the time-traveling spaceship arrived at the designated planet for this conference. Vagaru took the opportunity to remind a few individuals, "This is the resting area of the 18th universe. Feel free to explore, but please refrain from engaging in disputes with others. Additionally, you may encounter some familiar faces, but they will be beings from other universes, so do not be alarmed." A fusion warrior. Gogeta inherently possesses an array of peculiar techniques. Merely releasing a hint of his aura allowed him to skin the planet hosting the martial arts tournament, revealing a plethora of acquaintances upon stepping into the arena. The true magnitude of the venue became apparent. It spanned at least several dozen acres, with the possibility of reaching 100 acres. The arena was circular, with the martial arts tournament stage at its center, and a designated viewing area for the families of the contestants below. Above them sat the general audience. Although this universe lacked sentient life, the Veluga race, as the initiators of the tournament, held numerous special privileges, having brought many of their people to act as spectators. Chapter 3. Powerhouses from various universes. At the heart of the venue, there was a separate room, modest in size yet exquisitely adorned. Capturing attention, Gogeta was somewhat surprised that he could not penetrate the room's defenses. Someone was blocking his probing. Clearly, the occupant was of considerable significance, as evidenced by the unusual presence of Beerus and Whis, along with the mysterious room, all indicating the extraordinary nature of this competition. Since they were unwilling to reveal their secrets, Gogeta found the participating contestants quite intriguing, particularly those he sought to find. Not only were there familiar faces, but there were also several surprisingly weak individuals who had been invited by the village. It seemed that the Veluga were not merely focused on the warrior's personal strength. Rather, anyone deemed formidable within their universe was given the opportunity to participate. Even if their power paled in comparison to that of characters from other parallel universes, it was of little consequence. King Piccolo and his son Gohan stood together, discussing the upcoming tournament with an air of relaxation. Having triumphed in the tournament of power, there seemed little to worry about in this competition. Moreover, with the possibility of resurrection post-battle, even if adversaries had plans, Gogeta would be there as a precaution. This is the internal structure of the martial arts tournament. It appeared that not all participants had yet arrived. Thus, the left side of the audience area was likely where their previous team from the 17th universe was seated. Suddenly, Super Gohan's expression soured, nearly causing him to explode with rage. Gogeta, you were indeed right. His words drew everyone's attention, following Gohan's gaze. Emerging from the shadows of the 17th universe's contestant camp was a green humanoid creature, radiating an aura of arrogance and detachment. "Ah, it's you again, truly a nuisance," said Cell, who had arrived a bit earlier, displaying no surprise at the sight of Goku and his companions. While the other Gokus may have differed in appearance, they were fundamentally the same. The entity, known as Ultra Piccolo, regarded as the intellectual powerhouse of Blue Star, likely deduced the meaning behind Cell's words that he recognizes us in his universe. Cell must have eliminated us all, becoming the strongest being there. Gogeta concurred with this assessment. Yet he offered a different interpretation of Cell's remarks. "You are correct, but the implication behind Cell's words should be this." Following Gogeta's gesture, it became evident that the contestants from the 19th universe had a configuration similar to theirs, suggesting that Cell had seen them beforehand. Piccolo noted that Gohan and the others were considerably taller than Den, Goten, and Trunks, likely around high school age. Super Goku raked his fingers through his hair. "They're quite similar to us. If their personnel is the same, how could they not have been invited?" Super Vegeta scoffed. "Humph, we will find out soon enough that in contrast." Gogeta stepped off the viewing platform, leaving his team's area to approach the contestants from the 20th universe directly. "Greetings," he said, spotting a young Goku at the forefront of the 20th universe's team, arms crossed behind his head. "Gogeta, what brings you here?" This GT Goku, clad in a blue martial arts uniform and beige athletic pants, quickly recognized Gogeta's identity. GT Vegeta, dressed in black and having shaved off his mustache after a remark from his daughter, also displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "This guy, how did he manage to be in the same team as you and me?" It was worth noting that Gogeta was a fusion of himself and that scoundrel Kakarot. If they were both present, how could Gogeta have appeared out of thin air? Gogeta smirked, casually glancing to the side before altering his initial thoughts and casually explaining. "Do not concern yourself with such matters. I merely came to extend a greeting. Should we encounter each other, I hope you will give it your all." GT Vegeta was about to unleash a tirade when GT Goku interjected. "I feel the same way. You are incredibly strong, truly impressive. My body is trembling with excitement." Gogeta waved his hand dismissively as he returned to his universe's area, abandoning the idea of conversing further. The participants from other universes merely served as background figures. Even if they had their own Goku and Vegeta, it held little significance. The true threats were the fighters from the 19th universe. Along with the GT Timeline's warriors and a yet-to-appear contestant from the 21st universe, Super Goku and his companions remained composed, while Super Trunks and Super Goten, still immature, were overtaken by their inner turmoil. Let us go observe other contestant groups. Eagerly, they dashed out of their area toward the center of the venue. Super Gohan began scanning his surroundings, and his pupils constricted as he spotted something that made his body involuntarily tremble. Gogeta, look over there. Given Gogeta his youthful appearance, when he met Super Goku and the others, he had responded that he was merely in his 20s, which was indeed accurate prior to his traversal. After a few years, coupled with his personality, Super Gohan had developed a close bond with him. Upon seeing that peculiar group, Gohan recalled something his father had told him long ago, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Gogeta turned his head, and upon glancing, was taken aback by the astonishing scene before him. Unable to suppress a curse, he exclaimed, "What the hell, Goku?" Among the crowd, one universe's contestant team was led by Vegeta, comprised of Saiyans. This was not surprising, as he was flanked by 3 additional Saiyans, all clad in the standard Saiyan battle attire. Among them was Bardock, along with an individual nobody could have anticipated. Goku stood in their ranks, sporting a deranged and sinister grin that exuded malevolence. Gohan's tone darkened as he refused to look at that Goku any longer. My father told me that he was once brutal and insane in his youth. But after a fall, he changed into the person he is now. Gogeta understood his implication. However, as this was not his universe, he did not share Super Gohan's sentimentality. Are you suggesting that in that universe, Goku never suffered that head injury, and thus remained an evil Saiyan, even to the extent of teaming up with Vegeta and the others to annihilate the humans of Blue Star? No, his Saiyan name is Kakarot. Super Gohan did not respond. The aura emanating from that Goku was weak, far from the steady presence of his father in their universe, Super Goten and Super Trunks. Meanwhile, had successfully identified their targets. Trunks, look over there. It's Frieza, Cell, and Bu. Indeed, this time we will ensure that the name of Gotenks spreads across other universes. The evil Bu must ultimately fall at our hands. In the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Bu was a friend of Mr. Satan, having turned gentle and kind-hearted, now a companion unlikely to engage in mortal combat. The battles during the Z era against Majin Bu had left them disgruntled after being defeated due to the recklessness of the 2 children. While observing, Super Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Super Goku noticed his discomfort and leaned in to inquire softly. Have you noticed something? Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, turned away awkwardly, enveloped in a heavy silence. Nevertheless, the astute Super Gohan was quick to notice. Observing that the competitors from Universe 10, also belonging to the Saiyan race, were numerous indeed. However, their attire was strikingly antiquated, resembling the original Saiyan battle suits. It appeared that Universe 10 lacked the presence of the Frieza clan, suggesting that they were yet incapable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Gogeta remained non-committal, recalling Vegeta's previous assertion that Saiyans, due to their inadequacies in technology, had long donned the most outdated battle gear prior to their subjugation by Frieza, which was of notably inferior quality. Furthermore, with the Valuegans inviting only the strongest from each parallel universe, the absence of Frieza's army among these Saiyans indicated the absence of the Frost Demon clan in that universe. Super Bu, however, detected something unusual among them and asserted confidently, no, that universe contains not only Saiyans, but also a contingent of Namekians, albeit positioned behind the Saiyans. Super Goten and Super Trunks, the 2 young ones, also took note of the ancient garb of the Saiyans. There must be our ancestors among them, right? Let us go and take a look. The 2 dashed off, arriving at the location of the Saiyan clan from Universe 10. Excuse me, does anyone among you have a child named Kakarot? In response to Super Goten's inquiry, one of the Saiyans in the forefront slowly shook his head. I have never heard of such a name. It does not ring a bell. However, from the ranks of the Saiyan warriors, a man bearing a cross-shaped scar on his cheek spoke up. I am Bardock, and I once had a son named Kakarot. But he perished long ago. Super Goten's excitement was palpable. Upon seeing the man's face, he was certain this was his sought-after grandfather. Aside from the scar, Bardock bore a striking resemblance to his father. Son Goku, that is splendid. May I ask if your wife, my ancestor, is your wife present? Bardock shook his head. No, my wife passed away long ago. Well then, may I take a photo with you? Super Goten, under Chi-Chi's guidance, was quite polite. Bardock did not refuse. Super Trunks approached King Vegeta, who donned a cape, yet this universe's King Vegeta was none other than Vegeta himself. Your father's still alive. Vegeta was not as accommodating as Bardock. Upon hearing a child ask such a question, he glared fiercely and reprimanded. My father is right behind me. He is the former King Vegeta. What kind of inferior breed and worthless man birthed such an impudent child like you? Were it not for the prohibition against personal combat here, I would swiftly make you aware that the King's majesty is not to be trifled with. Super Trunks, pouting in indignation, suppressed the urge to retaliate. Bardock, you are no match for me. Even if you all teamed up, I could easily defeat you. Indeed, experiences shape one's prowess, and even if they were the same individual, their ultimate strength could vastly differ. This Vegeta would struggle against the Super Universe's Vegeta, let alone Super Trunks. Upon hearing his words, Gogeta could not help but chuckle, nudging Super Vegeta. Vegeta, how can you endure being called inferior by a scoundrel named Vegeta? Vegeta, unable to tolerate the insult, was infuriated to go aside. I do not have time to waste on such trash. Gogeta ceased to tease him and turned, raising an eyebrow. Goku, will you not go and see your father? Super Goku was at a loss, feeling a sense of awkwardness that made him hesitant to approach. Adjusting his belt, he expressed his uncertainty. I am not quite sure. Technically, he is not my father. Super Bu, with a flourish of his cape, exited the Super Universe's realm and approached the Namekians allied with the Saiyans from Universe 10. He soon spotted an old friend, the Namekian Nail, with whom he had fused during the battle against Frieza. Nail, you must be cautious of these Saiyans. In our universe, they are notorious for their ruthlessness and are synonymous with danger. A fellow Namekian, Super Bu did not doubt his words that do not worry. They remain in their primitive state and lack any space technology. As for Frieza, he has long since perished. It was the diminutive Kaishin who eliminated Frieza in the first universe, the one who developed the time-traveling device. Following Nail's gaze, Super Bu recognized that the individual in question was Shin, the Kaishin who had come to Earth during the battle with Bu. Super Bu nodded, understanding that without technological support, the Saiyans' nature would mean they remained far from developing spaceships capable of interstellar travel anytime soon. Upon entering, Super Bu had observed the Namekians present, but aside from those from Universe 10, there were no others of his kind. There are no members of our race here. Nail concurred and shared his perspective. Us Namekians have no stringent requirements for our environments, hence our presence across various universes. However, we do not favor conflict and thus do not boast many strong individuals. Super Bu was about to respond when Nail abruptly shifted the subject. Yet, Universe 7 is an exception. The Namekians there united to resist Frieza's invasion. Assimilating all their kin across the universe, one of them single-handedly dispatched Frieza and then traversed space alone, subsequently defeating a green lizard and a pink demon. I believe he is the one most likely to win this tournament. Super Bu glanced toward Universe 7, spotting a Namekian man radiating an astonishing aura. Chapter 4. Gogeta takes the stage. Does Nail believe he will prevail? Super Bu could not help but envision Gogeta's face, shaking his head in regret. He will not win. I concede his power is respectable, but it is merely at that level. Compared to the monsters from our universe, he falls significantly short. Piccolo had always found Gogeta's strength elusive, uncertain if he had ever truly unleashed his full potential. In simple terms, he epitomized the phrase the strongest in another dimension. Saiyans were indeed bizarre. Fused Saiyans were even more so, exhibiting an inexplicable strength. Gogeta, caught off guard, sneezed, muttering to himself that it must be Frieza's foul mouth cursing him. Among the multitude of competitors for various universes, only one faction belonged to Frieza. Comprised of Frieza himself, his father King Cold, and his brother Cooler, Frieza's expression fluctuated as he surveyed the entire roster of competitors, his tone icy as he conversed with Cooler. Damn it, are we truly the only ones from our universe? How is it that there are so many Saiyans among the competitors, while the Frost Demons are but a handful? Cooler disagreed with his sentiment, holding an opposite view. No, this is an excellent opportunity. Is it not? We can seize this chance to dominate the entire universe. Frieza grasped the implication behind Cooler's words. Upon entering the competition, they discovered the existence of Namekians and Dragon Balls. Presumably, their universe held similar treasures. Once they located the Namekians, they could attain eternal life. Indeed, King Cold, arms crossed, bore an arrogant and disdainful expression, looking down upon the warriors from other universes. Who among them can rival us? The Frost Demon Clan? We are the true rulers of the universe. Cooler and Frieza echoed his sentiments, and the trio erupted in laughter. Before they could emerge from their delightful reverie, Gogeta's voice shattered their dreams. What are you two fools laughing about? Is it enjoyable to act as someone else's child? Gogeta soared to a height, beckoning with his fingers, prompting Frieza to make a move, only to be halted by Cooler. Do not mind him. He is merely a Saiyan. Wujita gazed at the two individuals, who appeared as foolish as the other. He merely cast them a glance of disdain, intending to reveal a certain truth to them in due time. Their father, the king of Kurd, seemingly embodied the king, yet unbeknownst to many, his essence was that of Captain Ginyu. Indeed, the very Captain Ginyu who served under Frieza, was from such peculiar aesthetics, as exhibited by Gohan, that he had drawn inspiration. Though the events leading to this state remained a mystery, it was undeniable that the body of the king of Kurd had been usurped through Jinyu's body-switching technique. It appeared that Frieza was still oblivious, relishing the notion of addressing him as father, though one could only speculate how his expression would transform upon discovering the truth. Suddenly, Wujita's demeanor shifted as he sensed an overwhelming aura, one of an astonishing magnitude. Who could this individual be, possessing such formidable energy? This presence did not belong to the realm of ultra-universes, thus it should not have been excessively powerful. Neither was it a yet-to-appear GT warrior, nor from the 21st universe. Who could it possibly be? Expanding his perception, Wujita finally identified the source within a corridor that was a being from the 22nd universe. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Wujita felt a sense of relief. This individual had indeed taken an unconventional path, which explained their remarkable strength, exuding an aura that evoked a sense of threat. If this individual was indeed his opponent, such power was entirely expected. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him, stirring the warrior's blood that yearned for a challenge against a formidable adversary. He had long desired to gauge this individual's true strength. Meanwhile, within a nearby corridor, the 16th universe unveiled a massive block of ice. Upon closer inspection, Wujita recognized another familiar face, Broly. Where had they procured him from? After traversing into this realm, Wujita realized that the warriors of the Ultra Universe had experienced all the events, including those depicted in the theatrical releases. This encompassed the saga of the old theatrical Broly, which was part of their collective experiences, though certain narratives remained unencountered. For instance, the extermination of the Saiyans was an event that the ultra-dimensional beings had not lived through. Initially, Wujita had presumed that the original theatrical productions by Toei were akin to parallel universes, and not all events would have been experienced by the ultra-dimensional beings. Only characters authorized by the creator, such as those from gods and God in the Tournament of Power, could be deemed as belonging to the primary timeline. The Broly encased in ice was indeed the one from the older theatrical releases, not the one who had easily bested Super Saiyan Blue. Super Goku's expression turned tense. Broly was a wild card, unrestrained in his destructive capabilities, harboring too many unpredictable factors. It was outrageous to think they had brought him here. It was exceedingly perilous. Super Goku, however, relished the prospect of battling Broly once more, eagerly anticipating a rematch. Yet, the presence of numerous innocents in the vicinity was troubling, as the spectators above were largely defenseless. Super Gohan removed his glasses, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife and mother, acutely aware of the lurking danger. Super Biddy Lee, cradling her newborn Xiao Fong, anxiously inquired, "Gohan, are they formidable opponents?" Wujita interjected. "Fear not that in truth, the vast majority here are considerably weaker than us. Even Goten and his companion could handle them without difficulty." Only a select few pose a challenge, but they're not insurmountable foes. The roster of the Ultra Universe was undeniably impressive, with the likes of Super Blue Goku and Super Blue Vegeta serving as the two main pillars. Additionally, there was Super Gohan, who had transcended his limits. Along with the fusion of the Little Ones and Piccolo, forming a lineup that could overpower most other universes. With all competitors gathered, the martial arts tournament was on the verge of commencement. In this competition, surrender was permissible, and failure to appear within 30 seconds counted as a loss. Furthermore, failing to engage in combat within 10 seconds also warranted defeat, as did falling outside the arena. Beyond this, no additional regulations applied. If the arena was deemed too small, combatants could venture into the universe to fight, with no time restrictions imposed as long as both fighters remained outside the arena. The participants were randomly selected, and the first match featured Wujita from the 18th universe against Naba from the 13th universe. The quartet from the 13th universe, consisting of Vegeta, Kakarot, Raditz, and Naba, could not suppress their derisive laughter. "Ha ha, to face me is indeed your misfortune. I shall merely break 3 of your ribs." To be candid, Wujita and Naba held no personal animosity, as they were from entirely different universes. Naba, by nature malevolent. Delighted in tormenting his opponents, Wujita nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You truly are ruthless." Gohan regarded Naba with pity, remarking, "This Naba has significantly improved since our last encounter." Indeed, the Naba from the 13th universe had greatly enhanced his power compared to the initial confrontation on Blue Star. Goku too observed Naba's weathered visage and remarked, "Yes, he has aged considerably." With the eyes of the spectators upon him, Wujita ascended to the center of the arena. After loosening his muscles, he stood poised, gazing at Naba with a hint of amusement. Naba roared, his energy rapidly surging, and disdainfully declared, "You, too, are a Saiyan, right? Haven't you heard your comrade? You should promptly concede." Wujita raised his right hand, curling his fingers as he beckoned. "Come at me. Are you not brave enough?" Enraged, Naba unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Wujita's chest. Yet, Wujita remained unfazed, merely observing him as Naba unleashed an onslaught of light waves, transforming the arena into a storm of debris and dust, obscuring Wujita from view. The spectators gasped in disbelief, internally conceding victory to Naba. It's over. That contestant must be dead, even if he survives. He is surely gravely injured. Ironically, Naba, too, believed the same. "Humph, serves you right for being arrogant." As a gentle breeze swept through, Wujita's figure reemerged before the crowd, and the anticipated bloody scene failed to materialize. Instead, Wujita tilted his head towards the sky. Turning slightly to the side, he remarked, "Not bad. I felt just a slight tickle. This sensation is quite delightful. Do strike my shoulder for me. I've been experiencing some soreness lately." It was a customary Saiyan practice to endure a few strikes, regardless of the opponent's strength, for to do otherwise would not be in line with Saiyan tradition. Piccolo, from the Ultra Dimension, was left speechless by Wujita's antics. Despite being familiar with his character, he found it difficult to accept. Here we go again. He always behaves this way. However, despite his flamboyance, Wujita had never lost a match on account of it. Naba, transitioning from surprise to fury, confronted Wujita's energy wave, astonished that he sustained no injuries. Was this individual a monster? Slowly, Wujita extended a finger, stating, "For you, merely one finger will suffice." In an instant, Wujita vanished, appearing right before Naba, whose expression froze in shock. Unable to perceive Wujita's movements, Naba's face shifted from crimson to black, ultimately paling, as he coughed up a copious amount of blood. In a heartbeat, Naba was propelled backward, ejected from the arena, splattering blood onto Kakarot from their universe. The arena fell silent. The uproar abruptly ceased as everyone remained in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired? How had the once arrogant Naba lost in the blink of an eye? Only the warriors from the Ultra Universe remained unfazed by the spectacle that Naba's combat prowess was negligible. Even if he were to be dozens of times stronger, he would still succumb to a single blow. Super Trunks mimicked Wujita's movement, striking a pose alongside Goten. "Apologies, but this is my smallest finger. I have none smaller. Goten burst into laughter at the sight. The referee was the first to regain composure. Naba, having fallen from the arena and suffered multiple broken ribs, had fainted, leading to the announcement of Wujita's victory. As Wujita exited the arena, Super Goku shot him an odd glance. How peculiar! Wujita initially did not grasp Goku's sentiment, tilting his head to glance at Naba before the realization dawned upon him. Goodness, you from that timeline are indeed a freak. Goku, as Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Bidalai took a step back, creating a bit of distance between themselves and him, the formidable Kakarot of the 13th universe nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face and swallowed it without a second thought. Smacking his lips, rather than offering assistance to his fallen comrade, he disdainfully kicked him aside. The already gravely wounded Naba was sent flying once more by Kakarot's kick, barely clinging to life, with the specter of death looming ever closer. Worthless to succumb so easily. There is no utility in a life like that. Kakarot grinned wickedly, casting a repugnant gaze upon Gogeta. It was the first time Gogeta felt such aversion towards that face. A sensation akin to nausea. Vegeta, should you encounter that Kakarot, make sure to beat him to a pulp. Super Vegeta crossed his arms, too disinterested to even cast a glance. Oh, you need to tell me? A mere imposter like him will surely be my first target. Super Goku wore an expression of bewilderment, feeling inexplicably singled out, though he understood they referred to that Kakarot and not himself. Super Vegeta's words and glances toward him were unmistakable. The next match was set to feature JIS from the 8th Universe's Ginyu Force against Frieza of the same universe. JIS was taken aback. Perplexed by the situation, could fighters from the same universe really battle one another? The referee clarified that all pairings were random, with no rules prohibiting combat among teammates, upon learning that his opponent was JIS. Frieza turned slightly, a chilling smile creeping onto his face. JIS, lacking the courage to confront Frieza, had no choice but to forfeit, realizing his participation in the tournament had turned into a mere formality. The subsequent match would see Son Goku from the 18th universe face off against the primitive Saiyan Asaba from the 10th universe. The others rallied around Super Goku, cheering him on, while Super Vegeta stood aloof, finding the match utterly mundane, only wishing for a stronger opponent. Such an adversary would hardly serve as a warm-up for Kakarot. Indeed, do not rush. This tournament is a gathering of the mightiest, arguably grander than the Tournament of Power, perhaps even surpassing it. Soon enough, formidable contenders would take the stage, ensuring that boredom was not an option. Gogeta noticed Vegeta's lack of interest and offered a hint. Super Vegeta retained his displeased expression, too apathetic to engage in debate. It better not disappoint me. Super Vegeta had already sensed several potent presences within the arena, and he was well aware. However, he did not believe they could contend with him, at least not enough to force him to unleash his full power. Gogeta understood his thoughts and refrained from elaborating. Super Vegeta held the pride of a warrior, especially since facing most opponents required nothing more than Super Saiyan Level 1 to handle. The Super Saiyan God form and the devastating Super Saiyan Blue were capable of annihilating foes with ease. Put simply, before Super Saiyan Blue, all beings are equal. After all, he was a Super Saiyan transformed from the Super Saiyan God. His power could be described as explosively formidable. Apart from his encounter with Jiren, he had never been bested by anyone else. In his fully powered Super Saiyan Blue state, he would not flinch before anyone. In the original manga, Super Saiyan Blue was already absurdly powerful. The reason for the seemingly even battles was simply Goku's habitual restraint, his inclination to hold back resulting in such outcomes. Moreover, their control over their ki was exceptionally precise. Never exerting excess energy, Super Goku ascended to the arena. Before he could even greet his opponent, he was met with mockery. The opponent's tail swayed behind him, his eyes indifferent, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. A Saiyan without a tail is a disgrace to our kind. It is truly embarrassing. The tail has always been a symbol of the Saiyan race, a fact that has persisted throughout history. Upon noticing Super Goku's lack of a tail, his opponent showed no desire to engage in conversation. Super Goku abandoned the notion of dialogue, his mind racing. It would be best not to take this too seriously. Yet, regardless, he was still a Saiyan, and it warranted a modicum of seriousness on his part to avoid ending his life in a single blow. Super Goku mimicked Gogeta's earlier gesture, extending his right hand, relying solely on the force of his punch to send the opponent crashing down. Despite Asaba's desperate resistance, it proved utterly ineffective, resulting in his swift defeat. Faced with such an opponent, even the battle-hungry Super Goku had no inclination to spar. The opponent's battle power barely exceeded 10,000 points, a standard mid-level warrior, which simply did not spark any battle enthusiasm within him. The combined strength of Gogeta and Super Goku astonished many onlookers. Just the first 3 matches featured such monsters. One could only wonder how formidable the remaining contestants would be. The Namekians who had come alongside the primitive Saiyans from the 10th universe opted to forfeit. They had merely come to witness the spectacle, never expecting to win, so they chose not to embarrass themselves by stepping into the ring. Only the 13th universe's Vegeta quartet remained. Well, now a trio. As Naba had been nearly incapacitated by Kakaroto's kick and had been taken away for treatment, the 13th Vegeta greeted Super Goku with a smile. Your attire is quite peculiar, yet you are arguably the closest group we have encountered. Aside from an Namekian among you that I presume when you fought Frieza on Namek, there were differences in your experiences that it is unfortunate that we are all Super Saiyans. The victor of this tournament shall undoubtedly be us. Chapter 6. Future Trunks. Upon returning to his team's circle, Super Goku was taken aback by the revelation that they too could transform into Super Saiyans. It dawned on him that Naba had been exceptionally unfortunate, missing the opportunity to transform before being knocked off the stage by Gogeta. Gogeta was not surprised. He had long suspected this situation, and moreover, the words of the 13th Vegeta were not entirely truthful. Naba was simply too weak. With his meager battle power, transforming into a Super Saiyan would yield little benefit. He was comparable to the likes of Super Goku or Vegeta, easily dispatched in their base forms. Winning against the Super Goku of his first transformation would have been a monumental challenge. The Kakarote from the 10th universe seized the conversation, his eyes glimmering with a sinister pride over his past deeds. After being sent to Blue Star, I spent some time growing up and then exterminated all of its inhabitants. 20 years later, my comrades finally retrieved me, and we went to Namek in search of Dragon Balls similar to those on Blue Star. Super Goku's expression shifted between various emotions. Hearing such words stirred a tumult of feelings within him. You killed everyone? Gogeta detected something amiss in the tone and guessed the trajectory of their universe's narrative. It seemed that Kakarote was still unaware of the Dragon Ball's mechanics and had killed the deity, resulting in their absence and necessitating a journey to Namek. The 13th universe's Vegeta replied ominously. Indeed, later during our battle with Frieza, we uncovered the secret of the Super Saiyans, along with another hidden truth. Super Vegeta coldly interjected, "Humph, in my universe, I personally ended Naba's life." Super Vegeta had never held any affection for Naba. After all, they had both engaged in plunder and violence, neither being virtuous. Naba had long harbored thoughts of betrayal, but had remained subservient due to his inferior battle power. Super Vegeta had seen through Naba's intentions long ago. Gogeta sighed, feeling pity for the primitive Saiyans, who were undoubtedly among the weakest present. Their battle powers hovered around a few thousand points, lacking any remarkable figure or mastery of key manipulation. The 13th universe's Vegeta, arms crossed, mirrored the postures of the other Vegetas present, their shared pride evident in identical stances. It will be interesting when we face Frieza. I eagerly anticipate slaying him once more. Hearing his confident declaration, Super Gohan could not help but tease. However, in our universe, Frieza once killed Uncle Vegeta, and Krillin also fell at his hands. Even Piccolo was nearly slain. Super Vegeta's expression darkened, his gaze turning menacingly towards Super Gohan. "Gohan, what are you saying?" Super Gohan hastily shifted the topic, discussing other matters. Time had passed, and now Uncle Piccolo could easily defeat Frieza. Chao Bick remained silent, while the Dragon Ball Super Universe could transform into Golden Frieza. Indeed, he was unable to contend with this Frieza, yet it felt as though he lacked considerable strength, hardly qualifying as a worthy adversary. Kakarote from Universe 13, upon hearing the names Piccolo and Krillin mentioned, inexplicably broke into a cold sweat and provocatively remarked, "Piccolo and Krillin, you say? I remember them well. I ended their lives back on Blue Star. Surprising, isn't it? The memories of his time on Blue Star left a profound impression on Kakarot, as it was the first planet he had utterly decimated. Super Goten touched his nose, then dashed forward, pointing at Kakarot. "There's something else that will astonish you." Kakarot was perplexed by the sudden appearance of this little brat, but recognized that Super Goten was also a Saiyan. With a mischievous grin, Super Goten said in a childlike tone, "In our universe, you are my father." Kakarot staggered back in shock. He had never anticipated having a son in another universe. Vegeta observed Kakarot's fearful reaction with amusement and tossed out another bombshell. "Now that's surprising. Your prideful Super Saiyan status isn't merely about having hair." Kakarot from Universe 13 felt an inexplicable disdain toward Vegeta and an even greater aversion to the time-displaced version of himself. Finding little to commend in their initial encounter. Enough with the jokes. A Super Saiyan appears only once every millennium. Kakarot's words were interrupted as Super Goten echoed Vegeta's sentiments, enveloped by a golden aura. His hair standing on end, emanating an astonishing energy. This left Kakarot at a loss for words. How could such a small child transform into a Super Saiyan? When did the once-rare warriors become as common as cabbages? Vegeta from Universe 13 held a differing opinion, recognizing Kakarot's face as identical to that of the Kakarot from Universe 18, confirming that this was indeed Kakarot's son. "Wait a moment. Do I have a son in your universe? If Kakarot's child can become a Super Saiyan, then surely mine can as well." Super Vegeta's gaze was resolute and proud. Even against an alternate version of himself, he offered no kindness, asserting, of course, "Is it conceivable that the offspring of a Saiyan prince could be inferior to that of a lower-class warrior?" Upon hearing Super Vegeta's response, Kakarot from Universe 13 felt relieved, glad his child could also transform. Otherwise, he would have been driven to despair, if he could not measure up to Kakarot's extraordinary offspring. He would die with regret. Meanwhile, as the group conversed, the control center at the heart of the venue, the organizer of the martial arts tournament from Universe 1, found themselves in a bit of a quandary. They too had competitors participating in the event, and to preempt any unforeseen incidents, they had dispatched numerous staff members to maintain order. The Namekians from Universe 10 numbered fewer than 20, and their mass withdrawals posed a significant complication for the tournament. The Namekians from Universe 1 signaled that there was no need for haste. Such occurrences were to be expected, as it was only prudent for the weaker participants to forfeit, once a true contest of strength commenced. Many more would likely withdraw from the competition in the next match. Android 18 from Universe 18 faced off against IKL from Universe 15. Super Android 18 flicked her hair and leapt gracefully to the stands. Initially, Krillin had attended the tournament merely to accompany his daughter for a day of enjoyment. However, Super Android 18 felt it would be a shame not to partake in a match, perhaps even securing victory and using the Dragon Balls to wish for a luxurious sports car. As she took her stance, one hand resting on her hip, her alluring figure captivated the audience. Yet, IKL delayed her entrance, with a large-bellied woman pleading with the referee for a bit more time, claiming, "IKL hasn't been born yet. Could you grant me a few more hours?" Their race was quite unique. Once a child was born, they could immediately engage in battle, and typically, that moment marked the peak of their combat prowess. The referee regretfully informed her that rules were rules and could not be altered. Since IKL could not take the stage, it would be deemed a forfeit. Super Android 18 triumphed without a fight, a subtle smile gracing her striking face as she returned to her section of the stands. Super Krillin commended his wife's good fortune. Winning without battling was indeed the best outcome. "Excellent, 18, Vegeta also gave a thumbs up. Impressed by her luck, Android 18's fortune was unparalleled. Krillin had indeed found a remarkable partner, the strongest in the universe and the most beautiful on Blue Star, a veritable winner in life. In the next bout, Universe 20's Vegeta faced off against Bardo from the Ginyu Force of Universe 8. While Vegeta remained composed, Super Goku and Super Vegeta adopted a more cautious demeanor, unlike other universes. The individuals from Universe 20, including GT Goku and GT Vegeta, radiated an impressive aura. Upon stepping onto the stage, Bardo, brimming with confidence, boasted to his opponent, "Vegeta, you should know that my speed is the fastest in the universe. I've had my fair share of fun at your expense. You fallen Saiyan Prince," GT Vegeta smirked, vanishing in an instant to appear behind Barta, his right hand transforming into a claw as he struck with blinding speed, leaving Bartu's smug expression vanishing. Eyes widened in shock as a bloodied hand emerged from his chest. GT Vegeta swiftly retracted his hand, and Bartu, having been struck at his vital point, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. GT Vegeta had no fondness for members of the Ginyu Force. He attacked without restraint, his brutal tactics leaving a strong impression on the audience, showcasing his undeniable charisma. After returning to his own universe's territory, GT Vegeta faced a scolding. Dressed in a loose jacket, GT Bulma, with her stunning figure and flowing green hair, floated slightly with each movement. "Dad, how could you mess up again? Didn't I tell you not to get so dirty?" Honestly, you never listen. The once mighty GT Vegeta now appeared like a doting father, holding his head high with a defiant expression, yet showing no signs of contesting his daughter's reprimands. Super Goku looked on in astonishment. Nudging Super Vegeta's shoulder in a teasing manner, "Vegeta, your daughter has been born too. Does she have the same name? Could it be that you might also become like that?" Super Gohan scratched the back of his head. This seemed nearly overturning his worldview. It was hard to believe that Vegeta would be chastised and not retaliate. Is this really the proud Uncle Vegeta? Super Vegeta huffed in protest, expressing his discontent. Goku believed Super Gohan's remark was inaccurate and corrected him. "What do you mean, might become? Vegeta will undoubtedly be completely at the mercy of his daughter." Super Gohan soon spotted a familiar face and dragged Goku to another universe's stance. A handsome young man with sky-blue hair and a long sword stood straight as an arrow, exuding an aura akin to a drawn blade. It was future Trunks. Super Gohan extended his right hand in greeting, tentatively asking, "You're the Trunks I know, right? With so many parallel universes, it's possible you're not the one I'm familiar with." Trunks recognized him, and upon encountering an old friend in a different realm, a smile broke through his typically stern demeanor. "Gohan, it's me. Thank you so much for your help back then." Gohan waved dismissively. "It was nothing, just a small favor. Due to the arrival of Gogeta, perhaps as a consequence of the butterfly effect, or perhaps for other reasons. During the era of Black Goku, Trunks had already fled to the hyperbolic time chamber, bringing future Bulma along with him, thus evading the fate of being slain as depicted in the original story. Upon learning of his wife's demise, Super Goku, alongside Super Vegeta, was consumed by rage upon witnessing the battered future Bulma. The two were resolute in their intent to duel Black Goku and his companions, not only to determine superiority, but also to contend for their very lives. They urged Gogeta to refrain from intervening, asserting that this was a matter for their family to resolve, in a fit of wrath. The duo held nothing back, overwhelming Black Goku and Zamasu to the brink of psychological collapse. Super Vegeta seamlessly alternated between his red and blue forms, leaving Black Goku questioning his very existence. While Zamasu fared no better, Super Goku, without resorting to Super Blue, managed to vanquish him multiple times solely in his Super Red form. As hope for victory dwindled, Black Goku and Zamasu fused using their earrings, their power surging to rival that of fully powered Super Blue. Though initially unable to overcome the combined might of the two, they leveraged their semi-immortal state to deplete Super Goku and his allies, who found themselves too exhausted to transform into Super Blue. Gogeta, recognizing the moment to intervene, produced a sealing vial he had prepared in advance, employing the Mafuba technique to seal Zamasu, and subsequently entrusted him to the care of Beerus from the hyperbolic time chamber. While the immortality granted by the Eternal Dragon was formidable, its efficacy diminished when the two merged. Could one truly call it immortality when only half remained? Thus, a portion of humanity survived in Trunks' future world, and Trunks held a deep gratitude towards Gogeta. Chapter 7. Vegito. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the three, Trunks suddenly recalled something and eagerly approached them. "Gohan, Gogeta, I have someone I wish to introduce to you. You will surely be intrigued by him." Gohan appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure of the expression on Trunks' face. Gogeta gestured for him to look behind. Emerging from the shadowy recesses of the contestant passage was a tall, robust man clad in a specially designed green armor, his demeanor serious and unsmiling. Gohan could hardly believe his eyes upon encountering him there, exclaiming, "Android 16, how did you find him?" "Trunks," Gohan had long lamented the loss of the kind-hearted 16, who was slain by Cell right before his eyes. In his fury, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, ultimately defeating the complete form of Cell. Trunks and 16 clearly shared a strong rapport, their interactions familiar and relaxed. Not long after we defeated Zamasu, I discovered him in Dr. Gero's abandoned laboratory. My mother repaired him, and 16 played a significant role in rebuilding the human world. Gogeta waved to 16 in greeting. Hello. I recall you were not particularly fond of combat. What brings you to participate in the martial arts tournament? Android 16 was the sole android imbued with genuine goodwill. During his creation, no malevolent emotions were instilled within him. He spoke slowly and earnestly, explaining his reasons for competing. Well, I initially did not wish to come, but there are several Gokus here, and I wish to battle one of them, ultimately to kill him. While 16 was not inherently evil, his mind had been programmed with a singular mission: to eliminate Goku, regardless of a universe. Hearing someone so solemnly declare their intent to kill his father left Super Gohan feeling somewhat awkward. All right then, good luck. I shall take my leave. Super Gohan took flight, leaving Trunks to lean closer to Gogeta, whispering, regardless, 16 cannot defeat Uncle Goku AS for other timelines. Those cockroaches are merely his body, not the true Goku. It matters not if they are slain. Trunks articulated his perspective on parallel universes with great clarity. Just like that Saiyan cockroach who slaughtered the inhabitants of Planet Blue. Does he truly equate to Uncle Goku merely because he shares his form? Gogeta concurred with his viewpoint, and as they engaged in further casual conversation while surveying their surroundings, a subtle change crossed Gogeta's expression. Bidding farewell to Trunks, he flew over to Super Gohan, requesting that he accompany him. Super Gohan was engrossed in affectionate conversation with his beloved Videl. Bewildered by Gogeta's sudden appearance, Videl's gaze was peculiar, as if she did not recognize Gogeta that moment. Someone behind them cleared their throats softly. Turning around, they found yet another Gohan, both dressed identically in tailored suits. Super Gohan, finally realizing the mix-up, sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I sincerely apologize. I accidentally wandered into the wrong universe. That I in his haste. Super Gohan had inadvertently arrived at the spectator area of Universe 19. Coincidentally, the ensemble of Universe 18's participants bore a striking resemblance to those of Universe 19, leading him to unwittingly embrace Universe 19's Gohan's wife. The forehead of Universe 19's Gohan glistened with cold sweat as he mumbled, I think it should be, perhaps, maybe alright. He could tell that Super Gohan had not acted with malice, and besides, being embraced by another universe's counterpart was a curious situation he found hard to define. Videl from Universe 19 blushed furiously, sitting demurely on her seat. The two Gohans were so alike that even she failed to notice the discrepancy. The only difference was that Super Gohan was slightly younger. Yet Saiyans do not visibly age, making it difficult for her to discern in the short term. The personnel configuration of Universe 18 and Universe 19 mirrored one another like reflections in a mirror. Though Universe 19's inhabitants were a tad older, Gogeta's gaze remained fixed on the contestant passage of Universe 19. Super Goku posed an existential question. So, did I and Vegeta perish in your universe? The absence of Gogeta in Universe 19 was expected, yet there was no sign of himself or Vegeta. Hither, a man emerged from the shadows. Evidently, from the moment of my inception, our universe's history diverged. The man donned an orange short-sleeve shirt and a deep blue turtle school martial arts GI, bearing a striking resemblance to both Goku and Vegeta, with a self-assured smile that radiated confidence in his abilities. Super Goku and Super Vegeta stood agape, recognizing this figure instantly, and spoke in unison. Vegito, Gogeta, and Vegito's eyes locked, sparking a fierce battle intent in the air. Vegito remained perplexed by Super Goku's presence, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. Did you not merge to become me? How then did you defeat Bu? And what of Gogeta? Isn't the fusion technique time-limited? Gogeta clarified his confusion that I appeared later. I arrived in that universe a year after Bu was defeated by Goku's spirit bomb. He continued, I am curious as to how you managed to remain fused. Isn't it the case that non-Kaioshins cannot maintain the Patera fusion indefinitely? This was an aspect Gogeta found puzzling, as it was made abundantly clear in Dragon Ball Super that only Kaioshins could achieve a permanent fusion with the earrings. Others would revert after the time limit expired. Although this concept was established in Dragon Ball Super, it likely applies to other universes as well. Vegito rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat innocent regarding the matter. The old Kaishin explained that my prolonged time within Bu altered the earrings due to unique energy, thus preventing us from separating. The subsequent events mirrored those in Dragon Ball Z. Upon entering Bu's body, Vegito opted not to remove the protective barrier for safety reasons, maintaining his fused form and taking time to rescue Gohan and the others. Witnessing yet another Saiyan, Frieza seethed with rage, loathing Goku's visage above all else. A bunch of despicable, lowly beings. You all deserve to perish. Vegito and Gogeta continued their conversation, tacitly ignoring Frieza. You are quite formidable. I was initially surprised by the monotony of this match, yet appears to be far more engaging than I anticipated. You are impressive as well, achieving this level of mastery single-handedly. Within the being of Vegito lies an unfathomable aura, suggesting that upon fusion, not only has his combat prowess surged dramatically, but his potential and innate talents have also seen a substantial enhancement. This Vegito is indeed formidable, undoubtedly one of the three strongest individuals present. As for the raucous Frieza, he was met with indifference, treated as a mere jester not worthy of attention. Neither Super Goku nor Super Vegeta could contain their intrigue, with two of their fused counterparts in the arena. They were eager to gauge Vegito's true measure. Now, endowed with the divine realm, they pondered how much stronger the once invincible Vegito had become after years of training. Piccolo was rendered speechless, his face paling in disbelief. Previously, he had regarded Gogeta as the ultimate being in the multiverse, excluding divine entities. Now, witnessing the might of Gogeta against the unparalleled Vegito, he wondered what kind of sparks would ignite between the two. The Vegito from Universe 19 faced the expendable heir from Universe 5 that without a moment's hesitation, Vegito appeared at the center of the stage. The leader from Universe 5 cautioned heir with a serious tone, warning him of the unusual readings on his battle power detector, indicating an energy fluctuation exceeding 100 million. R dismissed his superior's words, scoffing at the absurdity of such a claim, a battle power of 100 million. Surely, that would imply annihilation for him, which was utterly impossible as a representative of a technologically advanced universe. Air activated the jet boosters on his back and ascended to the arena, declaring that he feared no supernatural powers, which held no sway against their technology. Vegito merely crossed his arms, observing Air with a scrutinizing gaze, or extended his hands, and the armor on his surface morphed, revealing multiple cannon barrels that launched a barrage of rockets through space. Vegito remained unmoved, bracing himself against the incoming assault. A blinding flash enveloped the arena as the moment the rockets made contact with Vegito. A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing searing flames that engulfed his form. Air, filled with exhilaration, swung his right arm in triumph, convinced he had landed a decisive blow. Seconds passed, and Vegito released a low growl. An invisible aura swept through the air, dissipating the flames. Not only was Vegito unscathed, but even his hair remained impeccably in place, the strands framing his forehead undisturbed. Intrigued, Vegito mused that these were no ordinary rockets and wondered if Air had other tricks up his sleeve. Air's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. His high-temperature flame barrage had never failed him before, and having it absorbed without effect shattered his worldview into fragments. He internally lamented, realizing that Vegito's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. With his own power at a mere 6,000, Vegito must surely exceed 10,000. In a desperate bid, Air unleashed his ultimate technique. The Godblade, a move he reserved for life-and-death situations. A half-meter-long sword materialized from his left arm, gleaming ominously as he swung it toward Vegito from a distance of 10 meters. Yet, as the blade descended, a flicker of astonishment crossed Vegito's eyes. He was momentarily taken aback by the sword's striking power. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, enveloping himself in a protective aura, standing firm against the oncoming wind, or remained composed. Confident in the advanced technology of his armor, which, despite its seemingly lightweight appearance, weighed over 10,000 kilograms. He relied solely on the energy within his armor to move freely, underestimating Vegito's capabilities, mistaking him for the weaklings of previous matches. However, in the next instant, Air realized the gravity of his error. Though he believed his strength surpassed that of the earlier defeated contenders, Vegito's might far exceeded his expectations. Air activated multiple boosters, propelling himself forward in a futile attempt to resist Vegito's forceful onslaught. But it was merely a desperate struggle against fate. He was ultimately sent flying off the stage, and the referee declared Vegito the victor. Just as the referee's words echoed through the arena, the stage was cleaved in two by an unseen sword chi, splitting the grand structure over 100 meters wide. The spectators were left bewildered, questioning how such a phenomenon occurred without visible attack. Vegito had not struck a lethal blow, and Air sustained no serious injuries. As he rose, confusion clouded his expression, and he inquired with a dazed demeanor, "Why could you withstand my Godblade? This is a nanotechnology weapon crafted from the finest metals in the universe. Designed to cut through anything." Vegito shrugged, an air of nonchalance about him. "If you must assign blame, consider yourself unfortunate. Against others, you might have stood a chance, but alas, you encountered me. The so-called high-tech blade, with its formidable cutting ability, would have indeed brought ruin to any ordinary individual. It was simply a matter of misfortune that Air faced one of the strongest beings present in the arena." Vegito, being slightly older than Super Goku, had invested more time in training, establishing a common ground for dialogue with Gogeta, whose presence was similarly significant. Just then, an incongruous voice broke through the tension, belonging to a tall, robust figure with a light pink complexion, who sauntered toward the group with a casual swagger. "What a delight to see so many Gokus and Vegetas." Gogeta cast a glance at him, but quickly diverted his gaze. "Bu, you're here too," he remarked, recognizing the fourth universe's contestant, Super Bu, who had absorbed the forms of Piccolo and Gotenks. Vegeta offered no warm reception. Super Bu, feeling rather confident, "Are we?" Goku was more preoccupied with another concern, realizing the absence of his own presence from Universe 3. "Super Bu, have you absorbed me as well?" Super Bu responded nonchalantly, with a hint of excitement. "Of course. In our universe, anyone with even a modicum of talent has been absorbed into my being." This was hardly surprising. Once Vegeta and Goku were consumed, there would be no one left in the universe capable of challenging Bu, not even those born years later. Bu had no intention of allowing them the opportunity to grow stronger. Absorbing all into himself, Gogeta and Vegito were disinclined to engage with Bu, aware that the boost in power from his absorptions was merely a sum of his own energy combined with that of the absorbed individuals. Bu was no match for them. Super Goku's obsession with battle would not lead him to anger over being outclassed by Bu. Only Super Vegeta smirked, vowing internally to avenge past humiliations by obliterating Super Bu with his Super Saiyan God form. After a 2-minute interlude, the referee from Universe 1 repaired the split stage through fusion techniques, initiating the next match between the Namekian Nello from Universe 10 and the Super Krillin from Universe 18. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Wujita and his companions, the Namekians of the 10th universe collectively chose to forfeit, with only Neru opting to engage in battle. Initially, Chao Kellen had refrained from entering the competition, but upon reflection, he recognized his identity as a martial artist and did not wish to forego such an opportunity for survival. Thus, he ultimately decided to register, as Chao Kellen and Neru ascended the arena. The Namekians, known for their benevolence, coupled with Chao Kellen's nature that shunned unnecessary bloodshed, led to a contest that became the first exchange of reciprocal blows since the tournament commenced, with neither party succumbing to a swift defeat. Chao Kellen was acutely aware that the likes of Shalabuo present in the arena were beyond his capacity to confront. Moreover, with several iterations of Wukong potentially awaiting him, it was plausible that this inaugural match could very well be his last. Through years of rigorous training, Chao Kellen had surpassed Neru in combat strength significantly. He merely suppressed his power to ensure a balanced contest. With Frieza deceased in the 10th universe, Neru had also enjoyed several additional years of training. No longer limited to a mere combat strength of 42,000, that with fists and feet colliding and both warriors executing rapid movements, They demonstrated their physical capabilities to an exquisite degree, each technique executed with unparalleled precision. Observing from the sidelines, Chao Wufan stood with hands on hips, puzzled. Back when we confronted Frieza, this Namekian did not join forces with us. Had he been there against the Jinya force, it would have been much simpler. Chao Vegeta remained non-committal. I too am curious about what he was occupied with while Frieza invaded Namek. Wujita could not suppress a chuckle. You should inquire of Piccolo during Neru's journey to assist Chao Wufan. He encountered Frieza midway, whereupon he was soundly beaten. Subsequently, he fused with Piccolo, and Chao Vegeta and the others were entirely unaware of Neru's existence as a combat-capable Namekian. With an innocent expression, Chao Piccolo found himself inadvertently implicated by Wujita's words. As Chao Piccolo elucidated the events, Chao Wufan and the others gradually comprehended the sequence of occurrences, astonished by the revelations. After a few minutes of combat, Chao Kellen ceased to conceal his strength, advancing with a swift Kamehameha that concluded the match. The next bout featured the 12th Universe's Tenankus against the 8th Universe's Frost Demon, Gula. Upon hearing the matchups, Wujita could not help but reflect. Fate is indeed curious. Is it orchestrating a trio of slayers for the Great T? King Cold and Frieza had both fallen to the future's Great T, leaving Gula as the sole adversary yet to face him. Wujita's musings were not silent, and both Frieza and King Cold pondered the veracity of his statements. As soon as the Great T took the stage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring into the heavens. Gula, poised to boast, was met with a swift strike from the Great T's sword, which he recognized as too sharp to confront directly, forcing him to evade a feint. The Great T's fist struck Gula's chest. Followed by a swift kick, Gula staggered back, retaliating with a punch that barely grazed the Great T's cheek. Breathless and in agony, Gula found himself half-kneeling, signaling for a pause, his complexion pale as he protested. "You little brat, stealing the spotlight. You only rely on that sword. Otherwise, I would not fear you if that sword is so formidable. Put it down." Wujita regarded Gula's behavior with disdain. Such is the progeny of such a father. The Great T, unperturbed, sheathed his sword into the ground, its blade sinking several inches into the earth. "That I merely seek amusement. I need not rely on it to deal with you." Gula, realizing his taunts had struck a chord, rose resolutely from the ground. "Since you are obedient, I shall no longer conceal my true abilities." With a thunderous roar, Gula unleashed a violet aura, transforming into his ultimate form. The Great T, adjusting his bangs, regarded Gula's surge of power with indifference. Is that all? Following the incident with Black Wukong, the Great T's combat prowess had surged significantly, rendering him effortlessly capable of handling Gula when one possesses sufficient strength. Confidence naturally follows. Gula, emboldened, launched a flurry of energy blasts, employing the classic princess strategy, while the Great T responded with rapid-fire shots from a single hand. Gula, undeterred, ascended to a height to unleash a continuous wave of light. But the Great T remained unfazed, his single-handed defense proving entirely effective. The ricocheting energy blast struck the audience's protective barrier, dissipating harmlessly. Utilizing the light waves to obscure the Great T's vision, Gula descended rapidly, seizing the sword from the ground, and aimed a strike from behind. The Great T remained unfazed, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, extending 2 fingers to catch the blade barehanded. Such a fine family tradition, reminiscent of the style I once employed to vanquish King Cold. Despite Gula's utmost effort, the sword did not budge, starkly illustrating the disparity in their strengths. Uninterested in prolonging the skirmish, the Great T delivered a powerful blow to Gula's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground and through the arena floor, plummeting 100 meters below. Gula's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Several ribs fractured, collapsing in a daze. The subsequent match featured the 18th Universe's Vegeta against the 10th Universe's King Vegeta. Chao Vegeta, still deep in thought, did not immediately ascend to the stage until Chao Wufan nudged him, signaling his turn. "Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you not wish to battle yourself?" Chao Vegeta, without turning, leaped onto the arena. "I have no interest in such trivial matters. My thoughts dwell on how to contend with Kakarot and Wujita Vegeta. The two Vegetas locked eyes on the stage, with the primitive Saiyan King Vegeta scrutinizing his counterpart's attire. "Es the ruler of all. Your garb is quite peculiar." Chow Vegeta dismissed him curtly. At home. I answered to no one at Wujita, relishing the spectacle, interjected with a jest that it seems that, thus far, Bulma reigns supreme at home. Who knows what the future holds? Chow Bulma is undoubtedly the most formidable force on Blue Star. With son Wukong too intimidated to oppose her, having once bested Beerus AS for himself, he frequently dines at Bulma's, spending more time there than Chow Vegeta, who has been training with Whis and absent from home. It is not a matter of wealth. Rather, the culinary delights of the richest family on Blue Star are simply too tempting. He occasionally visits Chi-Chi's home for meals, of course always bringing gifts. As Chow Kellen, a member of the Henpecked, began to grasp Wujita's implications, he realized that Vegeta's daughter had likely become an additional ruler, that Kellen's situation differed from that of Vegeta and Wukong. Kellen genuinely could not best a team. Chow Wukong, uncharacteristically, engaged in conversation about topics beyond combat. I recall Vegeta mentioning that Saiyans have an innate attraction to strong women, hence our wives. Chow Wufan glanced at the delicate Videl, pondering whether she was an exception or if it was due to his mixed heritage. Wujita, it seemed, had never had a girlfriend. Chapter 9. The unhinged Kakarot. After a brief exchange, Chow Vegeta swiftly dispatched King Vegeta, eliminating the standard Vegeta with a single strike. Undeterred, King Vegeta transformed into a great ape, only to be defeated in one blow once more by Vegeta. The 10th Universe's King Vegeta, though sharing the name, had never encountered Wukong, lacking the mutual pursuit and surpassing bond, nor the formidable enemy Frieza. Unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone contend with Vegeta, the 10th Universe's primitive Saiyan, despite being the strongest, suffered a humiliating defeat, prompting the dejected Saiyans to vacate the arena collectively, with the Saiyans forfeiting and Nara defeated. The Namekians prepared to withdraw, resulting in the departure of all competitors from the 10th Universe. Chow Wufan did not anticipate such a mass exodus after so few matches. Suddenly, we are down so many fighters. Wujita nodded, understanding their exit. It is only natural, knowing they cannot win. Remaining serves no purpose. Ultimately, this tournament culminates in our battles against the 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd universes. Chow Wufan was taken aback by Wujita's emphasis on these particular universes. While he could sense their extraordinary nature, he still did not perceive them as a significant threat to their side. However, the ultra-blue forms of his father and Uncle Vegeta were qualitatively distinct from previous Super Saiyan transformations. Could they truly match such power? The expression on Vegeta's face shifted, and he began to explain. Indeed, among them exists a formidable contender, whose combat prowess is likely superior to theirs. Who could it be? At this moment, you remain oblivious. Vegeta chose not to elaborate further. Even if he did, it would alter nothing. The next match is set between the Saiyan Kakarot from Universe 13 and Katie from Universe 6. The participants from Universe 6 are surrounded by a cluster of stunningly beautiful maidens, while on the opposite side stands the quartet known as Bojack. Zanjia from Universe 6 scornfully glared at the chosen maiden, her face contorted with anger as she sought her leader's approval. These foolish women are insufferable. Once we return, I shall annihilate them all. Bojack. In Universe 6, Bojack reigns as the mightiest, having invaded numerous universes, only to discover that several maidens had also been selected for this tournament. Bojack neither agreed nor disagreed. The maiden named Katie extended her long, fair legs and crouched down to execute a leap into the arena. As she spun gracefully in the air, she landed awkwardly, resulting in an embarrassing fall. Kakarot from Universe 13, who had not suffered any injury, paid little mind to her predicament, instead contemplating his upcoming battle. This match features a minor player. The next one should also be of little consequence, that he hoped to encounter his counterparts from other universes, including Vegeta, and wished they were formidable as well. Snapping back to reality, Kakarot gazed at Katie, who was clutching her rear in embarrassment, her fair complexion flushed from the mishap. With her cascading, jet-black hair resembling a waterfall, she was undoubtedly a beauty. causing Kakarote's face to redden slightly. He thought to himself, perhaps he should emulate the actions of Vegeta and go get in a typical display. Kakarote unleashed a gust of wind from his punch, but Katie proved to be far stronger than he had anticipated. Deftly evading his strike, she dashed forward and delivered a flying kick to his face, following up with a flurry of relentless blows. Seeing Kakarote from Universe 13 being assaulted, Super Vegeta was elated. Experiencing excitement for the first time. Kakarote, it seems your imposter lacks any real strength. Super Goku refrained from disputing this claim. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed with a slight smile that it appears that fellow is attempting to imitate me, seeking to vanquish his foes with sheer force. Regrettably, Kakarote has underestimated both Vegeta and me, while overestimating his own abilities. Even in a moment of carelessness, Kakarote allowed Katie to seize the initiative, yet the disparity in their strengths proved insurmountable, and her attacks yielded minimal effect. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, Kakarote remarked, "Not bad at all," before landing a punch on Katie's face, nearly marring the visage of the delicate beauty, thereby illuminating the stark contrast between their capabilities. Katie was compelled to resort to alternative tactics, twisting her slender waist as her loose jacket slipped away, revealing her alluring figure. Her captivating almond-shaped eyes boldly engaged Kakarote, casting flirtatious glances his way. Super Gohan, witnessing this scene, firmly concluded Katie's inevitable defeat. Impossible. Father has no interest in women. Seductive tactics will not work on him. Though many were entranced by Katie's charm, Gohan was certain his father would remain unaffected. Even if it involved other universe counterparts, Vegeta patted his shoulder, imparting a crucial truth. Did I not warn you? One should not speak too confidently. Take another look at the arena. Indeed, Kakarote remained unchanged, his nature proving difficult to alter. At that moment, Katie approached with a sultry gait, swaying her body as she took Kakarote's hand. Observing Kakarote's infatuation, he grasped her delicate hand in return, gazing earnestly into her eyes that I love you. Bear my children. Let us go to the stands of Universe 13 and return together after the match. Vegeta below exclaimed, what a remarkable turn of events. Love has spared him the expenses of gifts and dowries. It seems Saiyans do not require dowries, proceeding directly to the final step. How wonderfully straightforward. This audacious maneuver could very well revive the hopes of the Saiyans, who faced extinction, all hinging on the whims of the fickle Kakarote. Katie promptly agreed, intending to use her allure to force his surrender. Very well, but you must concede first, and then I shall accompany you. Kakarote's tender expression swiftly morphed into impatience as he struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Enough of your nonsense, foolish woman. You will obey my commands. Katie was left in shock, bewildered by his sudden cruelty. One moment, he was professing love, and the next, he was assaulting her. Are you some kind of monster? Kakarote believed that having declared his affection, she must now submit to his will. He unleashed a series of punches, causing Katie to cry out in distress. Had he not held back, she would have surely perished. Terrified, Katie hastily surrendered. The referee then announced Kakarote's victory, yet he remained relentless, pressuring Katie to return with him to Universe 1-3. As Kakarote's fist descended, a figure materialized beside him, halting his advance. Having been provoked to the brink of madness, Kakarote regained his composure upon seeing the newcomer. Vegeta, the authoritative voice of Vegeta from Universe 13 commanded, desist. If a competitor concedes, attacking them will result in disqualification. Kakarote, clearly wary of Vegeta, suppressed his frustration and ultimately exited the arena. Vegeta regarded Katie, who had endured much, and coldly remarked, next time, think carefully about the consequences of enticing a madman. Both Super Universe and GT Universe were taken aback by this scene, unsure of how to respond. The gap between individuals can sometimes be wider than that between man and beast, even when they're the same person. But if Super Goku were to indulge in such desires, he would surely have birthed 7 or 8 Super Saiyan offspring by now. Vegeta contemplated the matchups, noting that the random selection could result in a participant facing off multiple times in succession. The likelihood of him and Gogeta battling was high, and few in the arena possessed the strength to pose a threat to Gogeta. The subsequent match pits the android cell from Universe 17 against the Demon King Dubra from Universe 11. Before the contest commenced, Super Gohan confidently declared Cell the victor. Cell will win. The self-destructing lightning cell possesses combat strength comparable to mine. In Super Gohan's view, Lightning Cell and Dabra were evenly matched. Yet Cell's innate talent clearly surpassed that of Dabra. Super Goten poked his brother's thigh, voicing his dissent. But brother, wasn't Dabra able to suppress you when you were a child? In the mind of a child, Saiyans grow stronger with age. He, along with Trunks and Uncle Vegeta, exemplified this truth that a foe capable of momentarily overpowering his adult brother must surely be stronger than one who could only suppress him as a child. Vegeta let out a frustrated huff, believing that the remarkably gifted Gohan had made a foolish decision by neglecting his martial arts training. Vegeta gently ruffled Super Goten's hair, conceding, generally speaking, that is true. However, Gohan's combat strength has not only failed to increase in childhood, but has indeed diminished slightly, compounded by Cell's exceptional talent. Vegeta spared Gohan some dignity, for to speak bluntly would be too harsh. One cannot simply reveal to Goten that his brother was once dubbed God Gohan in his youth, only to be later disparaged as Goku Jr. Truly, education alters one's fate. The transcendent being, Chao Wu, appeared to possess a hazy understanding of the situation, blinking his large eyes and nodding repeatedly. Vegeta, like Gohan, anticipated that Cell would emerge victorious, albeit with a modicum more information than Gohan possessed. Dabura had long since claimed the title of King of the Demon Realm, his age significantly surpassing that of Goku and his companions, yet he still found himself evenly matched with Super Saiyan Gohan. Cell, after all, harbored within him the cells of Frieza, Goku, Piccolo, and others. The amalgamation of their genetic prowess may not surpass his original form, but it was unlikely that Dabura could outpace him in training speed. Soon, Cell and Dabura were engaged in combat, exchanging blows in close quarters before launching energy blasts at one another, their fighting capabilities remarkably similar. Chapter 10. 19 Xiaofang. Death after several minutes of a stalemate in battle. Dabura seized an opportunity, spitting a thick gob of phlegm onto Cell's chest. This was his ultimate technique. The struck target would petrify. In no time, Cell's chest began to turn to stone, leaving only his head untransformed. Just as the onlookers anticipated Cell's defeat, he executed a remarkable maneuver. He grasped his own neck with both hands and forcefully tore his head off. Blood gushing forth in a fountain, leaving the spectators in utter shock. What was this act? Was he resorting to suicide in the face of defeat? The anticipated image conjured in the minds of others did not materialize. Cell's head floated in midair, only to swiftly regenerate. Taking advantage of Dabura's moment of inattention, he struck unexpectedly and claimed victory in the match. The tumultuous course of the battle left even Super Saiyan Gohan in awe. Could it be that Cell had not focused on training, but rather devoted his time to developing his regenerative abilities? Vegeta held a differing opinion. While Cell's victory appeared quite chaotic, it was not the case in reality. Cell's energy remained steady, having only expended a slight amount of stamina, attempting to deceive others with his rapid breaths. Yet the essence of his power was unmistakable, radiating an air of confidence and control. Given Cell's age, which appeared considerable, the organizers explained that this version of Cell existed over 20 years after the conclusion of the Cell games, making it improbable that he had not improved in strength during that time. He was likely concealing his true power. Though Cell possessed Piccolo's cells, even Namekians would perish if their heads were severed. Indeed, Cell had honed his regenerative capabilities to their zenith, but he must have also concealed a significant portion of his strength. Likely to contend with foes like Gohan and others, Super Saiyan Goku observed the participants from Universe 21 and Universe 20 GT, while Super Vegeta felt an unsettling sensation regarding the various Kakarotes. The next match would feature Sun Wufong from Universe 19 against Bojack from Universe 6. Upon hearing the name of the opponent, both Wufong and Vegeta from Universe 19 darkened in countenance. They were well aware of who Bojack was. Though he might seem inferior in comparison, he was still no match for Xiaofang. The timeline of Universe 19 aligned closely with the latter segments of Dragon Ball Z, occurring over a decade after the defeat of Bu, paralleling the timeline of GT. Therefore, Xiaofang was already in her teenage years, significantly older than the young Xiaofang from the Super Universe. Wufan initially contemplated urging his daughter to forego the match, but, hesitating for a moment, chose not to voice his concerns and instead offered advice. Bojack is incredibly powerful. He is not an opponent you can hope to defeat, and he plays dirty. Xiaofang's expression turned serious as she immediately retorted. No, I will not concede. Father. Wufan smiled gently. I am not asking you to surrender, Xiaofang. Just be cautious and do not overexert yourself. With a resolute nod, Xiaofang leaped into the arena, locking eyes with Bojack from a distance. Upon seeing his opponent was merely a child, Bojack smiled wickedly. I will dispose of you swiftly. Vegeta shook his head, concerned for the girl's predicament. He held a fondness for both Xiaofang and Bra. As their relationships with Goku deepened, he often visited their home and cared for the two young girls. Witnessing Xiaofang face Bojack stirred his emotions. Bojack charged forward, and Xiaofang barely evaded his punch, which struck the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide pit in the solid arena. Realizing her father's words held truth, Xiaofang understood Bojack was no ordinary adversary. With a fierce roar, she unleashed her Super Saiyan transformation. At just over 10 years of age, she inherited Gohan's exceptional talent, prompting a cold laugh from Bojack. Xiaofang, wary of close combat, opted to maneuver swiftly in the air, seeking an opening to launch her attack. Upon spotting Wufan from Universe 19, Bojack recognized him as the troublesome child from his past. Facing his daughter, Bojack would undoubtedly hold nothing back. He unleashed an energy blast, and after Xiaofang narrowly dodged it, she turned only to discover Bojack had vanished. Above you! Her family shouted from the stands, but it was too late. Bojack extended his arm and seized Xiaofang by the neck. She gasped for breath, striking at him with her hands, yet her efforts proved futile as Bojack tightened his grip. Xiaofang gradually ceased her resistance, and with a sickening crack, she lost her breath. Her neck had been forcefully twisted, and Bojack discarded her as if she were refuse. Panic overtook Bittery from Universe 19 as she sprang to catch her daughter's lifeless body, but she had barely taken flight when Wufan reached the arena first. He cradled her corpse in silence, returning to the viewing platform of Universe 19 with a heavy heart. Bittery struggled to accept the tragic reality of her daughter's demise, slain so ruthlessly, despite her previous worry for Xiaofang. Nevertheless, the tournament rules allowed for surrender. Should Xiaofang have been unable to win, conceding would have sufficed. No one anticipated Bojack's sheer ruthlessness, leaving Xiaofang unable to utter a word. Super Gohan's expression shifted. Even though this was not his universe's daughter, he felt a pang of sorrow. Bojack, that scoundrel, Vegeta, urged him to remain calm and not to let anger cloud his judgment. It is only natural. Bojack has never been a virtuous individual. This is not a mere anime. There are no safeguards against bloodshed, and there are no regulations against murder. Given Bojack's character, such actions are to be expected. The crux of the matter lies in Xiaofang's insufficient strength. Her combat power was far below that of Gohan at her age, meaning her Super Saiyan transformation could barely withstand even a few of Bojack's blows. In Universe 19, led by Vegeta, and in Universe 20 GT, each of Gohan's daughters, including Xiaofang, were slightly younger than Bra. Only in the Super Universe was there an exception. Upon first encountering Beerus, Super Bittery was already pregnant, making Super Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang, older than Bra by a few years. However, there was no concern about fatalities in the Super Universe. Super Xiaofang, being merely a child who had just learned to fly, would not participate in this competition, while Super Bra was still cradled in Super Bulma's arms, far too young. The expressions of the Super Universe participants varied. While those from Universe 19 were markedly different, Bra from Universe 19 erupted in fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan, vowing to take vengeance on Bojack. You beast! You dare to kill Xiaofang! I will destroy you. The death of her dear niece ignited Bra's emotions. She was confident she could vanquish Bojack. Her power far surpassed that of Xiaofang, allowing her to eliminate Bojack with just her Super Saiyan form, avenging Xiaofang. Yet, Bittery swiftly intervened to dissuade her from such reckless behavior. Stop. The tournament rules prohibit fights outside the arena. Bra, undeterred, focused solely on her singular intent, to kill Bojack, refusing to let him escape alive. A pair of large hands gripped her shoulders, and Bra found herself unable to resist as Vegeta's voice echoed from behind. Bittery is right. Killing Bojack in this manner serves no purpose. He will still be revived. The tournament disallows fights outside the designated arena. Though Vegeta yearned for retribution for Xiaofang, a pressing issue loomed. Their universe's Dragon Balls could indeed resurrect the deceased. However, no one could guarantee that the Dragon Balls from different universes could achieve the same feat. With Xiaofang's death occurring in another universe, the efficacy of their own Dragon Balls remained uncertain, and they were reluctant to take that risk. The Vegeta's reasoning momentarily swayed Bra, yet she could not quell the raging desire for vengeance. Her body trembling uncontrollably, in a last effort to restrain her, Vegeta invoked the power of Wufan. Everyone knows that when your brother Gohan loses his temper, it is nothing short of catastrophic. He has managed to maintain his composure. You cannot afford to lose control so easily. Aside from listening to Bra, only Gohan among the three brothers has garnered her affection, despite Goten and Trunks being older than Bra and also her brothers. Bra has consistently looked down upon them, believing that their lack of training renders them unworthy opponents compared to her younger sister. Piccolo has fashioned a vessel to hold the corpse, and Gohan expresses his gratitude before placing Xiaofang's remains within. With a face as somber as the depths of the ocean, Gohan's respect for his elder brother does not extend to avenging Xiaofang, which causes Bra to raise an eyebrow, her hands clenched tightly. Brother, Bojack must die. I will personally see to it. Gohan turns away, keeping his composure. Don't speak of must. Bojack fought by the rules, and Xiaofang did not concede. We must not act recklessly. Bra, relentless in her pursuit of vengeance, cannot accept that the enemy is so close yet remains unpunished. Brother, do you plan to do nothing? Do you not wish to avenge your daughter? Gohan's fury reaches a breaking point as he removes his glasses and hands them to his wife. While he is still engulfed in the sorrow of his daughter's demise, a white aura surges around him, a terrifying presence that shakes the very ground of the asteroid where the tournament is held, leaving all present in astonishment. The earth trembles as Gohan no longer conceals his power. The loss of his daughter has transformed him once again into a being of mystery. Many competitors equipped with power detectors find their machines bursting under the strain of his energy. The Super View of Universe 4 remains relatively composed. Gohan's strength is undiminished from its former glory. Witnessing Gohan's wrath, Bra reluctantly refrains from provoking her brother further. Gohan finally retracts his aura, his gaze lingering on Bojack for a brief moment. Chapter 11. Broly vs. Vegito, Super Biddy. Cradling the still youthful Xiaofang, cannot bear to look at her corpse next door. Although they hail from different universes, the sight of Xiaofang's lifeless body proves difficult to accept. Vegito offers a comforting smile that it's all right. Bojack will die, and Xiaofang will have company in death. Super Vegito, somewhat puzzled by his implication, knows that Gohan is indeed capable of killing Bojack, yet finds such an act meaningless. If they are killed here, the organizers from Universe 1 will simply resurrect them all. What do you mean by that? Vegito, well aware of Gohan's intentions, can deduce his approach. From what I see, Gohan is likely to devise another method to eliminate Bojack. As long as he does not perish in the arena, Universe 1 will have no reason to revive Bojack. If it were you, what would you do, Gohan? I would probably do the same. Super Gohan does not refute this. He is inherently kind-hearted, capable of forgiveness even when harmed. However, Xiaofang's situation is different. He would never forgive those who harm his daughter. Often, the most honest individuals, when provoked, can act in a frenzied manner. Gohan, at this moment, embodies the calm before the storm. GT Vegeta cannot resist commenting on his daughter. Bra from Universe 19 can already transform into a Super Saiyan. GT Bra, with a frown, dismisses her father's words. So what? We're not from the same father. GT Vegeta finds his daughter's attitude exasperating. GT Bra has perfectly inherited Bulma's spoiled demeanor, and if anything, amplified it, aside from her penchant for shopping and critiquing her appearance. She never trains. That if you would just train a little, you might be able to transform. GT Bra retorts, I absolutely refuse. Look at those blonde-haired forms. They're not even attractive. Once transformed, it's all muscle, no brains in sight. I want none of it. You and Uncle Son are prime examples. In her eyes, beauty outweighs strength, and she has no desire to fight like Bra from Universe 19. GT Vegeta infuriated, merely huffs and turns away. Casting a disdainful glance at GT Trunks, looking innocent, thinks, "Isn't this bullying the honest one? Your daughter insults you, and you don't retaliate." The next match features Krillin from Universe 9 against Soiza from Universe 8. Soiza is a familiar name, a subordinate of Frieza, while Krillin's name surprises everyone. Vegito observes as the elderly Krillin, reminiscent of a younger turtle hermit, steps onto the stage with a heavy turtle shell on his back. Super Goku did not anticipate seeing another Krillin here, sparking his interest in the match. As the battle commences, Krillin's turtle shell, of unknown origin, effortlessly deflects Soiza's punches and kicks in a fit of desperation. Soiza gathers energy into a sword, clashing it against Krillin's key attack, only to be sliced in half, blood spilling everywhere as he dies on the spot. After several matches, it is time for lunch, and competitors from various universes gather together. Majin Buu, fond of sweets, finds a table laden with candies, while the table of the Super Namekian Gaskak is filled with juices, as Namekians require no sustenance. Cell stands at his podium, accompanied by two small cells, unwilling to partake in the food. The trio of Vegeta, Kakarot, and Bulma from Universe 13 continues their tradition of gluttony. The situation in Universes 18, 19, and 20 is similar, with everyone watching as Vegeta and Goku devour their meals. However, Universe 18 adds Vegito, and Universe 19 adds Bardock. Unable to contain his curiosity, Super Piccolo asks, "Goku, who do you think will make it to the top 4? Super Piccolo does not ask who will ultimately win, as that question seems foolish. Goku's victory is a foregone conclusion. While Vegito appears formidable, Piccolo does not believe he can surpass Goku. The reasoning is simple. Vegito has likely never faced a god of destruction. Hence the absence of the Super Saiyan god transformation, which makes Piccolo skeptical of his chances. Goku, stuffing his mouth with food, mumbles an unclear response. "I have Vegito, Super Goku, and Vegeta. GT Goku and Vegeta, the two from Universe 21 who have yet to make an appearance." And that guy from Universe 22, Gohan, casts a wary glance at Super Buu, sensing his formidable energy. "What about Super Buu?" Goku takes a sip of his drink, arranging his food, and shrugs. "Not much. He possesses some strength. But if we weren't participating, he might have a chance." Super Goku, engrossed in his meal, shares his thoughts. "Broly is a worthy opponent. I wonder how long he has been dormant." Super Goku does not underestimate Broly despite having defeated him over a decade ago. Who knows how long he has been sealed and how strong he has become. The original Broly was designed to grow stronger with the passage of time, and while there may be no limit, it is certain he can reach impressive heights. Super Vegito is quite confident in his own abilities. Before me, no matter who he is, defeat is his only option. Goku, however, considers more factors that it's fine, that Madman Broly will attack the audience. And he will be sent back to his universe without us needing to engage him. The initiators of the tournament, the warriors from Universe 1, have devised an atomic disintegration machine. This is to prevent disobedient contestants from causing trouble. They can be turned into atoms and sent back to their universe, where they will be restored. Curious, Super Goten tugs at Goku's sleeve. "Goku, brother, do you lack confidence in winning?" Goku does not lift his head. "Of course I can, but it also depends on whether I encounter him. The odds of that are too low for me to hope for it, that if he meets someone else first, I am powerless." Universe 19 shares similar sentiments as Piccolo inquires of Vegito who he believes will win. Without hesitation, Vegito confidently thumps his chest that of course it will be me. "Is that even a question?" Piccolo, somewhat apprehensive, glances at Goku, suspecting that it may not be so simple for their side to secure victory. "But Goku is also here. Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Vegito waves his hand dismissively. "He has no simple opponent, but I will not lose to him. Victory will be mine." As Super Goku indulged in his meal, he noticed the char siu beside Super Vegeta and casually tossed it into his mouth. "Vegeta, aren't you going to eat? You bastard, dare to consume my char siu." Super Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he indiscriminately grabbed something to eat, inadvertently consuming the sushi that Super Goku had intended to save for last. Enraged, he stood up. "Vegeta, that was meant for me to savor at the end." Unyielding, Super Vegeta rose to match Super Goku's intensity. That char siu was meant to be enjoyed slowly. "Are you looking for a fight?" Super Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura once again overwhelming Vegetas. We are comrades, are we not? That is an entirely different matter. The lunch hour swiftly passed, and unexpectedly, the next battle was set to feature an intriguing matchup. Universe 18's Gogeta against Universe 16's Broly. Gogeta slapped his forehead in disbelief, pondering the uncanny nature of such coincidences. He had indeed stumbled upon Broly, albeit not the new version. This older Broly seemed to have been encased in absolute zero for an extended period. And after such a prolonged slumber, his combat prowess must be extraordinary. The tournament organizers displayed a commendable sense of humanity by inviting Chi-Chi and Bulma, two women lacking in combat ability, to the elevated viewing area with their children. The spectator seats below offered no protection, while the upper viewing platform at least boasted a protective barrier. Nonetheless, Chi-Chi and Bulma politely declined, expressing their trust in their husbands to keep them safe. Raditz from Universe 13 eagerly observed the match, anticipating the clash between the ice-encased fighter and the enigmatic opponent. Universe 13's Vegeta felt a surge of annoyance upon seeing Gogeta's appearance. What a pretentious fellow, with that tuft of hair on his forehead and a face strikingly similar to Kakaroto's. It's clear he lacks genuine skill. The Saiyan Quartet from Universe 13 was oblivious to the fusion technique and earrings, thus unaware of Gogeta's identity. However, one constant remained. No matter the universe, Vegeta harbored a deep-seated disdain for Kakaroto's visage. The 13th Kakaroto retorted sharply, "I say that hairstyle akin to yours is truly hideous. Your feigned composure is equally irksome. It's obvious you're no formidable character." This universe's Kakaroto did not relent with the 13th Vegeta, believing that anyone resembling Vegeta was inherently unimpressive. Before long, Universe 16 pushed Broly's icy prison out and utilized nanotechnology to thaw it. As the ice gradually melted, revealing a thin layer, the Veluga people boasted, "Under my abilities, I can sense his pulse. He'll awaken shortly, in the blink of an eye." Their smiles froze as a massive hand emerged from within, gripping one of them by the throat. With a swift motion, Broly crushed him and slammed him into the ground. The Broly's eyes radiated a savage intensity as he scanned the surroundings, revealing a sinister smile. Kakaroto. The arena was filled with numerous Kakarotos, all his mortal enemies. Faced with this multitude, Broly's mind fixated on a single thought. Killed, he let out a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, green flames enveloping the arena as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Super Gohan took the lead, activating a protective shield to safeguard his universe's people. Goku also deployed a shield, while Universe 17 Cell and his counterpart, along with Bojack, extended their arms to deflect the onslaught. Gas Kakak closed his eyes to meditate, and, as a super Namekian fused from all the Namekians of their universe, he effortlessly caught the incoming energy blast with a single hand. Dieter drew his sword, cleaving the energy blasts in half with a swift strike. Vegeta stood firm at the forefront of Universe 19, flicking a finger to repel all attacks. Observing from the control room, the Veluga people from Universe 1 were taken aback by Broly's frenzied behavior. "This man is a lunatic. I must dispatch him back to his universe immediately." After pressing the control panel, they realized their instruments had inexplicably malfunctioned. In a frenzy, they summoned repair personnel to address the situation lest Broly wreak havoc upon many innocent lives. Below the arena, Universe 4's Super Bu, his forehead antennae shimmering with pink light, intently watched the combat. "Timid little birds, you must not ruin this delightful contest." Chapter 12. Intense confrontation. Broly spun around suddenly, uncertain of which Kakaroto to eliminate first. Ultimately fixing his gaze on Super as Kakaroto faced the oncoming Broly, Super Goku, a true martial arts enthusiast, relished the situation and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, eager to test Broly's mettle. Just as the two were about to clash head-on, a beam of golden light surged between them, halting their advance. Broly's hollow eyes followed the beam to reveal Gogeta hovering above the arena. Gogeta tilted his neck and waved, "Hey kid, your opponent is me. Come and fight me." His face, reminiscent of Kakaroto's, successfully captured Broly's attention, prompting no further words as he charged forward. Gogeta leaped into the air, seizing the initiative with a swift kick to Broly's chin. Although it failed to inflict significant damage, it ignited Broly's ferocity. Broly retaliated with a punch, but Gogeta deftly ducked and sidestepped, causing half of the arena to shatter. Gogeta delivered a kick to Broly's abdomen, who staggered back 2 steps, only to receive another punch to the face. Gogeta attempted to follow up with another strike, but Broly seized his fist, blocking the incoming blow with his other arm. Broly then delivered a knee strike to Gogeta's abdomen, followed by a double-handed smash aimed at his head. Gogeta swiftly countered with a kick to Broly's chest, only to be surprised by Broly's exceptional resilience. As they ascended and descended, Gogeta landed heavily on the ground, rolling to absorb the impact, causing the arena's stone to shatter under the immense force. Once more, Broly charged in, delivering a colossal punch, but Gogeta adeptly evaded while executing a graceful spinning kick. Against Broly's overwhelming strength, Gogeta remained unperturbed. This was all within his expectations. Broly resembled an ancient beast, his combat style ferocious and domineering, instilling fear among the other competitors from different universes. Despite this, Gogeta maintained his composure, not yet unleashing his true power. Seizing Broly's leg, he hurled him into the air. Accelerating past the airborne Broly, Gogeta positioned himself behind him, extending his hand to unleash a devastating attack. Big Bang Attack. The golden energy wave struck Broly squarely in the back, generating a cloud of dust that engulfed the arena. Super Goten and Trunks watched in excitement, recalling their childhood fears of Broly. They held no fondness for him. Go, Gogeta brother! You're not a match for Gogeta, Broly. Super Goku observed Gogeta's attacking style with genuine admiration. Impressive combos. The fluidity of his techniques is impeccable, a perfect 3-hit sequence. He truly embodies Gogeta. Conversely, Super Vegeta held an opposing view. Such trivial tricks won't faze Broly. Isn't he ready to show some real skill? The onlookers sensed that Broly had likely been frozen for an extended period, his combat power exhibiting an irrational strength that defied explanation. Super Bu crossed his arms, perplexed by Gogeta's intentions. What is Gogeta planning? Surely he recognizes Broly's uniqueness. No, it cannot be. He must understand the purpose behind his actions, having absorbed all formidable entities from their universe. Super Bu was acutely aware of Gogeta's existence. The bizarre nature of the battle left him pondering. Gogeta had no reason to possess only such limited abilities. He should be faster and stronger. In the midst of battle, Gogeta wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling a flicker of excitement within his otherwise monotonous heart. Broly, is this all you've got? Show me a bit more of your strength. Broly emitted a feral roar, surrounded by crackling green lightning, his aura skyrocketing at a velocity akin to that of a rocket. This sudden surge instinctively tensed the body of Super Gohan, prompting him to retreat a few steps to ensure he was in an optimal position to protect his family at a moment's notice. Broly's energy had multiplied yet again. Super Goku admired Broly's innate talent. Perceiving him as almost inhuman, IT felt as though he had surpassed Super Saiyan 3, yet regrettably, he had not faced him directly. The protective barrier of the arena was fracturing inch by inch, teetering on the brink of collapse, with the scattered energy nearly obliterating everything in its vicinity. Kakarot and Vegeta from Universe 13 stared, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as Broly's power exceeded their wildest comprehension. This was the true might of Super Saiyan. The Kaioshins of Universe 1 were equally apprehensive, unable to fathom the terror that was Broly. Fortunately, upon discovering Broly's birth in their universe, they had swiftly neutralized him, denying him the opportunity to grow stronger. The Grand Kaioshin of Universe 1, the same one devoured by Kid Buu during the Z era, was inherently a kind and benevolent deity, which was why Kid Buu transformed into Fat Buu a millennium ago. In that universe, the Kaioshins encountered a Super Saiyan of a similar legendary transformation. This Saiyan wreaked havoc, annihilating everything in sight, prompting the Kaioshins to attempt communication. However, the Saiyan was devoid of reason, a complete madman to prevent him from destroying the universe. Several Kaioshins joined forces to subdue him. Despite their efforts, the Saiyan remained unfazed, his body as resilient as unyielding rock, and it took an immense exertion of their power before he was finally vanquished. Vegito and Broly engaged in a cautious melee. Exchanging blows, One punch from you, one kick in return. The onslaught of punches erupted like a torrential downpour, generating waves of sonic booms. Vegeto's punches came faster than the last, pushing Broly back in an evident display of dominance. The three frozen fiends, Frieza and his cohorts, had never witnessed such a spectacle and were left paralyzed with fear. Their combined strength paled in comparison to that of everyone else gathered. It seemed utterly impossible. As the two fighters created distance, Vegito placed his hands on his hips, adopting a flower-like stance, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palms. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. Unyielding, Broly retaliated by forming a green energy sphere in each hand, then pressing them together, causing the two green orbs to merge and morph into a super-dense energy tree. The colossal energies caused the planet to tremble. The monstrous Vegeta and Kakarot from Universe 13 transformed into Super Saiyans. The energy was so immense that even the residual waves could inflict harm upon them. The collision of energies produced a dazzling illumination effect. And as the brilliance faded, the protective barrier of the observation platform shattered under the strain. Thankfully, Super Goku and GT Goku acted swiftly to shield the spectators. But still, a surge of energy gravely injured nearly 100 people. Cell remained relatively unaffected, though his diminutive counterpart was smashed against the wall. The Super Namekian effortlessly deflected the shockwave, while Frieza and his companions found themselves in a state of disarray in the contestant area of Universe 13. Vegeta and Kakarot relied on their Super Saiyan powers to shield themselves from the explosive shockwave. What tremendous force! Raditz in his base form was flung backward, crashing into the wall, unable to detach himself. When he finally struggled free, a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. 13 Vegeta's expression darkened. He was outclassed, but felt no fear, believing he would eventually surpass them. Yet one fact tormented him more than any other: Kakarot's superiority. He noticed that in Universes 18 and 19, there were respective Gohans standing guard over their fellow contestants. That Kakarot's offspring was so formidable. Where was his own son? How could Kakarot's lineage be so powerful? Leaving his own son in the shadows? This revelation was unbearable for 13 Vegeta, who found it hard to accept the reality, preferring death over being outshone by Kakarot. In the control room, the Veluga had identified the cause of the machine's malfunction. A set of micro-instruments had been burned out. They hastened to find replacement parts, determined to effect repairs in the shortest possible time. Vegito stood in the arena, brushing off the dust from his attire, thoroughly pleased with Broly's combat prowess. This fellow possessed at least the fighting capacity of a Super Saiyan god. It was uncertain how long he had been sealed away, but his power had escalated to absurd levels. Vegito sent Broly hurtling thousands of kilometers, breaking through the atmosphere and colliding with asteroids in space. Vegito also realized upon arriving in the Dragon Ball Super Universe that Saiyans could indeed survive in the cosmos. At least in this timeline he had traversed, Saiyans could briefly engage in battle in outer space. The original premise suggested they could not endure in the vacuum of space, but a certain author fond of depicting Super Saiyans with long hair had disregarded this notion on multiple occasions. Blood seeped from various wounds on Broly's body, and he exuded smoke yet felt no pain, consumed solely by his hatred for Kakarot. Kakarot had long regarded Vegito as Kakarot, unleashing an even more formidable aura and rushing back to the arena planet with blinding speed. Super Bu smirked. Vegito, are you merely toying with him, holding back your full strength? It seems you have expended considerable energy that if you lack a stronger form, then this is where your journey ends. You will achieve nothing. Should you somehow defeat Broly once more, I shall do the honors of eliminating you myself. Observing from the sidelines, Super Bu suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning to discover it was Vegito. A chill ran through Super Bu. Had he been overheard while muttering to himself? How could Vegito hear him amid such fierce combat? Fortunately, Vegito merely cast a cursory glance before ignoring him entirely. Allowing the weight on Super Bu's chest to lift, Chapter 13, the ultimate Vegito of the dimensions. Vegito chuckled. Broly was indeed a worthy adversary. Had the timing been right, he might have granted Broly a chance to enhance his power. However, with so many people present, Broly's rampage made it challenging to protect them all. It was time to conclude this battle. Vegito extended his arms outward, channeling a tremendous surge of energy within him. Golden flames erupting forth, emanating an indomitable aura. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, unleashing torrents of blue lightning. The blinding brilliance compelled all to shield their eyes from the now serious Vegito. Point 13 Vegeta and Kakarot transformed into Super Saiyans, yet found themselves retreating step by step, utterly unable to withstand such a powerful aura. Vegito, now in his Super Saiyan form, caused the spectators on the arena to stagger, the planet's gravity seemingly rendered ineffective. Everyone was unconsciously drawn toward Vegito, as if magnetically attracted by that overwhelming energy. The audience above clung desperately to the railing of the observation platform, terrified of being swept away. Vegito slowly brought his hands to his chest. A golden energy sphere forming, enveloped in golden lightning, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. The final flash of the energy wave shot forth from the arena planet, striking Broly, who was returning from his flight thousands of miles away. Broly fought valiantly against the onslaught, unleashing every ounce of his energy that a green protective shield enveloped him. As the golden light clashed with the green flames, a stalemate that lasted less than a second. The shield shattered, and the energy consumed Broly's form, forcing him to retreat into space like a shooting star, colliding with dozens of asteroids and being flung to distant corners of the universe. Broly was ultimately subdued, losing consciousness and suffering varying degrees of injury across his body. As 30 seconds elapsed without Broly returning to the arena, the referee declared Vegito the victor. Vegito's gaze swept across the arena, brimming with arrogance and confidence derived from his unparalleled strength, leaving no doubt about his superiority. Point 13 Vegeta and Kakarot, along with Frieza and Cooler, were left utterly speechless. How could he be this strong, existing on an entirely different level? This was simply outrageous. There was no justification for such overwhelming power. Although they were aware of the significant disparity, this was beyond belief. Had he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? The differences from their own transformations were simply too vast to comprehend. In the 17th universe, Shala's expression grew somber as he assumed a defensive stance. Concealing his true strength was futile. This adversary was more formidable than he. Yet, surrender was not an option. He was Shalu. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins boiled with fervor. Even though he was not a pure Saiyan, he possessed a combative spirit. Defeat was acceptable, but yielding was not. Especially since he could be revived. The Kaioshins of the first universe marveled at the unrivaled prowess of Wujita, deeming him the strongest in the arena. Were they endowed with such immense power, they would not be embroiled in so many troubles, as they could not even fathom the full extent of Wujita's energy. Many competitors who relied on their own strength felt a sense of trepidation upon recognizing Wujita's might. Contemplating retreat, convinced they were no match for him. Naba, gravely injured in the 13th universe, returned to the viewing platform after treatment. Upon witnessing the scene, he promptly conceded defeat. We should depart. There is no place for us here, and we cannot accomplish anything. They are monsters. Kakarot of the 13th, initially disinterested in the cowardice of Naba, couldn't help but utter a few scathing remarks upon hearing him. What nonsense are you spouting, you worthless fool? Naba, unperturbed, merely stated the facts. The truth is we are not their equals. Even you and Vegeta would be obliterated in a confrontation with them. Kakarot and Vegeta were the two strongest members of their quartet, far surpassing him and Raditz. Naba understood their strength, yet against Wujita, the two had no hope of victory, not a shred of possibility. Vegeta was well aware of this reality, yet his pride remained unyielding. Regardless of the universe, he refused to accept a disgraceful retreat akin to a beaten hound, firmly believing in his potential to grow stronger. He quelled the arguments among his companions, declaring with finality, "Enough, they can achieve greatness. There is no reason the Prince of Science, cannot, that I will become stronger in this competition." Simultaneously, in the 12th universe, Android 16 inquired about Date's intentions. "Are you going to forfeit? You surely cannot contend with him." Date replied nonchalantly, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. "From the outset, I knew I would not win. I came solely for the thrill of battle. It holds no consequence for me." Date was already aware of Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue forms and had a profound understanding of their might. He approached the contest as a martial artist. Victory or defeat mattered little to him, as he never believed he could prevail. Having comprehended Wujita's power during the Black Goku incident, 16 had been discovered afterward. Thus lacking familiarity with Wujita and his companions in the 11th universe, Babidi had unwavering confidence in his Majin Buu, turning to smile as he remarked, "This battle is truly exhilarating. I am pleasantly surprised. My Majin Buu is stronger than them, isn't he?" Majin Buu, with an innocent demeanor, pointed at himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he muttered uncertainly, in the 8th universe, Frieza was rendered dumbfounded, nearly sent flying by a shockwave. Having never encountered such a formidable foe, his strength had scarcely improved since the beginning, and he felt as though he might perish from fright. "Father, I think we might be outmatched." Cooler concurred. "Indeed, the chance of victory is non-existent." Frieza's expression shifted rapidly. Moments ago, he appeared fearful, but he soon donned a cunning grin, whispering to King Cold, "Fortunately, our goal is not to win, but merely to collect the 7 Dragon Balls." The Super Namekians of the 7th universe, astonished by Wujita's strength, calculated their own potential as they shed their capes. Regardless of how immense the power, even if it were infinite, it is of no use. "All I require is a wish to in the 6th universe." Bojack, witnessing the clash between the two, crossed his arms, determined to continue fighting. "I must stay. I cannot flee." Several subordinates whispered among themselves, knowing their powers paled in comparison to Frieza's trio. While the sole female, Zhangya, believed he was courting disaster. "Very well. I shall take my leave. When you are torn apart by them, I shall return to collect your remains." The Kaioshins of the 1st universe felt a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, someone stood firm, yet they reached a consensus. After the martial arts tournament concluded, they would immediately close the cosmic passageways, ensuring none could roam freely. Although Wujita was powerful, he was calm and not of a murderous disposition. Broly, that madman, was a different story. He killed indiscriminately, and should he traverse to another universe without Wujita, the consequences would be dire. The Grand Kaioshin sighed deeply, feeling remorse for their inadequacy, that we are too weak. We cannot safeguard life. With that individual present, Broly cannot stir up much trouble, countered the Grand Kaioshin, revealing a harsh truth. That individual will not concern himself with such trivial matters, as long as the universe remains intact. He will not intervene. GT Goten and GT Trunks quietly retreated, wavering in their resolve. Faced with their father's fusion, Wujita, their prideful fusion, Gotenks, paled in comparison, and it was best to depart swiftly. GT Goku and GT Vegeta, without a backward glance, seized the two who were about to flee. Goten and Trunks hastily concocted excuses. "Dad, the Capsule Corporation has contracts yet to be signed." "Me too. My girlfriend has plans with me." "Dad." Goku and Vegeta exchanged a silent glance, their meaning unmistakable. There was no escaping. GT Evil Buu, reborn as the little boy curiously asked his mentor, GT Goku, "Master Goku, are we not their match? Only you and Vegeta stand chance. Why must we join the fray?" To him, Wujita's strength was indisputable. Existing on a different plane, their participation would only lead to suffering. Indeed, the thrill of battle lies in confronting powerful foes before the finals. "We must strive to surpass our limits. Trust in your potential," Goku encouraged. Wujita exhaled, reverting from Super Saiyan form as he returned to the 18th universe. Super Gohan gave a thumbs up, genuinely remarking, "You truly are remarkable." Super Vegeta, already aware of Wujita's prowess, felt no surprise. "Humph, it is the fusion of Kakarado and me. Such power is only to be expected in the 1st universe, the organizers of the martial arts tournament." Comprising both the Waruga and Namekian peoples, approached Wujita to inquire if he required medical attention. Equipped with healing Namekians, Wujita smiled, assuring them there was no need, as he had merely been toying with his opponent and had not exerted much energy. They did not press further and proceeded to treat spectators who had been caught in the crossfire, striving to save as many lives as possible in the 4th universe. Super Buu laughed joyfully like a child. Turning to gaze at the starry sky, entirely unfazed by Wujita's might. "Well done, Wujita. You truly are extraordinary, far exceeding my expectations. With that said, I suppose I can afford to take a step back," while chatting with friends from the Super Universe. Wujita noticed Super Boo's disappearance that he contemplated pursuing but hesitated, deciding to temporarily abandon that thought. Super Bu traveled tens of thousands of kilometers away, standing at the center of a meteorite, expanding his senses. The instant transmission of Jebit is quite useful. I have detected the energy that propelled Broly away. He is nearby. Chapter 14. The Invincible Vegito. Super Bu located the still-reeling Broly, his tone unusually excited, as he found Broly's energy immensely intriguing. "Fantastic! I have found you! How many years has it been? I have not encountered a worthy opponent to absorb in ages." Super Bu was about to initiate absorption when a man adorned with earrings appeared before him, extending his right hand to project an energy shield. Super Bu was taken aback. "How did you find me? How could you keep pace with me?" he questioned. "You cannot escape my senses, Bu. The rules of the tournament are clear. You may not lay a hand on him." Super Bu remained non-committal to his words, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, embodying a wicked glee. "Rules? What purpose do they serve? We are thousands of kilometers away from the venue. Whatever we have done, they will never discover." Yet, Vegeta refused to yield, his attire fluttering as if caught by an unseen wind, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing Super Bu's words, he responded not with anger, but with a mocking smile that, "I have slain you once. It would be no challenge to do so again. If I say it cannot be done, then it cannot. You would do well to be wise." Super Bu, undeterred, was confident in his strength, having encountered Vegeta in his universe. Yet he did not believe he would be vanquished. He was the strongest and most omnipotent being now. "What is it that you truly desire? You surely have your own schemes. Here, you stand no chance against me. Defeating such a foe would bear no merit. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can triumph over me." That Vegeta's meaning was clear. Broly would not be absorbed. And should Super Bu attempt it, he would have to contend with him. Super Bu, not rushing into an assault, provocatively suggested, "Shall we engage in a proper battle now? You cannot fathom the extent of my current strength." Vegeta smiled faintly, extending his right index finger, unleashing two beams of light that struck Broly's body. Super Bu shook his head in feigned despair. "Ah, how heartless, to simply kill them like this." While conversing with Vegeta, he had secretly detached two small blobs of flesh, drawing near to Broly, only to be preemptively spotted by Vegeta the moment they approached. "Well then, can you manage this? I am curious to see how many clones you can eliminate." Super Bu's form fragmented into hundreds, even thousands of diminutive Boos, each scarcely an inch in size, swarming towards Broly. "You still do not comprehend, Bu," Vegeta remarked, shaking his head repeatedly as he spun in place, unleashing a torrent of light waves that precisely obliterated all the Bu clones. Super Bu felt a chill within. What was happening? Vegeta's power exceeded his expectations. In his estimation, his strength far surpassed that of Vegeta. After devouring Goku and others, he had consumed an overwhelming amount of beings and entities, his combat prowess completely eclipsing that of the past Gohan Bu. Thus, Vegeta should not have been a worthy opponent. Yet, even without transforming, Vegeta was capable of countering his tactics of overwhelming numbers. Super Bu extended his arms, elongating to 100 meters, reaching for Vegeta, who deftly sidestepped, appearing before Super Bu and delivering a decisive kick that severed him at the waist. Super Bu, unfazed, began to playfully cavort, his upper half making grimaces at Vegeta, while his lower half wiggled. Vegeta's right hand opened, fingers splayed, unleashing 5 golden energy blasts. Caught off guard, Super Bu was struck, sustaining 5 gaping wounds, yet he wore the same smug expression, returning to his original form in less than a second. "Is this all you can muster, Vegeta? You are nowhere near capable of killing me. At the very least, you should transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta's arrogance was palpable, his aura surging. "You too are concealing your strength. Allow me to reveal a glimpse of my true power." A colossal energy filled a radius of 1,000 miles in an instant, the incessant clones of Super Bu dissipating under the sheer force of Vegeta's presence. Super Bu, now abandoning his playful demeanor, crossed his arms defensively, being forced back nearly 100 meters. This the extent of your strength honed over the years. Thankfully, I have consumed enough. Otherwise, dealing with you would be quite the challenge. Just as Super Bu was about to unleash his true capabilities, he was distracted by a figure not far away. Gogeta had arrived. Observing the two cease their skirmish, Gogeta nonchalantly stated he was merely a bystander and should not be regarded. Offering no assistance, that I am merely here to watch. Continue your battle without concern for me. Vegeta chuckled, re-engaging Super Bu in combat, while simultaneously mocking Gogeta. Honestly, I thought you might come to compete with me. Although it was claimed that he aimed to prevent Super Bu from absorbing Broly, the underlying reason was Vegeta's itch for a fight, having encountered no worthy adversaries recently. He was eager to engage in battle. And Super Bu was a commendable choice. Thus, he seized the opportunity, cloaked in the guise of protecting Broly. Gogeta was well aware of this, and had no intention of intervening, since I have encountered Broly. Super Bu is yours to deal with. Vegeta continued to banter amidst their duel. Super Bu felt belittled, a sensation that irked him deeply. Accelerating forward, Super Bu charged at Vegeta, who stood with his hands behind his back, deftly evading a punch and retaliating with a kick that struck Super Bu's abdomen. Following up with a flying kick, he sent Super Bu hurtling away, igniting a furious wrath within him as boundless energy erupted from his being, engulfing the cosmos for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even the distant Venu planet trembled, leaving the spectators bewildered. Amidst their clash, three diminutive Bu clones, each the size of a finger, perched atop the floating Broly's head. The trio wept bitterly, each possessing independent consciousness, lamenting Vegeta's ferocity and Super Bu's actions that be why the skin of our teeth. We have made it here. Indeed, it has been quite the struggle. Thank goodness we survived. The continuous stream of small Bu clones unleashed in the battle between Super Bu and Vegeta had long surpassed 10,000, attempting to leverage their numerical advantage to consume Broly, but Vegeta's swift reflexes eradicated all the clones. Only the three remained, braving the hail of energy to reach Broly's side. After their complaints, the trio transformed into a mass of flesh. Just as they were about to absorb Broly, an energy wave struck, obliterating them. The assailant was none other than Vegeta. Such trivial tricks could hardly escape his notice. Super Bu's twisted visage, once filled with rage, settled into a pitiful expression as he raised his hands in surrender. Ah, how truly cold-blooded. I was so close to success. Immediately, Super Bu unleashed a furious roar, delivering a heavy punch to Vegeta's face, followed by a flying kick that sent him stumbling back several paces. A knife-hand strike from Super Bu landed on Vegeta's neck, sending him crashing into a meteor. Vegeta, bursting with rage, shattered the meteor and beckoned with a flick of his finger. Give it your all. This level of combat is dreadfully dull. Super Bu. Vegeta emphasized the word super, his taunt striking a nerve that sent Super Bu's fury spiraling to new heights. Steam billowed from the vents atop Super Bu's head. Fog enveloping the nearby area. Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan quickly. Show me your true prowess, as you wish. Vegeta gathered his energy, his hair standing on end as golden flames expelled the mist, his pupils shifting dramatically. This was Super Vegeta. Those present at the martial arts tournament sensed the terrifying aura, some even resorting to curses. This power is not inferior to Broly or that Gogeta. Who is this? Must it be so excessive? Both of them are so monstrous. Have we come merely to serve as a backdrop? Had I known it would be like this, I would have rather perished than participate in this absurd martial arts tournament. Others recognized the energy as Vegeta's, particularly Piccolo, who understood Vegeta better than most. Is he about to make his move? Super Bu's expression darkened, his body trembling slightly as he recklessly charged forward, his right hand coiling behind him as he concentrated energy for a key blast. His fist passed through Vegeta's form, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Vegeta's speed was astonishingly swift, nearly reaching a blurred state in the cosmos. Super Bu looked left and right, unable to locate him, until Gogeta, unable to bear it any longer, offered a helpful hint. Fool, he's above you. Super Bu looked up, only to find Vegeta hovering above him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Raising his hand, he unleashed a key blast that, predictably, passed through Vegeta's form once more. Utilizing the Kaioken's instant transmission, Super Buu launched a series of attacks, but Vegeta remained composed, deftly dodging each strike as he effortlessly evaded the onslaught. After several exchanges, Vegeta found himself ensnared within a circle of energy blasts. Super Buu felt a surge of triumph, thinking he had finally outsmarted him. Surely you are familiar with this technique, Piccolo's move, the Demon Realm Surrounding Bomb. During the course of his assault, Super Buu anticipated Vegeta's next move, successfully restricting his mobility with dozens of energy blasts. With his hands pressed together, Super Buu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon his own body. Creating a massive cloud of smoke, golden light radiated forth, dispersing the dust. Revealing that Vegeta remained unscathed, he delivered a powerful punch from a distance, the force of his blow tearing through Super Buu's skin, and then closed in, landing another strike directly on Super Buu's face. The impact caused Super Buu's features to be driven deep into his visage, resulting in a comically absurd appearance. Without granting any respite, Vegeta unleashed a series of punches. With his right hand pressed against his face, he released a powerful energy wave that obliterated Super Buu's head. In a swift motion, he carved through Super Buu's form, reducing him to chunks of flesh. After executing this onslaught, Vegeta chose not to pursue further, allowing Super Buu to regenerate. Are you not going to unleash your full power, Super Buu? He paused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you still holding back, or is this truly all you are capable of? How rude of me to presume otherwise. Though his words were laced with mockery, Vegeta's derisive smile betrayed his dissatisfaction with Super Buu's power. Despite the ferocity of Vegeta's assault, it had little effect on Super Buu, who recovered in mere seconds. You truly are a rapid learner, surpassing even my own speed of absorption. Super Vegeta, in a blur of motion, seized a meteorite and hurled it down upon Super Buu, who shattered it with a wave of energy. Vegeta, reveling in the thrill of battle, proceeded to drag down several more meteorites. 1, 2, 3. An onslaught of celestial bodies rained down. Though Super Buu managed to destroy most of them, he found himself in a rather disheveled state that if you continue to hurl meteorites at me, I might genuinely lose my temper. The frenzied energy dissipated, and Broly vanished, while Gogeta did not look back, presumably as the organizers of Universe 1 successfully repaired the equipment damaged by Super Buu. Thus, both Super Buu and Vegeta ceased their conflict upon witnessing Broly's departure. Super Buu halted his actions. The anticipated rage did not materialize, and without lingering, he instantaneously teleported away. I rather enjoyed our bout, but I must take my leave now. Gogeta and Vegeta exchanged glances, synchronously suppressing their auras, quelling any thoughts of further combat. Vegeta found Super Buu's actions perplexing and began discussing the matter with Gogeta. This Buu seems quite different from the one we know. Is he truly intent on absorbing Broly? Gogeta shook his head, uncertain of Super Buu's true intentions, but confident that absorption was not among them. No, it seems he is more inclined towards combat. Perhaps he, like you, seeks stimulation from the fight, aside from his initial strikes. Super Buu had not made any further attempts to absorb Broly. His every action suggested a desire for battle. Vegeta dusted off his clothing, lamenting Super Buu's escape, as he had not yet exhausted his desire for combat. He fled rather swiftly. Otherwise, we could have fought longer. Both Vegeta and Gogeta were acutely aware that Super Buu had not exerted his full power. Superficially, it appeared Vegeta had the upper hand. Although Super Buu endured considerable punishment, his energy levels remained stable, and his regenerative capabilities showed no signs of slowing. In Chapter 15, titled Mary Sue, Gogeta noted another detail. Vegeta had also concealed his power, not even displaying half of his Super Saiyan form. Upon their return, the match in the arena had concluded. The referee did not announce the next battle, but instead deviated from protocol to introduce a particular universe. The next competitors were two warriors from Universe 2, a universe of peculiar standing. Rather than being our own, they were destined to participate in this martial arts tournament due to the bonds of fate that intertwined their existence. Their universe was vastly different from the others, and the referee had never before introduced a universe in such a manner, piquing Gogeta's interest, as he had not encountered any formidable fighters from Universe 2. What he saw stunned him. Goodness. Aral, The daughter of Akira Toriyama. How could she be here? Her cameo was rather excessive. Aral originates from another work by the manga artist Akira Toriyama and is affectionately referred to by fans as his daughter. According to whispers, Aral was designed based on the likeness of Toriyama's real daughter, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Sporting a duckbill cap, with purple hair and blue eyes, she stood at approximately 1 meter tall. Gogeta's reaction drew the attention of others, as he had shown no outward signs of emotion upon arriving, even when encountering Vegeta. Yet, this little girl astonished him. When questioned, Gogeta offered no further explanation, merely deflecting the inquiries. Whether from the GT universe or Universe 21, even Vegeta found no reason to be surprised. These individuals could engage in normal battles, but Aral was different. One could never predict the invincible traits of a comedic manga character. The referee announced Aral's name, then shifted focus to another contestant, a tall, voluptuous beauty who commanded attention. Mary Sue, well-versed in all languages, proficient in both martial and scholarly pursuits, hailing from royal Saiyan bloodlines, and a sibling to the Namekians. She had once fused with her future self, and was also Bulma's sister, possessing an astonishing IQ of 250, eternal life, the ability to communicate with animals, and the capacity to enter others' dreams. Furthermore, the referee provided an absurd lineage, claiming Mary Sue was the daughter of Bardock and King Vegeta. Gogeta seemed to have heard of this character. She appeared to be a creation from fanworks, a fictional embodiment of perfection, albeit with two fathers. How could this be? What was her mother like to be so formidable? While others pondered, Gogeta was oblivious to the situation, questioning the nature of the special bonds at play. The next match featured Gotenks from Universe 20 against Gotenks from Universe 19, that on either side, Goten and Trunks were somewhat perplexed. How could they possibly encounter another version of themselves right from the outset? Gogeta and Vegito were still engaged in a discussion regarding which universe would emerge victorious. The GT universe's Goten and Trunks were a few years older than their counterparts from Universe 19, which should, in theory, grant them a slight edge in strength. Even though the GT Trunks had taken over the family business and Goten was preoccupied with chasing girls, the mere passage of time ought to have enhanced their prowess considerably compared to the Universe 19 duo. However, to Gogeta's astonishment, the combat power of both sides appeared nearly indistinguishable, a revelation that was far from what he had anticipated. It seemed that Goten and Trunks had indeed been training diligently under your supervision. Yet, Vegito unexpectedly remarked, "No, they don't heed my advice. It's Bulma who forces them to train. She enjoys teasing them. And to resist her, they can only train sporadically. In Universe 19, Bulma's father was not Vegeta, but Vegito, which endowed her with remarkable talent. Even though Goten and Trunks were technically her older brothers, she harbored little affection for their laid-back demeanor and often took delight in teasing them." Gogeta remained silent, casting a glance at Universe 19's Bulma. Her combat power was indeed significantly superior to that of Goten and his friends. Bulma from Universe 19 was quite excited, eagerly anticipating a chance to confront Goten and Trunks. "This is wonderful. When I meet them, I can finally give both of them a good thrashing." The four of them fused and ascended to the arena, striking the same pose, reciting identical lines, and bearing the same appearance. The arrogant and flamboyant Gotenks proclaimed, "I'm the mightiest warrior in the universe, the idol of all women across the galaxy." Gotenks, after uttering these lines in unison, both were left speechless, the moment steeped in embarrassment. They both assumed the same stance, simultaneously landing punches on each other's faces, then stepping back to unleash simultaneous kicks. It was as if they were battling reflections in a mirror, with neither side gaining any advantage. Their techniques and strength were remarkably similar. The two Gotenks were compelled to create some distance, preparing to unleash their full power to startle their opponent. "Your doom is at hand, imposter. Your doom is at hand. Imposter." Once again, an awkward moment unfolded as both transformed into Super Saiyan 3 simultaneously, their bodies enveloped in crackling lightning, golden hair cascading down to their waists. Observing the stalemate between the two Gotenks, Gogeta felt utterly exasperated. "Their moves are identical every time. I am truly at a loss for these two brats." Vegito nodded in agreement, expressing discontent with the lax training habits of the two youngsters. It appeared they had scarcely trained, their adult bodies merely amplifying their power. Super Vegito, who had been watching the match, could not help but voice his complaints about the two, while the fusion indeed produced formidable warriors with astonishing strength. They were failing to maximize their potential. Gogeta concurred, noting that during times of crisis, it was always Goku and Vegeta who charged ahead, or at the very least, Gohan would step up. They were seldom called upon, leaving them with little experience and rudimentary fighting skills. Their combat style remained largely unchanged since childhood. Sudden chaos erupted in the arena. The Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks had barely engaged for 30 seconds before reverting to their regular forms. Unable to maintain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Super Trunks, puzzled, inquired, "What just happened? It hasn't even been a minute, and we can't sustain Super Saiyan 3 anymore." That he recalled that during their battles against Majin Buu in the Z era, they had sustained the transformation for a much longer duration. Gogeta delivered a harsh reality check. This is a cruel truth. Super Saiyan 3 is distinct from other forms. Without complete mastery, energy depletes rapidly. As you grow stronger, the energy consumption only escalates. Super Saiyan 3 inherently drains stamina, and the crux of the matter is that Goten and Trunks are simply too weak. They are merely operating at the full capacity of Super Saiyan 1. Yet upon fusion, they leap 2 stages to become Super Saiyan 3. Their energy is simply insufficient to sustain this form, that if Gotenks were to transform into Super Saiyan 1, given their energy levels, they could easily maintain that form until disintegration. In Chapter 16, Super Limit Armor, the two Gotenks remained unperturbed, as both found themselves in the same predicament, reverted to their normal forms. They engaged in a brawl for half an hour. Just as they prepared for another round, to the astonishment of onlookers, the two Gotenks disintegrated, revealing 2 Goten and 2 Trunks on the stage. Super Vegito, exasperated, thought of his own son, wondering if he too would grow up without any progress. "Fools, now you're going to be disqualified." However, the referee did not halt the match, interpreting the transformation as Gotenks employing a cloning technique to create 2 versions of himself. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of both the GT duo and the Universe 19 pair. As Goten faced Universe 19's Goten, while GT Trunks squared off against Universe 19's Trunks, the four soon became embroiled in a chaotic melee, a dazzling display of attacks where either no one landed a hit or they exchanged blows. After 3,333 exchanges, the audience began to grow weary. Observers were polarized. The weaker participants and spectators could not discern the intricacies of Goten and his companions' combat, while the stronger individuals, such as Gogeta and Super Goku, perceived the skirmish as mere childish play, devoid of any remarkable fighting prowess. Suddenly, Universe 19's Goten, feeling a pang of hunger, let out a sound that broke his concentration, leading to a punch to the face from GT Goten, who followed up with a kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. GT Goten and Trunks easily triumphed over Universe 19's Trunks. The referee announced the victory for the GT Universe. After a few inconsequential battles, Super Buu was soon selected for the next match, facing off against the bystander from Universe 5. Super Trunks then realized that, with good intentions, they had wandered into the domain of Universe 5's competitors. "You can't possibly win. Haven't you all forfeited yet?" The 5th universe erupted in outrage. Super Trunks, despite his good intentions, had spoken too bluntly, provoking the ire of any man with a modicum of pride. "Don't let it go to your head, kid. Do you really think victory is guaranteed?" Super Trunks innocently nodded. "Yes, my father, Uncle Goku, and Brother Gogeta are not opponents you could defeat. They can't even breach your defenses." The leader of Universe 5 refrained from retaliating against the child and lightly stomped the ground, shattering it. "Little one, haven't you noticed that we have already changed our armor?" Super Trunks looked on enviously as their armor indeed appeared different from when they first arrived. The heavy exterior had vanished, replaced by a stylish design reminiscent of Saiyan battle attire. Nevertheless, Super Trunks remained convinced that they had no hope of victory. "Your armor looks impressive, but you must have seen the combat prowess of others. Mere armor cannot hope to rival them." The bystander from Universe 5, brimming with confidence, revealed the true capabilities of their armor. You still don't grasp the power of this armor. We never intended to showcase our true armor in a mere match. However, upon realizing our opponents were far stronger than the Frozen Demon Clan, we requested the organizers to procure the super limit armor from our universe. Its power is beyond your wildest imagination. This is our proudest creation, typically reserved for exceptional circumstances, and it is precisely this that has established us as the strongest race in Universe 5. Their loud chatter drew the attention of the spectators from the Super Universe, prompting Super Goten to scrunch his nose in confusion. What exactly is this Frozen Demon Clan? Upon hearing that Universe 5 was aware of the Frozen Demon Clan, Gogeta's interest in their so-called armor peaked. The Frozen Demon Clan refers to the Frieza race, which has dwindled to just the 3 of them today. Super Gohan, wishing to prevent their needless sacrifice, cautioned, even if you are stronger than Frieza, it won't matter. Haven't you noticed how many here surpass Frieza by leagues? Even if their strength pales in comparison to the formidable Frieza, whose battle power is a mere 120 million. It holds no significance in this arena where heroes vie for supremacy. The bystander, deaf to the world, raised his right hand, his thumb turned inward, pointing at himself. That Broly has thrown your ranks into disarray. Were it me in the present moment, I could dispatch him with a single strike, for his techniques are utterly ineffectual. Super Gohan felt a sense of futility akin to a cursed spirit. Did they not see the unstoppable Broly from moments ago? With one decisive blow, Super Gohan cast a few incredulous glances at his opponent, who remained unyielding despite his warnings, leaving him at a loss for words. Do not inquire about the gestures of the deaf bystander. They're simply emblematic of classic embarrassment. The deaf bystander and Super Bu ascended the stage, with the former launching the first attack. Tracing an X shape in the air with his finger, Super Bu was instantly torn asunder, caught completely off guard, and the towering structure behind him was cleaved at its very base, despite the distance of several meters between them. The deaf bystander's strike connected almost instantaneously. Super Gohan's expression grew increasingly grave. The destructive power was formidable indeed. The tower, encompassed within the protective shield, remained unscathed, yet the attack had penetrated the barrier with ease. Vegeta shared the same sentiment. Such an unexpected maneuver indeed carried significant weight. However, it posed no threat to them, for they would never underestimate their opponents. With sufficient energy enveloping their bodies, they could easily deflect such attacks. Perhaps it might work against an arrogant foe. Given Super Bu's regenerative capabilities, he was unfazed by such minor injuries. His form reconnected and restored itself. The deaf bystander took a couple of steps back, launching an energy sphere the size of his fist towards Super Bu, its speed unremarkable. Super Bu found it amusing. The energy sphere was rather diminutive and exquisite, so he extended a finger to poke at it. Little cutie, you are quite entertaining. With a playful spirit, Super Bu still did not activate his aura for protection. Upon contact, the energy sphere erupted with a terrifying shockwave. The deaf bystander had long since prepared for this, retreating several steps and soaring into the air. As the entire arena was obliterated, debris scattered in all directions, and clouds of dust filled the air, while the deaf bystander muttered an apology for seemingly killing Super Bu. Expressing his regret, there was no other choice. He could only eradicate him completely, and thus he dubbed this technique annihilation of Bu. He had no desire to take a life. His opponent was not his enemy. Yet Super Bu was too tenacious, necessitating a wide-ranging attack to defeat him. Just as the deaf bystander believed victory was within his grasp, he felt a gentle poke on his back, followed by a teasing voice. What are you saying, little cutie? Your armor is rather impressive. Why not give it to me? Without a moment's hesitation, the deaf bystander lunged forward, stopping only after covering several dozen meters, only to find Super Bu standing directly behind him. He waved his right hand, attempting to use magic to seize the armor, but there was no response. How peculiar! Can it truly withstand me? The deaf bystander pointed at the chest of his armor. Having discerned Super Bu's intentions, our system can resist telekinesis. Your methods are ineffective against me. With magic failing, Super Bu opted for a direct approach, launching himself toward the deaf bystander. Unfazed, the deaf bystander unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that riddled Super Bu's body with holes. Boldly confronting him, Super Boo's form contorted into a massive net, engulfing the deaf bystander within, and 2 seconds later, the bystander's head emerged from Super Boo's chest, only to be expelled. The only difference was that he was now stripped of his armor. Standing bare as Super Bu, chuckling, proclaimed, "I have taken your armor. I shall study it thoroughly. You may leave the stage now." With a swift kick, the deaf bystander was sent crashing to the ground, the arena in ruins. And his fall signified defeat. It was unclear whether it was due to Super Bu's kick or the aftermath of being consumed, but the deaf bystander found his left ear rendered deaf, truly becoming half-deaf, necessitating medical attention that a tall man from the fifth universe, enraged, sought to confront Super Bu. "How dare you?" The deaf bystander was about to unleash his ultimate technique, only to be devoured. "I must reclaim my armor." The leading man restrained his actions, urging him to remain calm. Only the brainwaves of the deaf bystander can unleash the true power of the armor. Even if it is taken, it matters not. Super Gohan was taken aback by the destructive capabilities of the armor, far exceeding his expectations. The armor indeed possessed remarkable qualities, its destructive power comparable to that of Super Saiyan 1. It seemed they were not merely boasting. Observing that destructive potential, it could easily rival the Super Saiyan form of the time-traveling Goku, a formidable combat capability not to be underestimated. Among Super Saiyans, distinctions existed. The stronger one was in their base form. The mightier they became upon transformation. While this may sound like a mere variation of Super Saiyan, in a realm teeming with powerhouses, it held little weight. However, it must be noted that the current time-traveling Goku's base combat power was on an entirely different level. And upon transforming into Super Saiyan, his strength was akin to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 from the Z era. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly. "You speak true. We do not possess Super Bu's regenerative abilities. It is wise not to underestimate them." Gogeta concurred, cautioning the other competitors from his universe. "They are quite formidable. It is merely unfortunate that they have encountered Bu." The kind-hearted Trunks was treated as a fool, scolded for his concern, and upon witnessing their plight, he quickly enlisted Goten to share in the mockery. The two young ones mimicked their tone. "That is not our true armor. Indeed, indeed. Once we don our cosmic super invincible magnificent armor, whether it be Broly or Bu, they shall be vanquished in a single blow." Having had his armor stolen, and now facing ridicule from children, the towering figure from the fifth universe was nearly on the verge of a berserk rampage. Muttering threats of vengeance, the leading man could only urge him to calm down, reminding him not to be so impulsive and to avoid quarreling with children. Super Vegeta paced back and forth, his fingers drumming against his body. "Damn it, why is it not my turn yet? I am itching for the next fight." Super Gohan implored him to remain composed. "It is still early, Uncle Vegeta. You just fought not long ago." Eager for action, Super Vegeta cast a frustrated glance at Gogeta. "He has fought twice already. Standing here feels like an eternity." Gogeta, bewildered, wondered how he had become embroiled in this matter, merely wishing to chat with Vegito when he found himself caught in the crossfire. "You were not selected to ascend the stage. If you disagree, take it up with the organizers. What does it have to do with me? Am I the protagonist? Is it my turn to fight that grants me special treatment?" Chapter 17. Bojack's victory in the universe. The next match pits Zanja of the 6th universe against Sun Bra of the 19th universe. Super Goku was perplexed. Did Gohan lose to this individual in that universe? Logically, that should not be possible. Bojack was not particularly strong, and as long as Gohan awakened Super Saiyan 2, he could easily defeat him. Super Vegeta further mocked himself. Did I, in that universe, also fall to this scoundrel? What on earth happened? Gogeta's eyes gleamed with insight as he utilized telepathy to access Bojack's memories, uncovering the events that transpired in the 6th universe. "Allow me to clarify the situation for you." Super Bit guessed his intentions. "You employ telepathy?" The fused warrior possessed various unique abilities. Gogeta simply preferred not to resort to such tricks, rarely utilizing them proactively. Gogeta recounted the occurrences in that universe. In the 6th universe, events unfolded similarly to the Z era. Goku, in an effort to save Blue Planet, brought the self-destructing cell to King Kai's planet, leading to their mutual demise, with the death of King Kai. Bojack, previously sealed by the combined might of the Kais, broke free from his confinement, sensing the battle between Gohan and Cell and hastening toward Blue Planet. Upon arriving at Blue Planet, they launched their assault. But the others were no match. Relying on a few subordinates to restrain them, they fell one by one, leaving only Trunks to secure a single victory. As he reflected on the past, Gogeta let out a sigh. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that Gohan and Trunks were ambushed first, leaving only the proud Vegeta and Piccolo to come to their aid, yet they refused to join forces. This resulted in the once formidable warriors from Blue Star being systematically defeated. Despite their potential to secure a decisive victory together, the henchmen of Bojack were hardly formidable adversaries. Their troublesome technique of binding with threads posed little challenge, as both Piccolo and Vegeta could easily dispatch them with minimal effort. Bojack's strength was comparable to that of Perfect Cell, and when juxtaposed with the resurrected Lightning Cell, it was evident that the awakened Super Saiyan 2 Gohan could eliminate him in a single blow. Gogeta snapped back to the present, glancing at the eager faces of those around him, and continued. Gohan found himself ensnared by Bojack, while Goku hesitated, contemplating whether to return to the living world to assist Gohan. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Bojack fatally injured Gohan, a consequence of Goku's hesitation that left Gohan lifeless. Goku, unable to linger in the realm of the living, realized that there was no point in returning. Gohan's demise incited fury in both Piccolo and Trunks, especially Piccolo, who was ultimately slain by Bojack and his minions, while Trunks was similarly restrained. Vegeta, consumed by rage, gathered all his energy and unleashed his final flash. The formidable energy caused Bojack to hesitate, prompting him to use one of his subordinates as a human shield. Seizing the opportunity, Bojack struck Vegeta with a devastating blow. Witnessing his father's death, Trunks lost all will to fight. Soon, they all met their end and arrived in the underworld. Goku pleaded with King Yama for a day to return to Blue Star and vanquish Bojack, but his request was firmly denied. Upon hearing that Bojack was too cowardly to confront his ultimate attack head-on, using a subordinate as a shield instead, Super Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. How despicable, he remarked that, in truth, Super Vegeta was acutely aware that his demise was largely of his own making. After Goku perished during the Cell incident, he found himself in a state of confusion, devoid of a clear purpose. His power had waned slightly compared to that during the Cell games, making it understandable that he struggled against Bojack. Regrettably, there were no alternate scenarios. In their universe, the young Gohan had forgotten the essence of Super Saiyan 2 just as Bojack was about to end his life. Goku, utilizing instant transmission, arrived back on Blue Star and landed a punch on Bojack. Goku's urging prompted Gohan to awaken his Super Saiyan 2 form once more, allowing him to obliterate Bojack in a single strike. Super Goku scratched his head in confusion over Bojack's continued existence. Logically, King Yama should not have refused, he pondered. Could it be that our return to the living world failed to eliminate Bojack? Goku had a solid rapport with King Yama. During the Buu saga, he had managed to secure a day back on Blue Star through the fortune-telling of Baba. Gogeta understood the implication of Goku's words and shook his head in disappointment. No, King Yama expressed his regrets and denied your request. As deceased individuals, your desire to return to the living world driven by personal vendettas is unacceptable. Only in the event of a universal crisis would such a request be considered. However, Bojack does not possess the intent to annihilate the universe. He merely relishes conquest and does not seek to eliminate every being within it. Gogeta could sense King Yama's despair. He was not the ultimate authority, as there were others above him. Had Goku simply stated that they wished to return to see their families, King Yama would have certainly acquiesced. Instead, Goku's straightforward declaration of vengeance left no room for leniency, rendering even the most ambiguous excuses ineffective. With Goku and the others unable to return, Krillin, Ten, and Yamcha were all deceased. Bulma and Chi-Chi, along with Master Roshi, met their end at the hands of Bojack's minions while searching for Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan and the others. The remaining inhabitants of Blue Star were oblivious to the existence of the Dragon Balls, leaving Goku and his companions powerless to revive them. Bojack later constructed an opulent palace on Blue Star, with Satan elevated to the position of chief servant. After reveling in this luxury for a time, Bojack set off with his subordinates to conquer other planets, swiftly usurping Frisia's dominion over the universe. The denizens of the super universe exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to blame. A chilling and brutal female voice resonated from Universe 19. At last, I have encountered this scoundrel. I shall make that wretched woman wish she had never been born. Following the voice, they beheld Bra from Universe 19, her expression twisted into a wicked, frenzied grin that rendered her otherwise beautiful visage menacing. The death of Xiao Fong had ignited an uncontrollable fury within the volatile Bra, who now faced off against Bojack's lackeys. Bra struggled to contain her rage and finally found an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Upon hearing the names of the competitors, Universe 19 Trunks was momentarily taken aback. Bra, why did you register as Son Bra? Bra had always carried Bulma's surname. Why had she changed it to Son? Universe 19 Goten interjected. Not just you. I also consider myself Bra's brother. She requested to change her name to Son Bra before the tournament. After all, Son Bra is the daughter of Vegito, possessing half of Goku's blood. Changing her surname to Son is entirely reasonable. Vegito approached the referee to make a request. Could I have 2 minutes, please? Given the short duration requested, the referee hesitated briefly before acquiescing, noting that 2 minutes would not disrupt the tournament's progression. Vegito grasped Son Bra's attire, preventing her from taking the stage just yet, and gently urged her to rein in her emotions. You may kill her, but do not torment her. I understand you are troubled by Xiao Fong's death, but you must maintain your composure. Universe 19 Bra felt a surge of resentment toward her father's words, unable to accept them. But she killed Xiao Fong. I must take revenge on Bojack's people. Torturing that woman is justified. You know she's no good, right? Bojack and his crew were indeed not good people. They were ruthless, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, a clear reflection of Frisia's legacy. Why should she not eliminate them entirely? Vegito did not deny this fact, which was why he permitted Universe 19 Bra to take lives. However, his concern for his daughter remained. Bra, you are too reckless. You cannot guarantee that you won't harm the innocent when unleashing your full power. And this is your greatest weakness. Moreover, you have lost control more than once. If this continues, you will be destroyed. Ultimately, you must control your emotions that if you cannot manage this, I will revoke your eligibility from the tournament. As his daughter, Bra possessed extraordinary talent and formidable strength, yet her temperament was far too volatile. Once enraged, she could not control her destructive capacity, potentially obliterating an entire small planet with a mere flick of her wrist. Had Vegito or the others engaged in combat, they would have been able to contain their energy, ensuring no collateral damage. However, once Bra transformed into Super Saiyan 2, she would succumb to a berserk state. Losing control of her body, Vegito harbored deep concern. While he could currently suppress her, if he were absent, it would spell disaster. Reluctantly, Bra agreed, assuring that she would not intentionally torment her opponent, prompting Vegito to allow her to take the stage. Chapter 18, Universe 19 Bra. The arena of the 6th Universe's competitors saw Zanya, upon seeing her name, immediately lose the desire to compete. Gogeta had left her with lingering shadows of fear. The residual energy from her clash with Broly had nearly claimed her life. Extinguishing her courage to fight, that I refuse to go. I forfeit. Zanya made her decision, yet Bojack remained unfazed, giving her a clear directive to take the stage. Get up there. There are no cowards in our galaxy. The shift in Bojack's gaze from indifferent to ferocious, threatening to unleash violence upon her, caused Zanya to hesitate, but ultimately she reluctantly ascended the stage, upon realizing her opponent was merely a teenage girl. Zanya's lips curled into a sinister smile as she stalked towards least it's just a little girl. She should be easy to handle. Are you ready to meet the same fate as your sister? Zanya had initially forfeited out of fear of encountering a strong opponent, but upon facing Bra, whom she perceived as weak, she eagerly anticipated the chance to unleash her fury upon her, just as Vegito had begun to relax. Zanya's mention of the deceased Xiao Fong caused his expression to darken immediately. That you've truly crossed a line. Now, no one can save you. Vegeta perceived the fury emanating from Vegito, although the emotion flashed momentarily across his face. Unnoticed by ordinary observers, it was not lost on Vegeta. Clearly, The repeated mention of his deceased granddaughter, Xiaofang, had stifled Vegito's anger, as he feared that a fit of rage might lead him to annihilate the entire sixth universe. This gathering permitted lethal actions. In a contest where strength was equal, one could only give their all, and casualties were to be expected. Yet, despite having the means to effortlessly defeat Xiaofang, Bojack opted to deny her the chance to surrender and instead chose to end her life. Vegeta, Goku, and Vegito were all acutely aware that they would show leniency towards the weaker opponents, merely incapacitating them without resorting to fatal measures. The fate of the sixth universe was already sealed. Neither Xiaofang's father, Gohan, would spare them, nor would Vegeta show any mercy. However, they exhibited remarkable restraint and refrained from striking at that moment. Zhongjia observed Xiaofang, trembling, and mistakenly believed her to be frightened by her own words. In a sudden burst of aggression, she executed a flying kick aimed at Xiaofang's face to echo her astonishment. Xiaofang remained unmoved, akin to a statue, merely raising her head with a look of malevolence, veins bulging. Her gaze transforming into a terrifying glare. "I shall not allow you to die painlessly." Xiaofang howled to the heavens, her golden aura erupting like a jet stream, sending Zhongjia hurtling away. Zhongjia promptly made her choice: surrender. She recognized she was no match for Xiaofang, though she could not comprehend how such a young girl could possess such immense strength. Yet, in the face of the current situation, she had no time for contemplation. Refusing to concede was tantamount to signing her own death warrant. As her thoughts raced, the words slipped from her lips. Before she could utter the words "I surrender," her gaze locked onto a pair of terrifying eyes, which reflected nothing but a thirst for blood. It was Xiaofang's gaze. So swift was her transformation into a Super Saiyan that Zhongjia had barely begun to speak before Xiaofang's right hand seized her chin, rendering her speechless. With her head pinned to the ground, Zhongjia suffered a grievous blow, blood spilling from her mouth. Trapped, it oozed from the gaps between her lips, staining Xiaofang's fingers with crimson. The malevolent expression on Xiaofang's face left Zhongjia bewildered. She struck out at Xiaofang with her hands and feet, but her efforts were utterly futile. "You seem to enjoy squirming, do you?" Xiaofang tightened her grip, crushing Zhongjia's jaw, then raised her right foot, bringing it down with force, shattering the bones in one of Zhongjia's legs. With three more brutal stomps, Zhongjia's limbs were rendered useless. Her desperate struggles were met with excruciating pain, nearly numbing her senses. She whimpered, but Xiaofang was far from finished. Leaping high into the air, she targeted Zhongjia, her feet descending rapidly onto her chest. In that moment, Zhongjia's appearance was pitiful. The ground was drenched in blood. Her pupils dilated, and her limbs lay twisted at unnatural angles. Despairing, she awaited the arrival of death, hoping Xiaofang would grant her a swift end. She had no expectations of survival. Bojack was unlikely to come to her aid. And left to her own devices, she would only meet a fate of relentless torment. That a flicker of struggle crossed Vegito's face, and he finally spoke up to intervene. "Enough, Xiaofang. Do not continue this any longer. Just kill her and be done with it." "Kill her? Too easy for her," Xiaofang retorted, glancing at Zhongjia's delicate face before raising her foot to stomp down. The first stomp sent blood splattering across her shoes. Zhongjia's breathing had grown faint. With the second stomp, she fell silent. The third stomp shattered her skull, reducing it to a gruesome mess, red and white mingling grotesquely as her brain matter splattered. Only then did Xiaofang cease her assault, turning to gaze at Bojack below. "You're next, you filthy dog." Bojack bore a haughty expression, his eyes instinctively avoiding Xiaofang's penetrating glare, revealing the turmoil beneath his seemingly calm facade. With Xiaofang's victory secured, the organizers presented Zhongjia's lifeless body before Bojack, and he barely glanced at it, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Take her to morgue. I have no use for the corpse of such a worthless creature." Super bitterly expressed discontent with his callous demeanor. This woman was likely his girlfriend. How could he remain so indifferent upon her death? Zhongjia was the sole female in Bojack's team, and their relationship appeared to transcend that of mere subordinate and superior. Think that upon her death, Bojack not only showed no sorrow but deemed her useless. It was truly inhumane. Vegeta had anticipated such a scenario. Bojack was never a virtuous character. That scoundrel had previously pushed Zanja out as a shield during the battle against Gohan in their universe, attempting to exploit her as a means to ambush him. Gohan nodded in agreement. I harbor no fondness for Bojack and his cohorts. They're despicable and shameless. Yet one aspect puzzled Super Gohan, causing his expression to shift. How could Xiaofang be so powerful? Her energy is at least close to Super Saiyan 3. Is she truly that formidable? Although Xiaofang had transformed into a Super Saiyan early in the tournament, her recent furious transformation had pushed her power to its zenith. Even if she had merely achieved Super Saiyan 1, the energy she unleashed was no less than that of Super Saiyan 3, perhaps even surpassing Goku's during the Buu saga. The resemblance to Gohan's mysterious state back then was alarming. Such astounding combat talent in someone so young, merely 15 or 16, was astonishing. Vegeta turned his head, thoughtfully casting a glance at Vegito, who was earnestly admonishing his daughter for her cruelty towards opponents, nearly causing her own emotions to spiral out of control. Suddenly sensing something, Vegito looked at Vegeta with a knowing smirk. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? My apologies, haha. It's just a habit. Vegeta replied, taken aback that his subtlety had been detected. His ability to read minds was a result of the fusion technique, akin to Gotenks, acquiring many unique abilities post-fusion. Vegito shouldn't have noticed. But after absorbing Vegito's memories, he understood the reason. However, Vegito bore no grudge, so Vegeta refrained from explaining and instead elucidated Xiaofang's existence to Super Gohan. Under Vegeta's explanation, they grasped the tale of the 19th universe and how such a prodigious talent as Xiaofang had emerged. Within the 19th universe, Vegito had entered Gohan's body, and the gleeful Buu had erupted into wild laughter, prompting Vegito to cover his ears in annoyance. The protective shield had proven effective. He entered Buu's body without being absorbed. Intending to dismantle it and rescue Gohan and the others, that Vegito's original intention was to disable the protective shield and proceed to save others. But upon hearing Buu's evil laughter, he reconsidered, and one could predict what might transpire. It was perhaps wiser not to deactivate the shield to avoid unforeseen consequences. In that moment, the narrative of the 19th universe began to diverge significantly from that of the other universes. Not long after, Vegito discovered Gohan and the others ensnared by Buu's gelatinous form, swiftly rescuing them. Meanwhile, Gohan, reveling in his merry escapades, sensed his power rapidly diminishing, leading to an unsettling premonition. Despite absorbing Vegito, his strength was waning. How could this be? The only plausible explanation was Vegito's interference. Immediately, he separated himself, delving deep into his own body to locate the devoured Vegito. At this juncture, Vegito encountered the pudgy Buu's gelatinous form, but chose to ignore it, intent on departing with Gohan and the others. However, the large Buu appeared just in time, blocking his path with a malevolent grin that I was curious about who was responsible for my diminished strength. It turns out to be you. I shall make you pay dearly. Vegito remained unfazed, brushing aside Buu's threats. You think you can stop me? With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, wreaking havoc within Buu's body, piercing through it and leaving a 1-centimeter wound on his external form. Though it swiftly healed, Buu dismissed it, taunting Vegito for his perceived impotence. You're nothing but a mere cell within my body. Even if my strength has diminished, it is still sufficient to deal with you. Vegito was absorbed into the body. As long as he remained within his own form, Vegito would be powerless against himself. And Majin Buu was filled with confidence. Vegito, unfazed, instantaneously transported himself before the plump Majin Buu. Then I shall reduce you to a weaker state. A cold glimmer flickered in Majin Buu's eyes, the first hint of genuine fear, an instinctive terror. No, please don't do that. Otherwise, I'll cease to be myself. I beg you. It seems you truly are afraid that if you're no longer yourself. How intriguing. Vegito, observing the expression on Majin Buu's face, recognized this as his Achilles heel. Though the reasons eluded him, with a vigorous tug, he yanked the fat Buu down, leaving Majin Buu powerless, lying within his own body, his form twitching uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Vegito led his companions to find an escape route from within Buu. Ultimately fleeing, they found a concealed location to hide Gohan and the others, watching Buu's transformation. Majin Buu's figure oscillated, sometimes swelling with muscle, at other times shrinking into a frail and violent form. His strength seemed to have increased, surpassing his initial state, yet still falling short of the power he wielded after absorbing Gohan. What was happening to him? Vegito, at that moment, was ignorant of Buu's existence and could not comprehend the situation. In mere seconds, Majin Buu transformed once more, reverting to the appearance of a small child, his original evil form. This left Vegito perplexed, as Buu's aura fluctuated erratically. Forget it, his aura has weakened slightly, which is ultimately a good thing. This means it's less perilous. Chapter 19. The birth of Vegito, the evil child. Buu howled at the heavens, emitting a beastly roar, pounding his chest with both hands in the next instant. The small Buu struck without warning, unleashing a ki blast aimed directly at Vegito. This caught Vegito off guard. Buu was not adhering to the expected pattern. He teleported below and deflected the small Buu's attack with a swift palm strike. You wish to annihilate Blue Star? Then you must first defeat me. He recognized the abnormality in the small Buu's behavior. Like a madman, he was intent on destroying Blue Star without a moment's hesitation. Had his prowess not far exceeded that of the small Buu, he might have failed to intercept the assault, and Blue Star could have faced destruction. The small Buu merely revealed a set of pristine white teeth. Grinning at him, without uttering a word, he raised one hand, gathering energy to form a massive energy sphere, the target unmistakably still Blue Star. Vegito understood the necessity for swift resolution, although the combat prowess of this small Buu was inferior to that of the fat Buu. His threat level was undeniably greater. While the fat Buu would detonate at the slightest provocation, this small Buu was prepared to strike without so much as a word, an utterly deranged action. Vegito's form flickered as he appeared before the small Buu, hands clasped at his waist, unleashing a blue shockwave. Kamehameha, the instantaneous Kamehameha, despite lacking the potency of a charged version, was still formidable, especially in his Super Saiyan state. Vegito's strength far eclipsed that of the small Buu. Even a sudden attack was beyond the capability of the small Buu to withstand. The direct impact shattered the small Buu's form into fragments, only for the remnants to swiftly reconstitute. Such incredible regenerative power. Vegito marveled as he watched the small Buu restore himself in less than a second. It appeared that although his power had diminished, this small Buu's physical recovery abilities were vastly superior to those of other forms. If any other Buu had suffered such damage, the energy expended to recover would have been considerable. Yet this small Buu seemed unperturbed. Vegito, no longer withholding his strength, unleashed all his energy. The Super Saiyan form blazing at full capacity, he approached once more, delivering two powerful punches that created gaping holes in the small Buu's chest, followed by a kick that sent him flying into the air. With both hands aimed at the small Buu, a torrential downpour of energy waves erupted, instantly reducing the small Buu's form to mere shreds. The speed of his reformation lagging far behind Vegito's destructive pace. This scenario persisted for several minutes, until Vegito finally ceased his assault. The small Buu struggled to recover. After a series of gestures, Vegito positioned his hands before him. Super explosive wave Kamehameha. The penetrating force of the Kamehameha, combined with the wide-reaching devastation of the explosive attack, engulfed the small Buu, propelling him beyond the atmosphere of Blue Star. Under the onslaught of energy, the small Buu was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Even with his self-healing capabilities, he could not escape the fate of death. In terms of raw strength, the small Buu was vastly inferior to Gohan Buu. While Vegito's base form could easily dominate Gohan Buu, and transforming into Super Saiyan amplified his power 50-fold. With such a staggering disparity in combat capabilities, even the small Buu's formidable recovery abilities could not sway the tide of battle. With the demise of the small Buu, Vegito sighed in relief, reverting to his base form. As the elder Kishin and the others celebrated their victory, they were reminded of another matter. They summoned Vegito, eager to share good news. Vegito, there's something I neglected to clarify with Goku earlier. Only the fusion of Kaioshins is permanent. Mortals using the earrings will separate after 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Vegito did not display surprise. Rather, he exhaled deeply. That's so. If that's the case, I shall soon be able to separate into Vegeta and Goku. In the brief moment of shared glances among the group. An hour swiftly elapsed, yet Vegito remained fused, his form unchanged. What is happening? Elder Kaioshin, did you not say I would separate? The Elder Kaioshin was equally perplexed. He distinctly remembered that mortals would indeed separate. After rifling through countless ancient texts, he provided an ambiguous explanation that it is possible that the aura within Bu's body is interfering, preventing your separation. Moreover, your earrings appear to have been enhanced by a Kaioshin from an era long past, allowing for potential permanent fusion. Upon hearing this, Vegito accepted his existence. After all, he was a newly born entity. If he could not separate, he would protect Blue Star himself. Soon, Gohan and the others awakened, bewildered by the events that had transpired. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks felt a sense of familiarity, yet strangeness in Vegito's presence, as if he were both Vegeta and Goku, yet entirely neither. Only Gohan, who was aware of the partake earrings, grasped the situation. Tentatively inquiring, "Are you the result of Dad and Uncle Vegeta's fusion?" Vegito smiled and nodded, then sought out Dend, recognizing that reviving the innocent lives lost was of utmost importance. "Dend, please gather the Dragon Balls to revive those who perished. This task is entrusted to you." Curious, Dend scrutinized Vegito and agreed to his request. Understanding that Goku was the cornerstone of Blue Star, Vegito's essence mirrored that of Goku, and Dend could not refuse his directive. "All right, but the Dragon Balls will require a few months to regain their power. I will do my best to expedite their readiness." After some time, the 7 Dragon Balls were activated, restoring all beings that had been destroyed or obliterated on Blue Star to their former states. This included Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others who had been transformed into candy by the Fat Bu. Upon their revival, they were stunned to learn a shocking truth that in the temple, Vegito explained his existence and origin, informing them that Goku and Vegeta were not merely dead, but had ceased to exist in a conventional sense, making any attempt to resurrect them futile. "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am a being born only recently." Trunks, still discontented with Vegito's existence, refused to acknowledge him. "That you're not my dad." Vegito, unfazed, extended his hand to convey his intentions that "I am indeed not your father, but I will cherish you just the same." Though Vegito embodied a wholly new persona, he did not lean towards either Vegeta or Goku. Yet, due to the emotions inherited from both, he felt a deep connection to both families. However, he could not be split in two. Thus he addressed Bulma and Chi-Chi with honesty. "I hold affection for both of you, and for both families, yet I am uncertain of what to do." Bulma and Chi-Chi instantly understood each other. Their eyes met, and the spark of their former friendship ignited. With only one man present, but 2 women vying for his attention, the situation was quite evident, and neither appeared willing to yield. However, after just a few seconds, Chi-Chi smiled gently, opting to withdraw gracefully and make way for Bulma. "Goku has been gone for 7 or 8 years now, and I have raised our child alone. I will not compete with you." Bulma, as she spoke of the deceased Goku, tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was, after all, a woman. She longed for a partner to protect her, and although the universe had become a safer place for her son Gohan, few dared to bully Chi-Chi. Yet, a son and a husband were not the same. Goku had perished in his battle against Cell, and it had been far too long since she had last seen him. Even though Vegeta resembled Goku closely, he was ultimately not the person she cherished in her memories. Additionally, Goten had never known his father, having only met him during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, the prospect of eternal separation loomed once more. With this thought, Chi-Chi wiped her tears and embraced Goten, making a heartfelt request. "If you have the time, would you come to my home for a visit? And could you possibly be a father to Goten?" Vegeta readily agreed, believing that Goten was indeed his son, sharing half of his blood. Even without Chi-Chi's urging, Vegeta would have embraced Goten as his own. Thus, he frequently utilized instant transmission, flitting between Bulma's and Chi-Chi's homes. Shortly thereafter, the Kaioshins extended an invitation for Vegeta to assist them in managing dangerous entities across the universe. Vegeta did not decline. His benevolent nature compelled him to acquiesce, for he was unmatched in strength. Before long, he traversed various locales throughout the universe. vanquishing one villain after another, with news of his deeds spreading widely, enhancing his reputation. Eventually, he was hailed by most civilizations in the universe as a hero, a savior that a small fraction regarded him as a supreme deity, mighty, enigmatic, and invincible. Chapter 20. The singular second battle talent, while Vegito was engaged in resolving cosmic disputes. He was often accompanied by two young girls, Gohan's daughter, Pan, and Bulma's daughter, Bra. Despite Vegeta's absence, Bra was born after the Buu saga, albeit with her father now being Vegeta rather than Vegeta, upon first laying eyes on his own daughter. Vegeta was overwhelmed with excitement, lifting her high into the air that, my daughter, what should I name her? Bulma, lying in bed, weak and weary, replied, I've thought of a name. Let us call her Bra. Vegeta recalled Trunks' name, finding that Bra sounded quite pleasant, and it fit well with Bulma's surname. Considering Saiyans had no fixed family names, he then contemplated another matter. I seem to have never seen Trunks' tail. Could we keep Bra's tail? Vegeta fondly stroked Bra's tail, cherishing the fluffy little appendage, and made his request to Bulma. Imagining the scenario, Bulma firmly refused. What if she turns into a giant ape? Girls shooting tea of tails. This had been her reasoning when she had removed Trunks' tail. If she did not allow her son to have one, she certainly did not want her daughter to have one either. Upon hearing this, chilling vision flashed in Vegeta's mind. Under a full moon, Bra might see the moon, transform into a giant ape, wreaking havoc on Earth, and overpowering the warriors. Piccolo, supported by Gohan, would insist that they protect this planet. Gohan, stunned, would gaze at Bra in her monstrous form, unable to strike her down, especially as she was, in a sense, his sister. Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic fantasies, Vegeta decided to heed Bulma's words and inquired with concern, You should be able to get out of bed now, right? Bulma was taken aback and then pointed an accusatory finger at Vegeta, her eyes blazing with anger. Taking several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her wrath. You fool, do you think I'm a Saiyan? I don't possess such extraordinary recuperative abilities. I will need a long time to recover before I can move. How could I possibly get out of bed today after giving birth? Vegeta offered an awkward smile. That's my first time. After all, I'll get better at this. He had not considered that Bulma was not a Saiyan and thus did not share their rapid recovery rates. Observing the little one clinging to his clothing, giggling and joyful, Vegeta was eager to discover the extent of his child's innate talent. Bulma, do you have a scouter? Still miffed, Bulma retorted without thinking. No. Why would I need that? I don't fight, Vegeta countered. But you repaired a power level detector when Raditz arrived, didn't you? It dawned on Bulma that this was indeed true. However, as their power levels soared too quickly afterward, the device became obsolete, and she had discarded it in the storage room. With the location now in mind, Vegeta instantly vanished from Bulma's side, his words still echoing in the air. All right, I'll go get it. Little Bra tumbled from his arms towards the ground, and Bulma felt a surge of panic, reaching out to catch her, but too late. In a fraction of a second, Vegeta reappeared, catching the falling Bra just in time and cradling her once more. I am back. Vegeta activated the scouter, scanning Bra's power level, and could hardly contain his elation. The device displayed a power level of 13,666, an astonishing figure for his newborn daughter, surpassing even that of the extraordinary Broly. It was noteworthy that Broly had only a power level of 10,000 at birth, making Bra's strength a full third greater. Bulma, not fully grasping the implications of the data, asked curiously, Are you saying our daughter is strong? Vegeta nodded enthusiastically, then added with a touch of pride, She could already defeat Nappa, but as my daughter, that is only to be expected. Bulma was familiar with Nappa when Vegeta first arrived on Earth. Krillin had shared tales of the encounter. Despite Tien and Kaiatsu exerting their full power, they could not inflict any damage on Nappa. The notion that their infant daughter could best him was bewildering. Bulma felt compelled to inform the staff below, instructing them to refrain from coming up, as the infant required no assistance, that if Bra were to accidentally harm someone with a stray blow, it would truly be a disaster. Thus, Bra was born, and just a few years later, Gohan and Videl welcomed their daughter, whom they named Pan. Gohan approached Piccolo, expressing his desire. Uncle Piccolo, I would like you to be Pan's godfather. Initially, Gohan had considered asking Piccolo to be Goten's godfather, but Chi-Chi was reluctant, so he had to abandon that idea. Naturally, Piccolo could not refuse Gohan's request, and he readily accepted the role of caretaker for Pan. However, the situation was slightly awkward. Piccolo was of the same generation as Goku, and though he was not much older than Gohan, the generational difference was evident, as Gohan had always referred to him as uncle. Now, by accepting Pan as his goddaughter, he and Gohan were effectively on equal footing. Luckily, they were all unconcerned with titles. Gohan called him Piccolo, while Pan referred to him as Godfather. Videl did not object to Gohan's decision, as she held Piccolo in high regard, as they pondered what kind of person Pan would grow up to be, whether she would become a scholar, an archaeologist, a martial artist, or perhaps even the next generation of heroes in the identity of Satan. A voice echoed from behind them, as Vegeta provided a confident answer. I see her becoming a hero of the universe, combating villains akin to Frieza, and occasionally obliterating a few nefarious planets. The thoughtful Gohan harbors no particular disdain for Vegeta, consistently referring to him as a father figure. Vegeta, in turn, regards the two girls, Bra and Xiao Fong, as his disciples, nurturing the hope that they will one day succeed him in upholding peace across the universe. However, what can an infant truly accomplish? It is essential to wait until the children are a bit older. Vegeta finds himself rather bored and begins to entertain other thoughts. Perhaps it would be simpler to place them in the room of spirit and time for a couple of days. Unsurprisingly, his nonsensical suggestion is met with stern refusals from Bulma and Videl. What a ridiculous notion! Subjecting the two children to the room of spirit and time would rob them of their childhood. It could potentially leave them with lasting psychological scars. Years pass, and under Vegeta's eager anticipation, the two little girls finally grow up enough to commence their training. Yet, Videl, perhaps out of concern for her daughter or for other reasons, insists on joining them in their practice. After unsuccessful attempts to dissuade her, Vegeta concedes to Videl's request. Videl warms up, stretching her limbs in preparation. Given their youth, she feels confident that she can keep pace with their training. Vegeta displays a peculiar smile. Really? Excellent. Let's begin with a simple warm-up, a lap around Planet Blue. Videl stands frozen in disbelief. While she comprehends each word separately, the combined meaning eludes her. To warm up, a lap around Planet Blue? Is it truly such an intense exercise? Isn't a warm-up merely about stretching legs and such? She offers a bitter smile, resolutely deciding to exert herself to match the trio's speed. Yet once again, she realizes her miscalculation. Vegeta and Bra aside, Xiao Fong is also Gohan's daughter, inheriting his prodigious talent. The three transform into a brilliant streak, vanishing from Videl's sight in an instant by the time she attempts to take flight. Their shadows have already faded away. What is the point of chasing after them? They exist in an entirely different realm. She cannot even compare to her own daughter. Enviously contemplating the Science gifts, Videl remains stationary, practicing her martial arts. Before long, the trio returns, and upon seeing Videl training alone, the young Xiao Fong mistakenly assumes that Videl has outpaced them, returning first. Mom, you're amazing. I didn't even see you fly past us before you came back. Videl offers an awkward smile. Of course you didn't see me. Your mother didn't fly at all, that I couldn't keep up with you. Vegeta, intending to tease Videl, grins and says, all right then, let's train seriously. To his words. Videl's hair nearly stands on end out of fright. With such a stark disparity in combat power, training becomes futile. She has no desire to embarrass herself in front of her daughter. She hastily resorts to her father Satan's old trick, claiming she feels unwell and suggesting she will observe their training instead. After that day, she never again watched her daughter's practice. As time passes, Bra's combat prowess skyrockets in order to hone her skills. Vegeta takes her to a nation embroiled in war. Defeat them, but do not exert too much force. They're quite fragile. You may destroy tanks and planes, but ensure the safety of the individuals inside. However, as Vegeta continues to advise Bra, the opposing forces, having heard of Vegeta's formidable reputation, surrender without a fight. This leaves him feeling somewhat helpless, leading to the abandonment of his training plans for Bra. And they return home. Despite being only 2 or 3 years older than Xiao Fong, Bra's combat strength far surpasses her own. However, possessing such power at a young age also engenders weaknesses. Bra struggles with control over her strength. While she can manage her physical power under normal circumstances, once provoked, she unleashes an overwhelming force that is difficult to contain. In contrast, Xiao Fong maintains her composure even in anger, which is a concern for Vegeta. He worries that as Bra's strength continues to grow, a day may come when she loses control. Bra embodies a latent danger reminiscent of Bu, combined with the terrifying potential of Broly, making her the greatest variable. Fortunately, under Vegeta's stewardship, their universe remains orderly and poses minimal threats. Vegeta typically refrains from intervening unless faced with adversaries capable of endangering multiple planets or entire star systems. After all, the Kaishin's powers are limited, and many situations remain beyond their purview. If Goku attracts powerful monsters, then Vegeta draws in deities and various extraordinary beings, including those hidden in the depths of the universe. Vegeta lacks the pure-hearted nature of Goku and the obstinacy of Bardock. His invincibility breeds a sense of loneliness and boredom. After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Gohan comprehends the gravity of Bra's situation, yet he remains profoundly shaken, a birth power level exceeding 10,000. Truly, it is more terrifying than Broly himself. The next match features Bojack from Universe 6 against Gohan from Universe 20-2. In the announcement by the referee, several Gohans express surprise, as none anticipated the emergence of a Gohan from the previously unseen Universe 22. As the referee's voice fades, Gohan from Universe 22 strides forth alone from the contestants' area, leaving others to ponder whether he has come alone or if others are simply unwilling to show themselves. Then a startling scene unfolds. Gohan from Universe 22 vanishes from the ground and reappears on the arena stage. Super Goku is left astonished, as is GT Goku, with Super Bu and Gaskak trembling in shock. Gohan does not employ instant transmission. Rather, he moves solely with incredible speed, and O1 comprehends how he arrived at the stage, just as they do not grasp how he departed the contestant area. Vegeta and Gogeta's expressions turn serious for the first time. Even when facing Super Bu or dealing with Broly, they have not been truly earnest. Super Goku bows his head and queries Super Vegeta. "What are your thoughts?" Super Vegeta responds, "I fear he may not stand much of a chance. He will likely need to resort to Super Saiyan Blue to ensure a victory." Super Vegeta discerns the exceptional nature of this Universe 22 Gohan. Super Goku nods in agreement. "Yes, I share the same sentiment. It appears this Gohan has indeed trained diligently, finally abandoning the path of a scholar to embrace that of a martial artist." Super Vegeta's tone betrays a hint of excitement. If Kakarot is the one he most desires to defeat, then Gohan is among the top 3 he longs to battle, at least during Gohan's earlier commitment to martial arts. Yet, that lad has never been fond of fighting. Eventually falling behind the Tude, this Universe 22 Gohan, however, is evidently different. Oh really? Super Blue can defeat him? Gogeta interjects, momentarily undermining the confidence of the two, suggesting they should take this Gohan more seriously. Super Vegeta, brimming with confidence in his Super Blue form, believes he can sweep aside everyone present, save for Gogeta and Vegeta. Naturally, the Super Saiyan God transformation into Super Saiyan should suffice to overcome Gohan, regardless of his training. Vegeta approaches, engaging in discussion regarding the strength of Universe 22 Gohan. "While I am unfamiliar with the specifics of the Super Saiyan God transformation, I believe you may be overestimating your capabilities." Super Goku and Super Vegeta, subjected to Gogeta and Vegeta's continuous assertions, begin to waver in their confidence. Vegeta remains unaware of their true strength, yet Gogeta is well aware. If he articulates such doubts, perhaps this Universe 22 Gohan is indeed formidable. Gohan from Universe 22 locks eyes with Bojack, casually standing in place at first glance. He appears riddled with vulnerabilities, yet a closer inspection reveals not a single flaw. "You are quite impressive. Your strength is formidable," Bojack remarks as he steps forward, exerting his energy and smirking. "You must be the father of that little girl I killed." "Huh, just a mere fish." Upon hearing him mention the deceased Xiaofang once more, both Shirjo Wufan and Shirjo Bula exerted every effort to suppress their emotions, stifling the desire to take his life. Shire Wufan vanished again, yet Bojack found an arm protruding from behind him, striking across his chest and extending from his back. Blood gushed forth, mingling with a green liquid. As Shire Wufan stood before him, expressionless, Bojack gazed at him in disbelief, staggering back a few steps, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. How Shire Wufan had reached him and executed the strike remained a blur. However, in the next moment, excruciating pain surged through him, a heart-wrenching agony that rendered him desperate for relief. Shire Wufan inclined his body slightly, directing his right hand at Bojack, as blue energy coalesced, and a Kamehameha erupted forth, striking Bojack's body. Bojack had intended to resist, but as he brought his hands together to gather energy, the shockwave rushed over him, completely engulfing him. The overlord of the Sixth Universe, whose strength surpassed that of the Z-era's full-power Super Saiyan. Bojack found himself unable to retaliate and met his demise before Shire Wufan. Throughout the encounter, he had uttered but a single harsh remark, which inexplicably incited Shire Wufan's wrath, within the vast disparity of their powers. The battle concluded in 3 seconds, with no room for hesitation. Wujita could not help but marvel at the fact that this was indeed the result of Wufan's relentless training, unlocking his potential and talent to its utmost, marking the return of the once strongest youth. This Wufan was decisive in action, far more ruthless than one might expect. Super Wufan scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Super Goku glanced at him, silently comparing their strengths. Although Super Wufan had regained his martial spirit during the Tournament of Power, he had surpassed even the mysterious Wufan. Yet when compared to Shire Wufan, he still fell short. Shire Wufan turned his head, his bangs distinctly framing his forehead, and his gaze radiated confidence in his own power, a gaze that spoke of unparalleled strength. This was Shire Wufan, the Blue Star Scion hailed as the mightiest genius, transformed into the strongest warrior through diligent training. The onlookers were once again engulfed in astonishment, pondering whether they could truly triumph over their adversaries. Shire Wufan exhibited absolute dominance, showcasing a speed and power that rendered most in despair. Only a select few could discern Shire Wufan's movements. If they could not even perceive his actions, how could they hope to fight back? Wujita felt elated, realizing that Shire Wufan surpassed his expectations, and his once mundane life had finally encountered worthy opponents. That was not even Shire Wufan's true power, at least not all of it. What? Super Wufan was astounded by this revelation. Even he had only caught a vague glimpse of Shire Wufan's assault. He had broken through the state of the mysterious Wufan, further enhancing his combat prowess. Yet he could barely keep pace with Shire Wufan. Just how formidable was he? Wujita, however, regarded this as a matter of course. Surely you haven't forgotten your own talents? There are always those stronger than you. With your inconsistent efforts, it's only natural that your opponent is far superior. To say that Super Wufan's sporadic training was commendable would be an understatement. After all, he had only trained for about a year under Piccolo during his youth before engaging in battles on Namek. During the Android Saga, he spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Goku, emerging as a Super Saiyan 2. Following a 7-year hiatus from training, he experienced a regression in strength. But during his confrontation with Bu, Old Kai unlocked his potential, allowing him to become the strongest in that moment. In the Dragon Ball Super era, he wasted several more years before. Just prior to the Tournament of Power, he resumed training with Piccolo, surpassing his previous limits and becoming the strongest being beneath the Super Saiyans of Blue Star. Goku and Vegeta. Cumulatively, his training amounted to merely 3 years, prompting one to ponder just how extraordinary Wufan could be had he consistently applied himself. In Wujita's eyes, it was Wufan who held the protagonist-esque script, first among individuals. Not merely through effort, but seemingly effortlessly. Did he really need to train as rigorously as Vegeta and Goku, toiling relentlessly for power that could be called talent? The strength gained through idleness was the true measure of talent. Super Vegeta shared a similar perspective regarding Wufan from his universe. Indeed, you are far too indolent, opting to pursue some nonsensical scholarly endeavors. The next match featured the technological warrior from the Fifth Universe, pitted against the time-traveling Krillin. Krillin, having barely exchanged a few blows, ultimately conceded defeat. The inhabitants of the Fifth Universe were not troublemakers and did not press Krillin too harshly, merely enlightening him on the disparity in strength. leading to his voluntary surrender. Nevertheless, Krillin's seemingly endless array of techniques, coupled with his bug-like solar flare, caused the warrior considerable distress. The Fifth Universe beings did not forget to boast to Wujita about the prowess of their battle armor. Wujita candidly revealed a harsh truth. In fact, Krillin is the weakest among us, and your armor does pose a threat to us. Wujita did not wish to overly diminish their confidence, nor could he deny that their armor did not pose a threat to him and his companions. After all, Vegeta and Goku, transformed into Super Blue, could withstand 10 minutes of his attacks without issue. However, stating it this way felt somewhat insulting, so Wujita opted for a more tactful approach. The next match featured Bardock from the 3rd universe against Goku from the 18th universe. Super Goku, eager and impatient after such a long wait, finally dashed onto the stage with excitement. Upon seeing each other, Super Goku remained oblivious to Bardock's identity. Bardock gazed at Super Goku, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. It seems you have vanquished Frieza and protected your planet. Super Goku regarded him with curiosity, the striking resemblance between their faces prompting contemplation. How do you know that? They hailed from different universes. How could Bardock possibly know of his victory over Frieza with such certainty? Bardock's words were nothing short of shocking. I am your father. What? Super Goku was taken aback, yet after a brief moment, he chose to accept this revelation, as Bardock had no reason to deceive him, and the likeness was undeniable. Bardock beckoned to Super Goku, urging, "Show me your abilities, Kakarot." Super Goku expressed disdain for this name, retorting, "I am not Kakarot. I am Sun Wukong of Blue Star." Super Goku's double standards were evident, a behavior Wujita had long since come to expect. Typically, Goku's dialogues unfolded as follows. Someone, Kakarot. Super Goku, my name is Sun Wukong. Someone else, Kakarot. Super Goku. Oh, Vegeta. Only Vegeta consistently addressed him as Kakarot, to which Super Goku would respond. Others were met with refusal. Bardock, unfazed, unleashed his full energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, this Bardock could also transform into a Super Saiyan, his expression serious and earnest as he explained. I possess an unstable ability to foresee the future, which has transformed me significantly, allowing me to recognize the savagery of the Saiyans and the wrongs I have committed. In the past, I was indeed a scoundrel, but now I have changed, Kakarot. Let us settle this as Super Saiyans. Gogeta rubbed his chin. Pondering the enigma that was Bardock, he wondered if this was the same character from the theatrical version. After all, how else could one explain his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, coupled with his unstable precognitive abilities? The only plausible explanation was that he bore resemblance to the Bardock from the old films. The one who had traversed time did AS for using telepathy to delve into Bardock's mind. Gogeta had no inclination to do so. He found the exercise tedious, especially since this fellow hardly posed a significant threat. Whatever abilities he possessed would not alter the inevitable outcome of defeat at Gogeta's hands. They were merely supporting actors in this grand narrative. Super Saiyan, Goku hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a radiant golden aura as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two locked eyes, and with a shared resolve, they charged forth. Having finally secured his turn in the spotlight, Goku was determined not to dispatch Bardock instantaneously. He intended to engage in a proper bout. He restrained his power, refraining from unleashing his full might, for he knew that, even as a Super Saiyan, Bardock could not withstand more than 3 of his strikes. Bardock, aware of the need to not underestimate his son, swiftly moved in front of Super Saiyan Goku and unleashed a powerful punch. His fist passed through Goku's form, only to discover that it was merely an illusion. In Chapter 22, Bardock's past Super Saiyan, Goku executed a spinning kick aimed at Bardock, who ducked to evade. Goku landed behind him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Bardock instantly pivoted, striking with a knife hand strike, but Goku deftly repositioned himself back in front of him. The two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield an inch to the eyes of the less skilled. Their limbs became mere blurs, a testament to their incredible speed. Their stances remained unchanged, yet they unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire strikes, each simultaneously blocking the other's attacks. With their powers evenly matched, Super Saiyan Goku found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Bardock, having emerged from countless life-and-death skirmishes, possessed combat experience that rivaled Goku's own. The battle stalemated for several seconds, until Goku seized an opportunity, landing a kick squarely in Bardock's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward for several dozen meters before he regained his footing. Vegeta approached, placing a hand on Gogeta's shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the duel, and began conversing with him that I just discovered something intriguing. Would you care to listen? Gogeta cast a puzzled glance at him, his expression tinged with disdain. Did you use telepathy? Vegeta nodded, returning Gogeta's disdainful look. What was with that judgmental gaze? Hadn't he employed the same technique on himself? Super Saiyan Gohan, listening intently, was astonished. How was it that both of them possessed telepathic abilities? He recalled Super Saiyan Goku mentioning that the fused Vegeta from the Z era could not read minds. Did you not claim to lack telepathic abilities? Vegeta offered a flimsy justification that I've encountered too many beings. When faced with intriguing powers or magic, I've casually picked up a few tricks for amusement in his universe. Vegeta was virtually invincible, especially as his power grew exponentially to stave off the monotony of his life. He resorted to learning new abilities. How lonely it was to be unrivaled. What have you uncovered? Vegeta gestured toward the battling Bardock. I have gleaned insights into the events transpiring in their universe, including the demise of Frieza. Super Saiyan Gohan and Gogeta showed little interest, yet Super Saiyan Trunks and Super Trunks were clearly intrigued, eagerly pestering Vegeta for explanations that I want to hear more. Vegeta obliged, elaborating on the happenings within the third universe. However, his subsequent revelations diverged significantly from Gogeta's initial assumptions, even contradicting the theatrical version entirely. Years ago, on planet Vegeta of the third universe, Raditz was perpetually bullied by his peers. For his father was the renowned elite warrior, the formidable Bardos, a mere weakling. Raditz felt unworthy of his father's legacy, and in his fury, he attempted to resist, only to be subdued. In desperation, he bit down on his opponent's tail. At dinner time, Raditz returned home, bruised and bloodied, boasting to Bardock that he had triumphed over the other children, claiming he was no longer the weakling he once was. Bardock merely replied, "Not bad," before turning his attention to his newborn son. Raditz insisted on following him, clearly enamored with his little brother on the other side of the universe. Frieza was voicing his displeasure with the Saiyans' approach to tasks. While I admire their strength, these foolish apes fail to execute orders with perfect compliance. They are far too ambitious. Perhaps it would be best to eradicate them. Frieza's aide, the ever-observant Cyberman, offered a shrewd suggestion to consolidate Frieza's power. In 10 days, all Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. That will be the prime opportunity, my lord. Frieza, not one to ponder too deeply, agreed to Cyberman's proposal, resolving to annihilate the Saiyans on that day. Cyberman continued, at that time, only Prince Vegeta will be training in our hidden location, and Bardock's squad will not be on planet Vegeta. Frieza desired no lingering threats. Wiping out the entirety of the Saiyan race while retaining Vegeta and his mentor, Nappa, would suffice. Cyberman had an even bolder plan, revealing his knowledge. Among the elite warriors, Bardock is a formidable presence, and his two sons show promise. Should we not, like with Vegeta, consider nurturing them? Frieza concurred, accepting the suggestion and secretly dispatching a team to planet Vegeta. Preparing to eliminate the Saiyans in one fell swoop, on planet Vegeta, Bardock brought Raditz to the nursery to gaze upon his newborn son. Raditz felt an overwhelming fondness for his brother, exclaiming, "Kakarot, I am your brother." Raditz Bardock activated the scouter to assess Kakarot's power level. He was met with a dishearteningly low number. His previously hopeful expression darkened as he turned away without a word. Another worthless son. Meanwhile, his wife, the fiery-haired and curvaceous Hannah, placed her hands on her hips, lamenting his callousness. Bardock, do not speak of our son in such a manner. In our time, we had no scouters. Perhaps you were similarly weak at birth, and Kakarot may very well be on par with you. Bardock was unconvinced, believing his wife's consolation lacked merit. With Kakarot's talents, do you truly believe he could ever catch up to me? The adage a father's worth is measured by his son rang particularly true among the Saiyans. Bardock was an elite warrior, while his son was merely an ordinary Saiyan, a source of profound shame for him. Hannah, in contrast, began examining the power levels of other infants. This one has a power level of 3. This one is 5. And this one, the best of the bunch, only reaches 15 as she assessed each child's power level. Noticing they were all relatively low, she became convinced that perhaps Saiyan children were simply born with meager power levels. However, when she scanned a particular boy, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bardock looked at her, puzzled, unsure of what had triggered her outburst. What is it? Hannah, astonished by the child's power level, stammered 1,000 points. This child's power level is 1,000. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Hannah struggled to accept this revelation. The figure was preposterous. Most children possessed only a few points, and most several dozen. This boy's power level was several hundred times greater, reaching an astonishing 1,000 points. Surely, the machine was defective. Even among the Saiyan elite, power levels rarely exceeded 7 or 8,000. How could a mere child be born with such extraordinary strength? Was he some sort of monster? Bardock's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to speak, a subordinate Saiyan entered, bowing to deliver news. Lord Bardock, Lord Frieza has expressed interest in your 2 sons. He would like them to join his army. Although their power levels are still low, Lord Frieza believes they possess great potential. Kakarot could be dispatched to assault a small planet, while Raditz would continue his training. The Saiyans are indeed classified into ranks, and Bardock, through countless life-and-death battles, has repeatedly enhanced his strength. His current status among the Saiyans is only slightly inferior to that of King Vegeta. Thus he holds a position of considerable esteem. However, he harbors no fondness for Kakarot and Raditz, viewing them as mere beneficiaries of their father's glory, believing it is solely through this connection that Lord Frieza has taken notice of them. Otherwise, with their unremarkable talents, it is inconceivable that Frieza would regard them with any favor. His words diverted Hannah's attention, causing her thoughts to shift from that small boy back to her own son. Bardock expressed indifference, stating that he did not care for such a worthless offspring. Let it be as it may. His subordinate then proceeded to outline the planet Kakarot was set to attack. This planet possesses only 1/10 of the gravity of planet Vegeta, with an average battle power of 3.33. Typical combat elites range from 30 to 40, with only 3 individuals boasting a battle power of 150 to 200. Bardock remained unconcerned, while Hannah, deeply invested in her son's well-being, felt quite pleased upon hearing her subordinate's report regarding the planet's feebleness. Splendid. It seems Kakarot shall swiftly annihilate that planet. It is hardly plausible that he would encounter formidable opponents upon his arrival on Blue Star. In Hannah's estimation, Blue Star experiences multiple full moons annually, and as long as Kakarot is sent there, he can safely thrive for several years, significantly augmenting his battle power. Then, by transforming into a great ape during the full moon, he would effortlessly eradicate his foes. Unless, of course, Kakarot were still immature, with battle power lingering in single digits when confronted by the planet's masters. In such a case, even a tenfold increase in strength would be futile. How fortuitous! Meanwhile, atop Blue Star, clad in home attire, the esteemed martial arts master's son, Wukong, involuntarily sneezed, attributing it to his advancing age and waning health. Bardock offered a perfunctory response before departing the nursery. You may spend some time with your son. My comrades await me for our mission, so I shall not linger. Bardock exhibited little regard for his son's fate. If he proved strong, he would naturally be his son. But if he were a failure, then life or death would be left to fate. Conversely, Hannah was quite animated, nodding vigorously, enamored with her son who bore a resemblance to Bardock, that I shall play with my son and teach him the art of slaughter. Chapter 23. The power of foreknowledge having departed, Bardock and his team left planet Vegeta, arriving at their mission destination, planet Kinesa. The group transformed into great apes, utilizing their invulnerable physiques and terrifying destructive power to swiftly decimate the life forms on this planet. After completing their task, they rested amid the ruins, when their scouters detected a presence of considerable battle power. A high-energy response indicated a solitary, formidable adversary. Bardock gestured for them to rest, indicating he would handle the situation alone. You stay here. I shall confront him myself. But a survivor was something Bardock preferred to eliminate personally, desiring no interference from his companions. Upon reaching the designated location, he encountered a Kinesa inhabitant who did not flee, but instead spoke with a heart full of despair. "I am not your match. Do as you wish, you destroyer of all." His battle power was formidable among his kin, yet it paled in comparison to Bardock's might. The annihilation of his people and the destruction of his home had extinguished his will to fight. He understood revenge was beyond his reach. Bardock aimed his right hand at him. "Then allow me to grant you peace." Just before his demise, the Kinesa inhabitant reconsidered, recalling the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend, and pondered a potential avenue to approach that I wish to speak with you. I believe you will find it intriguing, as it pertains to the survival of your race. At that moment, a historic divergence occurred between the third universe and others. In most other universes, Bardock would have unceremoniously terminated his adversary. Yet in the third universe, Bardock opted to allow him a few final words. The Kinesa inhabitant conveyed his vision of the future. "Your Saiyan race will face extinction. Your king is named Vegeta, with a spiked hairstyle, ruled by a being named Frieza, a purple demon resembling a lizard. To lend credibility to his claims, the Kinesa inhabitant initially depicted Frieza and King Vegeta." Bardock's pupils dilated, his shock palpable. The reasoning was straightforward. The Kinesa inhabitant lacked space travel technology, making it impossible for him to know Frieza and King Vegeta. How did he possess this knowledge? In response to Bardock's inquiry, the Kinesa inhabitant explained, "I possess the gift of foresight, a rarity among my kin. Days ago, I sensed your arrival, yet my people dismissed my warnings as mere fabrications. If you can unite, there remains a glimmer of hope to vanquish that purple demon. You must act swiftly, or it will be too late." Bardock remained skeptical. The sudden appearance of an enemy claiming to possess foresight was difficult to believe. "Why would you divulge this to me?" "Your foe," the Kinesa inhabitant offered a resigned smile, tinged with bitterness, helplessness, and a profound fury towards Frieza. "I cannot avenge my people, nor can I defeat you. Moreover, you are merely following orders. The true architect of this devastation is Frieza. I seek to leverage your abilities to eliminate that scourge, thereby avenging my kin." This rationale was direct, and while Bardock found it plausible, it still fell short of convincing him entirely. "That I'm sorry, but I cannot fully trust your words." The Kinesa inhabitant had anticipated this reaction and devised a contingency plan, and I understand that a few words may not suffice to instill belief, yet the future is already determined. "I ask of you one thing. Do not kill me from a distance. Come before me and strike through my heart." Bardock hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, as you wished, to him." The inhabitant was not a threat. Even if he attempted to retaliate in close combat, it would bear little significance. Without any unforeseen complications, Bardock's fist pierced the Kinesa inhabitant's heart. Surprisingly, the Kinesa inhabitant did not perish immediately. He grasped Bardock's shoulders, blood spilling from his mouth as he uttered, "Embrace my gift and my power." Bardock sensed no malice. The inhabitant's body radiated a white light, enveloping Bardock's form. In an instant, his mind flooded with various fragments. As if he stood before his teammates, discussing the eradication of this planet, while also considering the remaining Kinesa inhabitants. What transpired? Bardock shook his head, snapping back from the illusion, returning to his team's location. Observing his comrades' conversations, Bardock froze, his recent visions aligning perfectly with the unfolding scenes before him. Even the dialogue was verbatim. Deep within, Bardock's belief in the Kinesa inhabitant's words solidified further. He truly possessed such powers. His teammates, perplexed by his mutterings, inquired, "Bardock, what are you saying?" Bardock, lost in thought, disregarded them. Should the Kinesa inhabitant's words prove accurate, and concerning Frieza, he hastily questioned his comrades. When is Frieza next scheduled to arrive at planet Vegeta? Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, his teammates were taken aback and quickly replied, "Perhaps a year from now, or maybe two." Bardock was lost in contemplation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet a sudden sharp pain pierced through his mind, forcing him to clutch his head in agony. Visions of the future flickered in his consciousness, revealing King Vegeta incessantly murmuring. The king felt that Frieza had become increasingly presumptuous, arriving at planet Vegeta without prior notice. His arrival too swift to be coincidental. Subsequently, King Vegito was seen explaining to Frieza that his visit had been too hurried and devoid of prior communication. In a cruel twist, Frieza unleashed a death ray that pierced the king's chest, mercilessly obliterating him, while two of King Vegeta's attendants fell victim to Frieza's close guards, Dodoria and Zarbon, in a swift ambush. Frieza then revealed his nefarious intent to annihilate planet Vegeta and exterminate all Saiyans. At this juncture, Bardock jolted awake, promptly commanding his comrades to return to planet Vegeta ahead of him. Although his team was filled with curiosity, the Saiyan culture revered strength above all. Bardock's formidable power ensured their compliance. Meanwhile, Frieza received word of Bardock's squad's return, with the corpulent Dodoria learning of their swift conquest of planet Kanasa. Recognizing the urgency, he decided to assign them a mission on planet MIT, where he could eliminate them at his convenience. Dodoria quickly assessed that he could act independently to slay Bardock before rejoining Frieza. Unbeknownst to the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, they were engrossed in a different conversation. A high-ranking Saiyan warrior spoke of the child Broly, who was born with an extraordinary battle power of 10,000. Such an unfathomable strength seemed beyond a realm of Saiyan capability, prompting tales of the legendary Super Saiyan to circulate. The last recorded birth of a Super Saiyan, as the legends state, occurred a millennium ago, resulting in catastrophic losses. The veracity of this legend remained ambiguous, but King Vegeta sought to use it as a pretext to eliminate Broly. He feared that as Broly matured, he might pose a threat to his reign, a possibility he could not tolerate. Broly's father, the Saiyan Paragus, fervently pleaded his loyalty to King Vegeta, vowing that his son would serve him faithfully if allowed to live. "Please, your majesty, do not harm him," he implored. However, King Vegeta dismissed these assurances, determined to eradicate any potential danger while it was still in its infancy, just as Broly was about to meet his demise. Hurried footsteps echoed, and Bardock arrived on the scene. "Your Majesty, we are in grave danger." King Vegeta held Bardock in high regard, recognizing him as one of the top 3 warriors among the Saiyans, and thus allowed him to speak freely. Bardock wasted no time. "That we must prepare. Frieza is coming soon to exterminate our race." Upon hearing his words, the council chamber fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into raucous laughter. None believed his claims, despite Bardock's formidable prowess. After all, Saiyan warriors comprised nearly a third of Frieza's army, and they had been valued allies for so long that it seemed implausible that Frieza would randomly slaughter the Saiyans. He was neither mad nor lacking reason. Kill the Saiyans would be akin to crippling his own military strength, a self-destructive act he would not undertake unless his sanity had faltered. Bardock, unfazed by the derisive laughter, had anticipated such foolishness. "Enough. Your disbelief is of no consequence. The Saiyans must unconditionally obey the will of their king. I need only convince you." Bardock directed his challenge towards King Vegeta. The king's countenance darkened, sensing a provocation to his authority. Bardock extended his left hand, issuing a challenge. "You maintain your throne because you liberated the Saiyans from the Zaffrons. Initially, the Zaffrons ruled this planet until you led the Saiyans to overthrow them. Renaming it Planet Vegeta, you have been acknowledged as king, but the Saiyans possess a more direct method of selecting their ruler. According to our traditions, the strongest shall ascend to the throne. I challenge you for your crown." This was Bardock's desperate gambit. He had concealed his true strength, knowing King Vegeta's suspicious nature. Had the king realized Bardock's superior power, he would have undoubtedly dispatched minions to eliminate him. Yet with Frieza's impending arrival, Bardock sought to rally the other Saiyans under his command for a united resistance, relying on the authority of the king to do so. Alone, he could not hope to defeat Frieza. Only with the collective might of the Saiyan race could he grasp a sliver of victory. King Vegeta, provoked, could no longer suppress his fury. "Very well. I refuse to believe that a lowly warrior such as you could surpass me." Despite Bardock being one of the mightiest warriors, he had originally been a low-class fighter. Through relentless battles and near-fatal injuries, his power had surged, yet it seemed impossible that he could rival the king. King Vegeta charged at Bardock. The clash ended in mere moments, and he quickly sensed foreboding. Bardock had concealed his true power. Compared to the king, who had long since ceased to fight, Bardock's strength eclipsed his in disbelief. King Vegeta found himself overpowered, succumbing to grievous wounds before losing consciousness. Bardock's victory was inevitable, and he ascended to the throne as the new king, taking his rightful place upon the dais. While some acknowledged Bardock's strength, others remained unconvinced, for King Vegeta had ruled for many years. Establishing considerable influence, Bardock paid little heed to their murmurs and derision, asserting with resolute clarity, "I know many of you doubt me, but according to Saiyan custom, the new king is granted a week of respite. Should I prove erroneous in the future, you may take my life, but for now, you shall all obey my commands unconditionally, however peculiar they may sound." Reluctantly, the others acquiesced. After all, he was now the Saiyan king. Bardock articulated his plan. "Do not inform Frieza of my ascension, and we shall secretly ambush all of Frieza's subordinates. Keep this operation under wraps. Our actions must remain undisclosed." The king's orders were not to be defied, and even those who remained skeptical had no choice but to comply. Due to the Saiyans' reliance on Frieza's technology, many members of Frieza's forces resided on planet Vegeta, and in a haze of confusion. They would be eradicated by their former comrades. Using newly acquired communication devices, Bardock informed other Saiyans of his intentions to betray Frieza. King Vegeta, consumed by resentment at his defeat and the loss of his throne, was reluctant yet ultimately resolved to collaborate with Bardock, recognizing the necessity of ensuring the plan's success lest annihilation befall their race. Initially, Bardock's appeals garnered little support, but with King Vegeta's backing, an increasing number began to express their allegiance. The remaining few, outnumbered, had no choice but to acquiesce. Time swiftly approached the fateful day Bardock had foreseen, the moment of Frieza's arrival. All Saiyans stood ready, yet Bardock's wife, Jine, chastised him for his wild proclamations. "Bardock, if Frieza does not come today, I shall be the first to end your life." Bardock remained silent, confident in his judgment. Paragus expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Bardock's ascent to power had secured Broly's safety. Bardock offered no further explanation. He foresaw the destructive potential of future Broly, an indispensable force among the Saiyans. As the Saiyans anxiously awaited, the scouts reported that Frieza's spacecraft had reached the outer reaches of planet Vegeta. Many began to believe Bardock's prophecy, yet Jine maintained her defiant stance. Even if Frieza has indeed arrived, what does that signify? There is no evidence to confirm that he intends to kill us. Bardock had no desire to quarrel with her. He merely wished to convey his intentions. He could not allow Frieza to escape. "Hannah, could you possibly halt Frieza's spaceship?" he implored. "To nurture a tiger is to invite disaster. It is not the fear of 1,000 dangers that troubles me, but rather the dread of a single misstep. Should Frieza manage to flee, the consequences would be dire." Hannah dismissed his words with disdain, coolly assenting, "Do you not trust me?" Following their plan, several elite warriors unleashed energy spheres resembling moons into the sky, providing the necessary bulbs light for all to transform into great apes. They then concealed themselves. Should Frieza's minions destroy a moon device, another would immediately be released. The transformation into great apes was their sole opportunity for victory. Failing that, they would face certain doom. Those instructed to hide expressed their discontent with Bardock's strategy, deeming it a cowardly act. However, King Vegeta held an opposing view, believing Bardock's tactics to be astute, insisting that everyone adhere to the plan. Under the influence of the moon devices, the entire Saiyan race transformed into great apes, roaring as they launched themselves into space to assault Frieza's ship. Hannah, having set off first, found her energy blasts ineffective against Frieza's main spaceship, which boasted formidable defenses, lacking sufficient oxygen in the void of space. She resorted to a desperate measure, crashing her body into the ship's defenses, gaining a brief moment to catch her breath within. Frieza, witnessing the Saiyan's sudden assault upon his arrival, felt no fear despite not understanding how they had anticipated his plans. He immediately commanded his forces to attack, ordering the annihilation of the Saiyans. Yet, the fully transformed great apes possessed tenfold their usual strength, far beyond the capacity of Frieza's subordinates to withstand. Within 2 minutes, they were utterly decimated, and Hannah, having transformed into a great ape from within the ship, breached its defenses. Bardock's command, An overwhelming number of great apes unleashed energy beams from their mouths, assaulting Frisia's vessel. Frisia was genuinely alarmed. He immediately sought to transform, aiming to ascend to his second or even third stage to bolster his combat power for a counterattack. However, it was too late. He was afforded no time to charge. Frisia had barely begun to transform when a deluge of energy blasts descended upon him, drowning him in an endless torrent of power. Although the concept of combat power does not equate simply to the sum of two warriors with 100,000 power levels matching a warrior with 200,000, frequently leading to swift defeat, sheer numbers prevailed. With all transformed into great apes, their battle power multiplied tenfold, and given the vastness of space, tens of thousands of warriors, each exceeding 10,000 in power, launched a collective assault, leaving Frisia's 530,000 power utterly vanquished. His overconfidence was his undoing, as he had always lived in his weakest form. Upon sensing Frisia's energy dissipate, the other Saiyans erupted in cheers, chanting Bardock's name in jubilant celebration. Yet, only Bardock and King Vegeta felt a pang of apprehension that Frisia's transformation had unleashed a presence far beyond their expectations. Fortunately, the arrogant Frisia had underestimated them, failing to transform at the onset. Previously, Frisia had demonstrated a combat power of only 530,000, but in that fleeting moment of transformation, his energy surged to at least several million had they been a moment too late. The consequences of his successful transformation would have been unimaginable. Thus, the Frisia, capable of only 530,000 power, met his demise under the radiant onslaught. As Frisia fell, Hannah inquired of Bardock whether he wished to send his youngest son to Blue Star, to which Bardock declined, asserting that such training methods were antiquated. From that moment on, the Saiyans ruled the cosmos for quite some time, coinciding with their extermination of Frisia. Meanwhile, another member of the Frost Demon clan, Cooler, observed the battle from afar, showing no concern for his brother Frisia's death. Instead, he believed Frisia had received his just deserts and had no intention of intervening against the Saiyans, feigning ignorance as he departed. After all, this sector was not under his dominion. Once their father learned of this event, it was highly likely that he would allocate this territory to Cooler, allowing him to expand his rule. At that point, he would seamlessly govern a larger domain, and Frisia's demise pleased him even more. Vegeta slowly explained to the others how the Saiyans had triumphed over Frisia. Goku found his account understandable. It resembled the narrative from the old film adaptations, with similar characterizations and powers, merely employing a different method to defeat Frisia. The most significant difference lay in the fact that prior to his journey to this world, Goku had only seen Bardock's wife, a short-haired, kind-hearted warrior named Jine, in the anime. Yet in the third universe, Bardock's wife had transformed into the astonishingly powerful female Saiyan, Hannah. The two combatants on the arena continued their struggle. Although Vegeta's tale was lengthy, it transpired in only a matter of minutes. Bardock gained a profound understanding of the immense power of Ultra Instinct. How remarkable! If the version of you in our universe could wield such strength, we would undoubtedly be victorious against Dr. Lecky, and the Saiyans would not face annihilation. Bardock soared into the sky, unleashing an energy wave, which Ultra Instinct blocked effortlessly. As he prepared to counterattack, he delivered a kick for behind Bardock. Chapter 25. The Super Saiyan God. Suddenly, Bardock clutched his head, writhing in agony. He was all too familiar with this sensation, the untimely onset of his precognitive abilities. No, not now. Unfortunately, his precognitive powers disregarded his pleas. Each vision came unbidden, flooding his mind with countless images that an infinite aura permeated, affecting the entire universe as cataclysmic energy shattered the void. Two Saiyans, utilizing transformations he had never witnessed, clashed amidst the stars. While a black-haired man observed from the sidelines, one star system after another erupted in violent explosions, and under their combat, the universe swiftly turned to ashes. Then came the second, the third. He had never before witnessed such a magnificent battle. The sheer potency of the energy struck terror into his heart, leaving him feeling as if his very soul were shattering. Somewhere in an unknown universe, Kakarot and Vegito were gathered, alongside other competitors who appeared despondent. It's over. We are all doomed. There is no one who can stop them. They were the strongest. no one could defeat them. Perhaps Lord Beerus or Whis might have a solution. It wasn't just here. All parallel universes would be affected, but if they did not intervene, the endless dimensions would be engulfed. Bardock, in a frenzy, shook his head. He could not care less whether others lived or died. During the battle, his foresight proved utterly useless. Fortunately, Ultra Instinct displayed admirable martial ethics and refrained from taking advantage of Bardock's predicament. Instead, he patiently awaited Bardock's recovery. Once Bardock regained his composure, he first expressed gratitude for the lack of a sneak attack, then launched his own offensive. Ultra Instinct engaged him for a while longer before finally knocking him off the arena, securing victory in this match. The next battle was set to feature the manga artist from Universe 2, Toriyama Akira, against Dr. Lecky from the Zypher Star. Initially casual in conversation, Goku's eyes widened as he realized he might have misheard. What? Toriyama Akira? Why does that name give me an uneasy feeling? Sure enough, a man ascended to the arena, exuding an air of arrogance as he surveyed the crowd. His smug expression, combined with the look of someone who relished drawing long-haired characters, confirmed Goku's suspicion. He was indeed the author. What could this fellow's abilities possibly be? Before Goku could ponder further, Toriyama Akira had already proclaimed, "I apologize, everyone present, but you are all beneath me as an author. I control all the characters I create. You cannot hope to defeat me." Toriyama Akira aspired to maintain a low profile, yet his overwhelming strength forbade it. He couldn't even fathom how he could possibly lose. That it wasn't that he was excessively arrogant. It was simply that he was far too powerful as the manga artist for the Dragon Ball series. All characters were his creation. Upon hearing his words, Goku surprisingly calmed down, contemplating thoughtfully, if memory serves. Dr. Lecky is an original character from the anime, not related to the manga at all. Toriyama Akira seems to have encountered his nemesis in the very first match. True to his word. When Dr. Lecky stepped onto the stage, Toriyama Akira's expression soured. He fumbled through his personal book, searching in vain for Dr. Lecky's entry. Without waiting for Dr. Lecky to launch an attack, Toriyama Akira promptly forfeited. I concede. Who could have anticipated such a swift turn of events? In one moment, there was an air of invincibility, as if one were the sovereign of heaven and earth, relegating all others to lesser ranks. Yet, in the blink of an eye, surrender was declared without a single blow exchanged. Fortunately, the poised and serene mindset of the character known as Niao Shui allowed her to gracefully turn away, nonchalantly uttering a parting remark before departing without a backward glance. The matter of the cartoonist hardly constituted a capitulation. Rather, it exemplified the wisdom of recognizing the tides of fate. Clearly, I am the sage in this scenario. The upcoming match pits Sid from Universe 6 against Vegeta from Universe 18. Super Vegeta, having waited for what felt like an eternity for his turn, felt a surge of indignation upon realizing that his opponent was merely a young girl. Was this some kind of jest? Must I engage in combat with her? As he observed Sid, he sensed no aura of strength. Her every movement appeared to reflect the demeanor of an ordinary individual. In the competitor's area of Universe 6, Sid, upon glimpsing her adversary, instinctively prepared to forfeit. The stern expression of Super Vegeta, devoid of kindness, dissuaded her from the prospect of battle, just as her words were about to escape her lips. Her friend intervened, signaling her to fight rather than succumb to defeat. Encouraged by her companion's exhortation, Sid summoned her courage and resolved to give it her all. All right, I shall contend with him. The worst that can happen is death. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, Sid proclaimed her bravado, only to abruptly shift her tone. Can anyone lift me up? In a certain sense, Sid was the weakest among the beautiful girl group of Universe 6. The elevation of the arena made it a challenge for her to ascend unaided. Consequently, she needed assistance to reach the platform, further exasperating Super Vegeta. Is this opponent serious? He could tolerate her inability to fly. But could she truly not manage to leap onto a platform merely a few meters high? Must she rely on others to elevate her? Super Vegeta gazed at her impassively, while Sid met his gaze with a look of vulnerability. After 3 seconds of mutual observation, Super Vegeta decided it would be best to discard her entirely. However, to his surprise, Sid's expression transformed into one of excitement that you're finished. Then, amidst the incredulous expressions of the onlookers, Vegeta's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Muscles vanished, replaced by two pronounced curves on her chest, her figure becoming daintily delicate, and her visage morphed into that of an adorable girl, and no longer flustered. Sid radiated a terrifying aura as her muscles surged, experiencing an indescribable sense of power previously unknown to her. "You underestimated me. I can use magic to swap our bodies, and you shall relinquish half of your energy to me." Sid's declaration captured the attention of those around her, with Goku recognizing the essence of her magical ability. An essential prerequisite, it likely required eye contact, the only moment of interaction Vegeta had with her on the platform, suggesting that this could indeed be the mechanism for their body swap. The it seemed that eye contact for a certain duration was necessary to enable the exchange. Otherwise, Sid could have simply swapped bodies upon entering the arena, negating the need for delay. This skill appeared akin to a designated technique, and even Super Vegeta could not evade it. Sid's magic instilled a sense of trepidation, compelling others to scrutinize Vegeta. According to her statement, Sid had only acquired half of his energy, yet she unleashed such formidable strength. What extraordinary power must Super Vegeta possess? Sid was convinced of her inevitable victory, reveling in the newfound power she had appropriated from him. "You're amazing. I once believed our universe's Bojack to be formidable, yet now it seems he pales in comparison. With your strength, I could easily crush him. However, you will lose to me. Suddenly transforming into a woman must be quite a psychological blow for you." Super Vegeta regarded himself, unfazed and indifferent. "Humph, transformed into a woman? I am still the Prince of Science." Vegeta, in a flurry of movement, Super Vegeta appeared before Sid, delivering a punch that sent her staggering backward, then instantaneously teleporting behind her to land a kick squarely on her back. Sid, having never truly engaged in combat before, was accustomed to exchanging power only as a weaker individual. This was her first encounter with such overwhelming strength, leaving her utterly unprepared to wield it effectively. Having barely withstood two blows, she found herself sprawled on the ground just as the spectators presumed the outcome was settled. Yet Super Vegeta released his hold on Sid. "You claim to have acquired half of my strength." Though Sid was puzzled by his words, she nodded nonetheless. "Indeed. Only you could dispel this magic, correct?" "That is correct, as long as I do not nullify it. Your strength will take considerable time to return." Super Vegeta chuckled coldly and slowly ascended into the air. Without uttering a word, he emanated a crimson glow that enveloped Vegeta's form, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a vibrant red. There was no cataclysmic aura or tumultuous energy fluctuations. The transformation was completed with an understated elegance. The visage of Super Vegeta returned to its original state post-transformation. This is the Super Saiyan God. Your little tricks are utterly ineffective. Admittedly, Sid's magic was commendable, yet all things possess limitations. Even magic to it was implausible that Sid could unearth the powers of deities or angels, nor could she hope to distribute their strength evenly. The disparity in power required to immune magic was unfathomable to Super Vegeta, yet he was certain that her methods would prove futile against divine energy. Super Gohan rubbed his forehead, exasperated by Super Vegeta's extravagant display of power. "Honestly, Uncle Vegeta, you never cease to seek the limelight." Goku, however, was more intrigued by how Kakarot and Vegeta from other universes would respond to the emergence of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's transformation sent shockwaves through the audience. While it may not have been as potent as Gohan's Super Saiyan 22, what astonished them was their inability to sense Vegeta's energy. Perhaps their strength was insufficient, or perhaps mortals were incapable of perceiving divine energy. Goku and Vegeta were equally perplexed by this phenomenon. Super Saiyan 3 was typically followed by Super Saiyan 4. What was the significance of this red-haired form? The Super Namekian Gaskark furrowed his brow. Initially, he had presumed himself to be the strongest here, but both Goku and Gohan had far exceeded his expectations. Now, with the addition of Super Vegeta, his assumptions were further challenged. The trio of Frieza from Universe 8 were once again left dumbfounded. They had believed their race, the Frost Demons, to be the most powerful in the universe. While a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan was remarkable, they could tolerate even a child transforming. Yet, what was this red-haired form? Wasn't a Super Saiyan supposed to have yellow hair? The Kaioshins of Universe 1 were equally thunderstruck by Super Vegeta's transformation. As true deities, they could sense the immense power emanating from the newly transformed Super Vegeta. Does a Saiyan possess divine energy? I wager they could rival Lord Beerus. No, it should only be half of Lord Beerus's power. How on earth did they cultivate their strength to this extent? Their conversation did not escape Goku's ears, who merely chuckled in response, offering no further explanation. The Super Saiyan God pales in comparison to Beerus. Even Super Blue poses no threat to him. However, one could understand why the East Kaishin of Universe 1 might perceive the Super Saiyan God as a contender against Beerus. To those like Goku and his companions, the disparity between the two was evident, yet to the weaker observers, the speed of both Beerus and the Super Saiyan God was indistinguishable. To them, both were beings capable of effortlessly extinguishing their existence, thus oblivious to the true chasm between their powers. Upon witnessing Super Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Sid transitioned from shock to elation. Logically, having claimed half of his power, she reasoned that she too should be capable of achieving similar feats. Regrettably, despite her attempts, she could not summon the strength of the Super Saiyan God. What she had acquired was merely half of Vegeta's base energy, unrelated to his transformed state. With his left hand extended, Super Vegeta aimed his palm at Sid. Unleashing an invisible air cannon in a single strike, he sent Sid plummeting off the platform, fortunate that he had only exerted a fraction of his power. Upon reaching this stage, their utilization of power is remarkably precise, exhibiting no waste of excess energy. There is no intention of causing fatal harm. Instead, the force administered is perfectly calibrated to knock her off the stage without inflicting lethal injury. Those superficial wounds are inevitable. The defeated Sid comprehends this as well. Her opponent has shown restraint. Even though she is reluctant, she relinquishes the power she has acquired back to Super Vegeta. Super Vegeta makes his way back to the domain of Universe 18. Initially, he feels somewhat at ease, but upon witnessing the ambiguous expressions of Goku and Gohan, he becomes slightly bashful. "Dad, you look rather charming as a woman," remarks Super Trunks, still oblivious to the adage that trouble often arises from careless words. Laughing heartily with Super Goten, Super Vegeta's expression darkens momentarily before he chuckles lightly. "You two haven't trained in quite a while, have you? This time when we return, I shall join you for a thorough training session. We cannot afford to be lazy any longer." Despite the warmth and amiability in Super Vegeta's smile, the two children instantly cease their laughter. One hides behind Bulma, while the other retreats behind Goku, aware that training with him may very well be a matter of life and death. Given his cheerful demeanor, they surmise that a post-training encounter with him could leave them quite battered. The next match features Gaskak from Universe 7, facing off against the android Little Cell from Universe 17. The Super Namekian, without hesitation, soars into the arena, awaiting Little Cell. Recognizing Gaskak's formidable strength, Cell realizes that the diminutive android beside him cannot possibly match up. He requests a few minutes from the referee to enhance Little Cell's abilities. The referee grants his request, as such brief delays are typically permitted by the organizers. Cell leads Little Cell back into the resting area of the competition corridor, where the room is soundproof, ensuring that no one is privy to their actions. Little Cell, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquires, "Daddy, how will you boost my power?" This Little Cell is a product of Cell's victory over Gohan and his companions, created to alleviate his loneliness, and has not been endowed with much energy. With a smirk, Cell strikes with a swift hand, obliterating the still excited Little Cell. Crouching down, he channels all his energy, causing the tail behind him to swell, and subsequently brings forth another Little Cell. The appearances of these little cells are identical, only their strength varies. "This is the entirety of power I can bestow upon you. Go and test that fellow's capabilities." After completing this task, Cell cannot help but gasp for breath, adjusting his respiration before emerging with Little Cell. Sensing Little Cell's aura, now amplified several-fold, the spectators are taken aback, questioning how Cell achieved such a transformation. Only Goku perceives the truth at a glance that, I see. He is substituted in a new child for the competition. Super Gohan quickly catches on as well. The suddenness of the situation has left everyone momentarily stunned. Otherwise, it would not have been difficult to deduce Cell's actions. Indeed, but it appears the organizers are unaware, hence Little Cell's eligibility to compete remains intact. Little Cell leaps into the arena, launching a punch at Gaskak, who is caught off guard and toppled by the blow in one anticipated Little Cell's immediate assault. Even the organizers were taken aback as the referee swiftly ruled Little Cell's actions a foul, thus disqualifying him from the match. Little Cell had not even set foot on the stage before initiating an attack, resulting in his disqualification, and Gaskak is declared the victor. The rules dictate that one must first stand upon the arena, with both feet or body touching the platform, for the match to commence. Little Cell's airborne assault was a blatant ambush. Cell smacked his forehead, feeling a wave of dismay wash over him. It seems that in his eagerness to grant power, he neglected to consider the importance of strategy. Without having gauged his opponent's strength, he has lost. Little Cell returns, crestfallen, aware that he has erred. The referee's decision incites considerable discontent among the audience, who begin clamoring for another bout. Don't be ridiculous. Let them fight. After waiting so long, how can the match be called off? The crowd's dissatisfaction places the organizers in a precarious position. However, the continuation of the event is not solely at their discretion. They cannot simply declare, "This is troublesome. Let us abandon it," as they are under scrutiny from a higher authority. The Kaishin of Universe 1 glances at the elevated chamber. Noting that the esteemed figure has not spoken, he refrains from intervening further. Gaskak, perhaps fueled by indignation or other motives, expresses his desire to re-enter the fray. Let him come up. I consent to another match with him. Little Cell also ascends the stage, and the two commence a new round of competition. Both unleash their energies simultaneously, with Gaskak's aura soaring to great heights, startling even Super Goku. This guy is no simple opponent. He rivals Piccolo. Goku and Vegeta exchange glances at the unfolding battle. Though neither shows significant interest, Super Vegeta remains unfazed by the power emanating from Gaskak, while Goku, ever the martial arts enthusiast, acknowledges the strength of any adversary. This does not hinder his performance, as he effortlessly dispatches opponents after transforming into Super Blue. Little Cell initiates a rapid barrage against Gaskak, closing in to engage in fierce close-quarters combat. Gaskak remains remarkably composed, effortlessly deflecting all of Little Cell's strikes with a mere extension of his right hand. Despite Little Cell's best efforts, he finds his attacks ineffective and opts for a different strategy, taking to the air with arms outstretched, targeting Gaskak on the stage below. Ultimately, a blinding golden energy wave erupts from Little Cell's hands, striking Gaskak directly. The arena is engulfed in a tremendous explosion, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air as the dust settles. Gaskak stands unscathed, his upper garments torn asunder, revealing his torso, which remains completely unharmed. Showcasing his overwhelming superiority over Little Cell, Gaskak's right eye glimmers as he perceives the structure of Little Cell's body, unleashing a laser from his gaze that pierces through Little Cell's forehead, precisely striking his core and securing victory in this match. Goku seizes the opportunity to tease Cell, and oh worries, you'll be revived anyway. Death is but a minor inconvenience, though it does not exclude the possibility of your numerous offspring. After a brief pause, Goku regards him with a peculiar expression that you've truly spawned a brood. You have quite the talent for reproduction. Cell, rendered speechless, chooses not to engage with Goku's taunts, pondering the absurdity of being compared to swine. If he could best Goku, he would undoubtedly deliver multiple blows in a single day, but alas, he cannot. Despite possessing regenerative abilities that far exceed those of an Namekian, he is unable to defeat Goku. The skills he has acquired from various Blue Planet warriors are indeed formidable, yet they fall short against Goku. After defeating Gohan from his universe, Cell cultivated his strength through years of training, surpassing his former self. Yet he still cannot prevail against Goku today's for Little Cell's demise. It was anticipated. Even with his utmost effort to enhance Little Cell's power, he remains inferior to Cell in his prime. The intention was always to have Little Cell test Gaskak's strength, hence the creation of a more potent version of Little Cell. Super Goten is taken aback, exclaiming, "Gaskak's strength is astounding. He seems nearly on par with Gotenks. How incredible! Are there other formidable beings among the Namekians besides Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo recalls the words of Nail, explaining the situation to the two youngsters. Gaskak has assimilated and absorbed all the Namekians, which is why he possesses such might. The two children, still youthful and innocent, have long since dismissed Super Vegeta's earlier threats. Their minds are now solely occupied with thoughts of Gaskak, each tugging on Goku's arm, shaking it vigorously. "Brother Vegeta, could you tell us, is that universe devoid of our presence?" Following their inquiries, Super Goku finally grasps the implication. Indeed, if Gaskak is the strongest in that universe, then, given the Namekian nature, he would not harm the blue planet. So why are we absent from that universe? After all, Gaskak has defeated the villains such as Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. It stands to reason that the inhabitants of that universe, including themselves, should still be alive. Gogeta pinched the little one's nose, feeling quite helpless against their fervent curiosity. However, Gaskak possesses a multitude of superpowers, and even if he wished to delve into another's heart, it would prove to be rather troublesome. At some point, Gaskak and Piccolo had found themselves together, whispering secrets to one another, and eventually, a satisfied Piccolo returned to address the questions posed by the little ones. "Allow me to elucidate the events that transpired in Universe 7 and explain why we have not been revived. During the battle with Vegeta in Universe 7, after Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls became unusable. Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma were the first to arrive on Namek seeking assistance. However, upon their arrival, the Dragon radar showed no response, leaving them utterly perplexed, unable to discern the cause. While they were deep in thought, Gohan sensed a powerful energy approaching. Someone was flying toward them, emanating an overwhelming aura. Krillin, belatedly realizing the situation, glanced at the rapidly approaching figure, his expression betraying a flicker of fear. What a colossal being! The newcomer was a Namekian, towering well over 2 meters, appearing as a giant in comparison to Krillin and the others. It was none other than the Super Namekian Gaskak, who, upon seeing their spaceship, which bore the design of a Namekian craft, couldn't help but suspect something sinister. "Where did you acquire this spaceship?" Krillin, undeterred by his inquiry, calmly explained the truth. "A Namekian gifted it to us, considering that the individual likely did not recognize the Guardian of Earth." Krillin refrained from revealing his name. Gohan then added, "For other reasons, we did not obtain his consent. The ship was indeed given to them, but with Piccolo's death, the Guardian had also perished. Where could they seek the individual's approval?" Chapter 27. Unity of the entire clan. Gohan's intentions were noble, but Gaskak, having undergone tremendous upheaval, had not yet regained his composure, instinctively regarding Krillin and his companions as usurpers. "How dare you? You shall pay for this." Just as Gaskak prepared to strike, a meteor streaked across the sky, and Krillin hastily glanced, recognizing the incoming figure. It was the Saiyan Vegeta, arriving in Vegeta's spaceship. The thought of Vegeta sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. He was no benevolent character and had left a significant psychological scar on him. Yet, given the severity of his previous injuries, could it be that Vegeta had fully recovered in such a short time? Krillin's words only reinforced Gaskak's belief that the trio were enemies, for anyone acquainted with the villainous Saiyan could not be trusted. "Are you allied with him, attacking my planet from different fronts?" Sensing Gaskak's increasingly ominous demeanor, Gohan quickly interjected that we are not allied with him. He is our enemy as well. Krillin nodded in agreement. He killed our comrades, and among our friends, there is an Namekian. Actually, two. We have come merely to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Unbeknownst to Krillin and Gohan, they had not sensed Gaskak's true power, but he appeared formidable, and most importantly, they were in need of his assistance. Given Gohan and Krillin's dispositions, they preferred to avoid an unnecessary conflict, as it would serve no purpose. Having recently endured unimaginable grief, Gaskak was no longer the benevolent soul he once was, yet he retained a semblance of kindness, even if he did not perceive them as allies. He refrained from resorting to violence, and instead employed his unique abilities to, "I do not trust your words. I shall employ telepathy to discern whether you are friends or foes. I will judge for myself." As Vegeta emerged from the spaceship, he activated his power scouter, scanning the surroundings, only to be met with a horrifying reading, a power level of 400,000. What kind of joke is this? There is no one else. Has Frieza come to Namek alone? Only Frisia's forces could possess such a power level, yet why had he not brought his subordinates? What on earth was happening? Gaskak suppressed his energy, allowing himself to be detected at only that level. And since both Gohan and Krillin also masked their auras, they went unnoticed by Vegeta's scouter. In the distance, Gaskak placed his hands atop Krillin and Gohan's heads, probing their memories. Once he comprehended the events that had unfolded on Earth, Gaskak commended the two. Truly remarkable. You are both quite impressive. Gohan and Krillin's expressions brightened, as it seemed this Namekian had begun to trust them. What wonderful news. This meant they could proceed to revive their friends. However, Gaskak soon revealed a harsh reality. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were present here. At least a few days ago they were, when I was not the sole Namekian on this planet. The memories of the calamity weighed heavily on Gaskak, for if he could, he would not wish to bear the burden of his current strength. Krillin sensed an ominous premonition and urgently inquired, "What are the other Namekians?" Gaskak sighed and recounted the events of the past few days. Upon learning of the Dragon Ball's existence, Frieza, leading his minions, had trekked to Namek days earlier than the standard timeline. The Grand Elder of Namek, the sole survivor of the previous genocide, considered all Namekians as his children, that he possessed vast knowledge and countless unique abilities, and he could sense Frisia's terrifying aura, isolated and defenseless. After much contemplation, he resolved to summon Nail to his side. The foe we face is exceedingly formidable. He is not one you can defeat. We may very well be slaughtered, with none surviving. There is but one way. The only way which might turn the tide. You cannot confront him alone. Nail, accept my power. The Grand Elder saw no glimmer of hope for the future, nor any means to vanquish Frieza, and relying solely on their race left him with no alternative. However, gazing at the Grand Elder, who was both father and mother to him, Nail found it impossible to comply. Do you intend to sacrifice yourself? The Grand Elder lay upon his chair, depleted and feeble, lacking the strength to rise, merely extending his right hand. Why time is nearly at an end. Yet I should still be of some use. Nail gazed upon the kind and gentle Grand Elder. He hesitated. Had it been any other elder, he might not have felt this way. But this was the Grand Elder, the sole survivor of the Namekian genocide many years ago, who had subsequently spawned countless descendants through the process of egg-laying. Grand Elder, even if I were to assimilate you, I could still defeat the enemy. You must not do this. Observing Nail's anguish, the Grand Elder's expression remained tranquil, as if giving his life were a trivial matter. Why not? Accept my power, and you shall save many more of our kind. You cannot defeat that monster. He is beyond your capability to conquer. Simply heed my words. My mind is made up, nailed in the depths of Nail's sorrowful gaze. The Grand Elder's form gradually faded, merging into Nail's being, but a torrent of power surged within Nail. Yet rather than reveling in his newfound strength, he succumbed to the grief of the Grand Elder's passing. Collapsing to the ground in despair, it was all due to his own weakness. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would not have perished, and he would have been able to protect his kin. With the assimilation of the Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls of Namek lost their potency, transforming into mere stones. This left the recently discovered 5 Dragon Balls in the hands of Saiba, who looked quizzically at the seemingly ordinary rocks. What is happening? Why have they changed like this? In order to make a wish, Frieza captured an Namekian, and upon witnessing the Dragon Ball's transformation, he instantly understood the reason. The Grand Elder has died. The Dragon Balls are no longer functional. The Grand Elder held a unique status in the hearts of all Namekians. Upon receiving this news, his eyes dulled, the flicker of hope within him extinguished, and despair took hold. Frieza had traveled countless miles only to find his efforts thwarted at the last moment. How could he accept this? Enraged, he commanded his subordinates, "Kill every Namekian. I refuse to believe you cannot restore the Dragon Balls." As Frieza's minions unleashed a brutal massacre, Naru, endowed with the abilities of the Grand Elder, sensed the cruel slaughter of the children. Enraged, he immediately soared to the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, delivered a crushing kick to Dodoria's chest, obliterating him in a single move. This left Sabo, who had been watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Could a Namekian possess such strength? He appeared to be on par with Captain Jinyu. Upon witnessing Naru's formidable power, Frieza felt no anger at the loss of a subordinate. Instead, he contemplated recruiting him. Truly impressive. Would you care to join my ranks and become one of my elite warriors? In Frisia's perception, Neru's current strength was not far from his first form, a rarity among powerful beings. If he could be enlisted, it would not be a wasted journey after all. However, Neru would never recognize a thief as a father. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward and kicked Frisia away. Faced with such humiliation in front of his subordinates, Frisia abandoned any thoughts of reclaiming him and immediately transformed into his second form. Despite absorbing the Grand Elder's power, Neru's combat prowess was vastly inferior to Frisia's second form. Within mere moments, his body was shattered, and Frisia unleashed a ki blast that sent him hurtling away. Believing that such injuries would surely lead to Neru's demise, he did not bother to check, merely instructing his subordinates to carry out his orders. Go and kill. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unrepaired, obliterate the planet. Neru, propelled by the force of the blow, crashed into a mountain, contrary to Frisia's expectations. Where he thought Neru would be left with a mere breath of life, he miraculously stood up within a minute, bewildered by his own body. Was it the Grand Elder's ability that significantly enhanced my regenerative powers? As a combat-type Namekian, Neru possessed decent regenerative capabilities, yet nothing to this outrageous extent. His previously shattered lower body had healed itself in such a brief span of time. An elder from a nearby village, who had been hiding, fortuitously discovered the recovering Neru and brought him to the cave where he and others had taken refuge. Neru expressed deep remorse for his defeat. I apologize. My children, I had believed that my fusion with the Grand Elder would enable us to resist the invading foes and protect you. Yet the enemy's strength exceeded my expectations. Even after their fusion, they were no match for Frisia's second form. If this continued, annihilation awaited them. The elder gazed affectionately at the Namekian children and adults within the cave. You have fused with the Grand Elder, haven't you? We are prepared. Since death is inevitable, why not channel all our power into you, merging as one? Then we can defeat this demon, even if the Namekian race faces extinction. We can eliminate a scourge from the universe. In the cave, beams of white light illuminated the space, and the Frisia force, soon to be unleashed upon them, was astonished to find that the Namekians had vanished without a trace. As if they had never existed at all, Frisia, who had initially sensed the Namekians, now found them completely absent, and despite searching the vicinity, he could not locate a single soul. Frustrated, he felt he had been played for a fool, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast to obliterate the planet. Destruction is all you know. Even if you destroy Namek, as long as one Namekian survives, we will not be defeated. In fact, it is you who shall perish upon this planet. A disdainful and indifferent voice echoed, prompting Frisia to scan his surroundings for its source. Eventually, atop a towering mountain, he beheld Neru, now towering over 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Seated high above, observing him and his subordinates, that moment, Neru's demeanor and appearance had subtly transformed. While he still resembled Neru upon closer inspection, his entire aura had undergone a significant change, without unnecessary movements. He sat aloft and hurled an energy sphere into the air. The energy blast radiated a blinding brilliance, unleashing countless energy shockwaves that struck Frisia and all his men. Sabo and the other subordinates were annihilated, while Frisia barely managed to shield himself with 2 bodyguards and his utmost defense. Yet he found himself kneeling, severely injured, and pounding the ground in fury. You dare treat me this way? I will unleash my full power and make you experience torment beyond death. Frisia, who had never before been so thoroughly humiliated, could hardly contain his rage. Skipping his third form, he immediately unleashed his full might and transformed into his final form. He charged at Neru with incredible speed, his body flickering mid-air. Neru extended his right hand, transforming it into a massive grip that ensnared Frisia's form, then slammed him down onto the rocky surface. Neru felt no fear before Frisia's exponentially heightened combat prowess. Instead, he regarded him with indifference. That all you can do. No matter how many times you transform, it will have no effect on me. The rock shattered, burying Frisia's body, and in the next moment, debris flew as Neru's right index finger coalesced into an immense energy blast, Soaring into the sky, I will obliterate you along with this planet. Witnessing Frisia's frenzied actions, Neru sat cross-legged on the ground, an invisible energy enveloping him. In the next moment, Frisia's body became uncontrollable, rigidly suspended mid-air, unable to so much as twitch a finger. This was a power Frisia had never encountered before, a force that restricted his movement from afar, instilling a flicker of fear within him. What is this? Release me, you bastard! Die! Neru unleashed a ki wave, striking the helpless Frisia and reducing him to ashes. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan, having listened to Neru's account, began to comprehend the unfolding events. Krillin could vaguely sense Neru's immense strength. Although he had never witnessed Frisia, he knew that as Vegeta's superior, he was undoubtedly more powerful. If Frisia was no match for Neru, then Vegeta certainly stood no chance against this Namekian. Incredible. If that is the case, we have no reason to fear Vegeta killing you. Bulma, preoccupied with other matters, curiously inquired, as a Namekian, can you also create Dragon Balls? Neru shook his head apologetically, indicating that he could not fulfill such a task. I am truly sorry. I cannot grant your wishes. You have come in vain. I am a combat-type Namekian and cannot create Dragon Balls, nor can I reproduce that I am the last of my kind. Neru had inherited all the abilities of the Grand Elder, yet the unique ability to create Dragon Balls eluded him. As a combat-type Namekian, he was incapable of producing offspring of a different type. This meant that there was no possibility of generating descendants who could create Dragon Balls, a limitation beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a profound disappointment. Yet with Frisia's demise, she had to accept reality that I see. Then let us return to Earth. Gohan, before departing, cast a joyful glance at Neru, feeling a sense of familiarity with his appearance. You resemble Uncle Piccolo that if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will be there to help. Neru patted Gohan's forehead, feeling a fondness for him. Thank you, but I will no longer be called Neru. From now on, my name shall be Gaskak. After bidding them farewell, Gaskak sought out Vegeta, his fingertip emitting a beam of light that pierced through Vegeta's body, then turned his gaze to the remaining minion. This was the sole survivor of Frisia's army, kept for future utility. You should understand why I spared your life. Pilot your spaceship and take me across the cosmos. Gaskak, unable to operate a spacecraft himself, intended to rely on Frisia's minion to traverse the universe in search of a means to revive his people. Despite feeling unprecedented strength, he was the last of the Namekians and found himself uncertain about his future. Super Piccolo described the birth of the Super Namekian Gaskak, yet a crucial question lingered. Having previously interacted with Piccolo, Super Goku found it perplexing that Gaskak could not lay eggs. But Piccolo is also a combat-type Namekian. Why can he lay eggs? Super Piccolo frowned, clearly displeased with the inquiry. What do you mean by laying eggs? Only chickens lay eggs. We call it spawning. But don't you simply expel an egg? Super Goku's expression grew serious, his demeanor grave, as he felt confident in the correctness of his words. Vegeta reminisced about the past, recalling the commentary while watching the anime, and chuckled as he provided them with an explanation. Piccolo cannot lay eggs. It is the Demon King Piccolo who lays eggs, and the Piccolo born from those eggs has his skills entirely focused on combat prowess. Thus he does not belong to the Dragon Clan. Only the Namekians of the Dragon Clan possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, while the combat-type Namekians, apart from their fighting capabilities, can only perform ordinary daily magic, such as changing their attire. Pausing for a moment, he added, they lay eggs from their mouths, which is indeed called spawning, not egg-laying. Namekians are classified into various types: combat, support, and healing, yet only the most exceptional among them are recognized as belonging to the Dragon Clan. Endowed with the ability to forge Dragon Balls, the original Supreme Kai, before separating from the Demon King Piccolo, was a prodigious warrior, capable of both procreation and combat. Even the first-generation Demon King Piccolo was a talent type, proficient in both fighting and reproduction, whereas Piccolo himself is more of a specialized warrior. Goku's counterpart, Gaskak, is quite unique. He is inherently a warrior type, but has absorbed the essence of the entire planet's populace, particularly the Grand Elder, endowing him with an abundance of extraordinary abilities. The voice of the referee interrupted their conversation, revealing the next contestant, much to their astonishment. The upcoming battle would feature Belgebra from Universe 2 against Son Gohan from Universe 22. Vegeta pondered, it's this Son Gohan once again. How intriguing that I have been drawn consecutively, and Son Gohan from Universe 22 has also been selected repeatedly. To claim there is no trickery involved is rather hard to believe. Belgebra leaped onto the arena, awaiting the arrival of Universe 22 Son Gohan. Upon hearing of his own appearance, Son Gohan from Universe 22 displayed no hesitation, executing the same movements and assuming the same posture as before. Few could perceive his movements, and Son Gohan made no visible actions, merely twitching his index finger slightly. In an instant, Belgebra fell from the stage, unaware of how he had lost, only realizing he had a finger-sized mark on his chest after looking down. From the announcement of the match to its conclusion, the entire encounter lasted merely 10 seconds, with Universe 22 Son Gohan taking approximately 2 seconds to eliminate his opponent. The next battle would feature Bidalai from Universe 18 against Kakarot from Universe 13. Just before the match was set to commence, a voice echoed from the monitoring room of the organizers, altering their previous announcement. The competition would conclude for the day, resuming tomorrow morning, allowing for 12 hours of free time for participants from each universe to rest and dine. While spectators would be escorted to luxurious hotels in other realms, competitors from various universes could form communal tables to dine with familiar friends, freely selecting their preferred dishes. The warriors from Universe 18 gathered around a grand table. Joined by the notable figures from Universe 1-2. Their left sat the likes of Vegeta and others from Universe 19, while individuals for the GT universe took their seats to the right. Universe 21 remained without contestants emerging from their entryway, while Universe 22 was represented solely by Son Gohan. He approached the dining table of Universe 19, greeting Super Goku and Vegeta. "Hello, Father. Has the Tournament of Power concluded?" His words astonished everyone at the table. How could Universe 22 Son Gohan be aware of the Tournament of Power? Super Goku was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Does your universe also host a Tournament of Power?" Son Gohan from Universe 22 nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Super Vegeta incisively posed the pivotal question, "Have you encountered the Ultra Instinct?" Son Gohan from Universe 22 affirmed with a nod. "Yes, I have." Vegeta was slightly taken aback by Son Gohan's calm demeanor. When the topic of Ultra Instinct arose, Son Gohan's expression remained unwavering, as if merely recounting a rather pleasant experience. His composed attitude subtly hinted at the possibility that Son Gohan's strength might exceed expectations. "Have you been training consistently? What of Goku and Vegeta from your timeline? Why do they not participate in the tournament?" Based on Son Gohan's words, it was highly likely that the Goku from Universe 22 could also transform into the Super Saiyan blue form. It was presumed that their universe's development trajectory was akin to his own. Given their fervent passion for combat, it seemed inconceivable they would abstain from such a grand event. When his father was mentioned, Son Gohan from Universe 22 did not shy away from the truth. Father has yet to master Ultra Instinct, and Uncle Vegeta is unwilling to be surpassed by him. They are both training, while I alone came to participate. The narrative progression of Universe 22 indeed mirrored Vegeta's conjecture, closely resembling that of the Dragon Ball Super Universe, with one exception. The mindset and strength of Universe 22 Son Gohan might differ significantly from his counterpart in the Super Universe. Son Gohan from Universe 22 had contemplated relinquishing his training, but the support of family and friends compelled him to grow stronger. Only with sufficient power could he safeguard those he cherished. Without strength, all else is but idle chatter. Chapter 29. Arm wrestling dinner concluded swiftly, and each universe's participants returned to their respective lounges. Super Piccolo, unaccustomed to sharing sleeping quarters, proactively suggested meditating in the contestant area adjacent to the arena. Super Vegeta harbored similar sentiments, feeling awkward about sharing accommodations. "I refuse to stay with you, LOT." As everyone settled in for rest, South Kaishin noticed a shadowy figure stealthily surveying the area, seemingly in search of something. Immediately, he admonished the individual, a soldier clad in Frisia's attire, who nervously protested, "I was looking for the restroom and got lost." South Kaishin, well aware of Frisia's nature, particularly since they shared the same universe, Discern their furtive behavior as indicative of ulterior motives. I warn you once more, do not attempt to steal the Dragon Balls. If caught, the entirety of Universe 8 will be disqualified and sent back to your universe. After reprimanding them, South Kaishin returned to his lounge in Universe 8's lounge. Frisia's soldier reported the results of their search. Lord Frisia, we have scoured every location and found no trace of the Dragon Balls. The only area left unchecked is the control room of Universe 1, but it is guarded by the Namekians of Universe 1, so we cannot enter. Upon hearing this, Bart volunteered, boasting of his speed. Let me go, Lord Frisia. No one is faster than me. They won't even notice me. Bart believed himself to be the fastest in his universe, confident he could evade the Namekians' gaze. After all, he was the universe's fastest man. Frisia sighed, exasperated by the fool. Yes, but no one is larger than you either. Can you not use your brain? Bart's eyes was unparalleled among his subordinates. While he was indeed swift, he was also easily noticeable. What I need is a clever, adaptable individual with a petite stature. Nearby, Cooler, having reverted from his final form to a previous one, pointed at himself. Are you referring to me? Frisia replied coldly. No, I'm speaking of myself. Even in this form, I doubt you can match my size. Both sought to investigate, unwilling to let the other secure the Dragon Balls first. King Cold intervened to quell the squabble between his sons, proposing a final solution. Enough of the bickering. You both will go together, each responsible for different areas. Gula and Frisia both possess combat powers that far exceeded those of the Namekians. The patrolling warriors of the First Universe could defend against ordinary competitors. But there was no conceivable way for them to withstand Frisia in the midst of rapid movement. The Namekian warriors could only feel a gentle breeze pass by, with no sight of any figures. Thus they did not give it much thought. Gula quickly searched 2 rooms, yet found no Dragon Balls. Just as he was about to explore other chambers, he was struck on the forehead by a sudden punch. Instinctively, Gula assumed a defensive posture and glanced around, but was unable to discern the identity of his assailant. As he contemplated retreating, he received a kick to his waist, followed by another heavy punch. Gula could not see his adversary, and thus had no means of defense. He was thoroughly beaten, sustaining bruises and even experiencing a brief moment of unconsciousness. After receiving this harsh lesson, it dawned on him that the newcomer was beyond his capability to confront. Gula dared not linger any longer and promptly fled back to the resting area of the 8th universe. Vegeta materialized shortly thereafter. Leaving with a cheerful demeanor, he decided to leave the foolish Frisia to his own devices and retire for the night. Meanwhile, Frisia, agile and efficient, had already searched several rooms and was currently crouched before a refrigerator, meticulously searching for clues. Just as he was engrossed in his search, a deep male voice echoed from behind him. You truly are quite the professional. With such keen awareness, it would be a waste not to pursue thievery. Frisia was startled, breaking into a cold sweat as he had been completely oblivious to anyone's presence behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Gogeta. Humph. Are you here to search for the Dragon Balls as well? You detestable scion, he retorted, while internally grappling with the absurdity of being likened to a thief. Given his stature as a cosmic emperor, Gogeta shrugged. Ah, your words are rather unkind. Have you not learned to speak with respect to someone of my caliber? Frisia, emboldened by his position, did not believe Gogeta would dare to lay a hand on him. Just as he was about to retort, blood began to flow from his nose. Upon feeling it with his hand, he realized he had been struck, and pain shot through his nose. Regaining his composure, he pointed an accusatory finger at Gogeta, seething with anger. Scions lack common sense? You strike me and do not fear being discovered by the First Universe, which would disqualify you from the tournament? Frisia's confidence stemmed from the understanding that dueling outside the arena was prohibited during the tournament, and thus he believed Gogeta would not dare to attack him. Gogeta innocently shook his head. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't me who struck you? Frisia did not respond, but his furious gaze spoke volumes. In that room, it was just the 2 of them. If it was not Gogeta who had attacked him, could it possibly be a ghost? Gogeta found himself at a loss. He truly had not struck Frisia, but it was clear Frisia would not be inclined to believe him that in a flash, Gogeta delivered a slap across Frisia's face, shaking his hand afterward. See? That was indeed me. Regardless, you already think it was me, so why not strike when the opportunity arises? Frieza could hardly fathom that Gogeta would dare to slap him again. Did the Cosmic Emperor have no sense of dignity, struggling to suppress his resentment and restrain himself from retaliating against Gogeta? Frieza realized that any confrontation would lead to his demise, given the disparity in their powers. If you're also searching for the Dragon Balls, I can assist you, Gogeta proposed, pulling up a chair to sit beside him, exasperated by Frieza's lack of insight. Why would you think the Dragon Balls are here? You must realize that this place is filled with all sorts of beings, and the first universe would never place the Dragon Balls in such a location. They're surely kept in another universe for safety. Frieza smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have overlooked such a simple fact? Gogeta proceeded to reveal a secret he knew to Frieza. Your subordinate, Captain Ginyu, has swapped bodies with someone from your universe. And currently, their body and soul have yet to fully synchronize. Frieza stood there in shock. How could this be possible? He had personally eliminated Captain Ginyu. Was it conceivable that Ginyu had not perished but rather inhabited another's body? The mere thought of harboring someone within his ranks who wished to kill him made Frieza uneasy. Especially troubling was Jinyu's body-switching ability, prompting him to hastily inquire about further details. Who is it? Who has had their bodies swapped? Gogeta did not disclose the truth, gradually dissipating into nothingness, leaving only his words lingering in the air that you'll have to figure that out on your own. I want to be revealing it to you. Simultaneously, in the resting area of the 13th universe, the door swung open, and Super Gohan, clad in a suit, entered with measured steps, the 13th Vegeta, along with the quartet consisting of Kakarot. Raditz and Nappa were deliberating on subsequent matters when they noticed Super Gohan's arrival, each displaying a distinct expression as the leader. 13th Vegeta took the initiative to speak. Who permitted you to enter our chamber? Gazing at the familiar faces that had instilled fear in him during his youth, he recalled how even Raditz had nearly taken his life. However, he was no longer the child he once was. He had grown into adulthood and surpassed them all in strength. Super Gohan adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze on 13th Kakarot. I wish to discuss something with Kakarot. 13th Kakarot glared at him with displeasure. Harboring no fondness for Super Gohan, I have no desire to converse with you. Super Gohan remained unperturbed, merely suggesting, I possess something you would find quite intriguing. I believe you will want to know. Before proceeding, he proposed a little game for them to partake in. 13th Vegeta, uninterested in the suggestion, patiently inquired, Go ahead, then. Super Gohan took a seat and extended his right hand vertically above him. I am Son Gohan from the 18th universe. And I challenge all four of you. Since dueling is prohibited, let us engage in an arm wrestling match. You four can join forces. It matters not if you use both hands, as long as you can defeat me. I will not even need to transform into a Super Saiyan. His audacious words left the four of them stunned. It was utterly arrogant to challenge for opponents while claiming he could do so without transforming. Did this child truly believe he could prevail in his base form against them? Raditz and Nappa were immediately inclined to confront him. 13th Vegeta intervened, preventing them from advancing and refuting Super Gohan's game proposal. We have no interest in such games. Super Gohan smiled, clearly unfazed by 13th Vegeta's response. It seems you can sense my energy, realizing I am significantly stronger than you, if that is the case. We can proceed to the next topic. He had suggested the arm wrestling match to illustrate the disparity in their powers. My strength is derived from magic, not from my own training, and there are likely others in the arena with similar abilities. I can introduce you to them for clarity as a condition of exchange. He stipulated that Kakarot could defeat his wife in their match, but he must not mistreat her. It must be a fair competition. With no intent to kill, this Kakarot from this universe seemed somewhat irrational, leading Super Gohan to choose a different approach, applying both soft and hard tactics to instill a sense of caution regarding his power while also offering them some benefits. Kakarot sneered, dismissing the proposal without a second thought. Puffed. You think I want to mistreat her? What a pipe dream. Super Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly, simply explaining, I am not demanding your surrender. Just went against her fairly without resorting to excessive violence. This was a necessary compromise, as Videl had not fought in a long time, and under his guidance, her combat prowess had significantly improved. However, she needed to participate in the tournament to test her abilities. Against Frisia's army, she would likely have no issue. Unfortunately, she encountered 13th Kakarot in her first match. Given Vidal's stubborn nature, Super Gohan felt compelled to act as a mediator. What Super Gohan did not realize was that since the birth of their daughter, his wife Vidal had undergone a significant change in mindset and would no longer gamble with her life. Upon learning that her opponent was 13th Kakarot, she had already contemplated surrendering, but had yet to relay this to Super Gohan. The mentally unstable 13th Kakarot spat in disdain, showing no interest in what he had to say. You think I'm a 3-year-old child, you little brat. The figure of Super Gohan approached Kakarot with a speed so swift that it appeared blurred, his right hand pressing firmly against Kakarot's chest, pinning him against the wall. Nappa and Raditz rose to offer support, yet before they could close the distance, Super Gohan struck out with his right hand, sending them flying with a gust of force. Kakarot, in a fit of rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power surging dramatically as he attempted to break free from Super Gohan's grip. However, before Super Gohan, Kakarot's transformation proved utterly futile. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to budge an inch. The disparity in power was glaringly evident. At some point, a lock of hair fell over Super Gohan's forehead, hanging down coolly as he spoke with a chilling demeanor. "Killer, listen well, I harbor no fondness for you. You're not my father, so do not feign ignorance." The Kakarot of Universe 13 was a perverse, deranged killer. The only resemblance he bore to his own father lay in this very body. After his father had suffered a grave injury, he transformed into a hero burdened with responsibility, whereas the Kakarot of Universe 13 elicited nothing but disdain from Super Gohan. The wall behind Kakarot in Universe 13 cracked and caved in, fissures spreading outward as Super Gohan maintained his grip. He turned his gaze toward Vegeta of Universe 13. "What? Are you not going to attempt to assist him?" Vegeta of Universe 13, seated nonchalantly, replied with indifference. "Assist him for what? You would do better to explain the matters of magic to me. Kakarot will follow your instructions." He was not foolish. He knew he was outmatched and had no desire to make a fool of himself by confronting Super Gohan directly. Nappa and Raditz were already out of the game. Despite Vegeta being stronger than them, he did not consider himself a match for Gohan and had no wish to embarrass himself. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Kakarot, though visibly unwilling, fell silent and acquiesced. Super Gohan also informed them about the old Kaishin, suggesting they seek him out to enhance their potential as for whether the old Kaishin would assist them. Super Gohan was unconcerned. He had anticipated this outcome. Given the old Kaishin's character, he would not extend his aid to individuals of questionable morals. Even if he did grant them power, it would not be of considerable significance, as human potential varies greatly. For instance, when Super Gohan's battle power was merely 100 million, the old Kaishin could have elevated it to 1 billion in a single leap for Nappa and Raditz. With 100 million battle power, a potential boost would only allow them to reach a few hundred million at most. This did not imply that their potential had reached its limit. Just as Super Gohan later transcended the mysterious Gohan's boundaries, achieving a new realm, an individual's potential varies at different power stages. The old Kaishin merely tapped into the current potential ceiling. As long as one could surpass their limits, new potential could be unearthed. It is important to note that this does not signify an unlimited increase in potential. If one's strength is too great, the old Kaishin cannot enhance it, as seen with angels and destroyers. Furthermore, not everyone can break through their potential limits. Individuals like Gohan, who squander years and then manage to surpass their limits in short time, are exceedingly rare due to their extraordinary gifts. After Super Gohan concluded his explanation, he departed, leaving Nappa and Raditz to question Vegeta's decision. "Why should we heed that guy?" "Exactly, we already understand how to enhance our power. Tomorrow, let Kakarot take revenge on his wife." After all, the tournament prohibited killing, and they feared nothing. They could not allow Super Gohan to be so arrogant. Vegeta of Universe 13 shot them a cold glance, suppressing his displeasure, and replied patiently, "Because he could crush us with a single hand, as you have seen, the gap in strength is insurmountable. However, we can seek out the old Kaishin after enhancing our strength. We will surely be able to defeat him. Vegeta took several deep breaths, reminding himself that these were the subordinates he had chosen, and even if they were as foolish as pigs, he could not bring himself to eliminate them. For he was still Prince Vegeta. First, the old Kaishin may not assist us. Second, enhancing our strength does not guarantee victory over him. He merely provided a method. Do not be overly confident. Vegeta could naturally discern Super Gohan's subtle intentions and his calm demeanor. Super Gohan likely felt assured that even if the four of them enhanced their powers, they would still be no match for him. When an enemy's power exceeds yours by a slight margin, one seeks ways to surpass and defeat them. However, when the disparity is vast, one's spirit may wane. Vegeta found himself in such a predicament. While he had not entirely lost his fighting spirit, he did indeed hesitate to strike at Super Gohan to illustrate. When playing a game, one might feel confident facing a level 20 opponent at level 10, but upon reaching level 20 and encountering a level 30 opponent, they may still feel capable of surpassing them. Incremental strength gains can lead one to feel unafraid when reaching level 90 and facing a level 100 opponent. Yet, when one is only at level 10 and faces a level 100 adversary, the psychological pressure is immense. Among the four, Vegeta was the strongest and most acutely aware of the power disparity. In the rest area of Universe 8, Gula returned alone, covering his face in frustration. While King Cold sat with him, discussing strategies, Gula was in a foul mood. He had not located the Dragon Balls and had been soundly beaten, failing to catch even a glimpse of the enemy's appearance. A whole night passed, yielding nothing to AS for seeking vengeance. Gula had no such thoughts. Without even a shadow of the enemy in sight, how could he exact revenge? Would he merely go and get beaten again? He was not so foolish as to invite further punishment. King Cold, arms crossed, inquired, "Where has your brother gone?" Gula replied without lifting his head. He told me he was returning to his resting area. Meanwhile, after Frieza returned, he sat alone in his chamber, his mind racing with images of various figures. He did not believe that Goku was deceiving him, as the latter was not from his universe and could not possibly know that Jinyu had been killed by him. Since Goku was privy to such information, it was highly probable that what he said was mostly true. Yet, who could it be? Berta, or another subordinate? Surely it could not be Gula possessing Frieza's body. Frieza pondered through the night, but could not ascertain who it was, ultimately deciding to temporarily set that line of thought aside and devise a plan. Early the next morning, all the contestants gathered, and Goku called out from the corridor, "Stop eating, Goku! Come out quickly!" Super Goku seemed to harbor a grudge against food. The mere sight of it rendered him immobile, akin to a starving ghost resurrected. Although he was somewhat similar to Super Vegeta, he was still a step above Super Goku. Due to audience demands, we shall present a professional concert to lighten the tournament atmosphere. Goku frowned slightly, contemplating what this lightening the atmosphere entailed, suspecting it was yet another request from the mysterious figures in the elevated chamber. The audience in attendance appeared far from pleased with the announcement. Having come to witness a tournament, not a concert, 5 aliens, each holding a harp, took center stage and began to play, their music flowing melodiously and captivatingly. The participants from various universes seemed to find it somewhat agreeable, with the exception of the Saiyan clan, who could not decipher the performance. Was this truly a composition? It was nothing short of an insult. Even a dog would not listen to it. Amidst the pleasant ambience, Super Bu emerged, expressing his dissatisfaction with the musicians' standards. The referee stepped forth to defend the musicians. "This is impossible. They're the finest musicians in Universe 1. Individual preferences vary. Perhaps their music simply does not suit your taste." Implicitly, he suggested that everyone found it commendable, and it was only Super Bu who perceived it otherwise. Super Bu said little, and from his body sprang forth 4 small boosts, who seized the harps from the musicians. They began to play, and the music sounded identical to the original. Only one musician's harp remained untouched. Super Bu asserted that his performance was excellent and did not require improvement. Naturally, in his own universe, this individual had been absorbed by him. Thus, the 4 small boosts, alongside one alien, commenced their ensemble, producing music that remained largely unchanged, yet the audience could discern that Super Bu played better than the others. The subtle transitions were smoother, imbued with an inexplicable essence that rendered it pleasing to the ears, invoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Before long, the performance concluded, and the referee announced modifications to the arena. Due to the destructive capabilities of the contestants, the arena underwent comprehensive reinforcement, now featuring a gravity level 100 times greater and a durability enhanced by the same factor in yesterday's battle. Almost every match left the arena in ruins, making repairs an arduous task. Thus, a comprehensive enhancement was undertaken. Subsequently, the unfinished battle from yesterday was announced. 13 Kakarot versus the transcendent Baydilly. Super Baydilly did not step onto the stage and conceded immediately, as the hundredfold gravity posed a significant burden for her, rendering the pursuit of humiliation unnecessary. 13 Kakarot and Raditz jested about Naba, that a hundredfold gravity could likely crush Naba, that worthless fool. Enough with the jokes. I am far stronger than you can imagine. The mere hundredfold gravity cannot touch me. Naba, feeling disgruntled, could only silently endure Kakarot's scorn, knowing he could not best him. The next match featured Raditz from Universe 13 against Frieza from Universe 8. In an unexpected turn, Raditz requested a 2-minute delay before the match, which was readily granted. Frieza was conversing with Cooler, probing whether he was possessed by Jinyu, when he heard his name called. "Hey, you bald little toad." Frieza turned sharply, catching sight of the smug Raditz, whose delight only grew upon seeing Frieza's reaction. You turned at the sound of your name. How obedient. Little dumpling. Frieza's pupils narrowed as he glared menacingly at Raditz. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Cooler, adopting an indifferent stance, hid behind Frieza, chuckling to himself, for although his own form was also bald, Raditz had not insulted him. Raditz continued his taunting. In this vast multiverse, only you frozen devils are left, while the Saiyans abound. How embarrassing. Frieza, seething, struggled to contain his fury at the audacity of Raditz. You bastard. Raditz mockingly waved at him. I came to greet my former boss. You short pumpkin, little runt, baldy with no hair. By the way, in our universe, you were obliterated by Vegeta, reduced to ashes. Frieza, a mix of rage and humiliation, pondered whether Raditz had taken the 2 minutes just to insult him. I annihilated every Saiyan in our universe, you lowly monkeys, Raditz replied with a grin. Is that so, little one? I only needed one move to destroy planet Vegeta. Indeed, little one, I also kill Vegeta. Are you even 6 feet tall? Or merely 5'9"? The relentless jibes began to fray Frieza's composure, particularly the jabs at his height. He lamented that he could do nothing about his stature. It was simply his reality. I will kill you in an instant. Raditz spat dismissively. You couldn't even lay a finger on me. The 2 minutes elapsed swiftly, and under Raditz's continuous humiliation, Frieza seethed with rage, wishing to consume Raditz whole. Just before taking the stage, Raditz added, You short little brat, count how many here are shorter than you. It's truly shameful. Your brother and father are so tall, you cannot possibly be their biological child. Frieza, having endured enough, could no longer restrain himself and rushed onto the stage. Raditz, stepping onto the platform first, wasted no time and shouted, I concede. As Frieza's foot barely touched the arena, he exploded with rage. But it was too late. Raditz had claimed victory before he could even strike. Observing Frieza's expression of distaste, Raditz felt a surge of satisfaction and grinned triumphantly. Dare to touch me, and you'll be disqualified. And your universe will be sent back to where it belongs. That Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling as if he were striking cotton. Yet he did not dare to retaliate against Raditz, lest it jeopardize his plans. Unbeknownst to others, he was acutely aware that his universe lacked Dragon Balls, and to acquire them, he would have to pilfer from other universes. Being sent back would mean the end of everything. You bastard! The victorious Raditz beamed with delight, while the defeated Frieza seethed with indignation as he left the stage, returning to his universe. Due to his recent trip to the restroom, he was unaware of the ridicule directed at him by the Ginyu Force member. Berta, upon witnessing his superior's contorted visage, Berta, ever eager to please, approached to inquire about his fury. Lord Frieza, why are you? Before he could finish, Frieza swung his right hand, obliterating Berta's head with a single punch. Raditz' taunts of Little Runt echoed in Berta's mind, and upon seeing Berta again, his rage found an outlet. The referee, initially planning to intervene, was silenced by Frisia's assertion that their universe's matters were of no concern to others and thus did not breach any rules. The next match featured Android 17 from Universe 14 against Vegeta from Universe 18, that after what felt like a century, Super Vegeta finally awaited his turn to compete, leaping onto the stage with a benevolent smile that betrayed his amiable nature. Gogeta stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, 17 is finished. It appears Vegeta harbors no fondness for him. As they ascended the stage, 17 stood with arms akimbo, regarding Super Vegeta with an air of disdain. Vegeta, who would have thought I could kill you a second time? Quite delightful. I hope to encounter Goku and eliminate him as well. Super Vegeta coldly smirked, instantaneously appearing before 17, whose stunned expression betrayed his shock at such spectral speed, without granting 17 an opportunity to respond. Super Vegeta struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the audience's wall. In a single blow, 17 found himself devoid of combat capability, his body battered and crumpled on the ground. Super Vegeta's triumph was hardly surprising. While he was satisfied with his own performance, he was discontented with 17's lack of strength. The next bout featured the South Kaishin from Universe 1 against Gogeta from Universe 18. Super Vegeta chanced upon Gogeta as he ascended the stage, expressing his displeasure. You again? Your opponent is far stronger than mine. The South Kaishin, capable of holding his own against Bu, had once fought the malevolent Kid Bu to a standstill, eventually overcoming him after a prolonged struggle, ultimately absorbing the not-so-robust Grand King. Do not become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. Gogeta stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with the South Kaishin, both harboring their own thoughts. Despite acknowledging the power disparity, the South Kaishin refused to concede, viewing Gogeta as a warrior who was not inclined towards senseless slaughter and deserving of a proper contest. Seizing the initiative, the South Kaishin approached Gogeta and threw a punch, only to vanish and reappear behind him just as it was about to connect. A powerful kick landed on Gogeta's body. Yet it felt as though he had struck nothing but air. Gogeta's massive frame immediately executed a backflip, his true form nowhere to be found, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The South Kaishin searched for him. The figure he had seemingly struck suddenly turned to face him. I apologize. I am not your match, but I do not wish to concede. I want to see if you can withstand my move. The South Kaishin clasped his hands before his chest, fingers interlaced, concentrating energy into an ultra-high-density energy blast aimed at Gogeta's position. The formidable power of this attack drew Gogeta's admiration among the Kaishins. The South Kaishin was undoubtedly unparalleled in such prowess. Impressive, gathering energy with such potency and penetration. It bears resemblance to Piccolo's special beam cannon. Come, I shall not evade that a brilliant blue energy shockwave erupted, surrounded by a multitude of shimmering light points floating in the air. With his right hand extended, Vegeta effortlessly grasped the energy cannon with a single hand, the shockwave intertwined with the glimmering points, unleashing a power several times greater than before. Alas, the disparity in strength between the two adversaries was insurmountable. Even his desperate attack could not shake Vegeta, who remained immovable, completely neutralizing the onslaught. The South Kaishin offered a bittersweet smile, his body trembling slightly. That technique had exhausted all of his power, and under Vegeta's oppressive might, it could be considered a performance beyond his usual capabilities. Despite this, it bore no fruit, and he had no desire to humiliate himself further. I surrender, but may I pose a question? He inquired. How did you manage to evade my kick? Was it some form of magic? I do not employ such things. That I'm merely moved above you, and after your whip kick passed through my form, I returned to my original position. Vegeta replied nonchalantly, his tone unruffled. However, within the South Kaishin, tumultuous waves of astonishment surged. He had indeed contemplated this possibility, but the difficulty of executing it was monumental. To think it was truly so. What astounding speed must his opponent possess to create such an illusion of immobility? Ultra Gohan's gaze was drawn to a figure in the 9th universe, staring blankly into the distance, which greatly displeased Ultra Bittery beside him. What are you looking at, Gohan? Ultra Gohan, his eyes wide, replied dreamily. It's you. Emerging from the ninth universe was a strikingly gallant Biddy, seeming even stronger than her counterpart from the time-space continuum. The next match would see the Biddy from the ninth universe face off against Gotenks from the 18th universe. Ultra Trunks and Goten, the two young ones, fused on stage to become Gotenks. Leaping onto the arena, Biddy from the ninth universe clutched a divine sword in her hands, its blade shimmering coldly as she struggled to ascend to the stage. Under 100-fold gravity, wielding the heavy Kaioshin sword, she found it a tremendous challenge. Raising her gaze to Gotenks, she strained to open her stance, crimson energy erupting from her being Kyoken times 3. Under the influence of the Kyoken, her body regained agility and control. The Kaioshins from Universe 1 displayed expressions of astonishment. That not the Kaioshin sword. How can a mere mortal possess such prowess to draw it? It was utterly astounding. On the stage, Ultra Gotenks was being steadily driven back by ninth universe Biddy, evading attacks without retaliating. Ultra Gohan and Ultra Trunks had always regarded Ultra Gohan as an elder brother, yet this ninth universe Biddy appeared no different from their own Biddy sister, rendering Gotenks unable to strike, as they were still children reluctant to harm her. Biddy, however, showed no hesitation, her right hand wielding the divine sword with swift cuts. One strike aimed at Gotenks' head was narrowly avoided by a duck. A kick from her right leg was evaded, and a rapid energy blast from her left hand was neutralized by a single finger from Gotenks. The two clashed. The Kaioshins from Universe 1 grew increasingly perplexed. This ninth universe Biddy showcased commendable strength, yet compared to the Kaioshins, she was vastly inferior. Why could she draw the divine sword, which even the Kaioshins could not? It was an inconceivable scenario. The Grand Kaioshin of Universe 1 offered a rather unconvincing rationale, suggesting that the Kaioshin sword was perhaps intended to select elite warriors from the lower realms, thus disallowing the Kaioshins from wielding it. In Chapter 32, the battle between father and son unfolded. Among the contestants from the third universe, Tapiu, adorned with a treasured sword, looked on at Biddy with envy. Incredible, that sword radiates the brilliance of a hero. What do you think? Dr. Reiki floated above, showing little interest in such matters. I couldn't care less. Vegeta observed this assembly with intrigue, pondering how the theatrical character Tapiu and the Saiyan extermination plans Reiki, along with Piccolo, had come together. Ultra Gotenks continued to dodge left and right as ninth universe Biddy wielded the divine sword, relentlessly attacking. She sensed that her opponent was holding back, yet could not fathom the reason behind it. Biddy pushed the Kyoken to its maximum potential, leaping and delivering a heavy strike with the sword, causing Ultra Gotenks to stagger back 3 steps. The divine sword struck the arena, which had been reinforced 100-fold, and yet the indomitable Kaioshin sword shattered once more. Biddy was taken aback, staring blankly at the remaining half of the sword. No, how could it break? The Kaioshins from Universe 1 were nearly speechless, unable to comprehend how ninth universe Biddy had managed to shatter the divine sword. Ultra Gotenks scratched his head, not seizing the opportunity to attack, while Biddy was momentarily dazed. Perplexed by the situation, only those aware of the truth, such as Vegeta and Ultra Gohan, watched the arena with amusement, realizing that the old Kaioshin of the ninth universe had also escaped his predicament. Biddy, disheartened, felt her fighting spirit wane, having exerted all her strength yet unable to land a blow on Gotenks. An elderly figure gradually materialized at the site of the sword's fracture, slowly approaching Biddy. Are you the young lady who freed me? I truly thank you. Biddy finally registered the old man's presence, bewildered by his sudden appearance. Who are you? The old Kaioshin grinned mischievously. I am the old Kaioshin. It appears you are engaged in a contest. I can enhance your strength, granting you power several dozen times greater than your current abilities. Biddy's spirits lifted at his words. Really? That's wonderful. Can you grant me the power to defeat this little brat? The old Kaioshin shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, the gap between you two is far too vast. However, defeating most others should not pose a problem. Given your potential, it would take approximately 7 hours. That Biddy felt utterly disheartened. 7 hours would render her efforts moot, especially since she still could not contend with Ultra Gotenks. Reluctantly, She conceded defeat, unwilling to appear shameless. After all, her opponent had been so considerate in holding back. She could not justify making them wait for 7 hours. Ultra Gotenks, having never laid a finger on his opponent, claimed victory in the match. The spectators from the 18th universe understood what was transpiring in the minds of the two young fighters. The Kaioshins from Universe 1 were equally intrigued by the scene unfolding before them. Astonished at the presence of the old Kaioshin from the 9th universe, to enhance a person's power, to unlock potential. Can it truly be achieved? Unlocking potential was one thing, but to amplify strength by dozens of times was truly terrifying. Due to the old Kaioshin's ancient origins, only the elder Grand Kaioshins possessed a semblance of recognition of his existence. Indeed, this old Kaioshin is one from 10 generations past, endowed with countless secret techniques that we must find a way to draw the Kaioshin sword and shatter it to rescue the old Kaioshin. The South Kaioshin of Universe 1 pondered this and then approached the 18th universe, initiating a conversation with Vegeta. Could I ask for your assistance in visiting our universe to draw the Kaioshin's sword and free the old Kaioshin? Despite the immense strength of the Kaioshins, they could not extract the sword themselves. It required the prowess of warriors from the lower realms. There were plenty of such individuals present, but the South Kaioshin held a particular regard for Vegeta. After a brief contemplation, Vegeta agreed to the South Kaioshin's request, deeming it a trivial matter, and then shifted to inquire about other matters. Is there no trace of Buu in your universe? How did you manage to defeat him? Upon hearing Vegeta's question, the South Kaioshin did not withhold the truth, recounting the actions of the Kaioshins from Universe 1. Long ago, Bibidi indeed attempted to awaken Majin Buu, but we discovered first. The West Kaioshin and I eliminated Bibidi, thus denying Majin Buu any chance of revival. Typically, Kaioshins did not intervene in the affairs of the lower realms, yet upon witnessing the egg of evil Buu in Universe 1, they altered their previous mindset. Although Buu had not awakened, the malevolent and tyrannical aura emanating from it alarmed the South Kaioshin. Should he ever break free, it would spell disaster for the entire universe. With this cautionary tale in mind, the Grand Kaioshin resolved to send the South and West Kaioshins from Universe 1 to intervene in the affairs of the lower realms. It is imperative to prevent the emergence of an excessive number of monsters and to take precautions against potential disasters before they arise. Numerous malevolent cults and various monstrosities have been eradicated a millennium ago. The legendary Super Saiyan was slain just as he reached adulthood, before his powers had fully matured, through united effort to eliminate him. Following that, the Bojack clan and the Frisia clan, notorious for their malevolence, also met their demise. With the intervention of the Supreme Kai, the first universe was spared from any significant calamities. The next match features Trunks from the 12th universe pitted against Vegeta from the 18th universe. As Super Vegeta ascends to the arena, envy gleams in the eyes of the spectators, while Super Goku watches with a sense of irritation. Super Vegeta, addressing Trunks who has taken the stage, asks with mild annoyance, "There's no need to bring a sword when fighting me, is there? Have you not forgotten your training while rebuilding the future world, Trunks?" It seems that Trunks intends to use his sword against his father. Indeed, a rebellious son. Trunks responds with a smile. Indeed, my mother and I have been focused on restoring the human world, leaving little time for training. However, I have made some progress. Father, Vegeta crosses his arms. Fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, progress is commendable. I won't mind easing up a bit to indulge you. Trunks' future power impresses Super Vegeta, allowing him to enjoy the sparring match. Super Vegeta remains silent. Golden light radiating from his body as blue lightning envelopes him, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 upon his entrance. Trunks also responds in kind, adopting Super Saiyan 2 and launching the first attack with a powerful punch, which Super Vegeta deftly intercepts with a single hand. Countering with a knee kick, Trunks leans back, narrowly evading his father's strike, and unleashes a ki blast that, upon collision, is split in two by Super Vegeta's protective aura. Not bad. Your base strength has indeed advanced. Trunks notes his Super Saiyan 2 form now approaching parity with Super Vegeta, surpassing many others present, including 13 Vegeta. Trunks delivers another sweeping slash, but Super Vegeta crouches low, supporting himself with his hands to kick upward catching Trunks off guard as he is sent flying. Super Vegeta prepares to pursue. Trunks exudes an astonishing energy that rapidly surges within him. "Father, this is my full power," Trunks bellows, his energy erupting as blue lightning intensifies, almost obscuring his form. Goku has a faint recollection of Trunks' transformation. Though different from his memories, it is indeed that very transformation, a mutated Super Saiyan 2. When Beerus first visited Blue Star and struck Bulma, Super Vegeta fell into a berserk state, transforming into this form. Although it qualifies as Super Saiyan 2, the sheer rage fueling this transformation surpasses even Super Saiyan 3. Little did Beerus know that the slap he dealt to Bulma would lead him to become the caretaker of her household. He had never intended to assume such a role. As a god of destruction, he would rather face annihilation than serve as a caretaker for a child. Yet, the allure of Bulma's offerings was simply too great. Trunks firmly suppresses Super Vegeta's energy, becoming increasingly ferocious, with a hint of Broly's madness. Super Vegeta, astonished by Trunks' strength, quickly regains his composure. "Not bad. It seems you have made progress, but you still fall short against me." Having witnessed Trunks' super blue form, Super Vegeta is acutely aware of the gap between them, engaging in this battle merely for the sake of sport. "Come, defeat me. This is my strongest transformation, one that you have yet to master. You underestimate your father. I transformed into this form once when Bulma was attacked." Super Vegeta replies, dispelling Trunks' confidence. Witnessing his beloved partner assaulted ignited a primal fury within Vegeta, driven solely by the desire to avenge her. Despite his prideful demeanor, Vegeta had never expressed his love for Bulma. However, this did not diminish his feelings. On the contrary, such a person, having transitioned from cold-heartedness to deep affection, values that companionship even more. Did I in that moment? Not even a god of destruction would deter Super Vegeta from striking back in defense of his beloved. Whether he could win or not was secondary. He simply had to fight. Due to the events of the Black Goku saga, Super Goku and Vegeta had learned the transformation into Super Saiyan God, thus never utilizing this form. Consequently, Trunks had never witnessed it and believed it to be a unique transformation. Super Vegeta, undeterred, maintains his Super Saiyan 2 form, soaring into the air to engage Trunks in battle. After Trunks' further transformation, Super Vegeta finds himself struggling to keep up, as both are Super Saiyan 2. But Trunks holds a slight edge. However, Trunks is now significantly stronger than Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Despite the considerable experience advantage that Super Vegeta possesses, Trunks is no stranger to combat, having fought alone since Gohan's demise in the future world. Trunks lands a punch that forces Super Vegeta back, following with a swift kick that Vegeta blocks with crossed arms, only to be sent reeling back several meters, nearly colliding with the spectator barrier. Super Vegeta begins to grasp Trunks' true power, granting him a high degree of recognition. "Well done. I can confidently entrust the future to you. You surpass that other unambitious child by a wide margin." Super Vegeta then transforms into Super Saiyan God, instantly shifting the tide of battle. Trunks can barely withstand a few blows before finding himself struck in the lower back by Vegeta's hand. After creating some distance, Trunks realizes that the duel between father and son must come to a close. The two assume identical stances, hands clasped before their chests, gathering golden energy orbs. Final flash. Final flash. The two energy blasts collide fiercely, creating a massive energy sphere in their midst. Super Vegeta gradually amplifies his energy, suppressing Trunks' ki blast while slowly consuming his energy. Despite Trunks' desperate resistance, he ultimately succumbs, engulfed by Super Vegeta's energy and losing consciousness. Super Vegeta swiftly catches Trunks as he falls, gently placing him aside. The referee announces Super Vegeta as the victor, and as the crowd rejoices, Chapter 33 begins with Vegeta's defeat. Cell approaches Gohan, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey Gohan, let's find some time to spar." Gohan, disinterested, promptly declines the request, showing no inclination for an unnecessary fight. "I'm not interested. I don't wish to battle you." Cell remains unfazed, responding leisurely. "It matters not. I will find an opportunity for a proper match. After all, you have killed me once, and I have killed you once. It is something that needs resolution." The early development of Cell's Universe 17 was relatively standard, with the only exception being that after Cell's return from self-destruction, Gohan, with only one arm, lost to him. Although Gohan later triumphed, it felt somewhat hollow. Gohan, having sustained an injury to protect Vegeta, is eager for a rematch against a peak state Gohan. The next match features Goku from the 18th universe facing Krillin from the 9th universe. Super Goku has eagerly awaited this opportunity to fight once more. Moreover, his opponent is his dear friend Krillin. Despite not being from his universe, seeing his friend's face evokes a wave of nostalgia. Upon stepping onto the stage, Goku deviates from his usual impulsiveness, refraining from immediate action and instead observing the aged Krillin. "Hello, Krillin. Saiyan, I have little to discuss with you." Krillin clearly harbored no desire to entangle himself with the Saiyans. As he recalled various past encounters, he felt nothing but disdain for them. Under the immense strain of 100 times gravity, he struggled somewhat, the weighty turtle shell on his back severely hampering his mobility. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the Kaioken times T, and in a world devoid of Goku, Krillin represented the last bastion of hope for Blue Star. After his powers surged tenfold, the oppressive weight he felt diminished significantly, granting him a moment of respite. However, Krillin understood that this was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly, for he could not maintain the Kaioken for long. He launched an assault against Super Goku. His movements erratic and merciless as he struck with lethal intent. Two energy blades capable of slicing through anything were unleashed, catching Super Goku off guard. He had not anticipated such an escalation. With no choice but to abandon any thoughts of conversation, Super Goku was all too aware of the sharpness of the energy blades. He extended his right hand, firing an energy blast that collided with the incoming blades, resulting in a mutual annihilation. Krillin granted Super Goku no time to react, instantly appearing before him. The Turtle School's Kamehameha was unleashed, yet Super Goku stood unwavering, absorbing the blow without sustaining any harm. Krillin was acutely aware of his opponent's immeasurable strength, but he could concede defeat to anyone, except the Saiyans. They were the one adversary he would rather die than be vanquished by. Super Goku scratched his head, deducing that the Saiyans in the 9th universe must have committed some heinous acts. With their reunion with an old friend thwarted, Goku lost interest and placed his hands on his hips. Striking a flower bud pose, the Ka surged forth, enveloping the surroundings, as Krillins' form became a mere illusion, slowly dispersing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared in the sky, his energy signature locked onto by Super Goku, leaving him no avenue for escape. The blue energy orb veered and pursued him relentlessly. With no alternative but to brace for the impact, he could only anticipate being sent flying off the stage. This, perhaps, was Goku's final act of respect for Krillin, concluding the battle with a signature technique passed down through generations. Vegeta understood why Super Goku opted for this move. Krillin held a unique place in Goku's heart, being his very first friend. Although, under Super Goku's influence, Piccolo, Vegeta, and others gradually became friends, Krillin was the only one who had always appeared as a friend from the very beginning. Thus, even when confronted with another Krillin from the 9th universe, Super Goku still bestowed upon him an extra measure of respect. Super Goku approached Vegeta, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Please, let me see Krillins' memories. I am eager to uncover what that universe's version of me has done." "That universe lacks your presence. Are you certain you wish to know?" Super Goku nodded vigorously, his curiosity piqued by Krillins' evident animosity towards the Saiyans. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Vegeta acquiesced to his request. "In brief, during your journey from planet Vegeta to Blue Star in the 9th universe, you were discovered by Cooler, who subsequently destroyed your space pod. Cooler arrived on a ship while Frieza was annihilating planet Vegeta. In his weakest form, Frieza was swiftly vanquished, and Cooler sought to attribute his brother's demise to the destruction of planet Vegeta to curry favor with King Cold and claim Frieza's territory for himself. Meanwhile, Bulma sought the Dragon Balls at West City, preventing your arrival on Blue Star, thereby sparing your grandfather, Gohan, from death. Fate intervened as Bulma and Gohan joined forces to search for the Dragon Balls, much to the elder Gohan's delight at having the vivacious Bulma as company. Bulma appreciated the safety she felt with a martial arts master by her side. They encountered Oolong, Yamcha, and others, showcasing Gohan's prowess, leading Yamcha to become his disciple and eventually pair with Bulma. Super Goku, however, was impatient, eager to cut to the chase. This is irrelevant. I want to know why Kellen despises the Saiyans. Vegeta, unhurried, continued, patience that I must explain how you met your end. Later, when Cooler took control of Frisia's territory, he dispatched Vegeta and the others. Raditz arrived first on Blue Star, where Kellen was the first to be slain, subsequently training on King Kai's planet. He was later resurrected and defeated Raditz, joining forces to vanquish Vegeta and Nappa. Incidentally, during Raditz's rampage, 2/3 of Blue Star's population were slaughtered, and since you bore a striking resemblance to Raditz, this Kellen harbored a deep-seated animosity towards you. Super Goku, reflecting on his own demise, felt a strange sensation wash over him. I see. But what about androids 17 and 18, and how is Bu dealt with? You never set foot on Blue Star. Thus, those androids never came into being. As for Majin Bu, he was never resurrected in the first place. That Yamcha is an android. With his presence, defeating Dabura would not be out of the question. Vegeta revealed a little-known secret. Super Goku was taken aback to learn that Yamcha had transformed into an android in another universe. But why become an android? To attain greater strength, perhaps, when you gain one thing. You often pay the price of losing another. Protect Blue Star. Power is indispensable. In the 9th universe, Yamcha is responsible and fearless in the face of formidable foes, undeniably a champion of justice. Super Goku cast a long glance at Kellen, choosing not to elaborate further. As he turned his gaze away, he was astonished by what he saw. Kakarot from the 13th universe was also watching Kellen, his gaze mirroring that of Super Goku. Lunch break for all contestants. Please feel free to select your preferred dishes. Noon arrived. The organizers presented an abundance of delectable cuisine, showcasing Super Goku's prowess as a culinary connoisseur. I'll have a serving of roasted beef, sushi, barbecue, pudding, takoyaki, and 5 bowls of rice along with portions of lamb, beef, and lion meat, he declared. Super Vegeta, seated nearby, crossed his legs. Whatever this guy orders, bring me 2 portions of everything. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he refused to be outdone by Kakarot, even in matters of dining. Vegeta sought out the Grand Kaishin from the first universe, the organizer who possessed the authority to use the Dragon Balls. The Grand Kaishin assured him that he would utilize the Dragon Balls once in advance to resurrect the contestants who had perished in the earlier matches. After all, they had a time travel device that could locate numerous Dragon Balls. Not just a single set in the 8th universe's contestant area. Jisoo from the Jinyu Force slapped the head of Veluga as he was served dishes by the first universe's Veluga. Thanks, little one. This was also Frisia's command. As Jisoo's palm made contact with the Birdman, he discreetly installed a miniature camera. Frisia believed that among the Veluga, there must be someone who would come into contact with the Dragon Balls. By equipping them all with surveillance, they could locate the Dragon Balls through their interactions. Frisia had considered whether Jisoo could be Jinyu, but dismissed the notion, reasoning that the others would surely notice Jisoo's odd behavior unless he conspired with someone else to conceal it. However, upon further reflection, Frisia doubted his subordinates possessed the audacity to deceive him. Since learning that Jinyu was alive, Frisia had become obsessed with the idea, nearly developing a paranoia that everyone around him might be Jinyu in disguise. The lunch hour passed swiftly, leading to the first match of the afternoon. The next battle featured Vegito from the 19th universe against Kosi from the 15th universe. Kosi, cloaked in a black robe that concealed his silver hair, stood at the foot of the stage, murmuring incantations before being enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Ascending to the arena, Vegito frowned, disliking this type of opponent, one that employed magic. He resolved to conclude the fight swiftly, aiming to dispatch Kosi with a single blow. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in whatever elaborate tricks Kosi had in store. Kosi did not immediately ascend to the stage, but continued his incantation at its edge. Only upon completing his spell did he step onto the arena. In an instant, Vegito vanished before he could initiate his attack, finding himself transported to a dark, alternate dimension. The majority of spectators were bewildered, unsure of what Kosi had done. Simply witnessing Vegito's sudden disappearance, 30 seconds elapsed without Vegito's return to the stage, prompting the referee to declare Kosi the victor. The unexpected outcome left everyone speechless, especially those who understood Vegito's true might. Bura from the 19th universe gaped, bewildered. "Dad, where is he?" Super Goku and Super Vegeta remained motionless, sensing the presence of spatial energy. Where has Vegito gone? Gogeta discerned Kosher's actions at a glance, feeling both admiration for Kosher's wisdom and disapproval of his methods. The rules dictated that the match only commenced upon physical contact with the arena, yet Kosher cleverly exploited a loophole, quietly reciting his incantations while outside the ring. The instant he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed his magic, fully aware of Vegito's formidable strength and knowing that once he made a move, it would become problematic. Thus, he preemptively transported Vegito away. 19 Bra and 19 Gohan arrived at the contestant area of Universe 15, blocking Kosher's path. "What have you done to my father?" Kosher, shrouded in mystery, was an enigma to both 19 Gohan and 19 Bra, who had never encountered him in their universe, nor had they heard of him. With his hands tucked within his long sleeves, Kosher responded to their inquiries that "Do not worry. After the tournament concludes, the organizers will utilize the Dragon Balls to bring him back." Super Bu from Universe 4 approached, reassuring 19 Gohan and the others not to fret. "Rest assured, my old friend, I am fully aware of the means he employed." 19 Gohan, however, held no fondness for him and coldly retorted, "This is none of your concern, Bu." Super Bu felt a sense of helplessness at their indifference. "Oh, I stand by your side. I sensed a rift in space-time. That fool underestimated Vegito, thinking he could truly confine him. He will likely return shortly. You merely need to wait a little longer." Upon hearing Super Bu's words, 19 Gohan and Bra exhaled in relief. They did not believe anyone could defeat Vegito in a direct confrontation. But magic was an uncertain factor. Super Bu crossed his arms, voicing his perspective. "This is utterly unfair. Surely you must agree. When Vegito returns, we should demand a rematch." "Of course," 19 Bra replied with a fierce glare, unable to accept her father's chaotic loss. 19 Gohan, however, broke into a cold sweat, realizing how naively these two were thinking. How could the referee simply agree to a rematch based on their words? That would lead to utter chaos. The two young ones from the time-space observed Vegito's unexpected defeat, feeling a flicker of hope. Perhaps Kosher could also transport Gogeta away, causing him to lose and granting them a chance at victory. Super Goku sighed, disappointed by Vegito's loss. "Alas, he lost just like that. I was looking forward to fighting him." Super Vegeta scoffed, sharing a similar sentiment, convinced he could defeat Vegito, believing he had grown stronger and anticipating their clash. "What do you think? Aren't you regretting not being able to settle the score?" Gogeta was indifferent, as Vegito's loss did not significantly affect him. "Not at all. We aren't fighting in the arena. Otherwise, the audience and other contestants might perish. However, I suspect he will return in a furious rage." 17 Cell clenched his fists, his face contorted in self-loathing. "How could I feel relieved upon witnessing Vegito's defeat? How can I harbor such cowardly thoughts?" Within Cell's being lay Saiyan Cells, yearning for a battle with strong opponents, yet he felt an unshakable shame at his fear of confronting Vegito. Chapter 34. Aral's defeat. The next match featured number 18 from Universe 18 against Aral from Universe 2. In the contestant area of Universe 2, Chaozue grinned slyly, instructing Aral to engage in battle. "Go wrestle with that big sister. Remember to knock her off the stage and then bring her back to me, and I'll help her recover." The stunningly beautiful number 18, perfectly fitting Chaozue's aesthetic, was a source of great affection for him. Super Goku was familiar with Aral, but found it hard to comprehend the situation. Uncertain of her fighting style, the only thing he could ascertain was her tenacity, making him dubious about number 18's prospects. "Number 18, this is dangerous." Gogeta shared the same sentiment. Never compare battle power with comedic manga. Number 18 should know her limits here. It will be challenging to find a counter against her. Number 18 flicked her hair while Aral cheerfully dashed forward. She executed a high kick with her right leg. Aral shot forward like an arrow, propelled into the air by the kick. Number 18, bursting with energy, flew upwards and delivered a powerful slam, sending Aral crashing back to the ground, shattering the arena floor. Cautiously, number 18 observed below. Realizing Aral was no ordinary opponent, Aral plummeted rapidly. She swung her right arm with force, striking the still recovering Aral hard into the ground. Just as she prepared to continue her assault, Aral dusted herself off and effortlessly sprang to her feet, performing an unusual maneuver. Supporting herself with her hands, she flipped upside down. Number 18 was momentarily perplexed by her intentions, with a sudden exertion of strength. The arena itself was wrenched from the ground, defying physics as it was lifted and hurled at number 18. Super Bu, who had absorbed countless beings, was momentarily stunned, realizing Aral was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Incredible! She twists reality itself into a comic. It surpasses magic by leagues. Engaging in such bizarre antics seems like mere play. Gogeta, however, was unfazed, considering such feats standard procedure. Even Newton's grave cannot contain this. Yet, it seems to belong to his brother. So a bit of abnormality is only to be expected in Universe 2. Normalcy was a rarity, with a duplicated author and his own daughter alongside other comics. Number 18 unleashed a ki blast, shattering the incoming arena debris, creating a hole through which she soared, delivering a flying kick squarely to Aral's face. The sound of breaking machinery echoed as Aral's head detached, rolling across the ground. Aral, feeling the emptiness above her, skillfully returned to the ground and reattached her head. Number 18's usually composed demeanor faltered, utterly bewildered as she witnessed Aral as head fall back into place. In a surprising turn, Aral pulled out an adorable baby bottle from her attire, biting the nipple and drinking heartily. Big sister, I'm out of energy. I need to replenish. I'm empty. An even more astonishing scene unfolded as Aral's empty bottle spoke, containing not a drop of milk. Yet, she continued to clutch the bottle, drinking from it. Number 18 approached her, lightly tapping her shoulder. Aral promptly collapsed, remaining motionless until the referee declared her defeat. Chaoze was beside himself with rage. How could Aral's bottle be empty? What on earth happened? The robots behind him shouted in unison, exclaiming that the milk was delicious. Chaoze quickly deduced that the robots had stolen Aral's milk. Reluctantly, he conceded to the loss, acknowledging that the robot was his own and no one else was to blame. Number 18's luck was extraordinary as she secured another victory, prompting Gogeta to look at her with newfound respect. Defeating Aral was no small feat during the Dragon Ball Super era. Super Vegeta had encountered Aral briefly and felt satisfaction in her defeat. Her power was astonishing, posing a considerable threat even to them. However, her misfortune was palpable. Had she been born a few years earlier, she might have been able to handle Cell and Bu herself. In Super Vegeta's eyes, Aral was undeniably formidable, but given her youthful appearance, it seemed she had only recently come into existence after the Bu saga. Gogeta was acutely aware of Super Vegeta's mental shift, as Vegeta had previously been bested by Aral. Super Goku shattered Super Vegeta's assumptions with a single statement. Actually, I met her when I was a child. What? Are you implying that she's around our age, or perhaps even older? Super Vegeta was genuinely taken aback. If Goku had seen her as a child, then Aral must be at least 30 or 40 years old. Considering that Super Goku was now a grandfather, Aral's youth was astonishing. By the way, it seems robots don't age easily. That makes sense. The next match would feature Gotenks from Universe 18 against Cat Demon from Universe 2. Vegeta gently nudged Chao Wutian, signaling him to take the stage. What are you waiting for? Get up there. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, Chao Wutian touched his youthful face, casting a glance at the spectator seats where Trunks was, utterly speechless at his friend's antics. Alas, Trunks had gone off to find a young lady. Upon turning back, Vegeta noted with incredulity that despite his tender years, Trunks had already grasped the essence of manhood, engaging in conversation with a young girl in the audience. The girl, nearly the same age as Chao Wutian, gazed at Trunks with a look of infatuation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She inched closer to him, while little Trunks, clearly more enamored than courageous, blushed a deep crimson. In the next moment, her words struck him like the biting winter wind, extinguishing the flames of his youthful affection. I adore the way you wield your sword, and that muscular physique. Your brother is the one competing on stage, right? Little Trunks quickly realized she was referring to the future version of himself. Not to him, for he neither wielded a sword nor possessed the Super Saiyan muscle form. Defeated, he scurried back to fuse with Wutian, transforming into Super Wutian Trunks, and took to the stage, boasting as usual. Ding ding ding! Super Wutian Trunks has arrived. I am the invincible warrior, Wutian Trunks. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, nearly succumbing to frustration over his foolish son. Vegeta, do you know of any mental institutions? Hurry and get them admitted. I can hardly endure this any longer. Vegeta dismissed him with indifference. If these two little brats were sent to a psychiatric hospital, they would either demolish it or frighten the staff into madness. As for the cat demon, he vaguely remembered him from a parody comic by Birdwater Ming, a disciple of Sun Wukong, who had learned numerous combat techniques. 19 Bra observed the two younger versions of Wutian and Trunks executing such ridiculous antics, and felt a surge of anger. She stormed up to 19 Wutian and Trunks, unleashing a tirade. "Douc. Do you understand how absurd you appear after fusing? I can hardly even tell my friends and my brothers, though slightly older and now in their teenage years." 19 Wutian and Trunks felt no shame. "I think Wutian Trunks is not so bad," remarked one. After a lengthy introduction that felt as tedious as an old woman's foot binding, Super Wutian Trunks let out a fierce shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and launched a punch that sent the cat demon flying. The cat demon steadied himself mid-air, extending his hands and unleashing a counterattack against Super Wutian Trunks, only to crash into the ground after evading his strike. As debris from the arena buried him, soon a paw emerged. The cat demon stood up from beneath the rubble, his eyes narrowed into slits, his right thumb pointing at himself with a smug grin. "You're impressive, but I've already devised a way to defeat you." Super Wutian Trunks was baffled by his actions, as the cat demon moved to the left, striking a pose for a fusion technique. Slowly inching towards the center, Super Wutian Trunks scratched his head, perplexed by his intentions. "Hey, you're all alone. What are you trying to do? Fuse with the air?" Amused, Super Wutian Trunks laughed, but his amusement quickly faded as the cat demon completed his final fusion pose. A brilliant light erupting around him, as the radiance dissipated, the cat demon had indeed completed a fusion, or rather, half of one. "What on earth is this? Are you kidding me?" Vegeta couldn't help but curse. The once rotund cat demon now radiated a golden aura paired with blue lightning. Indicative of Super Saiyan 2, this was entirely plausible. Fusion was indeed like this, but the cat demon was left with only half a body. Yes, you read that correctly. Half. His left leg, left foot, left hand, and left chest remained intact, while the right half had simply vanished into thin air. He had truly fused with the air. Piccolo was left aghast, his face turning green. The cat demon examined his body, chuckling, "Incredible. The power from this half of my body has surged tremendously. Prepare to receive my ultimate technique, Cat Clan Ki Blast." The cat demon struck a pose, ready to unleash his final move, but then abruptly halted, uttering an utterly astonishing statement. "Oh no, I'm right-handed. I can't use my left hand to execute the Cat Clan Ki Blast." Unable to unleash his ultimate move, the cat demon resigned to reverting to his original form. Unfazed, Super Wutian Trunks had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle with the cat. He opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of little ghosts. The Super Little Ghost Divine Wind Death attack. The diminutive spirits collided with the cat demon, who instinctively thought of mice upon seeing their movements. His feline instincts kicked in, and he lunged forward to bite at them. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, waves of energy cascading forth, leaving much of the arena in ruins as the cat demon continuously emitted meowing sounds. Super Wutian Trunks stood triumphantly, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Hands on hips, beaming with satisfaction. "I've won." "Indeed, brother, well done." He graciously accepted the praise, only to realize two little ghosts had suddenly appeared beside him, resembling him but bearing the likeness of the cat demon. "Who are you?" The ghosts introduced themselves. "We're the Super Cat Divine Wind Ghost Death Attack." Super Wutian Trunks, clearly in a daze, failed to see the issue, retorting, "Isn't that just my technique with 2 words swapped? By the way, why didn't you explode?" The two cat demon ghosts suddenly snapped to attention. Oh right, I got carried away watching you blow up your original form. With that, two massive explosions erupted, sending Super Saiyan Trunks tumbling to the ground, half his body buried in the rubble, while only his lower half remained visible. The cat demon, grinning mischievously, emerged unscathed, unaffected by Super Saiyan Trunks' attack. In the second universe's contestant area, a child was running a betting scheme, inviting others to wager on whether the cat demon or Saiyan Trunks would win. The calm and collected cat demon garnered the support of everyone from the second universe. Even Qianbing came over to place a substantial bet on the cat demon. Meanwhile, the cat demon on stage kept a keen eye on the crowd below. Have they all placed their bets? The child nodded, signaling an okay gesture. Seeing this, the cat demon shouted to the referee, I concede. I surrender. Just then, a disheveled Super Saiyan Trunks managed to stand from the debris and called out to the departing cat demon. Who are you? You can learn my technique in an instant. You must be extraordinary. The cat demon pondered for a moment before breaking into song. If I could do it all over again, I would choose. Super Saiyan Trunks, annoyed, covered his ears. Your voice is unbearable. He quickly changed the subject. Dare you open your eyes and look at me? The cat demon, having kept his eyes slightly squinted since stepping onto the stage, seemed to harbor some secret that I swear, they're as wide open as they can be. This outcome was both expected and surprising. The cat demon was a master of deception in his comic, so designing this surrender as a ploy to swindle was entirely within character. The spectators from the second universe, however, lost all desire to remain, each having lost their bets. Let us head back. It's meaningless now. Birdwater Ming wholeheartedly agreed, raising both hands and feet in approval. Absolutely. That way, I can draw fewer characters. Before departing, he inquired, we're heading back. Any contestants from the second universe who Haven T boarded the ship, please raise your hands. N01 raised their hands, and the group boarded their flying vehicles, returning to their universe. After their departure, Mary Sue emerged from the contestant passage of the second universe. She had overslept and missed the gathering, ending up left behind. The next match would feature King Cool from the 8th universe, facing off against Sun Wukong from the 20th universe, in the form of a child in his early teens. GT Wukong left his spectator seat, ready for battle. His granddaughter, GT Xiaofang, cheered him on. Go, Grandpa! Before ascending to the throne, King Kurd roared in fury, his body sprouting bone spikes in multiple places, and his aura surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. Well, this should suffice. That Saiyan still appears to be a mere child, likely lacking significant strength. The two simultaneously stepped onto the arena, where GT Goku regarded his transformation with curiosity, contemplating before offering a word of advice. You possess a stronger form, do you not? If you remain in this state, you cannot hope to defeat me. However, King Kurd held a different perspective. GT Goku seemed nothing more than a child, and there was no reason to believe he was formidable. If a mere brat could attain his ultimate form, then Kurd had no reason to persist in his endeavors. Chapter 35. The return of Vegito. GT Goku did not press the issue further. His tail swaying behind him as cracks began to form in the ground beneath his feet. Radiating outward, a golden aura enveloped the arena, and King Kurd's initially confident demeanor shifted, first to surprise, then to shock, and finally to fear. Is this truly a child? How can his power be so vast? This is utterly absurd. The energy exuded by GT Goku continued to rise exponentially, an overwhelming force increasing at a terrifying rate. At this moment, King Kurd no longer harbored hopes of winning against GT Goku in his current form. Instead, he contemplated how many blows he could withstand from Goku. He felt himself struggling to endure the pressure of Goku's aura. In the face of such might, he felt like a solitary boat adrift on an endless ocean, with both parties clearly on different levels of power. Very well, I concede that you are indeed formidable. It is time for me to reveal my true form. King Kurd's body became enveloped in a violet energy, and a massive energy tree manifested in the arena, occupying half the space. While his aura doubled in intensity, his transformation captivated both Frisia and Cooler, who had only witnessed King Kurd's true visage once before, during an incident where he lost control and nearly obliterated half a galaxy before regaining his senses. Upon completing his transformation, King Kurd's overall appearance shifted, resembling Frisia's final form, albeit significantly taller. With the aura emanating from King Kurd, Gogeta assessed his current strength that in my estimation, this King Kurd likely surpasses the androids 17 and 18 from the Z era. Approaching the battle power of 16, Super Gohan was equally taken aback, realizing Kurd possessed such prowess, causing a tremor of concern within him. Had he possessed such strength during the attack on Blue Star, neither Daidoku nor his father would have stood a chance against him. When King Kurd sought vengeance on Blue Star alongside the nearly resurrected Frisia, he was swiftly defeated by Daidoku, who had traversed through time. Had Kurd held such power, it was likely that no one could have opposed him, not even his father. Gogeta did not dispute this. This version of King Kurd was significantly stronger than the usual one, indicating he had indeed trained diligently. Super Gohan then pondered another question. Wait, didn't you only appear after the defeat of Majin Buu? How do you know the strength of 17 and 18? Although he had witnessed 17 during the Tournament of Power, at that time, 17 had undergone extensive training, making him slightly stronger than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Gogeta gestured toward the 17 from another universe, stating that he was using him as a reference. Even as King Kurd's power surged once more, Goku's expression remained unchanged, still brimming with absolute confidence, just as the two were about to engage. A figure appeared in the center of the arena, standing between them. I have returned. It was Vegito, who had come back from another dimension, leaving the three in a state of confusion. Neither of the two could comprehend Vegito's presence. Vegito, in turn, was baffled as to why his opponent, Kosher, had vanished, leaving others to battle in the arena. The atmosphere grew awkwardly still, and 19 Bra shouted from below, critiquing her father's foolishness. Dad, you idiot, you finally come back. Vegito was completely lost, wondering how it could be that in a matter of seconds his opponent had inexplicably disappeared, utterly unaware of what had transpired. What happened to my opponent? The Super Buu from Universe 4 crossed his arms in complaint. Hey, Veluga, get your act together. Don't let me down. The referee, witnessing Vegito's sudden appearance, could only shake his head in disbelief at the erratic turns of events. Vegito, you have lost. Your time away from the arena has exceeded 30 seconds. Please exit the stage. Vegito, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, retorted upon hearing the referee's announcement through the loudspeaker. Impossible. I've only been gone for 20 seconds. There's no way I could have lost. As the words left his mouth, a thought struck him. Could it be he had been trapped in that other dimension for what felt like mere moments, only to realize that in that realm, time moved differently? Following his calculations, it could not have exceeded 16 seconds, yet they claimed he had been absent for over 30 seconds. Such a situation could only imply one thing. The Supreme Kai of the West from Universe 1 approached Vegito, elucidating the matter. The observer often sees what the participant cannot. As a deity, I discern the magic cast by Kosher. He trapped you in a time flow that differed from our own. What felt like mere seconds for you was over an hour here. Vegito could not dismiss this information lightly. The man's formidable strength was well known, and none could predict the consequences of provoking him. The Supreme Kai's explanation confirmed Vegito's suspicions. He had indeed been tricked. The other dimensional space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. While everyone's attention was fixated on the arena, only Gogeta noticed the position of Bardock, who was clutching his head in agony, struggling with some foreboding. Was he sensing something ominous? Bardock's mind flashed with fragmented images. Super Goku stood confidently, poised for action, ready to engage at any moment. We will stop Vegito. We will not allow him to wreak havoc. He is not invincible. 19 Bra trembled at the thought, believing Super Goku was delusional. They had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Do you not understand? He is indeed invincible. My father has encountered countless beings and gods since then. The speed at which his power has escalated is beyond my comprehension, having multiplied exponentially since the time of fusion. Super Gohan held a cracked Dragon Ball in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. It is of no concern. As long as we possess this, we shall not lose. Furthermore, Gogeta is here. He will handle Vegito. Bardock's precognitive abilities reach their limit. With only these disjointed images, he could not fathom the future events. nor understand why Vegito seemed to have gone berserk on the arena. Upon realizing he had lost the match, Vegito felt a surge of anger. Damn it, this is utterly insidious. If it came to a real battle, I could defeat him with just one hand. The rules of the martial arts tournament are decidedly biased in his favor. Vegito felt humiliated to have been bested in such a manner. Since his inception, he had never tasted defeat. Kosher's tactics were exceedingly underhanded. He hovered outside the arena, deliberately avoiding the confrontation, knowing that due to the rules, Vegito could not retaliate. That'd be why the time Vegito could take the stage. Kosher had already completed his incantation, and the magic had taken effect simultaneously. Had they faced each other directly, Vegito was confident he could have silenced Kosher before he even uttered a single spell, thus securing his victory. Super Gohan, witnessing Vegito's inaction on the arena, soared up to persuade him. This is the rule. There is nothing to be done. Father, if we start over, you would still lose, unless you can engage him directly. Vegito was not oblivious. He understood the implications of being ambushed and transported away during a fight. An hour's time was more than sufficient for an enemy to raise his homeland. Blue Star countless times over, but when had the invincible Vegito ever endured such indignities? Even in his earlier, weaker days, he could obliterate planets with ease. Facing that individual, he had never truly been defeated. Now, however, he had experienced a genuine loss for the first time since his creation. Silence, Gohan. I refuse to abandon the martial arts tournament. That Vegito's declaration cast a stern shadow over Super Gohan, who rebuked him sharply that I will not allow you to act recklessly if you cause chaos here. And we lose the Dragon Balls of our universe. We will be unable to resurrect Xiaofeng. She will remain here in eternal slumber. You should be well aware that I will not let such a fate come to pass. Or do you not care for Xiaofeng? Upon hearing son Gohan speak of his beloved granddaughter, the innocent and kind-hearted Xiaofeng, Vegeta let out a sigh. Very well, I shall not intrude any longer. I need some time alone. With that, Vegeta instantaneously vanished from the scene, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Son Gohan, perplexed by the behavior of the child, felt helpless. He has gone off to sulk again. In contrast, Gogeta could comprehend Vegeta's indignation. After all, it is not every day that one encounters a being who has never tasted defeat. Have lost so inexplicably would vex anyone that it was not merely a matter of being unable to engage in battle with others or the loss of enjoyment. It was the shattering of an undefeated record. The Super View of Universe 4, witnessing Vegeta's silent departure, was incensed and called over a nearby attendant from Universe 1, a being known as Veruga. Fetch Kosher for me. He must challenge Vegeta to a rematch. Veruga, startled by the face of the twisted, wrathful Super View, complied and hurried away. However, after several minutes of waiting, Super View received no response and roared in frustration. Have you even asked him? As long as both parties consented to a rematch, the previous battle could be rendered null and void. Veruga meekly replied, Kosher isn't responding to me. Kosher, within the corridor, ignored his pleas. Thinking it absurd to challenge Vegeta again after having expended so much effort to defeat him the first time, Veruga's words ignited Super Buu's fury. Are you jesting with me? Super Buu yearned for a contest of strength against Vegeta. How could he simply accept that he had lost? This was a long-awaited rival. Initially restrained from anger, he had hoped for a rematch, believing Vegeta still had a chance. Little did he know that Kosher, the Ancient One, was too frightened to agree to another bout. Enraged and humiliated, Super Buu unleashed a torrent of curses, directing his wrath towards the various universes that I demand a rematch. I do not care whether he consents. Do you still not tire of playing the charade of a master? Get out of my way. The so-called frozen demon race and the androids, along with their technological weaponry, were beneath his notice. How dare they make him forfeit against a formidable opponent he had finally encountered? Super Buu held the majority of those present in contempt, viewing them as insignificant, with only universes 18 to 22 worthy of his attention. They merely sparked a fraction of his fighting spirit. It was only Gogeta and Vegeta who fueled his passion for battle. The sole female Kaioshin among the Kaioshins, Layla, tasked with quelling disputes, approached Super Buu. Sir, you cannot impose your will upon the decisions of other contestants. Super Buu erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. You say I cannot? How amusing. From the very beginning, I've held everything in my grasp. With a swift motion, Super Bu struck Layla squarely in the face with his right fist, showing no mercy. The once fair visage of Layla was sent crashing through the wall. Blood surged in her throat. But she swallowed it down, leaving only a trace of crimson. Super Bu, indifferent to the notion of delivering a final blow, opted instead to dissolve into a liquid form, splitting into countless clones to attack everyone present. Chapter 36. The arrival of Son Gohan from Universe 22. Super Bu had clearly lost his mind. Attacking indiscriminately, in a low, chilling voice, he declared, "I am everywhere. I am invincible. I possess your Dragon Balls. Your technology, your abilities. I know your secrets and manipulate your thoughts. I could have absorbed all of you and dictated your fates. Yet I chose not to. All I sought was a rematch, only to be denied by you lowly humans." In the control room of Universe 1's event organizers, Veruga sensed disaster approaching and prepared to deploy the atomic dislocator to send Super Bu back to his home planet. However, regardless of how they pressed the remote control, it was utterly ineffective. The device had malfunctioned. They said anyone causing trouble could be sent back. Yet at this critical moment, it fails. The control room had been infiltrated by Super Bu's mass, coalescing into a head that laughed maniacally. "Fools! When will your pitiful contraption function? I determine that now. I have long since mastered everything. I am merely revealing my intentions now." An eerie scene unfolded on the battlefield as Super Bu continuously generated masses of flesh, soon flooding the entire arena like a vast ocean. The writhing flesh consumed all, leaving no refuge above or below. Dubra and Babidi from Universe 11 could not escape their fate, ensnared by the flesh. Babidi attempted to recite a spell, but his mouth was obstructed, rendering him speechless. The only one who remained unencumbered was the pudgy Bu from Universe 11, who clapped his hands in delight. "Brother, you too can be like me. If you wish, return and absorb everyone, and you will gain my strength." The majority of universes fell victim to this calamity, including Universe 19, where only Son Gohan and Brahm managed to unleash their full energy to dispel the encroaching mass. They couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "Damn it, he really knows how to pick his moments. Of all times, he chooses when Dad is absent to stir up this disgusting trouble." In Universe 13. Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa were ensnared by the flesh, leaving only Vegeta from Universe 13 desperately struggling. Revealing his trump card, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, blue lightning crackling around him, in the contestant area of Universe 7. The Super Namekian Gaskak stood resolutely, surrounded by the pink mass that writhed but could not draw near him. An invisible barrier seemed to protect him, warding off Super Bu's clones. The technologically advanced warriors were likewise ensnared, rendered immobile as they futilely struggled against the flesh. Super Bu had grown weary of their pathetic displays. He coalesced a portion of his body at the center of the arena and bellowed, "The masquerade is over, weaklings." Super Gohan from Universe 18 acted swiftly, extending his arms to create a massive protective shield around his family. "Do not fear. I am here in the time before the Tournament of Power." Gohan had transcended his former mysterious form, achieving a power that rivaled even that of Super Saiyan God, perhaps exceeding it slightly. Though the Super Bu had consumed many, Gohan could withstand the flesh's attempts to engulf him. However, rescuing others became a daunting task. Restricted by the need to protect his family, Super Gohan could not confront Super Bu. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta, unable to tolerate Super Bu's arrogant demeanor, prepared to strike him down. In that instant, a cataclysmic collision resonated from the depths of the universe, causing the tournament planet to tremble uncontrollably, leaving the spectators swaying unsteadily. Super Gohan sensed the presence of an aura. Gogeta, no wonder he disappeared. Is he battling Vegeta? Mere moments after Vegeta vanished, Super Gohan noticed that Gogeta, who had been by his side, was now absent. Despite extending his senses to the maximum, he could not locate him. Son Gohan and Bra also sensed Vegeta's energy, but were unable to pinpoint its exact location. The distance between them was too great to communicate or summon assistance to deal with Super Bu's emotions varied among the crowd. Super Bu felt a surge of joy. Two were engaged in battle. allowing him to partake without wasting time on these weaklings. Just as Super Bu was about to unleash his wrath upon the crowd, a figure emerged from the distance. Wherever he stepped, the pink masses of Bu's flesh retreated in fear. Son Gohan from Universe 22 had made his entrance, approaching without releasing a hint of his energy. Yet his mere presence commanded the attention of those ensnared by the mass. Super Bu's dark eyes gleamed with excitement as he took an interest in this Son Gohan from Universe 22, abandoning his intention to pursue Gogeta and the others. How intriguing. Son Gohan, do you wish to challenge me? One cannot be defeated. He embodies the epitome of versatility and omnipotence, an invincible deity. The 22nd Son Gohan, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, wore a faint smile upon his lips that I shall not merely defeat you. No, I intend to annihilate you. The Super Bu erupted in maniacal laughter, clearly dismissive of such a notion. Yet soon his mirth would be extinguished. With a speed imperceptible to the eye, the 22nd Son Gohan materialized before him, delivering a crushing blow to Super Bu's nose. He then slowly extended his hands, summoning forth a white energy barrier that surged from within him, rapidly expanding to occupy half of the arena. The Bu clones, which had been devouring other participants, were obliterated by this force, rendering Super Bu's absorption plans utterly futile. The 22nd Son Gohan tilted his body slightly, an enigmatic expression flickering in his gaze. Super Bu appeared gravely injured, his chest and face caved in from the invisible onslaught. Yet rather than rage, he responded with laughter. Now regarding the 22nd Son Gohan with newfound respect, the T.O. think, aside from those two fellows, there exists another as intriguing as you. Quite remarkable. You brought me a modicum of joy light years away from the martial arts tournament. Vegeta stood alone in the vastness of space, energy surging violently within him, golden flames enveloping his form, an aura of unparalleled might radiated outward in all directions. His fists clenched tightly as the terrifying energy pulsated against everything around him. Vegeta was deeply dissatisfied with his defeat. Damn it, Gohan was right. I cannot disregard Xiao Fang. Yet losing like this is infuriating. The sheer force of his energy caused nearby asteroids to tremble and sway. Having vented his frustration, Vegeta regained his composure and began to contemplate that a release of pent-up energy feels much better. However, Gohan has a good rapport with the organizers. Perhaps he could arrange for some matches outside the tournament. The 19th Gohan proactively approached the God of Destruction from Universe 1, elucidating the existence of Vegeta, along with Bu's attributes, and promising that the 19th Gohan could assist should Universe 1 be in peril. The God of Destruction, charmed by the amiable demeanor of the 19th Gohan, agreed to facilitate some battles featuring powerful contestants, confident that Super Bu would consent and that Gogeta would pose no issues. As for Ultra Goku and his companions, they were unlikely to present problems, though the participation of the 22nd Son Gohan remained uncertain, given that the 19th Son Gohan was not particularly fond of conflict. Such was the case. Losing the match held little significance, and engaging with them seemed trivial. Gogeta sat upon a drifting asteroid, contemplating the situation after witnessing Vegeta's departure, eager to gauge Vegeta's true strength and thus pursued him. Though the distance was vast, Vegeta's formidable aura made it easy for Gogeta to locate him. Without looking back, Vegeta sensed Gogeta's approach. Thank you for your consolation. However, it holds little value. Gogeta shrugged nonchalantly, for if he had lost unexpectedly, he too would not be elated. Vegeta slowly turned to face Gogeta, and they exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously unleashing their energies in a roar, their hair standing on end as golden light erupted forth. Their auras colliding like waves that, in the wake of their unrestrained energies, thousands of asteroids and uninhabited planetoids were obliterated, reduced to cosmic fireworks, erasing all traces of their existence. Eventually, their combined energies coalesced into a massive golden energy sphere, radiating enough power to obliterate several star systems. Their movements synchronized, they continuously amplified their energies, as though they possessed no limits. The golden sphere expanded, each striving to surpass the other's might. Cracks appeared in the space surrounding them. The infinite cosmos erupting, countless galaxies disintegrating, a cataclysmic blaze sweeping across light years. Just as the fabric of space threatened to rupture entirely, they instinctively ceased their exertions, both realizing that today was not suitable for combat. A better moment would be awaited. That Vegeta's earlier discontent evaporated, as Gogeta's unparalleled strength astonished him. It was a level of power he had never encountered apart from his own. Within the arena of the martial arts tournament, the 22nd Gohan continued to pummel Super Buu, while the Namekian Gasikak could no longer bear this farce. Cease. Though his voice was soft, the simplicity of those two words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing the scattered pieces of Super Buu to coalesce around him. The remnants that had been consuming contestants and spectators alike were drawn towards him. Gasikak extended his right palm, the fragments converging into an irregular sphere, revealing only Super Buu's form and two large, dark eyes. Super Buu felt a surge of panic. What is this ability? Impossible. How did you achieve this? Gasikak raised the sphere containing Super Buu, encapsulating all of his clones and his original form within. Now you can remain calm, can't you? Gasikak's actions astonished those present. No one anticipated that he could so easily manipulate Super Buu, subduing him with but a single hand, at least on the surface. It appeared Gasikak had sealed away all of Super Buu's forms. Chapter 37. The farce concludes. The 22nd Son Gohan said little, merely returning to his designated area. That Gasikak's intervention was timely. Otherwise, to safeguard the others, he would have been compelled to eliminate Super Buu himself. Super Vegeta snorted in annoyance. That guy certainly overshadowed everyone. Having witnessed the 22nd Gohan's prowess, Super Vegeta initially hesitated to intervene, planning to act later, only to find that Gasikak had effortlessly dealt with Super Buu. Ultra Goku, however, found himself admiring Gasikak's abilities, recognizing the value of his power to seal Super Buu in an instant. This Namekian is no ordinary being, and the Gohan from that universe is quite formidable as well. When Ultra Goku mentioned the 22nd Gohan, Super Vegeta fell silent. In confronting Super Buu, the 22nd Son Gohan had exhibited a speed that surpassed his previous two battles by a factor of 2. Observing his ease, it was evident he had not unveiled his full power. One could only wonder how much strength he still concealed. Gogeta returned just in time to witness Super Buu utterly defenseless, held in Gasikak's grasp. Oh, so Super Buu has been subdued by Gasikak. Ultra Gohan nodded, his expression growing serious. Gasikak possesses numerous unique abilities, and Super Buu is no simple adversary. This situation is more perilous than anticipated, perhaps even rivaling the tournament of power. Gogeta concurred with his assessment. While Gasikak's raw strength was not overwhelmingly superior, merely slightly stronger than the enigmatic Gohan, the crux lay in his extraordinary abilities. The Elder Namekian possessed countless superpowers, and when merged with Gasikak, the potency of those abilities multiplied. Buu's absorption merely augmented his strength by adding the power of those he consumed. However, the Namekian's assimilation was different. Their power could be exponentially enhanced. Two Namekians with a battle power of 10,000 would not simply combine to achieve 20,000, but could soar to 50 or 60,000, or even exceed 100,000. This was evidenced during the Namek saga, when Piccolo, upon returning from King Kai's training, assimilated with Nail, whose battle power was 42,000, resulting in an instantaneous boost exceeding 1 million. Vegeta returned slightly later, encountering the members of Universe 19, all casting reproachful glances in his direction. Vegeta, perplexed, could not fathom why they regarded him thus. "What is the matter? Why do you all stare at me?" The 19th Gohan explained the chaos caused by Super Buu, who was swiftly dispatched by Gasikak. Initially, the 19th Gohan presumed that Vegeta, having missed such an exhilarating battle, would feel regret. Yet, Vegeta responded with calm acceptance, his demeanor unperturbed. Well, that's quite something. Though he had not faced those two, the brief clash with Gogeta had lifted his spirits. The antics of Super Buu and Gasikak held little significance to him. In the competitor's area of Universe 11, observing the captured Super Buu, the Demon King Dabura smiled and proposed to Babidi. "Lord Babidi, since you possess the ability to permanently seal Buu, Why not seize this opportunity to fully seal him away and foster good relations with the organizers of Universe 1? Babidi was also filled with trepidation. Having recently been ensnared by Super Bu, he was acutely aware of the looming specter of death, leaving him no time to utter a spell that "You're correct, Dabra." But let us defer this discussion for another time. For now, it would be best not to broach such topics. Dabra could not fathom Babidi's perspective. In his view, Super Bu was not from his universe and did not heed Babidi's commands. So why keep him around? Yet, as a mere servant, he felt compelled to obey his master's wishes. Very well, as you command, Lord Babidi. However, within Babidi's mind, a clandestine contemplation brewed. He was confident that his sealing technique could contain Bu, even if it meant subduing the immensely powerful Super Bu. Yet he feared another possibility. What if, in unleashing his sealing spell, he inadvertently sealed away his own Fat Bu? In Universe 11, Babidi had only Dabra and Fat Bu as his capable subordinates. If he were to mistakenly seal Fat Bu, it would spell disaster. The transformed Super Bu, reduced to a mere blob, could only plead for mercy from Gaskak. Yes, I'm sorry. Please grant me another chance. Gaskak was taken aback by the audacity of the plea, responding in anger, "It's impossible. Enough of your foolishness. Just look at the chaos you've wrought in this venue." During Super Bu's rampage, many had been frightened. Although his intent was to devour, it had nonetheless brought numerous spectators to the brink of death, leaving them with lasting psychological scars. Super Bu, in his blob form, attempted to explain that this was not his true intention. "I have absorbed too many beings. This was not my design. Within me dwell thousands of personalities, but I can control the one that has gone mad. Allow me to continue participating in the tournament. I shall repair all the damaged equipment and fight in a disciplined manner. Should I act out again, you may cast me back to my universe." The audience held divided opinions regarding Super Bu's right to compete. Let him stay. He may yet win the championship. His abilities are quite formidable. I find them impressive. But he is a madman. If he were to behave as he did before, would we not be in grave danger? Nonsense. I shall not agree to that. You truly have a death wish. You are not afraid of danger at all. The voices of agreement and dissent were evenly split, with some eager to see Super Bu compete and others wary of playing with fire, wishing for him to be removed. Vegeta also stepped forward to plead on Super Bu's behalf. "Spare him. It's all right. Let bygones be bygones. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Should he misbehave again, I shall deal with him." The provisional Supreme Kai of Universe 1. The most powerful god of the South was pragmatic and hesitant to take unnecessary risks. No, absolutely not. He cannot be allowed to emerge and endanger the others at this martial arts tournament. The Grand Kai expressed his views. "For a long time, we have been averse to undertaking risky endeavors." Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment, yet understood. The Supreme Kais of Universe 1 had previously taken decisive action against Bojack and the Dormant Bu, clearly demonstrating their foresight. The Grand Kai's perspective was entirely justifiable, yet he swiftly changed his tone. However, this martial arts tournament is rather unique, and given that Super Bu indeed possesses a multitude of diverse personalities. Within his own universe, Super Bu is akin to an omnipotent deity. Unbound by rules, I have decided to grant him another opportunity, but he may only be released when his match commences. The Grand Kai's plea for Super Bu was unexpected, leaving the provisional Supreme Kais of Universe 1 utterly astounded. Out of respect for the Grand Kai, Gaskak refrained from voicing any opposition, calmly explaining, "Respectful Grand Kai, I do not intend to control Super Bu for an extended period. It's all right. I can manage it." A slight smile crossed the Grand Kai's plump face. East Kai Shin, of Universe 1, broke into a cold sweat, harboring doubts about his words. "Can you truly manage that?" The Grand Kai extended his right hand toward the Super Bu blob held captive by Gaskak. "It's fine. I've analyzed Gaskak's abilities, and I can replicate that technique." Following this, the Super Bu blob gradually floated from Gaskak's grasp into the hands of the Grand Kai. Super Bu's resistance was futile, and it appeared that the Grand Kai had indeed managed to imitate Gaskak's technique. Super Goku was astonished. He had not anticipated the Grand Kai to be so formidable. "I had assumed Gaskak's ability was some form of magic. I never realized it was a special power that could be replicated with just one observation." Super Bu held unwavering confidence in the Grand Kai. There's no problem. After all, the Grand Kai is the greatest and most powerful deity among all the Kais. Super Gohan inquired in astonishment, but isn't the South Kai the strongest among the Kais? The Grand Kai is merely knowledgeable. Isn't. During the Z era, East Kai had mentioned to Gohan that when Evil Bu was born, only the South Kai could contend with him. The others were no match. Super Bu was not entirely clear on this matter. Yet the Grand Kai indeed appeared superior to the other provisional Supreme Kais. Goku, however, recalled certain details, perhaps surmising the Grand Kai's condition, whispering to the others. Previously, during a battle with a formidable foe, he had exhausted all his divine energy. Now the Grand Kai's power is not at its peak, with only a fraction of his divine energy remaining, and he has yet to recover significantly. This was the fundamental reason why the Grand Kai fell to Evil Kid Bu and was consumed, a realization that Super Goku and the others would come to understand in due time. Under Super Bu's intervention, the damaged equipment was swiftly restored, and the tournament resumed. GT Goku and King Cold also ascended the stage, with the utterly confident King Cold taunting GT Goku without hesitation. "Little brat, do you still refuse to concede? No one stands a chance against me." However, King Cold's bombastic words had little impact on GT Goku. The two launched a punch simultaneously. In the instant of collision, King Cold sensed an overwhelming force. There was no time to backflip to dissipate the impact. His legs skidded sideways, retreating over 10 meters before he regained his stance. GT Goku wasted no time, raining down blows like a tempest, his relentless assault leaving King Cold with only defense and no opportunity to retaliate. The once arrogant demeanor was replaced by a desperate scramble for evasion, his spirit suffering a crushing blow. Wasn't he the mightiest of the frost demons? He could accept that Saiyans were stronger than him. With diligent training, he would eventually surpass them. Yet, what was this? A mere child of about 10 years old was overpowering him in every aspect, with speed, strength, and ability all surpassing his own. The most critical point was that his opponent had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet was effortlessly dominating his complete form. Unable to bear the humiliation, King Cold took 3 punches head-on, then retreated to create distance, howling in fury, his power doubling in an instant. The fully powered King Cold at 100%. His muscles swelled, and the surge in strength made King Cold feel invigorated. He raised his right thumb to point at himself. This is Super King Cold. Yet, GT Goku remained uninterested. King Cold's current power was roughly akin to that of a fully powered Super Saiyan from the Z era. But this posed little threat to him. GT Goku, being several years older than Super Goku, possessed the base strength equivalent to a Super Saiyan 3 from the Z period. Notably, the timelines of most universes align closely with GT. Roughly 4 to 5 years after the conclusion of the Tournament of Power in the Dragon Ball Super timeline. With a crash, King Cold shattered the arena as he soared upward, swinging his right hand. However, GT Goku was merely an afterimage. Upon locating his target, King Cold swung his right hand behind him, only to find another GT Goku appearing at his rear, yet his strike passed harmlessly through GT Goku's form once more. Realizing he had been tricked, King Cold swiftly turned, but GT Goku's assault was already upon him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. A rapid flurry of strikes landed squarely on King Cold's face, the lightning-fast assault causing him to bleed from the nose, sending him crashing to the ground. The disparity between the two was glaringly evident. GT Goku emerged victorious without question, while King Cold roared in frustration. Damn it! The youth of today have no sense of martial ethics. How dare you deceive and ambush an old man like me? Is this how you conduct yourselves? This is simply unacceptable. Super Goten and Super Trunks, upon witnessing the misfortune of King Kurta, could not contain their delight. Although they were unfamiliar with King Kurta, they were well acquainted with Frieza. King Kurta proved formidable, facing GT Goku's punch with an impressive 3-finger gesture. Vegeta could not help but wonder if there was a connection between King Kurta and himself. Recalling that iconic gesture of defeat in the phrase Super Kurta, which inevitably led him to draw parallels. Indeed, it seemed King Kurta was quite the swift one. The next match featured Tien Shinhan from Universe 9. squaring off against Super Bu from Universe 4. In Chapter 38, The Final Hope, the Grand Kaishin honored his promise. When it was Super Bu's turn to take the stage, he released his initial restraints, allowing Super Bu to step forward. Free from the Grand Kaishin's control, Super Bu instantly reverted to his original form, no longer existing as a mere blob. Tien Shinhan leaped onto the arena, representing a team comprised of warriors for Blue Star, including Krillin, Yamcha, and Dilly. Despite being swiftly taken down by gas, Super Bu remained brimming with confidence, folding his arms and smiling at Tien Shinhan. "You are quite impressive, Tien Shinhan. As a martial artist, I hold a certain admiration for you. But alas, you stand no chance against me that I can grant you 3 minutes to attack me freely. I will not retaliate, and you may unleash your most powerful techniques." Such audacious words were not seen as humiliating by Tien Shinhan, for the overwhelming strength of Super Bu was well known. Engaging him directly seemed to offer little hope. Tien Shinhan produced a deflated balloon from his pocket, tossing it between them, and then extended his arms, summoning a peculiar green aura. The demon seal wave coalesced into a swirling vortex, with Super Bu trapped at its center, unable to resist the rapid rotation, ultimately being drawn into the small opening of the balloon. What started as a deflated balloon transformed into a sizable dragon boat balloon once Super Bu was sealed within. Remarkably, Super Bu found himself unable to escape this confinement. Super Goten watched in astonishment, noting it was his first encounter with the demon seal wave, effectively sealing an opponent. He recalled the time he and Trunks had fused but still could not defeat Bu, albeit partly due to their own recklessness. This Super Bu was undeniably more formidable than the one they had faced, unable to evade such a technique. One could only imagine the demon seal wave's true power. Remarkable to seal Super Bu away, Super Vegeta remarked, giving Goten a gentle pat on the head, urging him to focus on the match instead of being so careless. "Look closely, Goten, and see if Tien Shinhan has indeed sealed Super Bu." On the arena, just as Tien Shinhan exhaled in relief, he felt a hand on his shoulder, accompanied by a teasing voice. "Well done with that technique, Tien Shinhan. IT seems you have trained well in this move." Tien Shinhan's expression darkened as he realized he had not noticed how Super Bu had appeared behind him. How could this be? Super Bu, harboring a modicum of goodwill towards Tien Shinhan, adhered to their prior agreement and refrained from harming him, instead explaining, "I am indeed sealed. However, I have not been completely confined and I left many of my duplicates on the stage. Unless you seal all of them, I can remain here. Of course, I also possess the demon seal wave and can utilize a reverse version. But I have no intention of spoiling this glorious moment for you." Hearing Super Bu's words, Tien Shinhan found himself at a loss. The numerous clones of Super Bu writhing on the stage numbered in the dozens. It was impossible for him to perform the demon seal wave that many times. Even with his current strength, executing such a technique repeatedly would likely lead to his exhaustion. Furthermore, it was futile, as Super Bu could continuously create more duplicates. Tien Shinhan leaped from the ground, soaring into the air, where he manifested 2 additional arms behind him, layering them parallel to his original arms, forming a triangular gesture. Double Kamehameha. This was Tien Shinhan's newly developed ultimate technique, combining the 4 demon fist with the 2 extra arms to unleash a devastating attack that exceeded the sum of its parts. Super Bu, enveloped in radiant energy, watched as the arena below was obliterated, leaving a gaping chasm in the ground. Though the shockwave shattered him into countless fragments, he soon returned to his original form. Unscathed, impressive, you have shattered me to bits. You possess an even mightier technique? This alone is insufficient to defeat me. In the absence of his defenses, Tien Shinhan's assault indeed demonstrated substantial destructive power. Observing his ultimate move yielding minimal effect against Super Bu, Tien Shinhan chose to concede without further contest. Super Bu had hoped to prolong the engagement, but Tien Shinhan's quick surrender left him somewhat disinterested. 3 minutes have yet to pass. You could have attacked several more times. With Tien Shinhan conceding, Super Bu emerged victorious. Before he could utter another word, the Grand Kaishin gestured, and Super Bu reverted to a blob, returning to his grasp. The next match featured Sun Wukong from Universe 18 against the darkened version of M from Universe 5. Super Wukong chuckled, ascending to the arena, the hundredfold gravity presenting no challenge to him whatsoever. In the contestant area of Universe 5, M, buoyed by encouragement from his comrades, prepared to face the arena as the last hope of his universe, with a mindset of victory at all costs. M stepped onto the stage, struggling against the tremendous pressure of the hundredfold gravity. He quickly activated the gravity system of his armor to adjust to the arena's weight, as the technologically advanced universe he hailed from did not boast particularly robust physiques. Without hesitation, M fired an energy blast at Super Wukong. Having witnessed this move before and understanding its weaknesses, Super Wukong found the blast speed lacking despite its decent power as the energy blast approached. He swiftly evaded the explosion, closing the distance with a barrage of heavy punches that fell like rain. M quickly activated a shield to block Super Wukong's onslaught, then pointed his right hand at him. Just as Super Wukong was baffled by what M intended to do through the barrier, an overwhelming gravitational force bore down upon him, far exceeding thousands of times the normal gravity, like a mountain pressing down. Even he stumbled momentarily, but quickly regained his footing to withstand the immense pressure. A flicker of surprise crossed M's eyes. You can withstand this attack? I have amplified the gravity countless times. Yet you not only survive, but stand firm? Below, Super Vegeta regarded the trick with disdain, seeing it as mere childish play. Humph, how dull. Super Wukong felt the strain and ceased hiding his strength. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, the high-density energy enveloped him, and the golden light illuminated the entire arena. As the brilliance faded, Super Wukong's brow vanished, his brow bone protruding slightly, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. This technique will not suffice against me. Now, allow me to show you in a flash. Super Goku ascended to a lofty height, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from both hands, relentlessly employing the prince's combat technique to bombard his opponent. The darkened shield of Heihuan Mu faltered under the onslaught, teetering on the brink of destruction. With no other recourse, he was compelled to engage Super Goku in close combat. The divine blade, capable of cleaving through all, was wielded repeatedly, yet Super Goku skillfully evaded each strike. With a single-handed burst of energy, he forced Heihuan Mu back onto the arena. Faced with the stark realization that he was outmatched, Heihuan Mu's expression shifted to one of indecision. But he soon resolved to act. He fired a small black projectile from his right hand. While Super Goku's right was enveloped in a protective aura, he struck the black orb with a punch. But the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Instead, upon contact, the black sphere transformed into a viscous substance. The once deep blue wrist guard was tainted black, with the ominous tendency to spread further. Reluctant to take risks, Super Goku released the wrist guard, letting it fall onto the arena, where the dark brown substance rapidly began to spread across the surface. Before long, the arena, which had already been battered by Super Goku, was entirely engulfed in black. Heihuan Mu unleashed an energy blast, but this time his target was not Super Goku, but the arena floor itself. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, and the brown substance reacted, causing the entire arena to dissolve into nothingness. It obliterated all matter, sending ripples through the very fabric of space, capturing the attention of all present. Heihuan Mu, not in a hurry to attack, took the opportunity to explain to Super Goku, "Your reflexes are impressive. This is our ultimate weapon, the micro-carbon annihilation bomb. When its particles come into contact with a solid object, they devour it and proliferate. The target will inevitably be consumed, transforming into a more potent mobile bomb. The only way to neutralize it is to detonate it before it expands beyond control." This was why Heihuan Mu had deliberately targeted the arena. Any destructive force would trigger the annihilation bomb to explode. In the fifth universe's contestant area, the others shouted warnings to Heihuan Mu. No, Heihuan Mu, you must focus on your opponent. Do not involve innocent people. Super Goku, bewildered by the situation, could only perceive it as formidable. Is that so? Then I merely need to evade, correct? Heihuan Mu's demeanor turned grave as he replied earnestly, "No, I shan't grant you that opportunity. I'm sorry." With his right hand aimed at Super Goku, he prepared to unleash the micro-carbon annihilation bomb. If you evade, the audience will be caught in the blast, and this asteroid will transform into an even larger annihilation bomb that if you disregard their lives. Then go ahead and try to evade. Super Goku's expression darkened. The Saiyan blood of Kakarot yearned for battle, yet the heart of Sun Wukong from Blue Star longed to protect humanity. Are you treating the audience as hostages? The other contestants from the fifth universe echoed their disapproval of his actions, calling out, "You have no right to do this, He Hua Mu. You cannot kill indiscriminately." In He Hua Mu's eyes, a tumult of struggle, regret, and unwillingness flickered, but ultimately, only resolve remained as he retorted with anger. "Do we have any other choice? The outcome will be the same. If we cannot win, we will all perish." As He Hua Mu continued his self-explanation, the others began to grasp their plight. In a tragic accident, they had inadvertently unleashed the microcarbon annihilation bomb upon their own planet. By the time they realized the danger, their home world had nearly been consumed. Half of it transformed into the annihilation bomb. They could only organize their kin to flee in ships, hastily escaping their homeland, as the entire planet was assimilated into an unstable mobile bomb. They tried to halt the catastrophe, but to no avail. Now, the planet continued its trajectory, and if it were to collide with another celestial body, it could trigger an explosion that would contaminate nearby planets and asteroids with the annihilation bomb's essence. The disaster would only escalate. As for destroying their own homeland, a planet-sized microcarbon annihilation bomb, if subjected to a massive energy impact, could potentially devastate multiple star systems that save their universe. He Hua Mu, as the last warrior, had a secure victory. Only the wish of the Dragon Balls could avert this calamity. After hearing his words, Super Goku spread his hands, revealing a harsh truth. "You cannot win. Even if I were to deliberately lose to you, you would still be unable to defeat the others. Furthermore, your wish is not unattainable. Should I emerge victorious, I can grant your wish." He Hua Mu was skeptical. "I will not take your word for it. Such a precious opportunity for a wish cannot simply be given away." Super Gohan then informed the contestants of the fifth universe that upon their victory, they could receive the wish from them. His inherently kind nature prevented him from witnessing suffering, even if it was from another universe. With great power comes great responsibility. Yet, the individuals from the fifth universe remained doubtful. They had only just learned of the mysterious existence of the Dragon Balls at this martial arts tournament. Could they truly believe that the opponents would willingly bestow such a valuable opportunity upon them? But the Dragon Balls are so rare, they murmured. Vegeta chimed in with a shocking revelation: "You haven't seen them before, which is why you consider them so precious. Where we come from, Dragon Balls are used quite casually. We don't participate in these tournaments for wishes. We simply seek to spar with others, and whether or not we have an opportunity to wish is inconsequential." One of my friends even wishes to restore his gradually aging appearance every few years. Beside him, Super Vegeta sensed that he was indirectly referencing his wife Bulma, and he had proof. The contestants from the fifth universe, astounded by this information, hesitated to refute it, instead asking a peculiar question: "Then why not wish for eternal youth? That way, you wouldn't have to keep wishing, because eternal youth would make one appear strange." Wishing every few years allows others to perceive her as naturally beautiful and less prone to aging. What's next? Someone seeking a wish to grow 5 centimeters taller, only to be beaten for over an hour? As he said this, Vegeta couldn't help but share a knowing smile with Frieza from the eighth universe, leaving Frieza feeling unnerved. What could he possibly mean? Surely he wasn't referring to himself. Was he? Quickly dismissing the thought, Frieza concluded that it couldn't possibly be him. Though he felt slightly shorter, he certainly wasn't so desperate as to be beaten for an hour just to gain 5 centimeters. What had he done wrong? Merely wanted to grow a bit taller. Wasn't that just bullying the honest? In the arena's sky, witnessing the stalemate, Super Goku wasted no time, charging forward and delivering a powerful knee strike that sent He Hua Mu soaring into the atmosphere. He Hua Mu's body transformed into a shooting star, quickly traversing the atmospheric layers and into space. Super Goku pursued closely behind. Since neither was within the confines of the arena, the 30-second countdown was rendered moot. 1 minute later, Super Goku returned with the unconscious He Hua Mu in tow, re-entering the arena. The referee initiated the 30-second countdown, but He Hua Mu remained unresponsive, ultimately declaring Super Goku the victor. Super Vegeta seized the moment to tease Super Goku. Why are you still hiding your Super Blue form? Just unleash it and finish him off. You've wasted enough time. Super Goku chuckled lightly. Aren't you concealing something as well? Neither of us wants to reveal too many trump cards. As their ultimate forms, neither wished to expose them prematurely. Although Vegeta's unexpected elimination was unfortunate, they both silently agreed to have a rematch outside the tournament. Super Goku had only recently transformed into Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power and had not yet mastered that form in the months since. Super Vegeta, too, preferred to save his ultimate blue for later, knowing most opponents could be dealt with without resorting to Super Saiyan God. Upon awakening, Heihuamu was confronted with the bitter reality of his defeat, plunging him into profound despair for having squandered the sole opportunity to save his homeland. Cursed fate! Must we return in disgrace, awaiting our doom? Chao Wu Tian holds his father in high regard, assuring Heihuamu and the others that they need not worry. Once his father triumphs, he will grant them the opportunity to wish for the salvation of their homeland, regardless of time and place. His father, Sun Wukong, epitomizes a noble and virtuous hero, having rescued his homeland countless times that, in contrast, Chao Vegeta lacks the same sense of mission as Chao Wukong. His battles are primarily driven by a desire to protect his family. Wujita, however, occupies a different moral ground. He is neither a hero nor a villain, merely disdainful of those and that which he finds irritating. Undoubtedly, the three of them would not value a mere wish, willingly relinquishing the opportunity to others. Upon overhearing their conversation, Heihuamu begins to trust them, pondering that perhaps they can indeed be relied upon, especially since he has already been defeated and they have no need to deceive him. The next match pits Dr. Liji from Universe 3 against Vegeta from Universe 13. Liji gazes at the formidable Vegeta from Universe 13. A rare smile graces his face that it is indeed a gratifying occurrence to encounter him again, a cherished delicacy of royalty that he yearns to sample. 13 Vegeta harbors no fondness for Dr. Liji, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as they ascend to the arena. Dr. Liji takes his place atop a technological magic sphere. Among the competitors from Universe 3, only Bardock remains as a Saiyan, leading 13 Vegeta to surmise certain truths. Have you exterminated all the Saiyans from that universe? Dr. Liji's beard quivers slightly, pride swelling within him for his past deeds. Indeed, aside from Bardock, I have eliminated all other Saiyans. What say you to that? Upon hearing Liji's words, 13 Vegeta's expression reveals no trace of anger. Instead, it transforms into one of cold indifference, pitying Liji to know, you have done remarkably well. I truly admire you, Liji, taken aback by 13 Vegeta's apparent lack of concern for his entire race's demise, stammers, what do you mean? I have slaughtered your entire kin. 13, however, responds with utmost derision, showing no regard for the loss of his people. The Zypher race was too weak. You were unworthy of existence in this world. Hence your dynasty was overthrown by the Saiyans. If you could annihilate the Saiyan race, it merely indicates that the Saiyans of your universe are not much stronger either. They are a feeble species, deserving of their demise. A blessing in disguise. 13 Vegeta's merciless worldview incites great ire in Dr. Liji, prompting memories of the fallen Zypher people. This is precisely why the Saiyans must be eradicated. You are all demons that I have wiped out the Saiyans of that place. And now it is time for the Saiyans of other universes to meet the same fate, starting with you. The audience from across the time and space trembles at the revelation of Liji's extermination of the Saiyan race. Chao Vegeta chuckles bitterly, murmuring to himself, yet again, a race faces annihilation. It seems we Saiyans cannot escape the clutches of fate. He once believed that after Bardock led the Saiyans to victory against Frieza in Universe 3, their people could lead lives of tranquility. Little did he know that history would repeat itself with the very Zypher people he had once decimated, enacting their vengeance upon them. Truly, retribution is a cycle. It is not that it does not come, but simply that the time has not yet arrived. There is little that can be done. After all, the Saiyans had committed such atrocities in the past, and it is only natural that they would face extinction in return. Do you wish to avenge the Saiyans? Wujita consoled Chao Vegeta before inquiring about his thoughts. Clenching his fists, Chao Vegeta reflects that, with his current strength, avenging his kin would be a trivial task. Liji is merely no match for him. However, since Liji does not belong to his universe, and with the principle of debts having their rightful owners, Vegeta, having lived on Blue Star for so many years, is no longer the ruthless Saiyan prince he once was. To seek vengeance against Dr. Liji seems unfounded. The Saiyans have committed numerous crimes, serving as executioners, himself not exempt from that categorization. Revenge? Let it be. It has nothing to do with me. The two younglings express an unusual curiosity regarding the extermination of the Saiyans, pestering Wujita to uncover the details. Born on Blue Star, they have never set foot on the so-called Vegeta star. And regarding the Saiyan race, they have always considered themselves Blue Star inhabitants, not pure Saiyans, but rather hybrids. The annihilation of the Saiyans seems utterly unrelated to them, that Wujita initially intends to dismiss their inquiries. But Chow Yukong glances over as well. Having once battled Bardock from Universe 3, he understands the depth of that man's strength. Logically, he should not have been subjected to extermination, unable to withstand their persistence. And with no particular animosity towards Liji, Wujita reluctantly decides to share. Observing Liji seated within the Hachizak energy sphere, he recounts to the young ones the tale of how Bardock led the Saiyans to triumph over Frieza and the subsequent developments that unfolded. Chapter 40. Dr. Liji in Universe 3. The demise of the tyrant Frieza, the Emperor of Evil, has propelled the Saiyan race to the pinnacle of renown. With Frieza, the dominator of the cosmos, vanquished, other races now harbor a psychological scar regarding the Saiyan lineage. Raditz, too, has successfully ascended through his father's newfound status, for his father has become king. Thus he is deemed a Saiyan prince. In the aftermath of Frieza's defeat, numerous planets declared their independence, unwilling to pledge allegiance to Frieza any longer. Nor would they submit to the Saiyan race. However, under the relentless pressure of force, they ultimately capitulated. Regardless of how leadership shifts, the plight of the common people remains unchanged. Not long after, news for Vegeta Star reaches Vegeta, who, upon realizing he is no longer a prince, feels no anger, but rather delight. He thinks to himself that since he is no longer a prince, it is time to play the role of king. Hannah also reminds Bardock that his kingly experience card is nearing expiration, leaving Bardock bewildered. Hannah asserts that once the opportunity to challenge arises, she will defeat Bardock and claim the title of new king. She is currently the strongest among the Saiyans. Even Bardock is no match for her. Bardock organizes a duel competition, allowing all Saiyans to participate. Whoever stands victorious at the end will be crowned the new king. The final match pits young Vegeta against Hannah. Bardock implores Hannah not to kill young Vegeta under any circumstances. Hannah retorts that this is a duel, and she will slay whomever she desires. Bardock insists that once Vegeta matures, he will easily overpower Hannah. The fate of the Saiyan race rests upon the shoulders of the future Vegeta. Hannah heeds Bardock's advice. Recognizing Vegeta's youth, she ultimately holds back. Allowing him a chance to survive, Paragus cradles the young Broly. In this universe, Kakarot and Vegeta are slightly younger than him. Paragus earnestly assures his son, "No one can harm you any longer. You are immensely powerful. Just wait until you grow a bit more, and the next Saiyan King will be you." Before abdicating, Bardock issues a final decree. Regardless of who ascends the throne, they must heed the counsel of the previous kings. Given that female Saiyans have rarely assumed the throne, this met with considerable dissent. However, under Hannah's forceful suppression, her formidable combat prowess gradually subdued the dissidents. Despite being a woman, Hannah's strength is not inferior to Bardock's. Especially with the support of the two preceding kings, the Saiyans have undergone a significant transformation. Time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years have elapsed before King Cold learned of his son's demise. This was primarily due to the vastness of the universe. The news of Frieza's death was meticulously suppressed by the Saiyan clan, with his subordinates being swiftly and decisively eradicated by the Saiyans. Initially, King Cold did not receive the news, and it was not until the third year that he became aware of the matter. However, complications arose within his jurisdiction as insurgents emerged. Furthermore, King Cold held a dismissive view of the Saiyans, and thus negotiations dragged on for several years. Ultimately, Gula achieved his goal, securing King Cold's acknowledgement that after the extermination of the Saiyans, he would be granted control over Frisia's former territories. Neither party anticipated that this would be their final conversation. Marking the closure of the Saiyan saga, with an unstable precognitive ability, Bardock had foreseen their arrival, while Paragus' son, Broly, had already matured into a young man. The legendary Super Saiyan, possessing an unparalleled gift, effortlessly reached the Super Saiyan realm, transforming into a raging force in the face of the encroaching Gula and King Cold. The two, unfamiliar with the very existence of Super Saiyans, were paralyzed with terror, losing their wits and fleeing in panic. Yet, they ultimately met their demise at Broly's hands. Under Paragus' guidance, Broly managed to restrain himself, refraining from succumbing to madness and sparing all but the two invaders. The Saiyans subsequently took full control of the universe, rarely deploying Broly as a weapon of destruction, as they could handle ordinary adversaries themselves. Another year or two passed. Planet Vegeta was confronted by a new enemy, the remnants of the obliterated Zufurans, led by the technologically adept Dr. Reiki. Originally, Planet Vegeta was not named as such. It was called Zufur, ruled by the Zufuran race, whose temperament was neither as malevolent nor combative as that of the Saiyans, nor as gentle and compassionate as the Namekians. Instead, they were a relatively composed race, willing to assist others as long as it did not threaten their own interests. Many years prior, the Saiyan clan had suffered a great calamity and had come to Zufur in their spacecraft. However, the advanced technology of the Zufurans, coupled with the Saiyans' lack of scientific acumen, rendered them of little value. Ultimately, the Zufurans chose not to ruthlessly expel the Saiyans from their planet, despite the Saiyans' dire circumstances and their dwindling numbers. Forcing them out by force would have been a trivial task. Nevertheless, the Zufurans decided to take them in, relegating the technologically inept Saiyans to manual labor. As the sands of time shifted, the population of Saiyans surged dramatically, multiplying several times over. Under the encouragement of King Vegeta's father, who had not yet ascended to the throne, the other Saiyans grew resentful, believing they were fated to toil, while the Zufurans lived leisurely lives. On a fateful night of a full moon, the Saiyan clan launched a surprise attack, catching the Zufurans off guard. Unprepared for the betrayal, as a civilization centered around technology, they were unable to mount an effective counteroffensive in time, resulting in their slaughter at the hands of the Saiyans, including Dr. Reiki, who was regarded as the foremost scientist of Zufur, who could not escape the clutches of death. However, in his final moments, he activated the defensive systems of his laboratory, holding out for several hours before meeting his end. Decades later, Dr. Reiki was resurrected, returning with the collective wrath of the Zufuran race, seeking vengeance against the Saiyans. Understanding that the Saiyans had grown far more powerful than before, he meticulously devised a plan involving the creation of poisonous mists to sap the Saiyan strength, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential. The enemy lurked in the shadows, and many Saiyans, oblivious to the unfolding peril, fell one by one. The 18-year-old Broly, given special treatment due to the recognition of his prodigious power, ingested a specially concocted poison and ultimately could not evade his grim fate, falling to Dr. Reiki's own hand. Among the clan, only Bardock, blessed with foresight, sensed the impending doom the night before Dr. Reiki's reprisal, managing to seize a glimmer of hope for himself. Yet he too was afflicted by poison and could not afford to consider the well-being of others. Hastily escaping the encirclement of Dr. Reiki, continuously evading his relentless pursuit, the Saiyans ascended to cosmic supremacy. Their numbers of slaughtered planets grew ever more staggering, while Dr. Reiki, having executed the extermination of the Saiyans, transformed into a celebrated hero across the universe. Without the Saiyans, other races could finally experience peace, free from the constant fear of annihilation. Gogeta succinctly elucidated the entire situation, recalling Dr. Reiki as a character from the movie series, who had previously battled against Goku, Vegeta, and their companions, ultimately facing defeat. In the third universe, Dr. Reiki's adversaries had become the Saiyan clan, and since Kakarot had not ventured to Blue Star, he could not attain the Super Saiyan transformation. Before Ultra Instinct Goku could interject, the Ultra Trunks, inheritor of Vegeta's spirit, found it difficult to comprehend Dr. Reiki's actions. Utilizing poison, such a despicable tactic was truly unsettling. Disagreeing with the sentiment, Gogeta resolved to impart a lesson to the young one. Trunks, it is not so simple. When one engages in an endeavor, some relish the journey, while others are solely focused on the outcome. Take this martial arts tournament as an example. Your father and Goku are fully aware that victory is beyond their grasp. They understand this all too well. Yet they still participate, for to them, winning is significant, but the experience of battling formidable opponents is far more vital. They cherish the journey and strive to surpass their limits through combat. Conversely, the cybernetic warrior from the fifth universe, Blackham, epitomized the antithesis of their philosophy. For Blackham, the manner of fighting and the identity of the opponent were inconsequential. His singular desire was to win, to secure victory, and earn the chance to wish for the salvation of his universe. The process was irrelevant to him. Only the conclusion mattered. Dr. Reiki was of the latter ilk, resurrected with the vengeance of his annihilated kin, driven by a singular purpose, to eradicate the Scions from his universe. You and Goten must mature as well. You cannot expect to protect your homeland when Vegeta and the others grow old, leaving you powerless. Ultra Trunks nodded, somewhat understanding, before posing a question. If Dad and Uncle Goku cannot win, then who will emerge victorious? Gogeta, with a sense of certainty, patted himself on the back. Who else but me? Ultra Goku's gaze shifted towards another figure in the third universe, whose aura felt vaguely familiar. It was Tap Hyon, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared capable of sealing away Hildegard. How had he accomplished such a feat? Once, the extraordinary Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with a terrifying monstrosity known as Hildegard, a creature of immense strength endowed with the peculiar ability to phase through reality. This confrontation plunged him into an arduous struggle, yet ultimately, he discerned his adversary's vulnerability and unleashed his most potent technique. The Dragon Fist, which obliterated Hildegard in a single blow. Originally, this formidable creature was sealed within the body of Tapio, who was powerless to control it. However, it appeared that Tapio was not adversely affected by Hildegard, maintaining a composed and dignified demeanor. Regardless, as Dr. Like had indicated, the presence of an additional Tapio was inconsequential. He merely expressed the inconvenience of the situation. Wujita opted for a more expedient approach, utilizing teleportation to convey the details regarding Tapio to the minds of the group. Years ago, in the third universe on the planet Naz, local sorcerers amalgamated all their powers to create the ultimate monster, Hildegard. Their intention was to harness Hildegard's strength to conquer the entire universe. In that moment of vulnerability, a mysterious figure emerged, seizing the opportunity to strike when Hildegard had just materialized into the world. With a single slash of his ancestral sword, he cleaved the creature in twain. Despite being bisected, Hildegard continued to pose a threat to the universe, wreaking havoc across planets to save their own world. Two musicians, Tapio and his brother, stepped forward, using their unique flute melodies to seal Hildegard's severed halves within themselves. For added security, they enlisted others to imprison them within two magically imbued music boxes, which were then cast into the depths of the cosmos. The sorcerers responsible for Hildegard's creation were mostly exterminated, and the few survivors were expelled from the planet Naz. Undeterred, the sorcerers' descendants migrated across numerous galaxies, investing centuries in their search, and eventually, fate smiled upon them as they located the two music boxes. In the territory of the cosmic overlord King Cold, they discovered the long-coveted music boxes. United, the sorcerers broke the seal of one box, releasing Tapio's brother, only to subsequently slay him. With Hildegard's lower half unsealed, chaos ensued as it rampaged and devastated much of the planet. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of the sorcerers, Hildegard's lower half was sealed within the sorcerer Koi. They envisioned a future of universal domination. Once they eliminated Tapio and sealed the other half, no one would stand against them. However, before they could act, Frisia's subordinates arrived, drawn by the destruction caused by Hildegard. Seizing the moment while the sorcerers were preoccupied with the seal, they launched a surprise attack, easily annihilating the unprepared sorcerers. Only Koi, who had sealed the lower half of Hildegard, was placed into a cryogenic sleep chamber to prevent the release of the monster. The desolate planet bore no defenses, a consequence of the sorcerer's negligence, as it had already fallen to Frisia's forces, who had yet to sell it. The devastation wrought by the sorcerers rendered the planet valueless, prompting Frisia's minions to eliminate them to quell his anticipated wrath. Koi, the youngest among the sorcerers and still a novice in unsealing Hilderg, found himself at gunpoint and dared not test whether he could release the monster before the bullets could strike. Years later, after Frisia was slain by the Saiyans and his domain fell into chaos, the cryogenic chamber sealing Koi was inadvertently damaged. Escaping, Koi vanished into obscurity, embarking on a solitary quest for survival. In a time far removed from his past, with no knowledge of the fates of his former companions. Chapter 41. The hero Tapio Koi embarked on a prolonged journey of survival alone. After several more years, guided by the essence of Hilderg within him, he located another music box. Following the annihilation of the Saiyans, Dr. Like learned of his legend, prompting Koi to seek his assistance. Alone, he was incapable of unsealing the music box. It had taken a collective effort to do so in the past, and he could not manage it by himself now. Renowned as the hero who eradicated the evil Saiyans, Dr. Like was not difficult to find. He resided on planet Vegeta. However, he was now alone on this planet, and the diminutive Koi humbly approached Dr. Like, requesting his aid. Hero, as the vanquisher of the malevolent Saiyans, I come seeking your assistance, Dr. Like, seated atop a crystal orb. Observe him silently, withholding his response. Koi continued to extol Dr. Like's greatness, hoping to persuade him to assist. Have you heard of Tapio? He is a great hero, currently trapped by this wicked music box. I implore you to rescue him. Dr. Like, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly dismissed Koi. Lead, I have no interest in so-called heroes. Seeing this, Koi fell to his knees, showering Dr. Like with praises while pleading for his help. Dr. Like, you have defeated the Saiyans and saved the universe. You are a true hero, just like Tapio, who deserves redemption. Dr. Like took great pride in having annihilated the Saiyans, and Koi's flattery lightened his mood, yet he remained resolute in refusing to unseal the music box, merely stating that he was too busy and would consider it later. Koi, realizing one tactic had failed, quickly shifted his approach to Dr. Like, I beg you to assist me that I have sought help from many technological races. Yet none could unlock this music box, claiming no one can break its seal. Koi's words carried little hope, but inadvertently prompted Dr. Like's curiosity. After vanquishing the Saiyans, he had lost his sense of purpose, and a complex challenge seemed an appealing diversion. Upon seeing Koi produce the music box, Dr. Like's interest was piqued, and he acquiesced to Koi's request. This presented a new challenge. After days of meticulous research in his laboratory, Dr. Like finally devised a solution and successfully opened the music box's seal. At that moment, a howling tempest erupted, and a powerful aura surged forth as Tapio, holding his flute, descended to the ground. Yet instead of gratitude, the liberated Tapio was filled with ire, expressing disdain for his release. Why? Why have you freed me? His icy tone sent a shiver down Dr. Like's spine, yet he remained confident in his safety and calmly inquired, what seems to be the problem with your release? Despite being sealed for centuries, time held no sway within the music box, and Tapio remained unchanged, still appearing youthful. That Dr. Like, approaching his advanced years, had no qualms addressing him as young man. As the sorcerer retreated toward the door, attempting to escape, Dr. Like coldly scoffed, sealing off all exits within the expansive laboratory. You cannot leave. I demand an explanation. The sorcerer's peculiar demeanor and the sudden shift in expression alerted Dr. Like to the underlying complexities of the situation, making it clear that he could not simply allow Tapio to flee. Realizing his plan had unraveled, the sorcerer remained composed, for Hilderg had also been released. With a chilling smile, he remarked, there's no need for haste, foolish old man. Soon you will understand, as the future ruler of the universe, you will kneel and beg, and your end will come my hands. Dr. Like was incensed by the thought of having to beg for assistance from someone he had once bound. Resentment toward the sorcerer had long since taken root. Koi began to emanate an eerie mist, which coalesced into a massive shadow above him. A sharp tail piercing through the laboratory floor, he released Hilderg's lower half from within himself, unleashing destruction upon the premises, prompting a sense of foreboding in Tapio. This is the lower half of Hilderg. Did you slay my brother? Why is the monster that should have been sealed within him now residing in you? Kay did not respond, tacitly accepting his question. Tapiu was about to play the flute in his hands, intending to seal Hildgang's lower half within his own body. However, before he could commence, a massive collapse occurred in the laboratory, debris falling and burying him beneath the rubble. A protective shield emanated from the crystal ball beneath Dr. Likey, shielding him from the impact of the falling stones. Upon witnessing the frenzied Hildgang, Dr. Likey's expression darkened. "You are on the verge of destroying my laboratory. I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Arise, my undead warriors." That very moment, 8 figures clad in combat attire appeared in the room, their tails swaying rhythmically as they surrounded Dr. Likey protectively. Kay stared in astonishment. The familiar attire and characteristics were unmistakable. These were the infamous Scions. What was happening? Did you not eradicate all the Scions? Why are there so many remaining? The extermination of the Scions by Dr. Likey was widely known, leaving many puzzled about the current situation. Could it be that Dr. Likey concealed the truth and retained a portion of the Scions as his subordinates? Dr. Likey could sense Kay's ill intentions and had no intention of holding back. They are merely spirits of the deceased, now my slaves. You shall soon share their fate." Among the 8 Scion warriors, Kakarot with his spiky hair approached the sorcerer Kay, pointing his right hand at him. "You are going to die. Are you referring to yourself?" The sorcerer Kay replied calmly, mocking him instead. "What?" Kakarot stared blankly at his chest as a robust tail pierced through his body, creating a gaping wound. Before he could react, Kakarot's form dissipated into nothingness. Even as a spirit, he could be harmed and perish. While revival was possible, it was not without its limitations. There were not immortal beings capable of resurrection at will. Hannah, the mother of Kakarot from the 3rd universe, looked at her reckless son with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. "Useless fool, do you not realize you must eliminate this monster first?" The remaining 7 ascended into the sky, unleashing their energy waves at the demon, all striking its body. Before the Scions could revel in their success, the demon, having absorbed the attacks, stood unharmed below. IT let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens, unleashing a fiery shockwave that reduced one of the Scion spirits to ashes. Even in its half-formed state, the demon was not a foe that these ordinary Scions could contend with. Their attacks bore no effect. As the sorcerer observed the rampaging demon, he too wished to avoid peril and planned to depart soon. "You shall entertain my demon. I shall take my leave. Where do you intend to go?" The sorcerer gasped in horror, but before he could utter another word, a shockwave engulfed his body, obliterating him completely. The assailant was none other than Raditz, who smiled faintly, speaking to himself with glee. "This is the Master's command. You must die." After dealing with the sorcerer, Raditz narrowly evaded a fiery storm that erupted below, the flames grazing his body as they passed. Hannah's lips curled into a beautiful smile. "Raditz, do not be too careless. This monster is exceedingly strong, and we have already lost 3 comrades." Raditz was taken aback. This creature, which appeared devoid of intelligence and merely attacked wildly, had dispatched 3 of his teammates in such a short time. Trapped beneath the rubble, Tapiu struggled to move, desperately reaching out with his right hand to grasp the flute, yet the immense stone on his back rendered him immobile. Just as Tapiu was mere centimeters away from the flute, a hand snatched it away, and Dr. Likey stood before him. "You seem to have a special connection with this monster." Tapiu was too preoccupied to heed such matters. He merely wished to seal the other half of the demon within himself to protect this place and the entire galaxy. "Please return the flute to me." Dr. Likey disregarded him, insisting that Tapiu answer his question. Having been approached by a stranger demanding the release of a hero, only to summon a monster instead, he felt the need for caution. Bound by circumstances, Tapiu revealed his situation. The upper half of the demon resided within him, but Dr. Likey did not doubt him. The rampaging demon indeed had only half a body, and Tapiu's explanation was entirely plausible. "Interesting, so that is the case. Now I understand." Meanwhile, another Scion spirit fell to Hildgang's blade, prompting Dr. Likey to gesture, lifting the debris trapping Tapiu. Freeing him, he bore no ill will towards Tapiu, as he had no ties to the Scions and was willing to be sealed away forever for the sake of saving others. Tapiu extended his right hand, signaling for the return of the flute. "Return the flute to me. I need to seal this half of the body within myself. Before he could finish his sentence, Tapio's body trembled involuntarily, an eerie wind swirling around him. Dr. Likey firmly rejected his proposal to not be ridiculous. You struggle to seal even half the body. Forcing the other half into a seal will only cause it to merge completely, rendering it uncontrollable. At this point, there were no other options left. Tapio understood this, yet he had no means to restrain the demon. Dr. Likey threw the flute into the air, tossing it to Hannah, who was dodging attacks. He whispered his command, I have heard you play that sealing melody. Once was sufficient. I have already implanted the melody into the spirits of the warriors. Upon being released from his seal, Tapio's upper half went berserk, and he swiftly played the flute to suppress it once more. This did not escape Dr. Likey's keen ears. Replicating a melody was a trivial task for him. Hannah caught the flute, nodding obediently. The melody data has been received. Master, I shall seal it now. She then addressed the remaining members. We are down to 4. While I play the flute, you must do your utmost to buy me some time and divert its attention. Raditz responded first, combining his hands to unleash a shockwave. Understood, Mother. I will handle it. Yet with only the 4 of them, how could they possibly stand against the demon? Even in its incomplete state, the disparity in strength was stark. The Scion's attacks were akin to mere tickling. Hardly even that, proving utterly ineffective. Raditz was sent flying by a tail swipe, crashing violently to the ground, just as the sharp tail was about to pierce his body. The melodious sound of a flute resonated as Hannah approached step by step. She had managed to restrict the demon's mobility. However, the demon still retained some degree of movement. Its tail lashed out swiftly, piercing Hannah's abdomen and killing her instantly. Dr. Likey cursed under his breath, seething with frustration. Useless. The Scions are a bunch of incompetents. One Scion managed to pick up the fallen flute, only to be obliterated by the demon in a single blow. Having no time to play a note, misfortune seldom comes alone, and Tapio's vision grew dim, his body weakened. He could only manage a brief apology before collapsing to the ground. I'm sorry. I can no longer suppress it. Forgive me. Smoke and wind surged from within Tapio, coalescing in the air to form the upper half of the demon. The demon's presence surged as it prepared to merge, its power increasing exponentially compared to its half form, causing Dr. Likey to feel a sense of urgency as he contemplated his next move. I must summon the other undead warriors if I am to deal with this creature. Unexpectedly, Raditz made a bold move, picking up the flute from the ground and soaring into the sky, using the opportunity of the demons merging to distance himself from the area. He then played the flute, successfully preventing the merging of the demon, which was drawn back into his body, its other half returning to Tapio. After completing the melody, Raditz suddenly recalled something, panic washing over him. Oh no, my mother just played that. Does this mean I just kissed her indirectly? Dr. Likey was quite pleased with Raditz's performance, offering him praise. Well done, Raditz. Tapio lay on the ground, his outlook on the current situation far from optimistic. It was futile. He would escape again, each time the illusionist managed to break free. They emerged stronger and increasingly difficult to control. Dr. Likey also fell into contemplation. This was his domain, and he needed to resolve this predicament. It should be feasible to seal him for a few hours at the very least. During that time, I can help you devise a solution. After some consideration, Dr. Likey's thoughts turned to the music box, which could imprison Tapio while simultaneously aiding in the management of the illusionist's rampages. There must be other special abilities within it. Through a series of modifications, Dr. Likey enhanced the music box while preserving its original capabilities. With Dr. Likey's assistance, Tapio successfully sealed the illusionist within the confines of the music box. After a month of training, he gradually learned to encapsulate the entirety of the illusionist, alleviating the fear of unleashing a monster that could wreak havoc. After departing from Dr. Likey's planet, Tapio traversed the cosmos, forging numerous friendships. Initially engulfed in the sorrow of his brother's demise, that grief gradually diminished with the passage of time. Tapio's demeanor transformed, becoming significantly more cheerful, and he occasionally returned to visit Dr. Likey. Centuries passed, and Tapio's relatives had long since perished. The Zypher race faced extinction, leaving only Dr. Likey, a half-human, half-spirit, as a remnant of their kind. Through their interactions, The two formed a commendable friendship, under the tutelage of a race with unique abilities. Tapio also acquired some methods to control the illusionist. Later, the Veluga people approached Tapio, revealing the existence of Dragon Balls that could resurrect his deceased brother. He readily agreed to participate in the tournament. In stark contrast, Dr. Likey, having annihilated the Saiyan race, had become dispassionate and had no further desires, thus expressing no interest in the martial arts competition. However, upon learning that many other Saiyans from different universes would be competing, Dr. Likey's resolve shifted, prompting him to join. Bardock, who had long evaded Dr. Likey's pursuit, was also invited. Bardock had anticipated Dr. Likey's participation and was not surprised by it. Just as they were about to arrive, the Veluga people detected a powerful energy presence. Directing their attention to Blue Star, where they brought someone along, the inhabitants of the time-space continuum soon understood why Tapio was acquainted with Dr. Likey and how he could manipulate the illusionist. The only mystery remained regarding the immense energy entity that the Veluga people had transported from Blue Star. Who could it be? Kakarot from Universe 3 was not sent to Blue Star. And logically, in his absence as a target, many should not be particularly strong. While the group conversed, Dr. Likey engaged in a life-and-death duel with Vegeta on the arena. Both harbored a mutual disdain for one another, each wishing to obliterate the other in a fit of vengeance. Dr. Likey waved his right hand before him, summoning 3 figures to block the path of 13 Vegeta. In his universe, he had slain them. Now, they could seek vengeance. The figures summoned were none other than Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, who had perished in their universe. 13 Vegeta, undaunted, faced the trio with an air of confidence, declaring, "Vengeance is truly foolish. I surpassed these 3 long ago." He deftly dodged Frieza's attack, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and with a single punch, obliterated King Cold. Frieza and Cooler unleashed their inner energy, their muscles swelling as their powers multiplied. Their bodies collided, launching their ultimate techniques, creating a destructive force greater than the sum of its parts. Chapter 42. A rampage of destruction. 13 Vegeta smirked, effortlessly deflecting their combined assault with a mere extension of his right hand. Not yielding an inch, and contemptuously remarked, "Is this truly the extent of Frieza's kin from your universe?" As he blocked the energy surge, his own power accelerated, forming a destructive ball. The ultimate Kamehameha swiftly suppressed Frieza and Cooler's attack, rebounding it back, and in a flash, the two were annihilated. Feeling satisfied, 13 Vegeta, brimming with pride, inquired, "Not BAD, it feels quite exhilarating to eliminate Frieza once more. Can you conjure up anyone else? Or perhaps provide me with a menu? I would like to order some delectable dishes." His arrogance and ruthless nature were on full display, epitomizing the inherent brutality of the Saiyan race. He was unstoppable at this moment. Dr. Likey, sensing his cold-heartedness, mused aloud, "Can you remain unyielding even in the face of your kin?" Dozens of Saiyans suddenly appeared in the arena, all of whom were the vengeful spirits of those Dr. Likey had slain from Universe 3. 13 Vegeta and King Vegeta beckoned them forth. A short-haired Saiyan woman greeted them warmly. "Cousin, do you remember me? I'm your cousin." A fleeting look of surprise crossed 13 Vegeta's face. He had not anticipated that Dr. Likey could summon family from Universe 3 to confront him. Ultra Goku noticed something unusual and was eager to engage. Among the Saiyans was Broly. A robust yet youthful figure stood out among the throng. Unmistakably Broly from Universe 3 to Ultra Gohan felt a twinge of apprehension regarding his presence, but he couldn't possibly replicate Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan. Could he? Vegito held a contrary belief that Broly from that universe died too young, before reaching 20. His strength isn't formidable. The Broly from the old films, even without training, would gradually grow stronger. The longer he lived, the more powerful he became. However, this Broly is far too young to compare to the one I fought, who had been frozen for an untold number of years and had reached an exceedingly terrifying level of power. As for someone needing time to gradually grow stronger, aside from those who have nothing better to do, which adversary would grant you the luxury of time to grow? On the arena, Dr. Likey pondered quietly. Familial bonds wield tremendous power, potent enough to... Yet before he could finish his thought, 13 Vegeta unleashed a beam from his fingertip, obliterating his cousin's head. Old man, we meet again. He followed with a punch that pierced through King Vegeta's chest, executing another blow that decapitated yet another K.I.N. in the arena. He slaughtered relatives and friends from another universe without a shred of hesitation. Raditz from Universe 13 watched enviously as Vegeta wreaked havoc. He's so lucky. I wish I could have a chance to avenge myself against those scoundrels. In Universe 13, Raditz had endured endless bullying from other Saiyans in his youth. And by the time he grew strong, the opportunity for revenge had slipped away. 13 Kakarot clenched his fists, his lips moving as he shouted, "Me too. I want to kill some Saiyans." Bald-headed 13 Nappa stood behind them, bewildered, slapping 13 Kakarot's shoulder. Raditz's desire for revenge was understandable, given his past, but why was 13 Kakarot so fervent? He had been sent to Blue Star as a child, and by the time the others retrieved him, the Saiyans had already been annihilated by Frieza. That you're out of your mind. You don't even know who they are. 13 Kakarot shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, grinning innocently. That I don't care about that. I just want to kill. That's all. 13 Nappa held his head in exasperation, realizing he had forgotten that Kakarot was, by nature, a lunatic with a few screws loosed out on the arena. 13 Vegeta was on a rampage, mercilessly slaughtering every Saiyan in sight. Each strike a fatal blow without a hint of hesitation. The familiar voice echoed from the side, "That you've lost a bit of your sanity, Vegeta. Perhaps you should calm down." 13 Vegeta turned his gaze, and to his surprise, it was the formidable Raditz and Kakarot from Universe 3, clad in their battle attire. Dr. Likey observed 13 Vegeta with curiosity, eager to discern his next move. Despite the vast differences in their respective universes, the trio bore an uncanny resemblance to 13 Vegeta's own companions. Would 13 Vegeta, devoid of mercy, be capable of exterminating them? A bloodthirsty glint flickered in 13 Vegeta's eyes as he delivered a devastating punch that shattered Nappa's skull, swiftly following up with a kick that cleaved Raditz in twain, sending both to their demise. Only Kakarot from Universe 3 remained, as 13 Vegeta seized him by the throat, pinning him to the ground. His fists unleashed a torrent of blows, raining down upon Kakarot's face with a speed that was nearly imperceptible, all the while unleashing a torrent of invective, venting his pent-up fury. "You lunatic. Bastard, wretched cur, fool, you act without a thought for the consequences. I shall end your life." 13 Vegeta's fists were stained crimson with blood, while Kakarot's visage was rendered unrecognizable. Unable to retaliate, he could only endure the relentless assault. A euphoric sensation washed over 13 Vegeta. He had never felt such exhilaration before, not even when vanquishing Frieza. Kakarot's teeth were shattered, his nasal bridge crushed, blood obscuring his vision, rendering him incapable of even opening his eyes. Super Saiyan Goku was taken aback, his heart racing with trepidation. This Vegeta truly harbors disdain for his own allies. How deeply he loathes. Fortunately, our universe's Vegeta has long since changed. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Leaning against the wall, Super Vegeta gazed enviously at 13 Vegeta. "Ah, what luck he possesses. I almost wish to exchange opponents with him." Though Super Vegeta's mindset vastly differed from that of 13 Vegeta, he too would show no mercy against the undead warriors, particularly against one bearing Kakarot's likeness. 13 Vegeta continued his merciless onslaught on Kakarot, launching him into the air with a kick, executing knee strikes, elbow jabs, and whip kicks, utilizing every conceivable technique in his arsenal. The level of brutality was enough to make even Dr. Likey swallow hard. 13 Vegeta could have easily ended Kakarot's life with a single blow, yet he restrained his power, ensuring that Kakarot's demise was not too swift. Soon, Kakarot was rendered incapable of moving even a finger, only able to groan in defeat. Dr. Likey summoned a horde of Saiyan undead warriors to attack 13 Vegeta, yet he dismissed them with disdain. "These lackeys of yours are utterly pathetic." With arms outstretched, 13 Vegeta unleashed a massive energy explosion, the shockwave engulfing all the Saiyans, obliterating them in one fell swoop. Only one Saiyan stood against 13 Vegeta's assault, 18-year-old Broly, who roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair standing on end, radiating immense power. 13 Vegeta took notice of Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Is it? Broly's transformation captivated the attention of the onlookers from across time and space. Leaving them awestruck by Dr. Likey's ability to summon the undead, he could transform into a Super Saiyan, but surely he cannot achieve the legendary Super Saiyan form. It was inconceivable. Dr. Likey could not possibly replicate the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Dr. Likey, overhearing their discourse, candidly revealed his capabilities. I anticipated you would act this way. It was all part of my calculations. To thoughtlessly slay your kin. You are indeed a monster of murder, and you must be feeling quite exhausted. Yet I have yet to reveal my trump card. Resentment is a peculiar form of energy. Whenever a life is extinguished, it leaves behind a trail of grievances for my in our universe. I witnessed the massacre of the Saiyans, collecting every shred of resentment, including all the anguish from the night of your annihilation. Even now, my device continues to gather resentment. A fresh wave of undead warriors appeared on the arena, including the deceased Bojack, Zanya, and the likes of Little Cell and Berta.13 Vegeta. Unwilling to squander time, sliced through the air with his right hand, unleashing a razor-sharp energy blade that instantaneously dispatched the weakest among them. Chapter 43. The death of Vegeta. Bojack and Zanya positioned themselves on either side of 13 Vegeta, employing an energy binding technique. However, facing 13 Vegeta, who had reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2, they too fell victim to a swift demise. Seizing the moment, Little Fong rushed towards 13 Vegeta, landing an uppercut to his jaw, yet it proved ineffective. Immediately after, she pressed her hands to her forehead. Solar flare. The blinding light of the solar technique illuminated the arena, and as Little Fong sought to distance herself, her throat was seized in a vice-like grip. 13 Vegeta had anticipated this move. Closing his eyes in readiness, just as he was about to exert pressure to choke the life from her, a piercing energy blast perforated Little Fong's body and struck 13 Vegeta's left side. Intertwining their fates, the undead warrior from Universe 17, Little Cell, stood defiantly before Dr. Likey, crackling with energy. Super Gohan observed the duo, offering his insight. 13 Vegeta has lost. He has exhausted considerable stamina and sustained grave injuries. Among the resurrected, Little Cell is the strongest, and even uninjured, he might not emerge victorious. Goku shared a similar sentiment, recognizing that Little Cell had trained for many years in Universe 17, far surpassing his former self. The Little Cell that Goku had unleashed possessed the prowess of Lightning Cell, boasting the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Under normal circumstances, 13 Vegeta would indeed struggle against Little Cell, yet Vegeta was not one to concede defeat lightly. 13 Vegeta launched a surprise attack, leaping to deliver a kick, but Little Cell sidestepped effortlessly, positioning himself behind 13 Vegeta. A powerful punch struck him in the back, sending 13 Vegeta crashing to the ground. He braced himself with his hands, preventing a complete fall, then retaliated with an energy blast, all of which Little Cell deftly evaded. 13 Vegeta pressed a hand to his abdomen, blood seeping from his wound, his strength gradually waning. After barely withstanding a few attacks, Little Cell landed a decisive kick, sending 13 Vegeta to his knees, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. I, the illustrious universe conqueror, Vegeta, am being bested by a mere child. 13 Vegeta seethed with uncontainable rage. Having dominion over his universe, he had never faced defeat since transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, upon entering this arena, he encountered a series of setbacks. The awe-inspiring presence of Super Vegeta, the extraordinary combat skills and power of Super Goku, and the seemingly invincible energy of Gogeta. In this moment, he found himself utterly humiliated, acutely aware that he had yet to tap into the full potential of Saiyan. How could he possibly be inferior to the son of that madman, Kakarot? This profound disgrace was intolerable for 13 Vegeta. The proud Saiyan prince, the blood coursing through his veins boiled and ignited his dormant power. His golden aura surged at an astonishing rate, his hair cascading down to his waist, his brows vanishing, and his gaze transforming into a fierce and piercing glare. 13 Vegeta had transcended his limits, achieving the formidable state of Super Saiyan 3. You are finished, Likey. This is Super Vegeta 3. I in the contestant area of Universe 13. 13 Kakarot clenched his fists, muttering under his breath in frustration. Damn it, he's ahead of me again. I wanted to transform before him. 13 Raditz looked at his envious brother and couldn't resist a jibe. As if you could transform at all. You can't even achieve Super Saiyan 2 yet. Super Bick was equally astounded by 13 Vegeta's ascension, noting that he too had reached Super Saiyan 3, a power of considerable magnitude. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta dismissed it with disdain, believing 13 Vegeta's base combat power to be significantly inferior. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he doubted he could match Super Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2. Gogeta and Vegito yawned in unison, their expressions betraying no excitement at 13 Vegeta's transformation, almost appearing drowsied in his Super Saiyan 3 state. 13 Vegeta effortlessly blocked an attack from Little Cell, countering with a powerful ki blast that left nothing but remnants. Like he felt a sense of unease, activating his protective barrier to its fullest, yet against 13 Vegeta's might, it shattered like mere soap bubbles under a single punch. Super Goten looked up at the battle, sensing a clear victor. That Uncle Vegeta is going to win, he declared, only for Gogeta to tap his forehead and reply, not so fast, just as 13 Vegeta was poised to deliver the final blow to Dr. Likey, the overwhelming energy dissipated, and he reverted to his normal state. The abrupt reversal caught him off guard, and Gogeta regretfully informed him, "You've just mastered Super Saiyan 3, and with your injuries, your stamina will deplete rapidly. This transformation is far more taxing than the others." Back in the Z era, Super Goku trained in the underworld to develop infinite stamina. When he was resurrected, he could barely gather enough energy. Super Saiyan was a struggle for him. It took years of rapid growth for him to master Super Saiyan 3 perfectly. You, on the other hand, having just learned to transform, can barely maintain it for more than 10 seconds. Likey's hopes for victory reignited as he caressed a crystal ball, summoning an unexpected figure. "I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Your life will end in my hands." The spectral warrior Dr. Likey summoned was none other than Vegeta from Universe 3, who immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, disdainfully extending his right hand. Farewell. Having reverted from Super Saiyan 3, 13 Vegeta struggled to remain standing, lacking the strength to resist, and was obliterated by a single attack. His breath fading away in the contestant area of Universe 13, Kakarot, Raditz, and Ba were devoid of any sorrow. 13 Kakarot exclaimed in exhilaration, "Excellent. Now you all have lost. I'm the last contestant from our universe." The next match would feature the Super Namekian Gas Cack from Universe 7 against the Demon King Piccolo from Universe 3. Upon hearing the names of the contestants, Super Bick turned pale with disbelief. "The Demon King Piccolo? Is he truly the one you mentioned, Gogeta?" Super Bick recalled Vegeta mentioning that the Valuegans had invited Bardock and Dr. Likey to participate in the tournament, and they had later found a warrior with immense energy on Blue Star. Gogeta nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's the one. Super Goku and the others were taken aback. They hadn't expected the Demon King Piccolo to join the fray. How could he, who once possessed a mere few hundred combat power, have been selected? Gascac and the Demon King Piccolo faced each other on the stage, harboring no fondness for one another. Demon King Piccolo. What a pretentious name. Gascac scoffed. That aren't you the self-proclaimed Super Namekian? How dare you criticize others? The Demon King Piccolo extended his clawed hands, his wrinkled face contorting into a sinister grin. If you are the Super Namekian, then I am the ultimate evil Namekian, your antithesis. Gascac remained unfazed by his words. You are merely a lost Namekian, a soul fallen into darkness, and you underestimate me greatly. Hearing himself called weak, the Demon King Piccolo vehemently disagreed, squatting down to unleash his power. Not necessarily. The intensity of his aura surpassed all expectations. Yet, those from the time-space continuum felt nothing, instead discussing the Demon King Piccolo. Gogeta pondered uncertainly. Did he absorb the god of Earth, having traversed from a time long after the Buu saga? And with Piccolo fused with the god of Earth, he was unaware of the latter's energy. However, the Demon King Piccolo indeed emanated a steady aura, mingling with his own. Based on his assessment, this could only be attributed to the god of Earth's energy. as it explained the sudden leap in the Demon King Piccolo's power. Super Bic, possessing the most insight on the matter, concurred, it seems so. However, after the fusion, the Demon King Piccolo's personality dominates the body. Once they merged, his original talents were restored, and his training accelerated significantly, allowing him to reach his current strength. The Demon King Piccolo's power was on par with that of a Super Saiyan, making it a decent combat capability. Unlike Super Bic, who was a battle-type Namekian from birth, the Demon King Piccolo had been born as a combatant. His training speed was rapid, and, after merging with Nail, he had surpassed a combat power of over 100 million before merging with the God of Earth. After the fusion, his strength had soared to mid-level Super Saiyan status, whereas the Demon King Piccolo prior to merging could not compare to Super Bic. Having witnessed Gaskak swiftly overpower Super Bu, the Demon King Piccolo brimmed with confidence, but reality soon struck him down. His ferocious assault was effortlessly blocked by Gaskak with a single finger, followed by a heavy punch to the abdomen that left the Demon King Piccolo writhing in agony, kneeling on the ground. Gaskak refrained from pursuing, instead smiling as he offered words of encouragement. Many of the contestants surrounding us are guilty of crimes. Yet, you are merely obscured by evil. Deep down, you possess kindness and care for others. The Demon King Piccolo, who remained indifferent to Gaskak's teachings. He spat blood in rebuttal. Impossible. I kill for fun. The population on my planet has dwindled to half its original size. Gaskak provided a counterpoint, effortlessly seeing through the Demon King Piccolo's facade. In comparison to evil, many are far more malevolent than you. At least you have a bottom line. You are not irredeemably wicked. One reason for this was that when you merged with your other half, your goodness balanced out the evil within you. Though you have yet to comprehend this, yes, a Namekian, you are indeed impressive, but I am even more exceptional. You stand no chance against me. The Demon King Piccolo vehemently denied the accusations, refusing to acknowledge his own statements that it seemed implausible for Gaskak to approach him, radiating a gentle glow from his hands. As a Namekian, one should not suppress their true nature. Instead, let love and kindness fill your heart. For this is an unavoidable destiny. Gaskak's patient guidance began to wear on the Demon King Piccolo, who appeared to acquiesce to his words, rendered speechless and unsure of how to counter. Rather than endure these nauseating utterances, he would prefer to hear nothing at all. Rising from the ground, the Demon King Piccolo seized his own ears, yanking them off with a brutal force. Blood gushed from the sides of his head as he whistled, prompting Gaskak to instinctively shield his head in agony, greatly displeased by the sound. While whistling, the Demon King Piccolo launched a relentless assault on the defenseless Gaskak, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Among the spectators, an unknown king from a distant universe sat, realizing why the Demon King Piccolo had torn off his ears. For Namekians, the sound of whistling was an unbearable cacophony, rendering Gaskak incapable of mounting a counterattack. The king, reminiscent of a commentator, provoked discontent among the audience, as he had been incessantly prattling since the commencement of the martial arts tournament. Did he believe his insights rendered him formidable? A few less words would suffice. We are here to witness a competition, not to hear your commentary. On the arena, the Demon King Piccolo continued to pummel Gaskak, yet the latter did not yield an inch, instead feeling the stinging impact on his own fists. You are finished. Gaskak's right hand darted out, grasping the Demon King Piccolo's mouth, while his left hand struck his forehead with a flick. He merely wished to test the Demon King's strength, and had endured a few of his punches. Otherwise, he could have dispatched him in an instant. The Demon King Piccolo's eyes rolled back as he was knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Chapter 44. The tedious Super Bu. After the referee announced Gaskak's victory, he approached the fallen Demon King Piccolo, crouching down to place his right hand on his chest, infusing a soft green aura into him. Soon, the Demon King Piccolo's injuries healed, and he awoke, incredulous as he gazed at his own body. I actually lost. Gaskak turned away, leaving only his back and the Namekian's benevolence behind. Reflect on what brings you joy. Is it the annihilation of all, or the preservation of their tranquil lives? You need not answer me now. Just ponder this, for your journey ahead is long. These sincere and upright words prompted many to reflect, and although Gaskak may not have been the strongest presence there, He undoubtedly garnered the favor of numerous spectators through this encounter. Following the conclusion of the match, the referee announced a temporary halt as the organizers prepared a surprise for them. A spaceship descended into the center of the arena, from which emerged several Veruga and Namekian beings, each holding 7 Dragon Balls. For safety reasons, no audience member was permitted to leave their seats, and participants were not allowed to exit their designated cosmic zones. Frieza and his companions were instantly overcome with excitement, akin to rabid dogs, their eyes fixed hungrily on the Dragon Balls, yearning for the mysterious opportunity to make wishes. Gaskak, standing nearby, doused their fervor with a cold splash of reality. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. At least half the attendees are watching you 3 closely. A terrifying aura enveloped the arena as Vegeta ceased to conceal his might, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Unleashing his unparalleled power, everyone held their breath, uncertain of his intentions, as Vegeta's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. Gaskak is correct. None shall defy the organizers' expectations. Anyone attempting to disrupt the rules will face immediate and merciless consequences, without exception, especially those absurd wishes for women's undergarments. I've had my fill of such nonsense. Frieza and his companions trembled in fear, fully aware of their own limitations. Vegeta could easily crush them with a mere flick of his finger, and they had no desire to court death in the shadows. Koi also coveted the Dragon Balls, but upon witnessing Vegeta's malevolent gaze, he wisely chose to refrain from making a move. What a pity. It appears I must wait until I secure victory before making a wish. Vegeta's subtle, yet unmistakable, scrutiny served as a reminder that Koi had previously attempted to deceive him, and should he dare to breach the rules, Vegeta would not hesitate to exact revenge. The Supreme Kai of the First Universe, Layla, inquired about the situation regarding the Grand Supreme Kai. Has that prisoner made any moves? The Grand Supreme Kai smiled knowingly, shaking his head as he raised the super booze, a fleshly orb in his hand, exclaiming he would never resort to such actions, nor is there any need for him to conspire, as his power far surpasses that of the Dragon Balls. The overwhelming presence of Super Vegito commanded the arena, while Gogeta and Super Saiyan Goku could not afford to idly engage in such trivialities, especially since they had no pressing wishes to fulfill. Perhaps they merely sought a bit of spending money, but in that regard, Bulma, the wealthiest individual on Blue Star, was far more reliable than the dragon. The organizers presented the Namekian Dragon Balls, capable of resurrecting numerous individuals at once. After summoning the eternal dragon Porunga, the Namekians of the First Universe wished for the revival of fallen competitors. Uniquely, this set of Dragon Balls did not scatter. Instead, they returned to their original place, back into the hands of their creator. The creator of the Dragon Balls in the First Universe indicated that it would take a month before they could be utilized again, but in cases of necessity, they could produce another set of Dragon Balls from a different universe for public use. While making wishes, the East Supreme Kai of the First Universe informed the North Supreme Kai to join him in his quarters for a detailed discussion. Although the North Supreme Kai felt perplexed, he complied, breaking the silence by asking, "What is it, Shin? Why have you summoned me here?" The East Supreme Kai's expression grew grave as he inquired with concern. "Do you not find the actions of the Grand Supreme Kai quite peculiar?" Upon hearing this, the North Supreme Kai's countenance shifted, and he too considered the ominous implications. Indeed, it is quite strange and abnormal. He has forgiven Super Bu and even personally oversees him, that we have always prioritized safety above all. The First Universe's Kais were known for their preventative measures, evident from their preemptive strikes against the dormant evil Bu and Bojack. Unlike the Kais of other universes, their approach to Super Bu was notably atypical. The North Supreme Kai shared this suspicion, yet lacked concrete evidence. The East Supreme Kai echoed his concerns, expressing deep worry for the Grand Supreme Kai's safety. "I believe the Grand Supreme Kai may have fallen under Super Bu's control. They are merely acting in concert, while Super Bu has long since escaped his grasp." The North Supreme Kai exhaled. "However, I have observed his mental state and behavior, and everything appears normal." This was the source of his indecision. The Grand Supreme Kai seemed entirely composed, with no evidence suggesting he was under duress. The East Supreme Kai gazed at the teacup in his hand, momentarily hesitant. "I had a discreet conversation with that Super Namekian Gaskak." He too could not discern whether the Grand Supreme Kai's technique resembled his own. However, He mentioned that his technique is not easily replicated. In the current situation, no one could provide clarity. It would be prudent for us to remain vigilant. The enigmatic figure in that secret chamber had not been revealed by the Grand Supreme Kai to anyone, leaving their identity shrouded in mystery. This special guest piqued the curiosity not only of the audience and competitors, but also of the Kais, who were merely provisional in their roles. Only the Grand Supreme Kai held the title of a legitimate Supreme Kai. Having clandestinely concealed the origin of this visitor, leaving even his fellow Kais in the dark, perhaps Super Bu feared the divine might of the Grand Supreme Kai. After all, he is the mightiest among them, and it is no wonder he would be so submissive in his presence. As the Northern Supreme Kai spoke, he found himself doubting his own words. The nature of Super Bu was capricious, and there was no reason for him to fear the Supreme Kai of the universe. Moreover, the injuries sustained by the Supreme Kai a million years ago had not fully healed. His once formidable divine power had dwindled to a mere third of its original might. The residual divine energy was insufficient to support the unique techniques that only he could wield, so why would Super Bu be afraid of him? The two Supreme Kais decided to remain vigilant, lest they be caught off guard in the arena. Everyone had been resurrected. Vegeta, glancing at the nearby Cell, couldn't resist teasing him. Cell, why do you always carry those two kids around? Cell and the two small cells stood haughtily in the open space, striking identical poses. The small cell that he had previously killed had been resurrected, along with the one slain by Gasikak. The fighters from Universe 6, including Bojack, had abandoned the competition, opting to return home instead, as they had lost and saw no reason to remain and embarrass themselves. The warriors from Universe 1, the Valigans, encouraged them to witness the final victor, but Bojack curtly replied that he had no interest in such matters. As night fell, everyone succumbed to slumber. In the back of the resting area of Universe 4, a pink blob of flesh began to wriggle. Gradually, the blob morphed into a delicately crafted mini Super Bu, though it had no body, only a head floating in midair. Super Bu's head spun a few times in the air before stealthily infiltrating a resting chamber of another universe. How dull.to will make the upcoming matches more entertaining. I'll help you become stronger, he mused. Without making a sound, Super Bu approached Dr. Leaky, his antennae emitting a soft glow as they shot into the energy sphere he was seated within. Next, he turned his attention to the sleeping Tapion. After contemplating for a moment, Super Bu resolved to enhance Tapion's control over the illusionary demon, Hildak. After completing these tasks, Super Bu ventured into Universe 18, where the resting areas were intricately arranged, not aligned by universe numbers. Considering his knowledge of the two, he surmised that Super Vegito and Super Goku would most likely refuse his assistance, so he decided against it. He was well aware of their mentalities, as he housed both within himself. As for the two young ones, Gotenks, Super Bu recalled the flawless fusion technique and sprouted two tendrils from his face, imparting all his knowledge to them, enabling them to master the fusion better. Vegeta stood behind Super Bu, yawning in exasperation at his antics. That you're really boring. Can't you just get some sleep? Why are you up at this hour, enhancing your opponent's powers? It's as if you have nothing better to do. Just as Super Bu's presence was detected, he sensed something amiss but refrained from intervening immediately, perceiving no malice. Upon spotting Vegeta, Super Bu opened his mouth wide and let out a shriek before dashing away. Vegeta, puzzled, wondered how many individuals Super Bu had absorbed from Universe 4 to be so unpredictable and silly. Watching Super Bu's doppelganger scamper off, he felt no urge to pursue him, recognizing that he meant no harm and had merely assisted little Goten and Trunks in their fusion. Super Bu thought to himself that he had been discovered, yet he was determined to continue aiding others and boosting their strength. Otherwise, he would find himself exceedingly bored. He wasn't concerned about Vegeta spilling the beans. Upon arriving in the GT universe, he gazed at GT Goku, sound asleep, essentially the reincarnation of Evil Bu. Super Bu pondered for a moment before entering GT Goku's dream, taking the form of the girl he had secretly admired during his childhood. GT Goku, seeing the girl he had longed for appear before him, was momentarily incredulous. Everyone experiences their first crush, and he was no exception, despite being extraordinarily powerful and the heir to Mr. Satan in the GT universe. He felt a flush of embarrassment upon encountering his childhood goddess. Super Bu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to converse with GT Goku in the guise of Anjo, asking if he could use the magic of Bu. Goku spread his arms in surprise and denied, "I can't. After all, I'm just a human. I don't possess that kind of power." Even though he was the reincarnation of evil Bu, he remained immortal, incapable of wielding magic. Anjo gradually explained to GT Goku how he could learn to use magic. With Super Bu, a master of magic, aiding him, Goku's progress was rapid. Super Bu then shook his head and set off to another universe. He knew that the 17th cell never slept, so visiting him would be pointless. As for the manic Bulma from Universe 19, he felt it wise to refrain from enhancing her abilities. He then found himself in Universe 13. Observing Kakarot in a deep slumber, Super Bu contemplated for a while before a brilliant idea struck him. Kakarot's expressions shifted between pain and pleasure, leaving one to wonder if he was dreaming or experiencing the side effects of the abilities bestowed upon him by Super Bu. After empowering Kakarot, Super Bu's little head ventured into the resting area of Universe 11. Fat Bu was still awake, having donned a tailored suit, and was sitting at the edge of his bed, playing the role of a domineering CEO. Upon noticing the little head flying in, Fat Bu assumed he was there to play and was impressed by Super Bu's vast knowledge, immediately preparing to applaud him. "Brother, you've arrived," Fat Bu exclaimed. Super Bu floated before him, sharply halting his applause. "Keep it down, you fool." Chapter 45. Defeat. Fat Bu was not offended. After all, Super Bu was another version of himself, and he would not hold a grudge. With a broad grin revealing rows of pearly white teeth, he cheerfully asked, "Are you here to play with me?" Super Bu sighed, reflecting on how foolish he had been in the past. The sight of this pink, rotund figure evoked a sense of despair within him. "Keep it down, you idiot. I need to explain the rules of the martial arts tournament to you. You have a penchant for chaos, and otherwise, you'll end up doing something else foolish." Fat Bu listened, somewhat confused, as Super Bu advised him to behave and promised to reward him with sweets in the future. The participant from Universe 8 opted not to stay in the resting area, and instead brought their spaceships, all sleeping within their vessels. Super Bu's little head became less cautious upon arriving, knowing that none from Universe 8 posed a threat. Observing Frieza lying on the bed, Super Bu furrowed his brow, noting that this individual seemed unlikely to win either. Among the remaining contestants, there was not a single one he could best. Despite his reservations, Super Bu decided to lend a hand. After much deliberation, he devised a new plan to alter Frieza's memories, convincing him that long ago he had encountered a sorcerer and learned a unique ability. Moreover, when facing the Saiyans, he should use flattery to coax them into a concession match. They would undoubtedly agree, thus granting him a sliver of a chance at victory. Once Super Bu completed his tasks, only the Super Namekian, Gasakak from Universe 7, remained, yet he seemed formidable, so Super Bu opted not to seek unnecessary trouble. Next, he turned his attention to Universe 15, a universe he was unfamiliar with, and the enigmatic being Kosi, who undoubtedly harbored secrets. The first contestant from Universe 15, IKL, had entered the tournament while pregnant, but later lost eligibility when the child did not arrive in time. This individual, who had defeated Vegito, Kosi, was a name Super Bu had never heard before. Where had this character emerged from? Logically, one would expect all universes to be relatively similar, yet Super Bu had no recollection of Kosi. The other beings within him shared no memory of Kosi either, which struck him as peculiar. Despite having absorbed countless individuals, there should be no reason for such ignorance, unless, perhaps, all the capable beings in the universe were unfamiliar with Kosi. But was that even possible? Unthinkable. Majin Bu, in his super form, planned to seize the opportunity to explore Universe 15, but upon stepping through the door, he sensed something amiss. The lounge of Universe 5 was shrouded in ominous black mist, within which two lantern-like eyes stared intently at him from the depths of darkness. Instinctively, Majin Bu felt a sense of foreboding. He could not discern what lay hidden behind the murky veil. Attempting to phase through the wall to escape, he found himself ensnared by the interwoven tendrils of black fog. Suddenly, a colossal claw emerged, targeting the small head of Majin Bu, unleashing a blast of energy. Even as death loomed, Majin Bu maintained an air of indifference. Such tremendous energy. Why not engage in conversation? Perhaps we could be friends. Clearly, the enigmatic entity of Universe 15 had no intention of idle chatter and swiftly obliterated his doppelganger into nothingness. This particular manifestation of Majin Buu possessed little power, merely a diversion to alleviate his boredom, and was utterly defenseless against such a ferocious energy assault. On the following morning, the invisible protective barrier was reinforced, and the gravity of the arena escalated once more, reaching a staggering 1,000 times the normal weight. The next match featured Gogeta from Universe 18, pitted against Frieza from Universe 8, with arms crossed and undeterred by the immense gravity. Gogeta confidently strode into the arena, casting a smile at Frieza. Frieza, with a sinister grin, audaciously challenged, "Do you dare to fight me without transforming into a Super Saiyan?" Gogeta nodded in agreement, seizing the moment. Frieza launched a rapid assault, only to swiftly retreat, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of bile. Just as he approached Gogeta, before he could strike, a punch landed squarely on his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Frieza struggled to catch his breath, crouching and adjusting for what felt like an eternity, suppressing the agony in his gut, his expression twisted with rage. "Your hands are impressive. Let us see you fight without them." Frieza was loath to accept defeat so easily. He yearned for victory to claim the Dragon Balls. Even if he suspected he was outmatched, he pressed on, launching another unseen attack, only to be sent flying once again. Miraculously halting at the very edge of the arena, without falling off, Majin Buu's pink orb was gripped in the hands of the Grand Kaishin, who glanced at it with a sense of resignation. Thinking how unfortunate Frieza was, had he received assistance, he might have won, but fate had placed him against Gogeta. If Gogeta were his opponent, the minor tricks Majin Buu had imparted would be utterly useless, as Gogeta could easily dispatch Frieza with a mere nudge. Frieza, now increasingly erratic, hesitated for a moment before delivering a powerful punch to the arena floor, his gaze filled with venomous intent directed at Gogeta. "Your feet are formidable. If you're so skilled, fight without using your hands or feet." Gogeta could only smile wryly at Frieza's antics, which transformed the arena battle into a farce to make the match more entertaining. He acquiesced to Frieza's request in "no problem." In an instant, Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically, a strange smile gracing his face as his right index finger shimmered with purple energy, unleashing a death beam. Gogeta advanced steadily, allowing the beam to strike his body. Despite its capacity to shatter meteors, it seemed to encounter an impenetrable barrier upon contact. Vanishing the moment it touched him, Frieza's expression shifted once more as he raised both hands, directing an ethereal pink aura that erupted from within him, enveloping Gogeta in a blink. Frieza, brimming with pride, aimed his finger at the immobilized Gogeta. "This is a spell I learned from Sorcerer. It can suppress a warrior's power to 1% of its original strength. Prepare to perish, Saiyan." Unbeknownst to Frieza, his memories had been tampered with. There was no sorcerer, only a trick bestowed upon him by Majin Buu's doppelganger. Moreover, the spell was not infallible. Gogeta simply chose not to evade it, and its effects lasted only a minute. Just as Frieza believed he had left Gogeta in a stupor, a cold, emotionless voice broke the silence. "I expected more from you. Do you have any fresh tricks up your sleeve, or is this all you've got?" Gogeta, initially curious about how Frieza could stand against him, soon realized it was all due to this spell. He never speculated that Majin Buu was behind it, for it was unfathomable to think someone might be so bored as to enhance their opponent's abilities. "Stop with the jokes. You dare to bluff? You have but a fraction of your power remaining. You vowed not to transform into a Super Saiyan. Are you now going back on your word?" Frieza refused to be swayed. In his mind, Gogeta had succumbed to fear. Struck by his own magic, he believed Gogeta was nearly powerless now. Gogeta, with an expression of calm indifference, articulated a well-known truth. Whether as a Super Saiyan or in any other form, strength relies on one's base power. You are too weak. Even if I were to weaken, it does not imply you have grown stronger. As Frieza's right hand gathered energy, a purple energy blast erupted forth, engulfing Gogeta's form. "I have won." Yet, as Frieza reveled in his triumph, the energy sphere began to rise, revealing an arm, and then Gogeta emerged, lifting the colossal energy ball effortlessly with a single hand, with a gentle clasp of his fingers. Gogeta dissipated the overwhelming energy, slowly spreading his arms wide. In the face of absolute power, Frisia's flamboyant magic proved utterly ineffectual. It is over. Gogeta bellowed, a surge of energy erupting from within him, golden flames resembling a cosmic river cascading across the entire arena. Impossible, impossible! Frisia instinctively recoiled, the magnitude of Gogeta's power far exceeding his expectations, its presence divine and utterly overwhelming. His body retreated rapidly, but this time he could not halt his momentum, even as Frisia desperately attempted to counter the pressure. The moment his energy was released, it was dispersed by the golden light, rendering him akin to a solitary leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea, devoid of any resistance. He collided with the protective barrier surrounding the audience. The tremendous shockwave rendering Frisia unconscious, his expression of shock remaining until the very end. Gogeta had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, he had triumphed solely through his base form. The onlookers from across the timelines remained unfazed by Gogeta's display, having long been aware of his incredible strength. However, those from the GT timeline were taken aback. While Gogeta had previously showcased his power against Broly, that was a battle. Now, merely the spread of his aura had decisively defeated Frisia, not merely repelled, but utterly vanquished him. GT Vegeta raised an eyebrow, uncertainty flickering in his mind. GT Goku understood his thoughts. If it were merely a matter of aura impact, defeating Frisia, who had not trained rigorously, was not particularly daunting. Yet, the crucial point lay in Gogeta's refusal to transform, coupled with Frisia's claim that his magic had reduced Gogeta's strength to a mere 1% of his peak. If this were indeed the case, then Gogeta's power was even more monstrous than anyone had imagined. After securing victory, Gogeta exhaled a sigh of relief and leaped down from the arena. He had witnessed Frisia's magic before, but had chosen not to learn it. It had indeed struck him, but the gap in their powers was simply too vast. Such spells were ineffective against him. If pure strength could not nullify magic, then the universe would not have remained under Frisia's dominion for decades. It would have long belonged to the realm of sorcery. Ultimately, those who found themselves powerless against magic simply lacked sufficient strength. That was all there was to it. The next match featured Vegeta from Universe 18 facing off against Kakarot from Universe 13. Super Vegeta, rarely displaying a smile, emerged from the contestant area like a tiger that had found its prey, arms crossed. It appears fortune favors me. How fortunate that you encountered me. Kakarot from Universe 13, resembling a madman, shouted as he sprinted onto the arena, boasting, "It brings me immense joy to know I can obliterate you." In their universe, Kakarot had always been overshadowed by Vegeta 13, harboring deep-seated animosity toward the Super Vegeta who bore his likeness. Super Vegeta felt a similar sentiment, albeit with significantly less enthusiasm. I feel the same. But regrettably, you are merely a shadow, incomparable to the true Kakarot. In a display of strength, the 13th Kakarot found himself able to land a solid blow on Vegeta, much to the latter's amusement. However, this iteration of Kakarot appeared rather feeble, rendering him incapable of taking the confrontation seriously. With a hearty laugh, the 13th Kakarot tilted his body, dismissing Super Vegeta's words with a scoff. Shadow, I possess a unique talent that you all lack, one that you shall never attain." Utilizing a miniature moon, the tail behind him swayed back and forth, capturing attention effortlessly. 13th Raditz and 13th Nappa were left astounded. For Kakarot's tail had long since vanished, and with his transformation into a Super Saiyan, it had become obsolete, and no one could fathom Kakarot's intentions, save for Gogeta, whose contemplative expression hinted at deeper thoughts. Alongside the others from the GT timeline, under the moon's radiant glow, the 13th Kakarot's heartbeat quickened and robust fur sprouted across his body. His eyes turned crimson, and he quickly grew in size, transforming into the great ape form of a Saiyan. Super Vegeta observed with a detached demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene, intending instead to witness the peculiar antics of this individual. Remarkably, upon transforming into a great ape, Kakarot did not lose his senses. Rather, his colossal form radiated a golden aura, and his fur changed to a brilliant gold. The overwhelming energy surged, significantly enhancing his power, elevating him to the golden great ape form. Amidst the roars of this beast, his strength escalated exponentially. This unique ability, granted to him by Super Saiyan, allowed him to maintain his rationality during the transformation. His power surged to an astounding 500 times its original level, with the great ape form being 10 times that of a Super Saiyan, thus making this transformation marginally superior to that of a Super Saiyan 3 at 400 times. However, it is essential to note that transformation alone does not determine one's true strength. The essence of power lies in one's base form. Gogeta felt a twinge of boredom, concluding that Kakarot's battle prowess was still insufficient, or perhaps he had relied on external forces. 13th Kakarot did not qualify for the transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Vegeta, stretching his limbs, enveloped himself in blue lightning and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Well, this is the extent of it. I suppose it holds some semblance of interest. His base power far surpassed that of the 13th Kakarot, especially after training with Whis, where he had acquired far more than merely the Super Saiyan God form. His base combat prowess skyrocketed, and as the colossal fist of the golden great ape descended, Super Vegeta, undeterred, retaliated with a powerful punch of his OW in the face of the golden great ape's fist. Super Vegeta's own appeared insignificantly small, a disparity in size that led many to doubt his chances. Yet, at the moment of impact, the golden great ape's fist could not descend even a fraction further. The arena beneath Super Vegeta crumbled under the immense force. With a powerful thrust, Super Vegeta sent the golden great ape staggering back 2 steps, then swiftly darted behind it, extending his right hand with fingers splayed, unleashing a Kamehameha wave towards the great ape. After transforming into a great ape, while power and defensive energy indeed surged, it was universally acknowledged that such strength came at the cost of speed. Yet the 13th Kakarot, now a golden great ape, exhibited no decline in velocity. Instead, he maneuvered behind Super Vegeta and launched an attack in retaliation. 2 beams of energy, one blue and one golden, collided with a tremendous explosion, sending Super Vegeta reeling back onto the arena. The golden great ape, seizing the moment, leaped from the heights, both hands clenched tightly, crashing down with immense force, shattering the arena's surface and obscuring Super Vegeta from view. In a fit of ecstasy, the golden great ape celebrated the downfall of a Vegeta, with the next target in sight being his universe's Vegeta. However, he dismissed the futility of defeating the 13th Vegeta, as he would undoubtedly return. Casting aside these errant thoughts, the golden great ape's singular desire remained, to vanquish the 13th Vegeta. "Fool! What are you doing?" A voice emerged from behind him, as the previous attack failed to connect with Super Vegeta, who had moved with astonishing speed to evade the golden great ape's line of sight. Grasping the thick golden tail, Super Vegeta summoned his strength, twisting his waist and swinging with force. The golden great ape's body crashed down on either side, and under Super Vegeta's relentless strikes, the great ape felt disoriented, his vision blurring as he surveyed his surroundings. Super Vegeta reveled in the destruction of the arena, which was increasingly fracturing under the impact of their clash. It remained uncertain what the organizers of the First Universe thought of the ongoing devastation, as each match necessitated repairs to the arena. In a state of exhilaration, Super Vegeta found the prospect of wielding the great ape form as a weapon to be quite agreeable, appreciating the durability of the massive body. Yet, just as he mused on this, the tail in his grasp snapped, losing its leverage as the golden great ape obliterated a third of the arena. 13th Kakarot reverted to his original form, the tail crafted by Super Saiyan having been entirely torn away by Super Vegeta. Tossing aside the severed appendage, Super Vegeta provocatively remarked, "It seems your resilience is lacking." After all, with the tail severed, 13th Kakarot was left on all fours, his body bruised in various places, glaring defiantly at Super Vegeta. "You bastard, detestable Vegeta, always so self-important and high-minded." Super Vegeta regarded him from above. But 13th Kakarot, with hands clasped together, manifested 2 golden circular blades in his palms, swiftly turning to launch them at him. Foolish Vegeta, taste my technique. Key blade slash. Super Vegeta remained motionless, merely tilting his head to evade the anticipated attack. Before closing in on 13th Kakarot, you are far too weak. You ought to learn well, for you are merely Kakarot, and that is why you lack strength, rather than being Son Goku of Blue Star. Before 13th Kakarot could register the words, Super Vegeta pierced through his chest with a decisive strike. For Super Vegeta, it was undeniable that precisely because Kakarot was Son Goku, he bore an unyielding reason to never be defeated. Should he lose, no one would safeguard his homeland and loved ones, and it was this very conviction that forged his incredible strength. Kakarot harbored a heart intent on protecting his family and homeland. No one could grow stronger without extinguishing that pure essence of kindness within. Even Gogeta acknowledged this truth, as he now held an indifferent perspective towards all, where strength brought not only absolute confidence, but an ever-growing apathy towards existence. Yet among all those known to Super Vegeta, there was one singular exception, one who stood apart from all others, the Kakarot of the time-space continuum. Despite the passage of time, he remained that same compassionate boy. Imbued with justice and kindness, the Kakarot of the 13th universe, in stark contrast, lacked such sentiments. He had nothing to protect, only a desire to grow stronger for the sake of destruction, giving Kakarot's innate talent. Without the resolve to sacrifice everything for that which he cherished, he would forever remain inferior to Super Goku. This was why Super Vegeta, on rare occasions, referred to Super Goku as Son Goku, in contrast to his usual address of Kakarot, the Saiyan name. Upon returning to his designated area, 13th Raditz, unlike the original Raditz in the storyline, rushed onto the stage to assist 13th Kakarot, lamenting the severity of Super Vegeta's blows. The organizers of the First Universe dispatched a Namekian to tend to the gravely injured 13th Kakarot. The Namekian expressed doubts about Kakarot's survival, having been pierced through the chest by Super Vegeta. Yet, the results from the Veluga of the First Universe indicated that Kakarot, while seemingly dead, may still cling to life, prompting the Namekian to investigate further. 13th Raditz carried Kakarot back to their designated area, then gravely addressed 13th Vegeta. As you can see, the situation is dire. Every opponent poses a considerable challenge. I intend to seek out the Elder Kaishin for a discussion, and I shall return to inform you all. Originally, the quartet had sought out the old Supreme Kai of Universe 9, the one who was released after the Supreme Kai sword was severed by Biddy Lee. However, the old Supreme Kai had resolutely declined their request. After a moment of contemplation, 13 Vegeta ultimately acquiesced to Raditz's plea. After all, among the four of them, Naba was devoid of intellect, and Kakarot was a lunatic, not wanting to continuously impose on others. Allowing Raditz to beseech the old Supreme Kai to help them unlock their potential seemed a commendable choice. Once 13 Raditz departed the area, the organizers, a group of Namekians, arrived, with a genius healer among them. As long as there was a breath left, recovery was possible. Though all Namekians are healers, there exists a significant distinction among them. Much like the exceptional Kai of Blue Star, there are those capable of instantly healing mortally wounded individuals. 13 Vegeta made a gesture that left everyone perplexed. He raised his hand to halt the Namekian. And oh need, do not treat him, but I believe he is just fine as he is. He had grown utterly weary of 13 Kakarot. This madman, were it not for his extraordinary patience, he would have long since eliminated him. Allowing him to linger in a half-dead state was, in fact, quite agreeable to 13 Vegeta. 13 Raditz found the members of Universe 9 gathered around a table, engaged in discussion. Their surprise at his arrival was palpable. They wondered what he was doing there. Not want to waste time, 13 Raditz directly stated his intentions, speaking plainly. Old Supreme Kai, if what I am about to say is a lie, then surely you will discern it. Yes? The old Supreme Kai's wrinkled visage fell into silence for a moment before he nodded. Such matters were trivial for him. Hearing this, 13 Raditz felt a wave of relief. Bolstering his confidence that I can liberate my universe, I will eliminate those two Saiyans. With fewer opponents, there will be considerably less bloodshed, and I will strive to control myself and refrain from indiscriminate killing in the future. 13 Raditz spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity. The old Supreme Kai could perceive no flaws in his statement, as it was a genuine reflection of his inner thoughts. However, Biddy Lee from Universe 9 raised a question. Wait, if you kill two, what becomes of the other? 13 Raditz smiled knowingly, having anticipated this inquiry. That one is my brother, Kakarot. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Otherwise, under 13 Vegeta's rule, the slaughter will only escalate. The old Supreme Kai of Universe 9 furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and remained silent for an extended period in the competitor's area of the Super Universe. Super Gohan nudged Gogeta, gesturing for him to take a look at the competitor's section of Universe 13. Gogeta turned his gaze but noticed nothing amiss. What is the matter? Super Gohan looked at 13 Vegeta in disbelief. He had clearly been slain by Dr. Reiki, and furthermore, killed after the revival of the Dragon Balls. How was it that he had not perished? Everyone had witnessed 13 Vegeta's death, felt the absence of his life force. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed before them. Only then did Gogeta grasp what Super Gohan was implying and replied nonchalantly. Oh, they possess immortality. They cannot die. The recently returned Super Vegeta gazed vacantly at him. Immortality, like Zamasu? How is that possible? With their strength, they should be unaware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. It is merely a simplified version of immortality. Nothing remarkable. Gogeta had already sensed the abnormalities of the three. During his confrontation with 13 Raditz, he had felt that something was off. Super Goku observed 13 Kakarot lying on the ground, who had seemingly lost all breath, yet suddenly coughed up blood, evidently revived at that moment. He was raging, intent on confronting 13 Vegeta head-on. Vegeta, you bastard! How dare you prevent them from healing me? I am not yet fully recovered. Hurry and treat me. Despite being in a state of death and rebirth, he could still hear everything around him, including 13 Vegeta's refusal to allow others to heal him. The Namekian healer, who had been standing by, nearly had his eyes pop out upon witnessing the dead come back to life. Hearing 13 Kakarot's words, he hurried forward to tend to the wounds on his chest. Quickly restoring him to his former state, 13 Kakarot rose, as if nothing had happened, opting not to confront Vegeta, but instead scanning the surroundings. Raditz, searching for his brother, and finding him absent left him in a foul mood. He returned to the competitor's area of Universe 13, still unable to locate 13 Raditz. Alone, he sat in the competitor's section, murmuring Raditz's name. Where are you, Raditz? Have you abandoned me, you bastard? This predicament left the individuals from the Super Time Zone quite perplexed. For in their universe, Raditz and Super Goku had a notoriously hostile relationship, often wishing to kill each other at the slightest disagreement upon arriving on Blue Star. Yet, it appeared that circumstances in Universe 13 were vastly different. What had transpired to make this oddity care for 13 Raditz? They were not typically the type to indulge in gossip, but the existence of this counterpart and the peculiar notion of immortality piqued their curiosity. Whenever moments like this arose, they would collectively glance at Gogeta, leaving him somewhat dazed. What does this mean? Do you all consider me a commentator? Although they did not respond, Gogeta discerned their intent and, with a hint of melancholy, covered his head that I told you to learn mind reading, yet you refused. Neither Piccolo nor Gotenks care to learn, yet you think of me in critical moments. Chao Baiku, feeling exceedingly awkward, turned his head away. He had long anticipated that mastering the art of mind reading would lead to considerable trouble, and given the limitations of this ability, it offered him little assistance, which was why he had chosen to decline it. Wujita, after venting his frustrations, proceeded to recount his observations, revealing that the 13th universe was indeed similar to their expectations, albeit with a convoluted narrative that took many by surprise. In the 13th universe, the young Kakarot was sent to Blue Star, where he was unexpectedly adopted by the renowned martial arts master, Sun Wufan. Initially, old Wufan perceived Kakarot as a forsaken child, feeling immense pity for him. Abandoned by his biological parents. However, young Kakarot was exceedingly volatile, akin to a madman, incessantly striking various objects and wreaking havoc in his surroundings. Fortunately, his immaturity, combined with old Wufan's formidable prowess, allowed him to be subdued. At a loss for immediate solutions, old Wufan endeavored to gradually enlighten him while penning a letter to his revered master, the martial arts deity, Master Rashi, in the letter, he expressed that he had taken in a child who, although possessing a human form, bore a tail and exhibited a fierce, savage temperament, reveling in violence and destruction. Yet this child only displayed aggression towards old Wu Fan, demonstrating friendliness towards the mountains and forests, while attempting to teach him to speak. The first phrase Kakarot learned was to annihilate all humans. That it was only during training sessions and mealtimes that he refrained from attacking old Wu Fan. Old Wu Fan felt an overwhelming fatigue, despite having rescued this child. He could not bring himself to end the life of the young one, even though his instincts warned him of the potential danger. He could only hope that through diligent training, Kakarot would gain greater control over his temperament. Though progress was minimal, and it seemed it would require a considerable amount of time. Desperate, old Wu Fan wrote to his reclusive mentor, seeking a suitable candidate to assist him in guiding young Kakarot. However, after sending off the letter, it vanished without a trace, resulting in a missed opportunity for timely intervention. Days turned into years. Kakarot grew older, but continued to ambush old Wu Fan, sometimes even taking advantage of a slumber to strike. Yet each of these surprise attacks ended in failure, as even during the night, old Wu Fan remained vigilant, well aware that Kakarot was no ordinary child. Despite the passage of time, Kakarot continued to proclaim his desire to eradicate humanity. And during one unfortunate incident, he fell from a cliff and suffered a head injury. In Chapter 47, the origin of the twisted Kakarot unfolds. Against all odds, Kakarot survived what would have been a fatal injury for any normal individual. In the original narrative, it was this fall that transformed the combative Saiyan Kakarot into the kind-hearted and noble Earthling Sun Wukong. However, in the 13th universe, this fall drove Kakarot to madness, morphing him into a deranged killer, his inner fury intensifying to an almost psychopathic degree. Throughout this time, the only change old Wu Fan managed to instill in Kakarot was a shift in how he addressed him, from old man to Grandpa Wu Fan. Yet this did not deter Kakarot from his relentless assaults. One fateful day, having matured slightly and having practiced day and night without respite, Kakarot coincidentally experienced a full moon night, awakening the power of the great ape within him. Losing control, he set his sights on the only structure before him, old Wu Fan's modest cabin, and with a single step, crushed it underfoot. Old Wu Fan had been closely monitoring Kakarot as progress, knowing that the child beside him harbored murderous intent. Given Kakarot's current strength, old Wu Fan assessed that he posed no immediate threat, allowing himself a moment of respite. However, as a sudden gust of wind approached, old Wu Fan instinctively raised his hand in defense, never anticipating that Kakarot would transform into a great ape. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Previously, Kakarot had been too young to train at night, and given his penchant for ambushing his grandfather, he rarely went to bed late. The previous full moon nights had all been narrowly avoided, but this unforeseen incident caught old Wu Fan off guard. By the time he sensed the danger, Kakarot's massive foot had already descended upon him. In a most unexpected manner, old Wu Fan's life came to an end. Both surprising and yet oddly fitting at this juncture, Kakarot was nearing the age at which he would first meet Bulma, possessing a combat power that was not particularly low. Amplified tenfold by his great ape transformation, resulting in the death of old Wu Fan in the original narrative. When Raditz arrived on Blue Star, Bulma utilized a power scanner, revealing that Master Roshi's combat power was merely over 100 points. This was after years of clandestine training alongside Krillin, making old Wu Fan's demise seem inevitable. Upon reverting to his human form, Kakarot let out a triumphant roar, declaring that he had finally bested his grandfather, asserting that he was now stronger than him. Thus began Kakarot's solitary journey, embarking on a path of destruction from south to north, recalling the lessons imparted by his mother and Raditz, that his mission was to eradicate all humans. As days turned into years, panic gripped the towns of Blue Star, with headlines chronicling the rampage of a monstrous entity. No military force could vanquish him. Witnessing the plight of innocent civilians in the news, Master Roshi could no longer remain passive and resolved to confront the chaos himself. Accompanied by his disciple Krillin, he followed the reports to trace the creature's destructive path, gradually uncovering its whereabouts. Master Roshi arrived at the site of the latest ravaged village, a seasoned martial artist with a long lifespan. The series of bizarre tragedies immediately prompted a bold hypothesis, observing the enormous footprints resembling those of an ape. Coupled with the gruesome fates of the villagers, either crushed or torn apart without any signs of being eaten, led him to conclude that this was no ordinary beast. Rather, it appeared to be driven by a deliberate intent to slaughter humanity. As an ordinary wild creature would have no reason to spare human flesh. Despite evidence of livestock having been consumed, not a single human victim bore signs of being devoured. Moreover, the critical realization was that aside from the creature's initial attacks, no one had ever spotted its presence. Young and innocent Krillin felt a chill at his master's explanation, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Master, are you suggesting that this creature is being controlled by someone human? Master Roshi nodded, convinced that a puppeteer lurked behind the scenes. He had followed Kakaroto's path and witnessed the devastation left in his wake. Given the immense size of the footprints, it was clear that this monster stood at least 10 meters tall. A creature of such stature could not simply vanish without a trace. The reason it had never been found was likely due to someone shielding it, or perhaps there was more to the story. Although Master Roshi leaned towards the former explanation, holding onto a sliver of hope, he instructed Krillin to search the surrounding area for any survivors, though he remained skeptical, as each village they visited had yielded no signs of life. Yet he was unwilling to abandon hope entirely, believing that perhaps someone had escaped the onslaught. While he remained behind to seek other clues, Krillin, bearing the turtle shell on his back, ventured into the distant woods, reassured by the presence of his master and feeling emboldened to face the creature. After running through the forest for a while, Krillin stumbled upon a secluded corner, where he discovered Kakaroto, naked and covered in mud. Fast asleep. Shaking him awake, Kakaroto opened his eyes to see Krillin, who lacked a nose, and inquired with bewilderment, "Are you human? Why don't you have a nose?" In the 13th universe, Bardock's wife was not the gentle, sympathetic figure of the original story, but rather the fierce and powerful Hannah, who had repeatedly instructed Raditz to ensure Kakaroto annihilated all humans. As Krillin observed that Kakaroto seemed unharmed, he turned away, intending to lead him back to Master Roshi. Let us return together to find Master Roshi. His movement inadvertently caught Kakaroto's attention, who noticed the turtle shell on his back, causing him to abandon his initial intent. "You have no nose, and you carry a turtle shell. Are you a turtle?" Assuming that Krillin was not human, he felt no compulsion to follow his mother and Raditz's orders to kill. Krillin, mistakenly believing Kakaroto had heard of the illustrious Turtle School, proudly declared, "Indeed, as a member of the Turtle School, I take great pride in it." Kakaroto, having relinquished his murderous intent, turned and walked into the distance. Observing that Kakaroto had not followed, Krillin initially presumed he was in search of a water source. After all, Kakaroto was now covered in dirt, resembling a wild monkey, likely desiring a wash on his way. Krillin had encountered a small stream and promptly informed Kakaroto of it. "Not far from here, there lies a small river, perfectly suited for a refreshing wash. I shall accompany you." That Krillin's intention was rooted in concern. Having trained under Master Roshi for some time, he possessed a modicum of combat prowess that could potentially safeguard Kakaroto from any lurking dangers. However, Kakaroto interpreted this differently, further solidifying his belief in Krillin's turtle-like nature. "Of course, you both love the water." The two boys leaped into the river, their youthful spirits shining through. Kakaroto, having lived in solitude for so long, found joy in the company of Krillin, who had become a companion in survival. They frolicked in the water, laughter echoing as Kakaroto lowered his guard, considering Krillin as his sole friend. After their refreshing bath, they strolled along a forest path, where Kakaroto struggled with the internal conflict between his malevolent instincts and the innocence of childhood. The haunting voice of his mother, Hannah, echoed in his mind, urging him to slay Krillin, labeling him as human and thus a target for Kakaroto's wrath. Yet, Kakaroto steadfastly insisted that Krillin was merely a turtle, defending his friend against the fantasies of his mother, and explaining that Krillin did not deserve death. He had not experienced such joy in a long time, nor had anyone ever played with him in such a manner. The thought of killing Krillin would mean returning to the desolation of solitude, a fate he wished to avoid. Kakaroto had been sent to this place at a tender age, relying solely on old Gohan for companionship. devoid of any other education. Due to his temperament, old Gohan had refrained from exposing him to the outside world, focusing instead on imparting the essence of humanity, which evidently proved futile. Whether Kakarot genuinely perceived Krillin as a turtle, or if it was his subconscious desire to retain a playmate, remained a mystery. Regardless, he did not act against Krillin at that moment. As Kakarot wrestled with his inner turmoil, Krillin's voice broke through the silence. "What is your name?" Instinctively, Kakarot responded, "I am Kakarot." Krillin, embracing his shoulder, introduced himself with an air of confidence. "I am Krillin. We shall be friends from this day forth." "Friends? You are my friend?" Krillin's declaration dispelled Kakarot's violent impulses, the words resonating within him as they approached the imminent encounter with Master Roshi. Kakarot perhaps sensed impending danger or was compelled by other motives. He fled before a direct confrontation could occur, eluding Krillin, who could not catch up. Later, Krillin recounted their meeting to Master Roshi, without much thought, surmised that Kakarot, having learned of his family's demise, was too afraid to return and face reality, unwilling to confront the memory of lost loved ones. Concerned, Master Roshi embarked on a thorough search to provide solace to the grieving child. Despite 2 days of searching, they could not locate him. Kakarot had ventured far, and this delay caused Master Roshi and Kakarot to miss one another entirely. After some time, Kakarot matured, and apart from transforming into a giant ape to wreak havoc, he fought in human form during other encounters. 2 years elapsed before Master Roshi finally found Kakarot, who was then in his ape form, laying waste to a city, the air filled with the wails of despairing citizens. Upon arrival, Master Roshi found himself in a precarious predicament. Unleashing a full-powered Kamehameha could annihilate Kakarot, yet the city still housed innocent lives, and he could not fathom the potential casualties of such an attack. Ultimately, with a heart for the world, Master Roshi opted for another approach. During the battle, he discerned Kakarot's weakness and severed his tail. However, in the madness of the giant ape, Kakarot's attacks were indiscriminate, and at 13 or 14 years of age, his strength had considerably increased. With innocent lives at stake, Master Roshi had to save them while also contending with Kakarot, expending considerable effort and sustaining injuries in the process. As the narrative unfolds, Kakarot regained his human form, and Krillin recognized him as the boy he had encountered 2 years prior, promptly informing Master Roshi. With his tail severed, Kakarot glared fiercely at Master Roshi and then at Krillin. "My friend, why is your companion human?" Master Roshi, harboring compassion, found it difficult to act against a child. Having never encountered an extraterrestrial being, he presumed Kakarot was being manipulated. "Poor child, I cannot fathom the nature of those who control you to commit such cruelty. I will save you." The notion of a human child wishing to annihilate humanity seemed absurd, suggesting he was under the influence of technology or some form of manipulation. Kakarot felt deceived, realizing he had been betrayed by his only friend, which ignited a furious rage within him. He struck at Master Roshi. Yet his pride and his strength proved futile against the greatest martial artist on Earth, who effortlessly defended himself without returning the blow. Ultimately, Master Roshi executed a swift strike to Kakarot's neck, rendering him unconscious. Determined to uncover the mastermind controlling Kakarot, Master Roshi intended to take him back for further investigation. But first, he had to assist the many trapped beneath the rubble. Miraculously, Kakarot regained consciousness, and as Master Roshi turned to lift a massive stone, Kakarot attacked once more. Master Roshi adeptly defended himself, but sensed the precariousness of the situation. He could not release the boulder without risking the lives of those beneath it. The trapped individuals were in dire straits, blood staining the ground as their organs lay shattered, with only a few fortunate enough to survive, clinging to life beneath the debris. Caught in a dilemma, Master Roshi could not shift the stone with one hand while fending off Kakarot's onslaught with the other, his legs straining under the weight. Kakarot, unable to find an opening, resorted to seizing injured individuals and hurling them at Master Roshi. As the small boy flew toward him, Master Roshi instinctively caught him in a protective embrace. But before he could lower the child, Kakarot's bloodied hand pierced through the boy's chest, simultaneously wounding Master Roshi gravely. In that instant, Master Roshi realized the grim truth. Kakarot was likely not under external control, but rather acting on his own volition. gazing at the lifeless form of the child in his arms. Master Roshi gently laid him down before delivering a powerful kick to push Kakarot back, then placed one hand on the boulder, exerting all his strength to lift it, with both hands forming a lotus position at his waist. He gathered energy, the blue aura rising ominously, sending a signal of danger to Kakarot. Never before had he encountered such an attack, for few on Earth could harness ki in battle, yet his instinct screamed that he could not withstand this assault. Lest he meet his demise, Kakarot bolted away, weaving through the wreckage of destroyed buildings, unaware if any lives remained within. Master Roshi hesitated for a moment, contemplating the consequences of his potential demise. Who would then be capable of stopping this child? Kakarot was still so young. If he grew stronger, no one would be able to defeat him. Resolute, Master Roshi decided that even if innocents would be harmed, he must eliminate Kakarot. A few casualties were preferable to a greater tragedy, and any regrets could wait until he faced judgment in the afterlife. Yet, Master Roshi's stamina had dwindled. Blood loss clouded his mind, and he felt on the verge of losing control over his body. Time was of the essence. Summoning the last of his strength, he unleashed the Kamehameha, the blue energy wave obliterating everything in its path. Kakarot had already distanced himself, cleverly taking cover behind debris as he narrowly evaded the devastating blast. However, Master Roshi was not so fortunate. His body had reached its limits, and as his heart ceased to beat, he succumbed to his injuries. Krillin, witnessing the demise of his mentor, recalled the invaluable lessons imparted to him. Tears streaming down his face. Kakarot, my master only wished to help you. Why did you kill him? Why have you become this way? Kakarot's face was ashen, his expression cold and unyielding that I will annihilate every last one of you. All of humanity shall perish. Sooner or later, you too will meet your demise at my hands. With that, Kakarot ceased to linger, leaping through the ruins and swiftly departing. Before he left, he cast a lingering gaze at Krillin, who knelt before the lifeless body of Master Roshi. Having lost his only friend, Kakarot's heart plunged into despair, becoming increasingly dark and tumultuous. Krillin clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes wild as he watched Kakarot's retreating figure, enunciating each word with fervor. Kakarot, I vow to kill you, to avenge our master, and to save all of humanity. Thus the era of the martial arts god came to an end, despite possessing far greater strength than the current Kakarot. It was his inherent goodness that sealed his fate. Although he often appeared frivolous, merely a lecherous old man, whenever Blue Star faced peril, he transformed into a figure of unwavering resolve. It was precisely his sense of justice that led him to perish in a battle that should never have claimed his life. Ultra Goku struggled to find words. Had that version of himself truly slain his grandfather and Master Roshi? Though he had long been aware of this grim reality, he never anticipated that he would win against Master Roshi through such despicable means. Both figures held immense significance in Goku's life. Old Gohan had awakened his humanity, while Master Roshi imparted the meaning of existence and a solid foundation in martial arts. Without them, Ultra Goku would not have reached his current stature. Their influence permeated every facet of his life. Even though he was not responsible for their fates, Ultra Goku felt a profound sense of disorientation, relieved that he had merely sustained injuries and emerged as a good person. Vegeta selectively omitted portions of the tale and continued to recount subsequent events, including the reason behind Vegeta's immortality. In time, Krillin trained diligently, only to meet an untimely death. Kakarot, having taken his life, descended into madness, becoming a complete lunatic devoid of any semblance of reason that he sought not only to eradicate humanity, but even to hunt down animals. Years passed, and humanity on Blue Star was nearly extinct. Raditz, adhering to the passage of time, arrived to retrieve his brother, landing near the designated docking point. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, their expressions fraught with anxiety, surveyed their surroundings. They too were the last warriors striving to defeat Kakarot. Yet they were no match for him. Damn it, this place was just destroyed recently. We're drawing closer to him. He continues to pursue us. It is time to settle this once and for all. Raditz emerged from the spacecraft, taking in the beautiful scenery with a sense of contentment. This planet held promise. It would surely fetch a good price. The Saiyan race had long been extinguished, leaving only Raditz and a few others alive. Serving under Frieza, his arrival alerted Yamcha and Tien Shinhan to the presence of a powerful and sinister energy. Exchanging glances, they hesitated. This new energy was even stronger than Kakarot's, and having spent the last 2 years battling Kakarot, they were well aware of his human identity. However, they sensed that this newly emerged energy bore similarities to Kakarot's, albeit with significant differences. It was not Kakarot who had merely grown stronger. Raditz, unable to sense the energy, wore a scouter that detected approaching life forms. There are still survivors. That fool Kakarot is truly careless. It seems I must clean up after my younger brother. Yes, he spoke. A broad grin spread across his face. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan possessed moderate battle power, not insignificant enough to be deemed worthless. Upon their arrival, they felt a slight easing of tension, relieved that it was not the madman Kakarot. "Who are you?" they inquired. Raditz crossed his arms, dismissing them with disdain. "Among Blue Star's inhabitants, your combat abilities are commendable. It is no wonder you managed to evade his pursuit." Yamcha and Tien Shinhan had long been psychologically tormented by Kakarot. Upon hearing Raditz's words, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Without further ado, Raditz launched an attack, and upon sensing their movements, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha simultaneously unleashed energy blasts at Raditz's form. The energy blast passed harmlessly through him. Raditz's speed exceeded their wildest expectations, and he was soon behind Yamcha, delivering a devastating blow. Over the years of evading Kakarot, Yamcha had significantly improved his combat skills, narrowly dodging the punch and countering with a powerful kick. Raditz effortlessly blocked it, retaliating with a punch that sent Yamcha hurtling away, then swiftly following up with a kick to his back. Yamcha stood no chance. Tien Shinhan rushed to help him, intent on fleeing, realizing they were no match for this monster. However, weary of living in constant fear, Yamcha resolved to confront Raditz. Disregarding Tien Shinhan's protests, squatting low, muscles coiled like a spring, he transformed into a lone wolf. Leaping high to unleash a flurry of strikes, Wolf Fong Fist. His movements were swift and precise, fueled by an indomitable spirit as he charged forth. Raditz effortlessly countered the assault, landing a punch squarely on Yamcha's chest, sending him flying 100 meters. "You worthless fool! Perish!" Tien Shinhan, initially intending to retreat, could no longer hold back. He formed a triangular stance with his hands, channeling a powerful energy wave towards Raditz. Raditz, intent on finishing off Yamcha, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy and instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, pushed back by the force of the blast. Kamehameha! Tien Shinhan unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon Raditz, while Yamcha struggled to rise, blood streaming from his mouth. "Stop, Tien Shinhan. If you continue like this, you will die." Though the Kamehameha was potent enough to challenge foes beyond one's level, it could not be used consecutively without exhausting one's stamina or even life force. Yet Tien Shinhan remained undeterred, realizing they had no chance to flee and could only sacrifice themselves to buy time for their friend. "Yamcha, run!" Though Raditz was momentarily hindered by the Kamehameha, the attack could not kill him. The three understood that when Tien Shinhan could no longer hold on, it would be their time to perish. Yamcha took 2 steps back, casting a deep glance at Tien Shinhan before flying away without looking back. "Tien Shinhan, I will avenge you." Yamcha resolved to train harder, for Tien Shinhan had perished because of him, and he must seek vengeance. Mere seconds passed. Tien Shinhan's strength waned completely, his body collapsing to the ground. Every muscle ached, and even moving a finger seemed impossible as he awaited death in silence. The relentless Kamehameha had pushed Raditz back over 50 meters, inflicting minor injuries. Approaching Tien Shinhan, Raditz placed a foot on his chest, crushing his ribs. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to accept his demise. He had yet to vanquish the monstrous threat to Blue Star and found himself dying at the hands of this new enemy. Ultimately, he could not save the world. In his final moments, he thought of Yamcha's escape, entrusting everything to him. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Kakarot, bare-chested, sat on a rock, lost in thought, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. Why? Why am I alone again? Is there no one who wishes to accompany me? A mature spotted deer emerged from the forest. Approaching Kakarot and licking his face, Kakarot's expression brightened as he stroked the deer's head. Thank you for keeping me company. However, in an instant, Kakarot's right hand tightened around the deer's neck, and with a brutal force, he crushed its bones at Ha ha! After slaying the deer, Kakarot felt elated as he reveled in his manic laughter. He sensed two familiar energies. Those two are here. I am coming. He was aware of Tien Shinhan and Yamcha's presence, but he had yet to eliminate them. Their skirmish with Raditz had attracted Kakarot's attention, fueling his eagerness to kill them. Yamcha, consumed by rage, fled to find a hiding place, while Raditz soared through the air, unable to locate his adversaries. Tien Shinhan's attacks had not been in vain. At the very least, Raditz's scouter had been damaged. Damn it, where is that guy hiding? Can't find him. The combat power detector was never restricted from usage. However, struck by such a vast wave of energy, it was inevitably rendered inoperative, and he had not brought a spare. Yet, having witnessed survivors with his own eyes, Raditz was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away and prepared to unleash a large-scale attack, intending to obliterate everything within a radius of several miles. In just a few seconds, Yamcha had surely not fled far, gathering energy in both hands and aiming towards the ground. Hiding behind a hill, Yamcha observed Raditz's movements and thought to himself that this was dire. He had no choice but to stand his ground, for otherwise, he would be reduced to mere ashes. However, if discovered, he would find himself at a dead end. Thus, he needed to devise a means of escape. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, someone was stealthily approaching from behind. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Raditz dulled his senses to the surroundings, leaving his focus solely in the air. Succulent human flesh, here I come. The figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Kakarot, who bit down on Yamcha's right arm, sending him crashing out into the open. Yamcha retaliated with an elbow strike to Kakarot's face, the commotion alerting Raditz, who pinpointed Yamcha's hiding place, taking advantage of the distance that Kakarot and Yamcha had created. Raditz unleashed a long-prepared energy wave, crashing it down towards the ground. Just as Yamcha was about to make another escape, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Raditz's punch was heavier than he anticipated. This moment of hesitation cost him dearly, as he was obliterated in an instant. His power paled in comparison to Raditz, leaving him with no hope of escape once discovered. Kakarot, witnessing his quarry snatched away, felt a fierce glint in his eyes. How dare you take what is mine? Kakarot appeared before Raditz in an instant, wearing a fearsome expression. Raditz, however, was not intimidated. Without a second thought, he delivered a punch. Are you trying to scare me? Kakarot reacted swiftly, raising his right hand to block the heavy blow, then launched a fierce counterattack against Raditz, clearly unaware of the familial connection. Raditz had no choice but to engage. But fortunately, the disparity in their strengths became evident. Kakarot's attacks were ineffective, marking his first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Kakarot opened his mouth and unleashed an energy blast, engulfing Raditz in a torrent of power. Seeing his vanished foe, Kakarot exclaimed in excitement, I have won. I'm the strongest. Just as he believed victory was assured, a punch struck his abdomen, rendering him briefly unconscious. Raditz, with the right side of his battlesuit torn apart from the assault, caught the unconscious Kakarot and laid him down in an open area. Gazing at the face he knew all too well, Raditz let out a bitter smile. You truly resemble our father. It seems that your solitary existence has left your mind somewhat unhinged, even to the point of failing to recognize your own brother. This time, I shall forgive you. However, you must heed my words. I will take you away from here to seek medical attention. Raditz, observing his younger brother's condition, understood that something was amiss. He placed Kakarot into a spacecraft and set the destination, returning with him to planet Frisia 66. Upon arrival at the Frisia Army's base in the surrounding star system, Kakarot was taken to a hospital. After a preliminary examination, the doctor delivered grim news to Raditz. Having lived on that planet for far too long, coupled with his singularly destructive ambitions, Kakarot had developed several mental disorders, effectively rendering him insane. The crux of the issue lay in the severe trauma his brain had sustained, likely from childhood injuries, which had had a profound impact on his psyche. Raditz stood outside the hospital room, observing his brother lying in bed, and asked directly, "Indeed, I share your thoughts. Do you believe you can cure him?" The Frisia army's physician frowned slightly before candidly explaining. Under normal circumstances, it is possible he possesses a strong psychological endurance. We have administered sedatives to prevent him from going into a frenzy. You will need to accompany him daily. I anticipate that it won't be long before he regains his mental faculties and can think like a normal person. Raditz nodded. He could not forsake his brother to him. Kakarot still held significant value. Days later, Kakarot was discharged from the hospital and learned that Raditz was his brother. After all, he retained a faint memory from childhood, though he still frequently proclaimed his desire to kill everyone. Fortunately for him, Raditz was present. Kakarot could not stir up much trouble, as Raditz was always able to subdue him in time. This was Frisia's domain. Aside from the Frisia army, others present were, to varying degrees, guests of Frisia, having purchased planets from him. Naturally, Raditz would not allow Kakarot to harm them. After a few more days, Kakarot ceased to constantly speak of murder. But the ferocity in his gaze had yet to fade. After some time, under Raditz's encouragement, Kakarot began using utensils. Following the demise of old Gohan, Kakarot had lived like a wild man, foraging and eating with his hands, never once employing utensils, slowly learning to use them again. Another half-month passed, and under Raditz's guidance, Kakarot commenced a new training regimen. Having lived in isolation for so long, he had never harnessed the energy within him. He could merely unleash verbal blasts. Raditz instructed him that to control his inner power, he needed to concentrate his energy. Kakarot's talent may not have been exceptional, yet his grasp of the training principles was commendable. And he quickly adapted to the rhythm. A month later, Raditz contacted Vegeta, who was light years away in another star system, to report on the situation. Prince Vegeta, Kakarot's recovery is progressing smoothly. He merely requires combat training typical of Saiyans, and he will soon be ready to accompany us on missions. Upon hearing the news, Vegeta nonchalantly replied that he would arrive in a year, promptly hanging up on Raditz. He saw little distinction between Raditz and Kakarot, deeming them almost inconsequential. Raditz conveyed this information to Kakarot, who had just destroyed a training room, feeling exceedingly displeased and vehemently rebutting. "Are you implying that I must wait for them? Did you not mention that there is a planet awaiting our conquest?" Kakarot was unwilling to postpone. He had not taken a life in quite some time, and, although he would not indiscriminately harm his comrades, he yearned for the thrill of killing, which invigorated him. Raditz coldly responded, "That planet is not easy to conquer. We will require both of them to successfully assault it." Kakarot spat in disdain, dismissing Raditz's words. "Humph, do we truly need those two?" Raditz recognized Kakarot's defiance and candidly disclosed. "The individuals you refer to as kids are each far stronger than us. Do not assume that just because we are the strongest on planet Frisia 66, we can disregard others. Prince Vegeta could crush us with a single hand. Which is precisely why I sought you out. Alone, I hold little value in their eyes, hence I brought you along. This is merely one of Frisia's controlled territories. The universe is vast, and he cannot oversee it all. Numerous regions have been delineated, and the nearby star systems lack formidable Frisia army warriors stationed there." Kakarot discerned the underlying implications in Raditz's words, his discomfort evident in his expression as he retorted. "So if it were not for this, you would not have come to retrieve me. If you wish to demonstrate your worth, you should act accordingly. Before they arrive, let us independently annihilate that planet." Kakarot's reasoning was compelling, yet Raditz erupted into laughter, refraining from clarifying whether his motivations were self-serving or rooted in concern for his brother, merely mocking himself. Not be foolish. That place is not planet Earth. The inhabitants are not so weak. What can you achieve with a battle power of 666? You fool, may you and your detector perish. Open your eyes and take another look. Upon hearing Raditz belittle his strength, Kakarot roared in anger, his body emanating a fierce aura. Raditz's detector registered a rapid surge in power, ultimately stabilizing at 1,666. He was left utterly astonished. 1,666? How did you accomplish this? Kakarot took great satisfaction in Raditz's stunned expression, responding with a cold smirk. "I have my techniques. I can teach you." Raditz was indeed taken aback, but remained steadfast in his convictions. All right, I concede you possess skills, but that alone is insufficient. Our strength is not yet adequate to train others. Raditz was equally perplexed as to how Kakarot had mastered such a technique, believing it to be a product of his own enlightenment. To launch an assault on a planet, cultivating the strength of warriors was indispensable. However, their combat prowess barely surpassed that of the cultivators. There was no guarantee that these cultivators would remain obedient. A last-minute betrayal could lead to complications. Kakarot, exuding an air of self-importance, wore a devilish grin. I will impart all my knowledge to you, and in return, you shall share with me what you know. In no more than 6 months, your pathetic scouter will undoubtedly leave you astounded. Since Kakarot's arrival, he had refrained from using the scouter, relying solely on his own instincts. 10 days later, the duo arrived at a peculiar planet where the gravity was 15 times that of Blue Star. As Kakarot exited the spacecraft, he stumbled, caught off guard by the immense force. Raditz, clearly accustomed to this environment, crossed his arms and explained, "The gravity here is indeed 15 times that of Blue Star. But that is inconsequential. True Saiyans do not fear gravity." "Damn it," Kakarot muttered, gradually acclimatizing to the weight of the atmosphere, and their battle was imminent. In the initial stages, Kakarot faced severe suppression, yet he quickly synchronized with Raditz's movements. A month later, both were grievously injured and returned to planet Frisia 66 for medical treatment. Within the healing pod, Raditz revealed another secret of the Saiyans, one he had recently discovered. Although our approach this time was somewhat heavy-handed, it bears its advantages. Each time we sustain near-fatal injuries, our combat strength experiences a significant increase. That it can be considered a blessing in disguise, he mused. Raditz had previously contemplated self-inflicted pain as a means to enhance his strength. But the injuries had to be substantial. Otherwise, they were ineffective. If the wounds were too severe, he might perish before reaching the medical pod, ultimately abandoning that method. After all, no one wished to gamble their life for a chance at greater power. Death was final, and whether the Saiyans' revival after near death truly resulted in lasting strength remained uncertain. 3 months later, Raditz began instructing Kakarot on aerial combat techniques. While they might not rival the martial arts of Blue Star's Master Roshi, their lethal skills were unparalleled, far surpassing Kakarot, who had no prior guidance in aerial combat. The enemy's weaknesses and drawbacks evolved, necessitating the preservation of a portion of energy to prevent being severely harmed upon falling to the ground. However, this was merely a matter of experience, and Kakarot adapted swiftly. By the 4th month, Kakarot and Raditz observed 2 combatants engaging on planet Frisia 66. Raditz was puzzled as Kakarot remained turned away from the skirmish, disdainfully remarking, "The fellow on the right is evidently nearly half stronger than his opponent." Raditz nodded, his scouter's readings corroborating Kakarot's assessment. Kakarot removed the combat power scouter from his eyes and handed it to Raditz. "Discard that worthless scouter. Rely on your own senses to gauge the strength of those nearby." In the 5th month, Raditz elucidated the reason why Saiyans transformed into giant apes under a full moon, allowing Kakarot to grasp the concept. Pointing skyward, Kakarot envisioned himself wreaking havoc and fervently inquired, "We merely need a full moon to reach that planet, correct?" Raditz shattered his fantasy with a single statement. "That planet has no moon." Kakarot, pondering deeply, then posed a seemingly unrelated question. "You say we've amassed a fortune, correct?" Raditz nodded, as Kakarot's cognitive limitations meant he handled all monetary matters. Blue Star's environment was exceptional, and someone had purchased him for a handsome sum, resulting in substantial profit. Saiyans typically worked under Frisia, forcibly seizing seemingly prosperous planets, annihilating the indigenous population, and selling them at high prices to those in need. Kakarot had single-handedly accomplished this task and had extracted considerable rewards, thus securing a significant windfall. Generally, the more desirable a planet, the stronger the race capable of conquering it. That a planet like Blue Star, lacking formidable warriors yet possessing such valuable territory, was a rare occurrence. Kakarot nodded, then proposed his idea. "That is splendid. We don't need a moon, merely its light. That if we create a device that emits radiance, combined with a few vegetable beings, we can unleash our wrath without restraint." Raditz, experiencing a surge in confidence, recognized that his brother possessed more intellect than he initially believed, and wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. But by the 6th month, the two acquired the device and boarded a spacecraft, setting their course for the destination, planet Heller. Heller was a peculiar planet, entirely enveloped by a ring-like structure that blocked sunlight from reaching it. Fortunately, this machine emitted a gentle glow 24 hours a day, providing illumination. The inhabitants of Heller, engrossed in technological advancement, had never anticipated an assault, let alone one executed by merely two foes. Upon Kakarot's descent to the surface, he immediately unleashed a ki blast, obliterating a nearby building. Raditz' expression shifted dramatically as he admonished his thoughtless brother to, "No, not those structures. I explicitly told you not to destroy the research facilities. Such actions will drastically diminish this planet's value. How can you not differentiate?" Kakarot pointed at the ruined edifice. "How? Is this building any different from the others?" "I can't tell." Frustrated, Kakarot retorted, as all the buildings appeared similar to him. Raditz, at a loss, could only implore him to be more observant. The tremendous explosion sent the populace into a frenzy, fleeing in terror to avoid collateral damage, swiftly vacating the area. The military of Heller promptly mobilized, encircling the two with advanced thermal weapons. Upon sighting the enemy, Kakarot trembled with excitement. He had long refrained from taking lives and could no longer suppress the surge of exhilaration coursing through him. He soared into the air, declaring, "I'm going to kill them all." Raditz, unable to intervene in time, shouted a warning. "Wait, don't kill those in white coats." The planet's value was considerable. Its advanced technology piqued Frisia's interest. During the invasion, it was crucial to avoid the deaths of researchers, as they could potentially be of use in the future. Within the command center of Heller's military, news of the complete annihilation of their forces soon reached the highest commander, causing considerable distress. "Damn it! How did these two arrive here? We need to deploy super warriors to counter them." However, they possessed limited super warriors, all dispatched to other planets for battle, leaving Heller temporarily defenseless. Soon, a messenger delivered good news. Super warrior Philip had completed her mission and was at home. Upon receiving the report, Philip quickly mobilized and arrived at the scene, where Kakarot and Raditz were engaged in conversation. Philip's arrival astonished both, her power unmistakable. Kakarot, not underestimating her due to her gender, regarded her with a serious expression. Casting a sidelong glance, "What is this creature? She appears formidable." Raditz found himself at a loss for words regarding his brother's terminology. Kakarot's exposure to the outside world had been far too limited for him to articulate properly. She must be the elite warrior of this planet. The two, in perfect synchrony, leaped into the air and unleashed a dual ki blast, annihilating the ground beneath Philip. Observing the silence below, Kakarot scoffed, "Is this what they call elite? Truly weak." Raditz was struck by an ominous premonition, turning to glance behind him. Just as he completed half the turn, a fist collided with his face, sending him crashing into the wall. Kakarot had no time to ponder. Launching two energy blasts from his hands directly towards Philip's position, the blue energy shield enveloped her body, absorbing the impact, while Raditz charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to the protective barrier. Not only did he fail to shatter it, but he also felt a sharp pain in his right hand, his fingers quickly swelling with injury. The opponent's defense was formidable, and without granting the two any respite, Philip raised her hands, one to the left and one upward, releasing two energy blasts from the center of her armored palms. Kakarot, positioned at a distance, barely evaded the attack, though he was still grazed, tearing through the combat suit on his left side. Raditz, too close for comfort, had no choice but to shield his chest with his arms, taking the full brunt of the attack. Contemplating how fiercely aggressive this woman truly was, the explosive force of the energy sent Raditz flying, and just as Kakarot intended to check on his brother, a powerful kick landed squarely on his chest, propelling him several meters away. "Fool, perhaps you should worry about yourself first." He thought that Philip's assault was relentless, forcing Kakarot to retaliate, but all his heavy punches were evaded. Philip seized his arm, forcefully throwing him downward. Kakarot struggled to stabilize himself, but Philip struck him on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Philip, believing she had vanquished both foes, was internally astonished. They could channel energy waves through their bodies. How was this possible? On the planet Helior, technology reigned supreme, and no one practiced martial arts, let alone understood the concept of chi. Without holding back, Philip dove down at high speed, her right leg lifted high before coming down hard upon Kakarot's back. Her attack powerful enough to create a deep crater in the ground. Kakarot's breathing became labored as Raditz rushed to support him. But before he could strike, Philip kicked him away, blood spilling from his mouth. 2 teeth knocked out in the process. Philip pointed at the incapacitated Kakarot, glaring coldly at Raditz. "Where do you hail from? Why have you attacked us? Explain everything, or I shall take his life." Yes, she spoke. Philip raised her leg for another strike, pressing Kakarot's head further into the ground, attempting to coerce Raditz into submission. Seeing Raditz's lack of response, Philip did not hesitate, bringing her right leg down forcefully, deforming Kakarot's skull and fracturing his bones. Raditz hesitated for a mere moment before making his decision. Palms together, he began to fervently gather his internal energy. Damn it, die. This strike was one that even Philip would not dare underestimate. She raised her hands, unleashing the full energy of her armored suit, transforming it into a protective shield to withstand the onslaught. Raditz's full-power strike obliterated buildings within a 100-mile radius, with no regard for controlling the destruction he caused. Philip cursed under her breath, branding him a monster. Despite lacking technological armor, he possessed such devastating power. In the next moment, she felt a bloodied hand pierce through her body, and Kakarot stood behind her, coldly observing. Philip attempted to turn her head, but found it impossible. Her mechanical body was rapidly failing, and she bitterly exclaimed, "How is this possible? I should have crushed your bones. Why can you still stand?" Kakarot let out a sinister chuckle, utterly dismissive of her words. "The injuries I sustained on Blue Star were far more severe." Philip, with her chest pierced, lay helplessly on the ground. Beneath the super armor was merely a robust, ordinary woman. Such a blow left her gasping for breath, and within mere seconds, she succumbed. After all was said and done, Kakarot also slumped to the ground, and Raditz came to assist him, the 2 brothers retreating into the distance. "We must hide for now. We'll discuss our next move once you regain your strength." Kakarot showed no concern for himself, instead mocking Raditz's actions. "You told me not to destroy this place. Yet you've leveled all the buildings." Raditz, infuriated, retorted, "I did it to save you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Given their current physical state, continuing their invasion was impossible, so they sought a concealed area to take refuge." The command center on the planet Helior was in disarray. With the sole super soldier on the planet dead, they were left with no choice but to call back other super soldiers. A carpet search ensued for the 2, yet they remained hidden so well that weeks passed without a trace of Raditz and Kakarot. During the battle, their energy had been immense, easily detectable by sensors. But they had suppressed their energy signatures, leaving the military with few options in such a short time. At that moment, Raditz and Kakarot found themselves in a forest, Kakarot wrapped in bandages, while Raditz scurried about, pilfering medicinal supplies for treatment. Kakarot had suffered severe injuries and had yet to heal even after such a long period. As for food, with Kakarot unable to move freely, Raditz caught whatever prey he could find. Regardless of its nature, Kakarot was not picky and occasionally feasted on humanoid bear creatures. After a significant passage of time, Kakarot's wounds finally healed, and the 2 set out in search of a new city to wreak havoc. The military command dispatched a colossal spaceship, sending 4 super soldiers to eliminate the 2 foes. Raditz was tasked with destruction, while Kakarot, having not eaten normal food in ages, savored a duck leg. Upon arrival in the city, most of the area was reduced to ruins, with only a few research facilities remaining intact. Prior to their assault, the soldiers had conspired to strike hard at the first opportunity, ensuring the enemies did not survive. They were all killers and aimed to lure the foes into the outskirts for a confrontation. But a flame cannon fired in front of Raditz, and the 4 super soldiers surrounded the pair. Kakarot naively speculated they must want to engage us in conversation to persuade us to leave. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a command was issued to open fire, and 4 energy blasts erupted, obliterating the space between them. Kakarot and Raditz leaped into the air, judging their opponent's attack speed to be sluggish. However, they were struck from behind and sent flying. The two super soldiers maneuvered swiftly in the air, launching their assault while the two below maintained a barrage of fire. Kakarot sensed the situation was untenable, urging Raditz to retreat as they soared away. Meanwhile, beneath the urban surface, a swarm of vegetable-cultivating beings emerged, ensnaring the two super soldiers below. The airborne duo pressed on, confident their comrades could handle those creatures, and chose to pursue Raditz and Kakarot. However, upon exiting the city, they were met with a shocking sight: two massive apes. Gazing at them with mocking eyes, it was Raditz and Kakarot, utilizing small devices to transform into gigantic apes, unleashing energy blasts from their cavernous mouths. The two super soldiers instinctively activated their shields to maximum power, absorbing the onslaught. Yet this once impregnable barrier began to crack, leaving them incredulous. How is this possible? Their energy has surged tenfold in an instant. Our shields cannot withstand repeated assaults like this, that we must draw them further from the city. There may still be ordinary people alive within. Blood trickled from their bodies as energy penetrated their shields, impacting their armor. Kakarot intended to pursue, but was halted by Raditz, who gestured for them to return to the city. Civilians are our top priority. The two individuals sprinted in opposite directions. The two super warriors were momentarily taken aback, only to hastily return. Meanwhile, the other two warriors were still under siege by the vegetable beings. And due to the abundant cultivation by Kakarot and his companion, they were unable to eliminate them in a short span of time. One of them insisted on intervening, urging to assist the others and swiftly deal with the two monsters. Upon spotting Kakarot, who had transformed into a giant ape, they witnessed him gripping an adult man and devouring him, swiftly severing his head with a single bite. Blood erupted from the air like a fountain, and the enraged super warriors immediately unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Kakarot, relentlessly bombarding him with ki blasts until he was swiftly subdued. Before he could rise, they noticed the armor on the back of the super warrior's right hand constrict, channeling a terrifying surge of energy. Monster, perish! The super explosive wave, exponentially more powerful than before, was unleashed at supersonic speed, striking Kakarot squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. His massive form crashing into a skyscraper, causing it to collapse. Through surveillance, the commander-in-chief, observing the battlefield, expressed profound dissatisfaction with their actions. The super explosive wave was a formidable weapon, classified as a mass destruction device, and its use within the city was strictly prohibited. How dare you utilize the super explosive wave in the city? The super warriors, undeterred, calmly explained, there was no other option. This is the only technique capable of inflicting harm upon them, and their enormous bodies would absorb all attacks directed at him. After a brief moment of contemplation, the commander reluctantly permitted their use, recognizing that if the two were not dealt with promptly, the death toll could escalate further. Kakarot succumbed to unconsciousness from the assault, while Raditz also faced attacks. Relying on his tough skin and immense strength, he relentlessly hurled debris at the super warriors. However, one of them skillfully evaded all of it, positioning himself beneath Raditz and concentrating energy aimed at his posterior. Raditz, caught off guard, was pierced by the energy, inadvertently severing his tail, instantly reverting him to his human form. Inciting his furious outburst, the super warrior momentarily paused, then realized that the tail was indeed their vulnerability. Initially, he had merely thought that targeting that area would make evasion more challenging, never anticipating such an effect. Unable to transform back into the giant ape, Raditz understood that taking on both adversaries simultaneously was unfeasible, while Kakarot was cornered, with the two super warriors targeting him directly, aware of the giant ape's weakness. They opted not to sever his tail, but rather to employ a more straightforward method: two super explosive waves to eliminate him. Just as Kakarot, still in a dazed state, opened his eyes and began to scream frantically, he gathered all his energy and directed it upwards instead of launching an attack against them. The super warriors sensed impending doom, yet they could not pursue the energy wave, watching helplessly as it soared beyond the atmosphere. Chapter 51. The Secret of Immortality. The energy wave collided with the illumination device developed by the Hellerall people, its impact utterly unforeseen. The personnel responsible for the illumination apparatus were unable to activate protective measures in time. Becoming engulfed by the energy. Fortuitously, the energy beams struck the central section, leading to the entire structure's collapse, disintegrating into massive fragments. These colossal machine remnants plummeted on a Hellerall. The repercussions would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The debris fell like meteors, with a military command ship in midair being the first to be struck, resulting in an explosive obliteration. The city's structures, in the face of such disaster, crumbled as if made of tofu. The explosions igniting towering flames. The super warriors, realizing the gravity of the situation, were too late to prevent Kakarot from attempting to take them down with him. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Kakarot leaped into action, grasping his elder brother Raditz tightly, leaving Raditz bewildered at his foolish sibling's intentions. The planet's buildings and all life were caught in the ensuing chaos, ultimately leading to the obliteration of what was once a technologically advanced world, collapsing under the weight of its own inventions. After a series of explosions and flames, the city lay in ruins, shrouded in darkness and overcast skies. Time passed, and Kakarot and Raditz regained consciousness, reverting to their human forms through a special device. Raditz gazed at his foolish brother in disbelief, realizing that Kakarot had shielded him with his own body. Is there truly anyone among the Saiyans who would act thus? Seeing Kakarot still alive, Raditz breathed a sigh of relief. Kakarot, how did you withstand such an attack? Even the defense of a giant ape should not have been sufficient to endure that strike. Yet here you are, unharmed, shielded by the massive ape. Raditz emerged unscathed, his battle suit barely damaged, while Kakarot bore the brunt of the assault, his back scorched, clothing tattered, and blood streaming from various wounds, leaving him unable to open his eyes. I did not withstand it at all. I was unable to endure. After uttering those words, Kakarot lost the strength to speak further, prompting Raditz to fear he might be dead. From beneath the rubble, a figure crawled forth. It was one of the super warriors, albeit in a severely battered state, his armor shattered, forehead bleeding, and left arm entirely severed. Had he not fortuitously been near the transformed Kakarot, he would have suffered a similar fate as the others. I will ensure your complete annihilation. His right hand charged with a super explosive wave. He vowed vengeance for his home and family lost. However, just as he was about to unleash the attack, a foot descended from the heavens, crushing his skull. Raditz, following the trajectory of his gaze, quivered in fear. Vegeta, Nappa, how did you arrive here so soon? Vegeta offered no response, surveying the surroundings with an air of superiority, visibly irritated. What have you two imbeciles done? Vegeta's expression was one of fury, rendering Raditz momentarily speechless, while Kakarot, struggling to support himself, weakly interjected, we cleared this planet. You can now sell it. Vegeta, enraged, retorted, hybrid, sell? With the planet in this state, who would I sell it to? Ordinarily, Frieza would annihilate the planet's native inhabitants before selling it. However, this planet had not only lost its natives but also suffered irreparable environmental damage. On the brink of explosion, who would dare purchase such a world? The four swiftly departed from the site, returning to Frieza's domain to tend to the severely injured Kakarot. After some time, Kakarot's wounds healed, and the four gathered to strategize. Nappa revealed the true motive behind their mission. Frieza sought the secrets of Hellerall, yet you foolishly exterminated them all, underestimating Raditz. Vegeta and Nappa had withheld the true objective from him. Frieza intended not only to sell Hellerall, but also coveted its technology. However, considering Raditz's lack of strength and courage to venture forth, they had merely instructed him to avoid damaging the research facilities, omitting Frieza's orders. Yet, Kakarot's arrival and his words ignited Raditz's desire to prove himself. And with his brother present, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, they had both ventured forth. Vegeta showed no restraint in expressing his discontent, berating Raditz. Frieza is furious with you two imbeciles. The long-standing authority of Vegeta left Raditz no choice but to acquiesce, silently enduring the reprimand. Nappa echoed his dissatisfaction towards Raditz. You fool, Frieza explicitly ordered you not to retrieve Kakarot, yet you insisted on bringing him back. Raditz, confused, inquired why. Nappa, stroking his bald head, speculated perhaps he wishes to prevent Kakarot from being influenced by us. Kakarot, cradling his head in his arms, wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you are all nefarious individuals. Utterly despicable. The three turned their gaze toward him. Seemingly the most despicable one among them was indeed him. How could such words escape your lips? Vegeta rapped the table, silencing their bickering. This is a blatant breach of orders. He is likely planning to execute us, due to Kakarot's excessively boisterous conduct and his failure to conceal his identity. The four of them became notorious fugitives across the universe. Shortly after their departure, the planet Halier was engulfed in volcanic eruptions and tsunamis, ultimately leading to its self-inflicted annihilation, rendering it a barren wasteland. Unfazed, Kakarot reclined casually, nonchalantly stating, "What is the big deal? We can simply eliminate Frieza." Upon hearing this, Naba was nearly struck unconscious with fear, truly embodying the Na-Ved of the inexperienced. Frieza was far beyond the capabilities of a lowly Saiyan like him. The might of Frieza exceeded all imagination, dwarfing us in strength. Kakarot dismissed his warnings as mere hyperbole, rising to confront Vegeta. "I've encountered far worse on Blue Star. I might suffer a defeat or two, but eventually my power will surpass his." Vegeta, taken aback, contemplated a more prudent course of action, though he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. You are aware of how Saiyans can increase their battle power upon the brink of death. Let us confront Frieza, just the two of us. Kakarot felt a surge of excitement. Once he laid eyes on Frieza, he would undoubtedly strike him down. What was Frieza to fear? The two swiftly made their way to Frieza's stronghold. Arriving at the command center of the spacecraft, where Frieza lounged in a hovering chair, his face marred with impatience. What a disgrace! Utterly useless fools. All brute strength and no intellect, daring to defy my orders. Frieza's ire escalated with every word, and upon Kakarot's arrival, he was rendered speechless by Frieza's overwhelming presence. The intention to kill Frieza faded from his mind as the sheer terror of Frieza's might shattered his resolve, leaving him to silently endure the reprimands without any impulsive reactions. Vegeta observed Frieza's expression shift from annoyance to fury, and then to a twisted rage. His fingers twitching slightly, he realized he had to make a decisive move, or face certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his hand into a blade and delivered a fatal strike to the unsuspecting Kakarot's neck, severing his head. Lord Frieza, you are absolutely correct. It is these foolish Saiyans who are the problem. I failed to supervise them adequately, and to atone for my mistakes, I will execute Raditz and Naba immediately. I am your most loyal servant, and I will never betray you again, nor allow these imbeciles to jeopardize me. Gazing at Kakarot's decapitated body, blood staining the floor, Frieza paused his actions, contemplating Vegeta's loyalty, which sparked a new idea. If you can so easily eliminate your own ally, perhaps I could grant you a reprieve. Vegeta received the command and turned to leave, a lowly soldier from Frieza's army in tow, one hand grasping Kakarot's severed head and the other dragging his lifeless body behind him. Sabo, standing beside Frieza, seethed inwardly at Vegeta's treachery, thinking it despicable how he silently shifted Frieza's wrath onto Naba and the others, thereby securing his own survival. Upon exiting the chamber, Vegeta activated his communicator to summon Naba, instructing him to bring Raditz to him. Half an hour later, he returned to his quarters, where Naba and Raditz awaited. As he stepped inside, he was met with an astonishing sight. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Kakarot, whose head he had just severed, was now leaning against the wall, coldly regarding him. "You truly are a bastard, Vegeta." Vegeta instinctively retorted, "How is this possible? I killed you." He was acutely aware that he had personally delivered the fatal blow to Kakarot. Yet here he stood, alive before him. Kakarot, cautious not to move too much, as his neck and head had only recently been stitched back together, proclaimed, "Rather than betray our kind to serve Frieza, why not become immortal like me? Then gradually grow stronger until surpassing Frieza." His words intrigued Vegeta. Saiyans were unique. Death and revival merely granted them an additional life, or rather, another opportunity to be killed. The Saiyan ability to recover after near-death experiences significantly augmented their battle power. And with immortality, he could continuously grow stronger without limits. Consumed by uncontainable joy, he eagerly inquired, how did you acquire such a power? Raditz maintained his distance from the two, aware of Vegeta's intention to eliminate them for his own survival. Yet, he refrained from attacking, understanding that they were no match for Vegeta, even with Naba's assistance, that we should leave at once. If Frieza discovers that Kakarot is still alive, he will not hesitate to eliminate us. Vegeta acknowledged the wisdom in this statement. Now that he possessed immortality, why should he fear Frieza? The true ruler of the universe should be none other than Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. The four swiftly dispatched the guards, suppressing their energy signatures to avoid detection, and boarded a spacecraft, flying in the opposite direction. By the time Frieza learned of this, the four had long vanished, for safety. They changed vessels multiple times, ultimately deciding to head to the KS star system. Where the ruler possessed considerable strength, Frieza's forces had never successfully conquered that realm, making it relatively secure for them. Kakarot recounted his experience. Through a series of misadventures, he had encountered a blue-haired human and learned of the Dragon Balls. After successfully gathering them, he obtained a weakened form of immortality, allowing him to repeatedly resurrect and surpass everyone on Blue Star. Vegeta remained skeptical. Could such wish-granting Dragon Balls truly exist? No way. You must be joking. Kakarot pointed to himself, indifferent to Vegeta's disbelief. But you see my body. I am clearly alive, despite your attempts to kill me. Over the course of several days, Vegeta sensed a shift in their attitudes toward him. Even Naba regarded him with a hint of difference. After all that had happened, it was difficult to maintain their previous camaraderie. Naba held a strong trust in Kakarot, his faith bolstered by first-hand experience. Then let us hasten to Blue Star. Vegeta rejected the suggestion, perceiving it as tantamount to a death sentence. Naba was being utterly foolish. Blue Star lay within Frieza's territory, where he would undoubtedly be searching for them, especially on the planet where Kakarot had arrived. Returning would be akin to walking into a trap. Vegeta contemplated how to safely return. Kakarot doused them with cold water, revealing they are no longer usable. They turned to stone years ago. Previously, we only needed a year to recover the Dragon Balls after making a wish, but this time, it has taken much longer without any sign of restoration. Vegeta turned to Raditz, who had been gathering intelligence during their time outside. Perhaps he had some promising news. What progress have you made? Raditz, looking displeased, delivered a significant revelation that I have some information. One of my contacts is quite interested in the Dragon Balls and has invited us to visit his Master S planet. Chapter 52. Defeat and escape without hesitation. Vegeta agreed. With their combined strength, they could traverse anywhere unimpeded, as no one could stand against their alliance. Even within Frieza's army, few could rival him, with only Sabo, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force posing a threat. Confident in his power, he was ready to face any challenge, regardless of the danger. The four wasted no time and set off towards the location indicated by their contact, where they were met with a welcoming party upon their arrival. My master has awaited your arrival for a long time. The four were taken aback. The individual before them was formidable, even slightly stronger than Naba, yet merely a servant. They sensed multiple powerful auras on this planet, compelling them to remain vigilant and cautious. They were led into an opulent palace, where an elderly man seated upon a grand throne was introduced as my master, King Shrag, the invincible ruler of the KS star system. Kakarot had scarcely heard what the other party was saying. His gaze was fixated on a cushion not far away, upon which lay an object he was exceedingly familiar without a Dragon Ball. There was indeed a Dragon Ball here. Kakarot was about to act and seize the Dragon Ball, but was abruptly halted by a sharp slap from Vegeta on the crown of his head, stifling his next move. Vegeta scolded him with a furious tone. "Fool, calm down. This is someone else's territory. Can you refrain from being so reckless?" The elderly slag, draped in a long robe, had his facial creases tightening in delight upon witnessing Kakarot's actions. "It seems you indeed know the secret of the Dragon Balls. Now, do enlighten me on where you have encountered them." Slag had long coveted the Dragon Balls, as he was nearing his end, and they were his only hope for survival. Kakarot, perplexed, was about to respond when he was again interrupted by another slap for Vegeta, who insisted that Kakarot swallow his words. Vegeta pointed an accusatory finger at Slag and arrogantly retorted, "Hey, first, you tell us where you saw the Dragon Ball. That would be a fair exchange of information." Hearing Vegeta's refusal to answer his inquiry, Slag's expression darkened immediately, casting a cold glare at the group before dismissively waving his hand. Raditz surveyed Slag's 4 formidable guards, realizing they were not to be trifled with, and urged Vegeta to remain calm. "Don't be rash, Vegeta. Their strength likely surpasses ours." Vegeta merely lifted his chin in pride, disregarding Raditz's words, dismissing the notion of any so-called strong adversaries in the face of the Saiyan Prince. Slag, having lost his patience and not being a benevolent character, ordered his guards to extract explanations from these wasteful individuals. The 4 guards complied, each selecting an opponent. The blonde-haired man, fierce and taciturn, shot forward and delivered a knee strike. "Do not make futile attempts at resistance. Swiftly divulge your information." Kakarot was knocked to the ground but quickly rose in anger, bellowing, "You scoundrel! I will kill you!" The blonde man hovered above, his gaze a blend of indifference and disdain. Unimpressed by Kakarot's bravado, "I beg to differ." The two soon clashed again, with Kakarot leaping to throw a punch, only to miss and receive a blow to his back in return, due to Slag's desire for information about the Dragon Balls. They refrained from lethal force. The blonde man merely restrained Kakarot using his legs. Raditz faced a similar fate, barely withstanding a punch before being thoroughly dominated by his opponent. Nappa found himself engaged with a rather large green frog, easily blocking its punches and engaging in a test of strength that "I am far stronger than Raditz. Such feeble skills cannot possibly defeat me." The frog, recognizing the challenge, let out a cold chuckle as 4 smaller frogs detached themselves from its back. While entangled with Nappa, they launched a surprise attack, leaving Nappa startled and scrambling to fend off the 5 assailants. Only Vegeta remained unperturbed, deftly avoiding the incoming foes, then leaping from above to deliver a kick that toppled one of them. Grasping the enemy's wings, he forcefully tore them off, hoisting the foe's lower limbs into the air before clasping his hands together to concentrate energy. With a powerful Gallic gun, a violet energy wave struck his opponent, obliterating him into ashes without a moment's pause. Vegeta charged toward Slag. "Next, it shall be your turn." Vegeta, being the strongest among the 4, found himself facing the mightiest of Slag's guards, the blonde-haired man, Slag, seated high and unmoved by Vegeta's advance. Slowly raised a finger, aiming it at him. The moment Vegeta reached his proximity, he was blasted away by the energy emanating from Slag's fingertip, crashing heavily to the ground. That Vegeta's defeat became the final straw for the others. Realizing that even their strongest member could not prevail, their chances of victory appeared utterly bleak. With the 4 subdued, Slag remained unfazed by the fact that Vegeta had slain one of his subordinates. With fingers splayed, he directed his hand at the fallen Kakarot. That Kakarot's body levitated into the air, landing in Slag's grasp as he began to delve into his memories. "Provide me with honest answers." Through Kakarot's recollections, Slag learned of the Dragon Balls of Blue Star. Unlike Kakarot's vague understanding, he comprehended the implications of the death of the creator and the futility of the Dragon Balls without their maker. The revelation that Blue Star's Dragon Balls were rendered useless struck Slag like a bolt from the blue, as he had hoped these individuals would bring him good fortune. However, disappointment filled him. The urgency within Slag grew palpable, as without the Dragon Balls, only annihilation awaited him. Seizing an unguarded moment, Kakarot suddenly yanked off Slag's facial mask, revealing a familiar visage. "You look exactly like the god of Blue Star." The well-traveled and battle-hardened Vegeta immediately recognized him as an Namekian, formulating a hypothesis in his mind. The blonde-haired man, observing Slag's expression, surmised that they had likely not obtained any useful information, sighing as he shared his thoughts. "Lord Slag, they are significant fugitives sought by Frieza that if they hold no value, it would be wiser to return them." Slag grinned menacingly. "Frieza, you say? He is not an easy adversary to contend with." Noting Slag's indecision, the blonde man knelt, earnestly pleading, "Permit me to voice my concern. If Frieza decides to take action against us because of this, we currently stand no chance." Frieza's strength was formidable and his army far superior to Slag's. After a moment of contemplation, Slag resolved to hand them over to Frieza. He was too old now. By the time he could regain his youth, Frieza would likely have relinquished his dominion over the universe. Vegeta, for reasons unknown, refrained from a desperate struggle. perhaps realizing the disparity in their strengths and choosing not to engage in futile actions. The four were bound to a device, awaiting the preparation of a spaceship to take them before Frieza, aiming to curry favor with him. Once the guards had vacated, Raditz strained against his bonds, unable to break free, and turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, surely you can free yourself from these chains? The four were secured on separate medical beds, with only Vegeta remaining composed and unflustered. Raditz recognized that if they were returned to Frieza, their fate would be sealed. However, Vegeta maintained his calm demeanor, suggesting he must possess a plan for escape. Indeed, as Raditz suspected, Vegeta began to move his wrists, subtly shifting his hands out of course. This is a trivial matter. Yet despite his words, Vegeta did not break free from his chains. He remained there, diligently recuperating. Days passed without any sign of escape until the 8th day, when he finally stirred, prompting Raditz to assess the surrounding energy. Raditz expanded his sensory perception, scanning in all directions. All right, it should be safe to make a discreet exit now. I've observed that their guards typically do not frequent this area, and I haven't sensed their presence in quite some time. Nappa expressed envy, still unable to utilize energy sensing. When we escape, you must teach us this method of sensing energy. How do you accomplish it? The three engaged in cautious strategizing while Kakarot slumbered soundly, occasionally shouting threats against the humans of Blue Star. I will annihilate all humans. You shall all perish by my hand. Though his recent interactions with Raditz had changed him considerably, the lingering effects of Kakarot's childhood remained, haunting his dreams with visions of slaughtering on Blue Star. Vegeta was left exasperated, questioning the quality of his companions. What sort of teammates are these? He sleeps as if he were a lifeless log. Even in such perilous circumstances, just as they finalized their plans, a diminutive figure in a gray robe opened the door to their confinement and stepped inside, speaking in a sycophantic tone. I am on your side. I have had my fill of this wretched planet. Let us escape together. Vegeta gazed at him in confusion, and without awaiting the response of the four, the diminutive man manipulated the instrument to release Vegeta from his restraints, cautioning them. To the east lies the location of the spacecraft. However, you must maintain utmost silence, for there are numerous guards on watch. Given your prowess, you should be able to eliminate them before they sound the alarm. The message from the short man was crystal clear. During their escape, they must exercise extreme caution and avoid alerting Shrag, or else their efforts would be in vain, and even he would meet his demise. The group quickly conferred and prepared to depart. Raditz approached Kakarot, giving him a gentle nudge to rouse him from his slumber. Kakarot, it's time to go. We're preparing to flee. Their astonishment. Kakarot, who had been sleeping like a log, sprang to life upon hearing Raditz's words, immediately activating the bull's light amplification device, his eyes glowing a vivid crimson. Daha! You think some rusty scrap can hold me captive? In an instant, he transformed into a great ape, smashing a gaping hole through the room that confined them, prompting Shrag's subordinates to rush over and sound the alarm. Nappa and Vegito were left dumbfounded, bewildered by Kakarot's sudden transformation, contrary to their plan for a stealthy escape. Exchanging glances, they realized they had no alternative but to charge through, and Vegeta's frustration boiled over, his expletives flying. You fool, I could just kill your brother. This imbecile, Raditz, undeterred, retorted, you won't be able to do that. The frogs, alerted by the commotion, were the first to rush over to assist, with four small frogs springing forth to obstruct Nappa's path, hurling insults from their elevated position. Fool, do you wish to taste defeat once more? In their previous encounter, Nappa and the frogs had been evenly matched, but the frogs' sudden numbers had caught Nappa off guard, leading to his defeat, with a sardonic smile. Nappa resolved to teach them a lesson, his right fist blurring as he unleashed four punches, obliterating the four small frogs. Fool, I see through your tricks, and I have grown stronger. The frogs stood in shock, realizing that Nappa was indeed far more formidable than during their prior skirmish. Yet they were puzzled as to how he had grown stronger while imprisoned. How could this be? The same tactics employed a second time against the Saiyan proved futile. Before the frogs could process the situation, Nappa's fist crushed one of them, leaving him on the brink of death, his strength notably enhanced compared to their previous encounters. The blonde-haired warrior, belatedly aware of the chaos, rushed over and was taken aback by the sight of the wall-shattering Kakarot. What in the world is that? A gigantic ape. He had never heard of science, let alone the concept of great ape transformation. And he could not fathom how such a creature had breached their defenses. While he was lost in thought, Kakarot was not idle. Driven by vengeance, he launched an attack. With both hands clasped, he delivered a thunderous blow to the blonde-haired man, sending him flying. The last of the four guards, arriving late to the fray, contemplated intervening as the chaos unfolded. Just then, a figure blurred into view, and before he could react, the intruder collided with him, sending them both hurtling through several thick barriers, rendering them unconscious. Kakarot reverted to his human form, observing the location from which they had come. There stood a large spacecraft, and as they ran, he inquired, "Wait, where's our spaceship?" Nappa replied vaguely, "I don't know. Don't worry about it. As long as we can escape, that's what matters." The group successfully boarded the spacecraft and fled Shrag's stronghold. Today, Shrag was away and not on the planet, though he was quite close. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to escape, which was precisely why the diminutive man had dared to come and share this information. The group deliberated their strategy for the upcoming encounter with Shrag. As Kakarot's mention of the deity from Blue Star, a Namekian, sparked new ideas. They all knew of the Dragon Balls, and it was likely that the Namekians possessed even more powerful variants. Vegeta found himself contemplating the future, envisioning the moment when he would attain immortality, thus becoming the strongest Saiyan in the universe, and no being would be able to thwart him. Neither Shrag nor Frieza would stand a chance against the might of the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Frieza's subordinates had tracked the movements of Vegeta and his companions, relaying their findings back to him. With a sardonic smile, Frieza ordered his underlings to recalibrate their objectives, for he intended to personally deal with Vegeta and his crew. Upon returning to his territory, Shrag observed the ravaged prison chamber and the severely injured state of two of his subordinates. Rather than unleash his wrath upon them, he chose instead to forgive their transgressions, instructing them to recuperate while accompanying him to another region. Accompanied by a select group of loyal warriors, Shrag stealthily set off, trailing closely behind Vegeta and his companions. The quartet inquired about the identity of a diminutive figure they encountered, but he opted to remain reticent, withholding his true identity from them. Kakarot, unaware that this individual had facilitated the escape of Vegeta and the others, mistakenly believed him to be a mere human fleeing alongside them. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck, delivering a devastating blow that crushed the man's skull into his chest, leaving him lifeless before he could utter a single word. The unexpected violence caught him off guard. He had never anticipated that Kakarot would resort to such brutality over a mere disagreement. Vegeta regarded Kakarot with disdain, pondering why he could not allow others to finish their statements without resorting to lethal force. With the diminutive figure now deceased, Raditz discarded his corpse, revealing that he was, in fact, the dark sorcerer of the universe. He had located half of the mystical being Hildegarn, having slain Tapian's brother and sealed Hildegarn within himself. However, he could not locate the other half of the music box needed for the seal. Thus, he sought to harness the power of the Namekians, wishing upon the Dragon Balls to find the missing fragment. With the complete Hildegarn, he could dominate the entire universe. Unfortunately, his plans met an untimely demise as he fell victim to Kakarot's overpowering strike, resulting in the death of both himself and the sealed Hildegarn, who remained trapped and unable to be freed. The four Saiyans boarded their spacecraft, arriving first on Namek, only to serendipitously collide with the patrolling Nail. The outcome of this encounter was all but predictable. Given Nail's formidable battle power of 42,000, resulting in a thorough beating for the quartet. Kakarot, driven by his reckless nature and insanity, bore the brunt of the assault. Nevertheless, they refrained from retaliating against the Namekian. Adhering to the principle of benevolence, Nail allowed them to leave his planet unscathed, merely urging them to depart swiftly. Grateful for their reprieve, Raditz and the others assisted one another as they fled back to their spaceship. Along the way, they encountered Dend, the most gifted healing Namekian of the era, capable of mending life-threatening injuries in mere seconds. Upon witnessing their severe wounds, he mistakenly assumed them to be visiting extraterrestrials and willingly offered his healing services. In just a few minutes, their injuries were miraculously healed, a development that thrilled Vegeta. The Scion's near-death recoveries could amplify their battle power, but the fear of dying before receiving treatment prevented most from pursuing such risks. With this newfound ally, they could potentially grow infinitely stronger. Even Kakarot's immortality had its limits, allowing him only to recover to a state just shy of death. To be truly active, he required someone to heal him. This young healer was the perfect asset for their ambitions. After deliberating, they resolved to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, subsequently threatening Den to ensure he would continue to heal them. As their battle power surged from near-death revivals, Kakarot, without a second thought, unleashed a ki blast upon his chest. Unfortunately, his lack of control led to his own demise, leaving the others momentarily stunned by his erratic behavior. After Den had healed them, he departed, only to be summoned back in confusion as to why Kakarot had once again found himself on the brink of death. That Kakarot's multiple near-death experiences significantly boosted his battle power, surpassing even Nappa and drawing dangerously close to Vegeta. This surge of strength alarmed Vegeta, who recognized the threat posed by Kakarot's potential to surpass him. Meanwhile, Frieza had also arrived on Namek, searching for the four Scions. They conspired and plotted their strategy, cautiously seeking the Dragon Balls. With their ability to suppress their energy signatures, the four managed to elude Frieza's detection, inciting his furious frustration. However, one of Frieza's subordinates inadvertently uncovered the existence of the Dragon Balls, prompting Frieza to revel in the discovery of such an artifact capable of granting him eternal life. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had already secured 5 of the 7 Dragon Balls, leaving only 2 remaining. As they concealed themselves, Frieza found himself at an impasse. He could not destroy the planet outright. Instead, he resorted to calling out to them, offering to overlook past grievances and even proposing that Vegeta become his commander, a position of power beneath him. Such childish deception would not fool Vegeta. They continued to exploit the healing glitches, while Nappa and Raditz observed in disbelief, acutely aware that they lacked immortality and that a single mistake could lead to their demise. Reluctant to engage in reckless behavior, they watched Kakarot, who seemed addicted to the cycle of self-destruction and subsequent healing. Vegeta, anxious and desperate, recalled having killed Kakarot once before. Should he surpass him, retribution would surely follow. He found himself repeatedly injuring himself, while Frieza wreaked havoc upon villages, providing a convenient excuse for Vegeta and his companions. They informed Den that Frieza was a nefarious villain pursuing them, and to protect the planet and themselves. They had to battle Frieza, which explained their injuries. Den, being naive, believed them, especially since Frieza as henchmen were indeed committing acts of violence in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Stealthily, Vegeta and his group infiltrated the area to steal the Dragon Balls, maintaining their hidden identities. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Frieza possessed 2 Dragon Balls, while Vegeta had 5. The following day, Shrag appeared, seeking to restore his youthful form. He believed that with the body of his peak self, Frieza would pose no threat to him. After making his wish, he planned to eliminate Frieza and ascend as the new ruler of the universe. As the 3 factions converged, it appeared that Vegeta's group was the weakest in the shadows. Yet the power of Vegeta and Kakarot had evolved beyond mere comparison to their former selves. In the ensuing chaos, when Shrag and Frieza clashed, Vegeta seized the opportunity to infiltrate Frieza's spacecraft and pilfer the last 2 Dragon Balls. Successfully wishing for immortality, the 3 wishes were distributed among them, with Kakarot already possessing immortality and thus requiring no further wishes. As the Elder of Namek drew his final breath, the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone upon his closing eyes. This revelation left Vegeta in a tumult of emotions as he grasped Kakarot. Frieza was engaged in combat with Shrag, unaware of the fate that befell the creator of the Dragon Balls. Questioning why they had turned to stone, Vegeta's heart raced with turmoil. Although he had attained his coveted immortality, he harbored other wishes of equal importance. With the Dragon Balls now lost, his hopes crumbled, igniting an inferno of rage against Kakarot. Had it not been for Kakarot's words, he would never have had to share immortality with the 2 worthless companions. From the outset, Vegeta had never intended to grant them such a gift. For Kakarot had mentioned that the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth could only grant 1 wish at a time. Thus, among the 3, only one could make a wish, while the other two would have to wait for the next opportunity. Naturally, Vegeta had no intention of relinquishing that chance to them. Yet, during the wish-making process, he discovered that the Namekian dragon, Porunga, could grant 3 wishes simultaneously. With everyone present, they each made their wishes for immortality. But Vegeta yearned for more. He desired to possess eternal youth and longevity, fearing the ravages of time would impede his ability to unleash his full potential. Now that the Dragon Balls of Namek had vanished, his aspirations lay in ruins, and how could he not be consumed by rage? Kakarot, oblivious to Vegeta's schemes, found sufficient satisfaction in his immortality, believing it enough to engage in endless battles, indifferent to other desires. You ask me, I ask who? What nonsense! All possess the gift of immortality. Who fears whom? Kakarot shows no leniency. Vegeta takes several deep breaths to maintain his composure. Presently, Kakarot's combat power is remarkably high, not significantly inferior to his own. He is a formidable force, and Vegeta realizes that he cannot kill him. Ultimately, they do not engage in a fierce battle. Instead, they first acclimate to their newfound physical prowess. Subsequently, they devise a strategy to confront Frieza, who is in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. AS for Slug. He has already been slain by Frieza, who is transformed into his final form, an opponent far beyond the capabilities of the aged Slug. Yet when the true confrontation begins, Vegeta discovers the grave error of his judgment. He is no match for Frieza. Against opponents like Zarbin and Dodoria, Vegeta had dispatched them with ease, even defeating Jinyu in just a few exchanges. However, facing Frieza changes everything. Despite being resurrected multiple times and experiencing an astonishing surge in power, Frieza still toys with him as if he were mere prey. With effortless grace, Frieza deflects all his attacks with a single hand, while Kakarot laughs maniacally as he strikes. It proves ineffective. After inflicting severe injuries upon both, Frieza intends to imprison them, having gleaned from Kakarot the secret of their immortality. As long as he refrains from healing them, they will remain perpetually injured. Even though they do not die, they pose no threat to him. In a moment of crisis, Vegeta awakens, and the pinnacle of his fury transforms him into a Super Saiyan, allowing him to vanquish Frieza. It is at this juncture that Kakarot learns of Vegeta's true nature, and Vegeta, seeing no further use of the Dragon Balls, chooses to eliminate everyone in sight. In the ensuing battles, Kakarot successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan, with both Cooler and King Cold meeting their demise at Vegeta's hands. They ascend to become the new rulers of the universe, with Vegeta commanding all his subordinates to search for any remaining Dragon Balls. Yet years pass with no success. Gogeta recounts the tale, and the immortal beings from Universe 13 approach, leaving the time travelers in utter astonishment. They had utilized the Dragon Balls for so long without ever contemplating the possibility of attaining immortality. It seems rather unfair. Chapter 54. Babbidi's Conspiracy. Only Vegeta snorts disdainfully, understanding the actions of the 13th Vegeta. Winning is paramount. Even if the immortality is of a diminished quality, it remains immortality. Gogeta nods in agreement, acknowledging that without such immortality, they would undoubtedly fall short against Frieza. However, the weaknesses are glaring. Without a healer, they could die and resurrect, yet lack any combat capability, merely becoming easy prey. Ultimately, they are but ordinary Dragon Balls, incomparable to the Super Dragon Balls, merely allowing them to return to life with a threadbare existence, incapable of mending their injuries. Healing is a necessity, requiring time to recover, placing them far beneath the level of the Black Goku of the time-traveling realm. The next match features Universe 11's Bu against Universe 18's Super Vegeta. Upon seeing this familiar adversary, Super Vegeta wears a knowing smile, finally encountering him once more. Super Bu understands Vegeta's amusement, as he had previously met his demise at Bu's hands. This time, it is an opportunity for vengeance. Bu's strength is commendable, appearing to be the version that has not separated from evil Bu, embodying both good and evil. The Super Bu from the time-traveling realm is the benevolent Bu, while the original evil Bu has already diverged from him. Consequently, his power has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, prior to the Tournament of Power, he trained vigorously, yet he ultimately could not participate due to the onset of hibernation. Super Vegeta strides onto the stage, maintaining an air of arrogance, arms crossed. The Universe 11's Buu, exuding confidence, announces loudly, "I will be the champion this time." Super Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 2 and launches a fierce assault on Universe 11's Buu. His right hand pierces through Buu's left chest, but as he attempts to retract his arm, he finds himself ensnared by an inexplicable suction force. Unable to withdraw, Buu retaliates with a powerful punch. Yet Super Vegeta remains unperturbed, propelling himself high into the air to evade the attack while gathering energy in his left hand, unleashing a golden energy wave. Buu, unable to evade in time, suffers a devastating blow to the head. Seizing the opportunity, Super Vegeta pulls his right arm free and performs a backflip to create distance, placing his hands atop his head as energy surges within him. The Gallic Gun, a purple shockwave, is unleashed at blinding speed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterates Buu's form, scattering pieces of flesh throughout the arena. The remnants on the ground writhe, transforming into numerous smaller Buus, filling the stage with hundreds of miniature versions. Super Vegeta chuckles at this reminiscent scene, recalling when he had faced evil Buu and been caught off guard by a similar tactic. However, he is now much stronger, rendering such tricks utterly ineffective. Vegeta channels his energy to its zenith, creating an immense sphere of power. In an instant, he releases it, causing it to radiate outward, engulfing and shredding the small Buus. After the tremendous shockwave subsides, the original Buu regains his form. The surviving small Buus merging back into him. In the face of such devastation, Buu remains unflinching, grinning widely, revealing rows of pearly white teeth. Haha, Super Vegeta chuckles derisively. What's wrong? Still as foolish as ever. After all these years, you've made no progress. Upon hearing Super Vegeta's mockery, steam billows from Buu's head, his entire body trembling as he unleashes his inner power. Super Vegeta remains calm, observing him until Buu narrows his eyes and charges at him. At the moment Buu reaches him, Super Vegeta casually shakes his head, effortlessly dodging the punch, seizing Buu by the hair and flinging him backward to Buu's hair and eyebrows turn crimson, empowered by the guidance of Super Buu. And he charges back without hesitation. With a swift movement, he lunges at Super Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Just before their fists collide, Super Vegeta lowers his head, executing a knife hand strike, then transforming it into a powerful punch just before impact. He follows up with an uppercut that sends Buu soaring into the air, and before he can recover, Super Vegeta appears above him, delivering a knee strike from above. This relentless barrage leaves Buu gasping for breath. The arena once again reduced to ruins. As Buu rises, he loses all semblance of rationality. Enveloped in a pink glow, Super Vegeta steps closer, while Buu's antennae target him, unleashing an enraged roar that "I will turn you into chocolate and devour you." A pink magical beam shoots forth, piercing through Super Vegeta and transforming an unsuspecting contestant below into chocolate. Super Vegeta's form flickers rapidly, leaving Buu unable to pinpoint his location, forcing him into a defensive position. Babidi, the sole observer from Universe 11, watches intently.